Chapter 121. This is a naked threat. Balway is not dead yet, and he doesn't want to become a dead member at all. His face is pale, and he takes a deep breath. I'll do it myself. In the camera on the screen, he is still the same as usual, well-dressed. Balway said, "All citizens of Beijing, I am Balway, the chief executive of the Federation." Pei Ran was tired, carrying the spider, and sat down on the table next to him. She had never heard Balway speak before. This man was still fluent in this situation. It was obvious that what Team Leader Li said about his speeches could move the audience to tears was true. At this time, the giant screen in the central square, as well as the virtual screens in all public places in Beijing, whether in the lobby on the ground floor of the dormitory building or in the elevator, were all broadcasting Balway's statement simultaneously. In the square, the assembled soldiers raised their heads together. In doubt, the officers were contacting their superiors one after another, and there was chaos everywhere. In the small conference room on the top floor, Balway obediently said everything he had to say, ended the live broadcast, and huddled in his chair. He would occasionally sneak a glance at the corpse on the ground, and then look up at Pei Ran, who was sitting on a chair at the conference table, and was bored and turning the gun in his hand, and felt uneasy. He first heard the name of this killer when discussing the first-class medal winners. Later, when she went to the tunnel of the shield machine to blow up the Thinker Combat Command Center, he still remembered that he asked at the time, "Pei Ran? Who?" This kind of name doesn't need to be remembered at all. So what if he had won the first-class medal of the Federation? Even if it was a first-class medal, it was just a tool to motivate these people to defend the Federation. He could issue one at will. He had many more important things in mind. But gradually, this name began to haunt his life. She rescued Nan Yi of the Vanguard Party from the outlying island. According to the information provided by the informant in the royal family, Yuha and his son disappeared when they went to look for her. The most terrifying thing is that file number 10 is also related to her. This person must not be allowed to stay. But she couldn't be killed. Not only that, she came back and killed everyone here. Balway knew that the gap between him and her was too big, and it was useless to resist, so he cooperated very well. But even if he cooperated, would he really have a way to survive? Balway now began to think that as long as he could survive, even if he had to screw screws on the production line in the blue zone, it would be fine. There seemed to be a sound of an elevator coming up outside. Ding. Pei Ran immediately raised his head. W said, "Marshal Wiener and his men are here." Hurry footsteps passed through the corridor, coming this way, sounding like there were quite a few people. The door of the conference room was pushed open, and a group of people appeared at the door. Pei Ran saw Marshal Wiener. The last time he saw her at the medal ceremony, her silver hair was neat, and her back was straight like a good sword, but tonight, her hair was hanging down in front of her forehead, two deep lines on the sides of her nose, her eyebrows were knitted, and her eyes showed obvious anxiety and fatigue. Pei Ran also saw Qiao Sai in the crowd. He was fine, but there was a bruise on the left side of his face. He didn't know if he was hit by a punch or bumped somewhere. Marshal Wiener glanced at the bodies on the floor of the room and walked in quickly. She completely ignored Balway, who was sitting there, and only asked Pei Ran, "Are they all dead?" W had obviously informed Marshal Wiener of the situation here. Pei Ran got down from the table. Lieutenant General Delsa is still alive. He was the head of the military in this coup. Pei Ran was afraid that he would have to confront the military later. So he didn't kill him when he knocked him, and planned to keep him as a hostage. Now he didn't need to do that. Marshal Wiener nodded. Okay. She ordered someone to take Balway away and put him in the isolation center first. Balway stood up. Marshal Wiener, I was deceived by Lieutenant General Delsa this time and made a mistake. From now on, no matter what you ask me to do, I will cooperate. Marshal Wiener ignored him, just waved his hand and asked someone to take him away. He was taken away, and the unconscious Lieutenant General Delsa was also dragged away. W's voice came. The main officers involved in this incident have all been controlled, and the guards at the entrance of the Black Well have also been replaced. Marshal Wiener breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Pei Ran. Too many unexpected events happened tonight. Years of hard work in the Federation were almost destroyed. She looked at Pei Ran eagerly. Agent W has reported the situation to me. We still have a lot of things to do tonight. You just stay with me. Because of Pei Ran, she was able to completely turn the tables. At this moment, Pei Ran is actually more reliable than anyone around her. Pei Ran declined. Marshal Wiener, someone broke into my dormitory. I want to go back and take a look first. Look at Ryan and Shinkong. Marshall Wiener hesitated for a moment, but nodded. Okay. Then tomorrow morning, come to the command center to find me. She gestured to the person next to her. Send a car to take her back. Pei Ran put down Lieutenant General Dels's gun and walked out of the meeting room. Outside the door, there was blood and flesh splattered all over the ground. There was almost no place to step. It was all the remains of those special warfare soldiers from the Northwest Military Region. Pei Ran glanced around with a sympathetic look. The surveillance camera above her head was turning, and W saw her expression. Pei Ran, they were about to break in. You had no choice. Pei Ran walked through the corridor. I know. The situation was urgent, and we had to race against time. Explosion was a function I had used before, and it was fast, and sure, and the safest way. I didn't blame myself. She said, I just felt that. Outside was in silence, and there were crazy fusion bodies everywhere. At this time, the Blackwell was still fighting for power and profit, and it was absurd to have people die in vain like tonight. But the Blackwell was like a black vortex, entangling and dragging people into the dispute. It is impossible to stay out of trouble. If you want to protect yourself, you have to take action. In fact, it is not just her, by the way, Marshall Wiener, it is the same. The elevator came, Pei Ran stepped in, and suddenly remembered. W, your core processor is still in my backpack. W would never forget, and he did not remind her. W said leisurely, I plan to stay in your backpack for a while. Pei Ran also wanted to take him away, but it was too unsafe to carry him with him or leave him in the dormitory, so he had to send him back to the computer room. The Blackwell was back in his hands. The computer room was much safer. Pei Ran pressed the third underground floor. There was no one on the third underground floor. The door of the computer room opened automatically. The small table where the core processor was placed was thrown in the mining area. Pei Ran dragged a table from the next room and placed the core processor on it. She went to the warehouse to get his maintenance box, put the tools back, and took out an energy block and put it in her backpack. It was better to keep an energy block in her hand, which was more reassuring. W had long been accustomed to her various L4 level thefts. He saw them clearly, but said nothing. Pei Ran also placed the maintenance box next to the core processor, took a look, and then stepped out. Okay. Close the door. The doors inside and outside closed automatically. Pei Ran, from now on, no matter who they are, whether they are generals or lieutenant generals, don't let them in casually. W agreed calmly. Okay. From now on, only Pei Ran can enter my computer room. The military vehicle arranged by Marshall Wiener was waiting outside the building. A new batch of soldiers had been replaced in the central square. The same uniforms, the same weapons, the same armored vehicles, in fact. They looked no different from just now. The martial law in Beijing continued. There were no pedestrians or ordinary vehicles on the streets, only military vehicles speeding by. This was a sleepless night in Beijing. All civilians stayed in the dormitory and did not dare to come out. Pei Ran's car passed through the empty streets, encountered several temporary checkpoints along the way, and returned to the yellow zone after inspection and release. Pei Ran hurried upstairs. On the 20th floor, the door of room 2016 was still open. Ryan and Shinkong were still curled up in their original positions. After so long, they were still motionless. The sound of Pei Ran coming in startled Ryan, and he raised his head sharply. He saw who it was, and tears welled up in his cartoon-like eyes. Master, Shinkong is dead. It sobbed. It's not moving. I can't wake it up no matter what. The little robot would cry too. Pei Ran knew that Ryan's language state had always been very natural, and Xiaosai had set it up in the most human-like way of expression. It has now chosen the saddest one. Virtual tears have been flowing down. Its own chest is also damaged, exposing the circuit. But it looks fine. There are so many of them. I don't know who they are. They suddenly broke in. Ryan complained to Pei Ran. I was just about to argue with them. Shinkong rushed over, pulled me out, and it was shot. Ryan cried, it must have damaged the core processor. It won't move. It's like this. It must be dead. Right? Pei Ran squatted in front of it, and put his hand on its shoulder. Don't cry, Pei Ran said. I'll find a way to fix it. Ryan nodded, looking at the black screen of the starry sky in his arms. It suddenly asked tentatively, but even if it is repaired, will it still be the original starry sky? Pei Ran looked at it, speechless. Ryan pursed his lips. his face full of sadness. I still want the original starry sky. I don't want the starry sky to die. If it dies, there will be nothing. Even myself. Right? It finally understood what death is. Pei Ran reached out his hand and carefully took Shinkong out of Ryan's arms. Everyone will die. You will. And I will too. You may live a little longer than me. Life will die. Species will become extinct. Planets will disappear. And even the universe will be annihilated. Everything that has a beginning will eventually end. This is a fact we have to accept. Pei Ran studied the hole in Shinkong's chest. W didn't turn off the camera today. The mechanical spider climbed onto her shoulder and looked down with her. Pei Ran asked, "Where are the tools?" He was asking Ryan, and also asking W. "I have them," Ryan said. "Our model comes with repair tools." A small cylindrical silver box popped out from its calf. Pei Ran found a strange-shaped screwdriver inside, and removed the panel on Shinkong's chest. As soon as it was removed, the eyes of both the man and the two machines lit up. The blue light of Shinkong's core processor was still on. This shot broke Shinkong's entire set of connection wires. It just couldn't move, and couldn't show expressions. Ryan cheered immediately, and stood up. "It's not dead. Shinkong is not dead." It turned around aimlessly, and grumbled, "When it's fixed, I'll teach it all the housework. I used to be a little secretive." It whispered, and the voice quickly got louder. "But I won't be like that anymore. I'll teach it everything. Pei Ran, teach it the special technique of using scissors to cut the ceiling of the cooking bag? Shinkong's problem is not big, Pei Ran can fix it himself." She sat on the floor, working hard. Ryan stopped turning around, squatted down again, and watched eagerly. Pei Ran carefully studied the damaged part, and said to W, "We can only repair it roughly, and make do with it. It's better to replace the parts." W replied, "Don't worry. The Loyal Believer S581 is a common intelligent robot. You can find parts in the repair factory. I will have someone send them to you tomorrow." But in any case, the wires were connected. Pei Ran connected the wires, and the face screen of Shinkong suddenly flashed and lit up. And the big cartoon eyes reappeared on the panel. It blinked. "I just heard you talking, but I can't move myself." The line was broken. It couldn't control its body. Like a vegetative person, its brain was still working. It could even hear sounds, but its body couldn't move. Pei Ran helped it sit up. "It's good that you're okay. I'll replace your accessories tomorrow, and a new chest panel. Ryan also needs a new panel." Ryan stretched out his mechanical finger, and carefully poked Shinkong's chest. "Shinkong." It called its name. "Shinkong, Ryan raised a metal hand solemnly. "I swear, I will make you the best housework robot in the whole Blackwell except me." It looked at Shinkong eagerly and enthusiastically, like a swordsman, looking at his disciple who he didn't care about at first, but who was resurrected by accident, suddenly awakened the deep friendship between master and disciple. Pei Ran turned his head to look at Shinkong, and for the first time in his life, he saw an embarrassed expression on the face panel of a robot. But Shinkong quickly turned it into a smile, and said to Ryan politely, "That's great, Ryan, thank you." Chapter 122, CT 122. Shinkong is fine. Pei Ran stood up, and then he felt exhausted. Escaped from the underground vault, rushed back to Heijing in a flying vehicle, 1 hour of life and death, ran for his life, climbed a building, killed a group of people, repaired W and Shinkong, and went through so much trouble until now, it was already past midnight. Ryan remembered, and handed her a key. "Master, the material department delivered the car you bought this morning, and it is parked in the parking lot downstairs." Pei Ran took the key and said to Ryan, "There must be a lot of material coupons issued in the account these 2 days. Go to the material distribution office to see if there are any energy blocks suitable for you and Shinkong." Ryan wondered, "Energy blocks? The one I have now can be used for a long time." "Master, I guess I won't need to change it during your lifetime." Pei Ran, "What if it breaks?" Pei Ran said, "Buy as many as you can." She was scared by W's energy block. Pei Ran washed up hastily, put the mechanical spider on the pillow, fell headfirst, and lay on the bed. W said, "Pei Ran, I'm still turning on the camera." Letting him act like a blind man was just teasing him. Pei Ran buried his head in the pillow, only replied, "Whatever you want," and fell asleep. The mechanical spider looked at her with its black eyes, crawled over, and used its claws to pull the quilt that she pressed under her body. It tried to pull the corner of the quilt out, but it was too small and couldn't pull it at all. It quickly crossed Pei Ran's back, climbed to the other side, tried again, and still couldn't pull it. It had to stop. A moment later, Ryan quietly slid over, followed by Shinkong. Shinkong lowered his voice very low. "What's wrong?" Ryan also answered quietly, "It's God. Let me cover the master with a quilt." At this moment, Blue Zone, an unfinished factory, in a large basement. The simple arena made of metal plates is now empty, and the surroundings are also empty. Only in a corner of the factory, there are various bits and pieces piled up, all of which are parts disassembled by intelligent robots. There were things stolen from the factory, things picked up, and things recycled from various channels. It was a mess, like a garbage dump. This underground factory had no windows, and no lights. It was dark now, because it was empty, and there was no heating equipment. If someone walked in, they would definitely feel a little cold. But CT-122 didn't feel that way. Its new body didn't even have an ambient temperature detection device. The only human in the room, the one-eyed man with an artificial eye, was curled up next to the garbage dump, on a single bed in the corner. He was wrapped in a thick quilt. Even his head was covered, and he was sleeping soundly. CT-122 had been carefully detecting his breathing, counting the frequency. It finally concluded that One Eye must have fallen asleep. This underground casino was opened by One Eye and two other people. CT-122 had been paying attention to the content of One Eye's conversations in the past 2 days. He heard them say that before they fell silent, they were doing this kind of business in the northern city of Araku, modifying various intelligent robots, letting them fight, killing each other, and making money by attracting people to bet. This is illegal. Killing robots is not illegal. What is illegal is the part of opening an underground casino without a business license. The gambling business is lucrative, and has long been monopolized by big conglomerates. Not everyone can do it. However, One Eye is very lucky. He has always been successful, never been caught, and has no criminal record. This time when he came to Heijing, his artificial eye passed the screening criteria because its function is the same as that of a normal human eye. According to his professional skills, he was assigned to work in the Intelligent Robot Maintenance Factory in the Blue Zone. The maintenance factory will recycle old parts, and from time to time, it will bring back truckloads of intelligent robot parts that have been scrapped in silence from Yelcha, Araku and other farther cities outside Heijing. The factory did not strictly manage these piles of scrap parts, and no one paid much attention to them. The material coupons that could be obtained from work were not many, and were only enough for 3 meals a day. After only a few days, Duyin became active. There was almost no entertainment in Heijing. After a day's work, everyone was bored and tried to find ways to have fun. In this time when people were dying everywhere and living a day was considered a day's profit, fun was especially important. Duyin saw the opportunity and returned to his old business and opened this underground casino. He was close to the water, and often brought back some parts, and assembled these broken robots by himself, and also recycled other people's robots to participate in gambling. This business is profitable without any investment, and he would take a commission from each game, which was a sure win. In the past 2 days, CT-122 watched coldly. On the ring, one artificial intelligence robot after another was smashed, hammered, dragged off the stage, and disassembled into parts. Or there was still value for reuse, and they were repaired, flashed, and pushed back to the ring. Those humans, they only regarded artificial intelligence as an object to be disposed of at will, and used them for profit and fun. Every night is a life and death battle. CT-122 tried his best, and only in the past 2 days did he maintain his undefeated record. But no one knows how long this situation can last. Going to the ring every day, staying here is a dead end. Only by escaping from here will there be hope. But before that, CT-122 must do one thing first. It is early morning, and everything is silent. According to the normal sleep cycle of humans, One Eye should have fallen into a deep sleep, and it is a good time to take action. CT-122 moved one leg slightly. Before One Eye fell asleep, he forced it into a dormant state. But One Eye didn't know that the patrol robot of the Public Security Bureau had its own set of safety protection mechanisms, which could be activated at any time. After it killed several robots in a row yesterday, they excitedly replaced it with a stronger new body. It was not in human form, but only 1 meter tall. It had 3 mechanical legs that could be bent at various angles, and a pair of mechanical hands. The body with the core processor was only the size of a paint can. And it was equipped with a red multifunctional camera. I don't know where the camera came from. It has night vision function. The new body is small and flexible, easy to hide, but the explosive power is very strong, just suitable for tonight's plan. CT-122 moves smoothly. When it was a mechanical dog, it was already very accustomed to the mechanism of walking on 3 legs. All the movements were under control, and its red eyes were fixed on the person on the bed. It slowly moved to the table, picked up a spike on the table. It held the spike with its mechanical hand, very patiently, and approached the bed. Stable and long breathing sounds could still be detected, which indicated that the one-eyed man was still in deep sleep. It is the best AI sheriff in the Public Security Bureau. It is impossible to make any noise. CT-122 has absolute confidence. It moved to the front of the single bed. According to the shape of the quilt, it quickly calculated the position of the heart of the person inside. Ding ding ding. Dong dong dong. Ding dong ding dong ding dong. Suddenly, a harsh music sounded. And the sound was so loud that it was scary. The one-eyed man on the bed opened the quilt and sat up suddenly. It was his bracelet that suddenly beeped. The bracelet popped up a virtual screen, and the light of the screen illuminated the face of the one-eyed man. He looked in shock at the robot with red eyes and a sharp cone in front of the bed. He reacted quickly and immediately reached out to fumble around in the quilt on the bed. CT-122 knew what he was looking for. It was a remote control. It was the magic weapon that the one-eyed man used to control it. With a casual press, it would collapse to the ground and could not get up. CT-122 did not wait for him to touch it. Without hesitation, he pointed the sharp cone in his hand at his heart and stabbed it hard. The one-eyed man let out a scream. He lowered his head, stared at the spike on his chest in disbelief, paused for a second, and fell backwards. CT-122 pulled out the spike, ignored the bleeding one-eyed man, quickly lifted the quilt, and went to find the remote control. The one-eyed man usually took the remote control to bed, but it was not on the bed today. It was forced to sleep just now, and he did not see where the one-eyed man put the remote control. What's wrong? A voice suddenly came from the other end of the basement. Over there was a small room, inside which slept 2 other people who organized the underground casino, one nicknamed Hey Zai, the other nicknamed Catfish. They were awakened by the screams of One Eye. Someone leaned over to look over here. The screen of One Eye's bracelet was still on, illuminating the figure of CT-122 beside the bed. The man over there was stunned for a moment, and immediately jumped off the bed and rushed over. CT-122 quickly estimated in his mind, and the sharp cone in his hand changed direction neatly, and entered the state of preparing for fighting. It should be no problem to kill 2 more people. But it saw that, after Hazai rushed out, he ran straight to a table over there. It quickly zoomed in the screen, locked onto the target, and saw that on the table, behind a pile of parts, a corner of the remote control that could make it paralyzed and unable to move was exposed. It quickly calculated the distance and speed of both sides, and knew that it would be too late to grab it. So it turned around and ran away. The basement had not yet been installed with a door, only a door opening, and CT-122 rushed to the next door in a blink of an eye. It must be fast. It has been observing carefully for the past 2 days. And this remote control is also a piece of junk picked up from somewhere. And its performance is not very good. And the effective distance will not exceed 40 meters. In other words, as long as it can successfully run 40 meters away, it can escape. The next room is also an unfinished factory building, with a large area. CT-122 relies on the map built in his mind when he was brought here, and runs forward quickly in the complex basement. There seems to be footsteps chasing behind him, and CT-122 finally sees the light at the staircase. It bends its legs and ricochets up. It is still late at night outside, and the factory windows have not been installed yet. There are only bare window holes, and the stars of light from the dome of the black well are shining through. CT-122 leaped and rushed out through the window. There was a road outside, and on both sides were large factory dormitories in the blue zone. One side of the road had not been completely repaired, and there was only a rough outline of the road surface. There were no streetlights, and no surveillance was installed for the time being. CT-122 ran over there. In this unmonitored area, even at night, there were some questionable humans wandering around, doing all kinds of shameful transactions. According to the standards of an artificial intelligence sheriff, everyone should be taken back for a thorough trial. But tonight was very unusual. There was not a single human here. It was empty everywhere. There were footsteps running behind him, He could tell that they were two people. They must be Heisey and Catfish. He had just murdered a human. Those people would never let him go easily. CT-122 ran as fast as he could. On the unrepaired road behind him, there was a sound of wheels rolling over the uneven ground. CT-122 judged there was trouble. If it was a car from the factory, Heisey and Catfish would definitely stop it and have someone drive a car to chase it. They had earned a lot of material coupons these days. As long as they were willing to give enough material coupons, there was nothing they couldn't do. The sound of the vehicle stopped. A roar came from afar. "Who are you?" It was the people in the car shouting at Heisey and Catfish, who were chasing it. "We are out running. Exercising. Why are you running around in the middle of the night? There is a curfew tonight, don't you know?" CT-122, curfew? It glanced back and saw that it was a green military vehicle that stopped Heisey and Catfish, and several soldiers with guns were jumping out of the vehicle. CT-122 immediately dodged and hid himself in the shadow of the building. It heard them still talking. "Tonight, no one in Blackwell is allowed to go out without a special pass. Take them both into the car." Then came Catfish's panicked voice. We really don't know. Where are you taking us?" They were doing an illegal business, and fearing that they would be thrown out of Blackwell after being discovered, they dared not say that they were chasing an intelligent robot that had killed people. "What are you afraid of? Come with us first, and we'll let you out once you've explained everything." The military vehicle started up again, turned around on the road, and drove off in another direction. Now CT-122 was the only one left on the empty street. It no longer had to run for its life, and its movement speed slowed down, carefully identifying the factories around it. The last time it was brought here in the form of a mechanical dog, CT-122 saw a smart robot repair factory on the road, and it was estimated that there were all kinds of parts it needed. It was a white building. It found it quickly and ran over quietly. It saw clearly that day that the factory had very strict security measures. There were soldiers with guns on duty at the door. It wondered if it could find a way to sneak in. But when it got closer, it found that the soldiers at the door were gone. This was too strange. Tonight, everything was strange. It was curfew. There was no one on the road. There were military vehicles patrolling, taking away those who were running around. And there were no armed soldiers outside the factory. Something big seemed to have happened in Haging. No matter what happened, it was a rare opportunity for CT-122. It quickly determined the location of several nearby surveillance cameras, quickly calculated the route to avoid surveillance, and approached the factory. The factory had a security system, but as a strictly trained artificial intelligence sheriff, it was professional in catching thieves who broke through the security system, or breaking through the security system itself. CT-122 skillfully cut into the security system, temporarily shut it down, found a vent, retracted 3 legs, and got in. It crawled forward along the passage, looking down through the mesh of the vent. The factory was very quiet at night. No one was there. Further ahead, it saw its own kind. There were many different models of intelligent robots, all of which seemed damaged, with traces of charring and burning, and incomplete parts, and thrown there lifelessly. It looked like a large corpse dumping site. CT-122 opened the vent, and slid down quickly and swiftly. Chapter 123. Blackwell. The 24th day after entering the silence. Pei-Ren fell asleep in one breath, and didn't know when he slept until he opened his eyes. The mechanical spider lay on the pillow, and behind it, the sunlight outside the virtual French window was warm and bright. Pei-Ren poked it, and asked, "What time is it?" W immediately answered in her ear, 10 o'clock in the morning. It was already 10 o'clock. No one called her, which showed that from last night to now, Blackwell was safe and sound, and no major chaos had occurred. W said, "I told Marshal Wiener that you were too tired yesterday and were still sleeping. She said there was no need to wake you up, and it would be in time for you to go to the command center after you got up. Except for the hole on Shinkong's chest. Everything was normal. It and Ryan had prepared breakfast long ago. Pei-Ren took medicine and breakfast, and when she went downstairs, she saw the military vehicle that sent her home last night waiting downstairs. The driver was a young soldier, who came up to her. Pei-Ren shook the keys. "I can drive there myself." The young soldier saluted and replied, "It's still under martial law today, and ordinary vehicles cannot pass. The streets of Haging are still under martial law. Very deserted. Only military vehicles are coming and going. There are no ordinary pedestrians. And all the factories in Haging are closed today. And administrative staff are not at work. There are armed troops on duty in the central square. The central building is heavily guarded, just like last night. Pei Ren passed through unimpeded all the way, and went straight to the top floor. The corridor, outside the small meeting room on the top floor was clean, presumably done by a cleaning robot. The walls and the floor were shiny. There was no trace of blood, only in the air, there seemed to be a faint fishy smell. The command center hall was full of soldiers, each busy with their own work, dealing with various issues left over from last night's coup. The voice of Agent W echoed in the hall. Everything was in order. Marshal Wiener saw Pei Ren. Gave her a smile. Have you slept enough? Pei Ren nodded. Took out the small memory from his pocket. And handed it to Marshal Wiener. This is what I found in the mining area 2 days ago. It is said that there is file number 10 in it. Marshal Wiener was stunned. File number 10. Of course she had heard of it. It was spread everywhere. And there was evidence of various shady collusion between the Federal Inheritance Party and the Chables and file number 10. Before the outbreak of silence, she had also sent people to look for him. But unfortunately the person with file number 10, who seemed to be called Kuchi or something, had been missing. This thing is actually in Pei Ren's hands. And he handed it to her so casually. Marshal Wiener took it immediately. Agent W. W replied, I understand. I will crack it as soon as possible. Pei Ren knew in his heart that the situation was different now. Yuha and his son were dead. Marshal Wiener had completely turned against the Federal Inheritance Party, and there would be no possibility of any cooperation. The name of the Inheritance Party's coup last night was to oppose the military's unconstitutional and dictatorship. It was the most appropriate time to expose a large amount of their own black materials. After the exposure of the black material, whatever the Inheritance Party wants to do will be out of line, and those who still want to follow this faction to secretly make moves will give up the idea. To completely crush the Inheritance Party, so that they cannot turn over, is in line with Marshal Wiener's current interests, and will also make Pei Ren, who is completely on the opposite side of him, safer. Pei Ren handed over the things, and felt relieved. Marshal Wiener asked, Agent W, has the transfer order for Pei Ren been issued? W's voice came. It has been issued. Pei Ren has been transferred from FBSND to the Special Security Department, and his position is the Deputy Minister of the Special Security Department. Marshal Wiener nodded, and said to Pei Ren, You will stay by my side from now on. Before he finished speaking, an officer came hurriedly over. The officer reported in a low voice, Marshal Wiener, General Eugene Staff Officer was found, hiding in a factory building in the Blue Zone. We searched him out, and he is now being taken downstairs. Do you want to bring him up? Marshal Wiener's face darkened. Bring him in. Soon, a soldier escorted a man into the command center. The man was dressed in a very messy way. The hat was gone, the buttons of his uniform were torn off, and his collar was open, as if he had been in a sewer, and he was dirty. Marshal Wiener looked him up and down, and then he spoke. Antoine, how long have I known you? Antoine. Admiral Eugene Staff Officer, opened his mouth, and said in a hoarse voice, 17, 18 years. Marshal Wiener continued to ask calmly, How long have I known Admiral Eugene? Antoine's voice became even lower. Nearly 30 years. Marshal Wiener frowned, and his expression became stern. You still remember it. Is this the reason why you turned your guns around and betrayed me with Baseway and others? Antoine said nothing. Admiral Eugene died last night. Marshal Wiener said. I sent people to look for you everywhere and brought you here. Just to ask, why did you do that? Marshal Wiener could not let it go, after being stabbed in the back by his old friend, and the person he trusted the most. Antoine took a deep breath. The dignity of a soldier drove him to raise his eyes, and look directly at Marshal Wiener. Admiral Eugene thinks, and I think so too, that you have changed, he said, since entering the Black Well. You have become more and more arbitrary and unwilling to listen to other people's opinions. Marshal Wiener seemed to smile. But his jaw was tense, and the corners of his mouth were pulled to the side. It didn't look like a real smile at all. I wait patiently for the decision-making committee members to discuss, hold meetings, and vote every day. Isn't that enough? Antoine shook his head. We all know what that kind of voting is like. He paused, and continued, Admiral Eugene means that although Bosseville is not very good, he is at least willing to maintain the federal system. As long as the federal system remains unchanged, he can be replaced at any time in a reasonable and legal manner, and replaced by others. Marshal Wiener also stared at him. We all know what that kind of replacement is like. Don't we? Antoine was silent for a moment. He pursed his lips. But I still remember that from the first day we became soldiers. We swore an oath. Not to be loyal to a certain person. Or to certain people. But to be loyal to the Federation. His tone became firm. I don't know what is right. But I always feel that Haging should not be a Haging of a dictator. And the Federation should not be a federation of dictators. There should never be a person who has the final say and is arbitrary. His words were interrupted by a gunshot. Blood gushed out from his forehead. He froze for a moment. His eyes still wide open. And then he fell down. The command hall was silent. This was not a battlefield. Nor an emergency. It was the first time that Marshal Wiener had killed someone without going through a military court trial. Marshal Wiener calmly put away his gun and waved his hand to have the body dragged away. She said to W calmly, Agent W. From now on, all situations that were previously reported to the Temporary Decision-Making Committee will only be reported to me. And all important decisions must be approved by me before they can be implemented. In the command hall, everyone understood that there would be no such thing as a temporary decision-making committee in Haging in the future. Pei Ran looked at Marshal Wiener silently. After what happened last night, the fake and smooth expression of a politician on her face disappeared, and the few words she said just now were quite straightforward. In short, she just stopped pretending. Nanny could have been a cover, but Marshal Wiener had obviously made up his mind, and didn't even want this cover. She suffered a big loss last night, and many of her ideas were different. Pei Ran said to W in her mind, so Marshal Wiener finally plans to take all the power into his own hands? W said, yes. If Haging really needs a leader, Marshal Wiener is smart and capable. And is definitely a better choice. At least much better than Basherway. Pei Ran glanced at Marshal Wiener's back. But the question is it really right to let one person control everything in Haging? W answered honestly, I don't know. Pei Ran didn't know either. In a corner of the command hall, Xiaosai sat in his original position and asked W, my cousin hasn't woken up yet? Lieutenant General Song Wan was shot in the abdomen last night, and is still in a coma. W's voice came from his headset immediately. I can see the hospital surveillance, not yet, but don't worry, she didn't hurt her vital parts, and her condition has stabilized. When she wakes up, I will tell you as soon as possible. Xiaosai sighed. That's good. I'll go see her after get off work. He has been here since last night. Xiaosai looked up at Pei Ran standing next to Marshal Wiener. So Marshal Wiener wants to keep Pei Ran by his side? Yes, I also plan to revise the system of Haging, specially approve Pei Ran, and other superpowers who have been carefully examined by her in the future, and transfer them to the Special Security Department, so they don't need to wear the suppression bracelet anymore. Pei Ran's bracelet received the transfer order. When she arrived at the Special Security Department, she received a lot more daily material coupons. But she had nothing to do compared to when she was in FSMD. Her mission was to follow Marshal Wiener. Marshal Wiener stayed in the command center all the time. And Pei Ran just wandered around in the command center. As long as she was there, it was fine. Marshal Wiener was busy and didn't ask her to do anything. Pei Ran looked around. W's voice was always echoing in the command center. He was busy allocating resources and assigning tasks. His tone was flat, calm, and a little mechanical, which was completely different from when he spoke in her ear. Pei Ran walked around and came to Xiaosai's side and immediately saw a corner of the virtual screen, W's room. W was sitting on an armchair, reading a book. He was only wearing a white shirt today and a dark tie without any other decorations. He knew she was coming and raised his eyes, looking out of the screen. Xiaosai immediately pulled a chair over and asked Pei Ran to sit down. What are you daydreaming about? W asked in her ear. His voice sounded in a loudspeaker in the hall and in her ear at the same time, and it felt very strange. Pei Ran was curious. W. You really won't accidentally broadcast what you said to me? He is an artificial intelligence. He shouldn't make such a low-level mistake. W said, it's hard to say. Maybe he will. In the hall, W suddenly said on the loudspeaker, Pei Ran. Pei Ran was frightened. The voice in the loudspeaker paused deliberately, scaring her enough, and then continued, the special permission order for has been drafted. Marshal Wiener. You can pass it after signing. It is a special permission to exempt from wearing a suppression bracelet. Marshal Wiener replied, okay. She casually clicked on the bracelet screen to sign. W was deliberately scaring people. Pei Ran was so angry that he gritted his teeth and wanted to go downstairs to his computer room and give his core processor a kick. Are you so scared? W seemed to laugh. And his voice suddenly became very low. We didn't talk about any shameful topics. Pei Ran, your 2 sentences are quite shameful. Really? W said in her ear. He suddenly changed his voice and used his low and ambiguous breath to slur his words. In fact, I can be even more shameful. Pei Ran. Pei Ran raised his head, looked around, and thought, do you want to listen to what the security agent is saying now? In broad daylight, there are so many people here, his unique cold and emotionless voice is still echoing in the hall. The factory building of the E45 plot in the blue zone is still under construction. It is expected to be completed on the 13th of this month. By then, he is a lunatic. Crazy AI. Pei Ran retorted, what's the point of just saying a few words? Would you like to come and see me? W, not so good. W on the screen closed the book, turned his head and stared at her. Boring. Isn't it? I'll play cards with you. Pei Ran didn't let him go. What cards? Is it a shameful card? W said, do you really want it? Okay. Like this, I lose and I take off a piece of clothing. You lose and I take off a piece of clothing. In short, he just wants to take off his clothes. Xiaosai looked at Pei Ran, who had been silent all the time, and then looked at W, who was also silent on the screen, and came to a conclusion. I suspect that you two are doing something secretly that I don't know about. W in Xiaosai's headset, and Pei Ran next to him said in unison, with the same innocent expression, no. W opened a card game on the screen, and played with her. The rules are not complicated. Comparing the size of the cards, whoever finishes the cards first wins. W explained it once, and Pei Ran understood. She was smart. And her luck in playing cards was bizarre. So she got off to a good start, and won the first hand. Pei Ran said in his heart, take it off. W on the screen was very calm, and raised his hand to loosen his tie. Xiaosai, who was busy on the screen next to him, glanced over here and wondered, W, what are you doing? W replied, it's hot. He was the master of his virtual world, and it would be hot whenever he said it was hot. W took off his tie, threw it aside, and began to unbutton his shirt slowly. Pei Ran didn't call for a stop, just looked at him, wanting to see what tricks he could come up with. Xiaosai silently turned his swivel chair in a different direction, focused on his work facing the screen next to him, no longer looking at the two of them. On the screen, W unbuttoned the last button and peeled off his shirt. There was another layer inside. Pei Ran mouthed to him, coward. W admitted that he was a coward, without refutation, only said, let's play again. The difficulty of the card game was gradually increasing, and the ratio of winning and losing was just right. Pei Ran gradually became interested in playing. She won and lost, and no matter whether she won or lost, W kept taking off her clothes. Under each layer of clothes, a new layer of clothes would magically emerge. Like peeling an onion. Endless. His strip show was very shameless. And the speed of cracking file number 10 in the memory was not slow. Several files that were not processed yesterday were also processed. By the afternoon, it was announced that all the cracking was completed. Marshal Wiener did not hesitate and immediately made file number 10 public. There were too many contents in file number 10, and some of them were very professional, which ordinary people could not understand. Marshal Wiener asked W to extract the most explosive and most talked about points from the huge amount of evidence and materials, and made a simple and clear video, which was immediately released. There were few entertainment activities in Beijing to begin with, and the release of file number 10 was like setting off a bombshell. During the shutdown, everyone had nothing to do, and it was a good time to spread the news. The Inheritance Party and the Chaebol colluded with each other to plunder the federal wealth. The evidence was irrefutable, and they were doomed to failure. The fact that Yuha invited Baseway and others to eat human flesh was the most explosive part, and it also proved the rumor that the royal family had eaten human flesh. Before the evening, Marshal Wiener announced that all the assets of the Yuha family in Beijing had been frozen, and an investigation had been launched. This piece of fat meat, finally swallowed? For a whole day, there were turbulent times in the Black Well. Some people were ruined, some people died on the spot, some people rose to prominence. Pei Ran declined Marshal Wiener's proposal to let her move into the red zone, and still returned to her dormitory. The car left the central building and drove out of the central square. Through the car window, Pei Ran suddenly saw from a distance, at the end of the road, a small group of special soldiers came over. Their team was extremely orderly, moving in unison and marching towards this side. The streets were filled with the sound of footsteps in perfect rhythm. The soldiers were much taller than humans. Under the light of the black well, the silver metal shell shone with a cold light. Pei Ran's hair stood up. What is this? The mechanical spider probed and looked at it. It's a newly repaired intelligent combat robot on the production line, Attacker 13. He said, don't worry, it's an intelligent robot, not a crazy fusion. Pei Ran was speechless. This did not make people feel at ease. The military vehicle slowly drove past the battle robot queue. W said, the production line specially repaired a batch of Attacker 13 models. After what happened last night, Marshal Wiener felt that intelligent battle robots obey orders better than human soldiers, so he decided to try to use them to replace ordinary soldiers, to perform various guard and protection tasks in Beijing. Chapter 124. Pei Ran returned to the dormitory, and as soon as he entered the door, he saw Ryan holding a cardboard box, waiting at the door. It reported, Master, we have bought the energy blocks, and this box was delivered today, saying it is the accessories for the Loyal Believer S581 intelligent robot. Shinkong's accessories have arrived. Ryan held the box, looking at Pei Ran eagerly, and unexpectedly, contrary to his usual behavior, did not urge her to take a shower and change clothes first. It was scared by the black screen of Shinkong yesterday, and wished that she would fix Shinkong completely immediately, and probably waited for her at home for a day. Pei Ran opened the box. The carton contained 2 chest panels, and the parts that Shinkong needed to replace. Yesterday, W only took a look, and pulled out the list of parts, and sent them all today. Ryan's was simpler. Pei Ran replaced the chest panel for him first, and then sat down on the spot, and asked Shinkong to come over, and lie on his back in front of her, and replace the parts for him. When she closed Shinkong's new panel, Ryan asked tentatively, are they all fixed? Pei Ran nodded. Yes. Ryan immediately turned around. Everything is back to good old condition. He must have been worried for a day, fearing that Shinkong would have problems again, but now he is finally relieved. After Ryan finished his circle, he suddenly looked down at Pei Ran. Master, go take a shower. Why are you sitting here so dirty? Pei Ran. This little robot changes his attitude faster than turning a page. Pei Ran stood up, put the mechanical spider on the table, and went to the bathroom. When she finished her shower, as soon as she came out, she heard a muffled sound like an explosion. Swish. Snap. Pei Ran's body instinctively tensed up, and she turned back suddenly, looking in the direction of the sound. It was the virtual French window. Outside the French window, in the dark night sky, with that sound, the sky was filled with shining golden dots, like a huge flower of light blooming in the air. Pei Ran had never seen such an explosion in his life. He was stunned for a moment, and then he suddenly realized that this was not an explosion at all, it was a special thing described in the novel. Ryan had heard the sound and slid over. It said, oh my god! Fireworks! The starry sky also followed, and like Pei Ran, he had never seen the world, and his big cartoon eyes were wide open. Pei Ran and the other 2, each with 2 machines, stood in a row in front of the French window, looking up together, with 3 faces of surprise. The bright spot that made up the flower of light slowly fell in the air, and before it could disappear, a new bright spot rushed up to the sky and suddenly exploded. This time it was a big red flower, and the bright red light spots radiated out in all directions. Then, one after another, bright spots soared into the sky, exploding into a sky full of colorful fireworks. The mechanical spider climbed up Pei Ran's legs at some point, lying on her shoulder, looking at the sky with her. He didn't turn off the camera again. It seemed like it had rained. The stone floor of the music square outside was wet and shiny, reflecting the colorful shadows of the fireworks in the sky. In the square, people in the virtual world were also looking up at the fireworks. Pei Ran was speechless. She asked W in her heart, what festival is today? Do you want to set off fireworks? W answered calmly, to make Pei Ran happy. The name of this festival is so long. Pei Ran asked him, can we celebrate this festival every day? I hope so. W said, and then changed his words. I definitely can. Fireworks rose and fell in many different styles, wave after wave, and continued. Amid the explosion, W said, Pei Ran. This afternoon, Marshal Wiener requested the establishment of a new department to check the list of all people with superpowers in the Black Well within a few days, and to get a thorough understanding. Also, he said, Li Yin's salary has been upgraded to a higher level, and he is a special consultant to the Black Well FVSND team. It is a nominal position, and he is no longer directly responsible for specific work. 2 ordinary people without superpowers have been transferred here. They are both Marshall Wiener's confidants. They serve as the chief and deputy chief of the FBS&B Blackwell team, respectively, and are specifically responsible for the management of the fusion bodies in the Blackwell. Pei Ran had expected it. As a fusion with superpowers, she fought alone, slaughtered all members of the temporary decision-making committee, and a large number of special warfare soldiers. And her ability was terrifying, which made people afraid. Marshall Wiener had to reconsider the management of these people with superpowers. Pei Ran himself was promoted and became the new deputy director of the Special Service Security Department. But he was a deputy director in name only, and had no real power. He had not seen any colleagues in the past 2 days, and just hung around Marshall Wiener every day. She didn't say anything, and W stopped talking. They stared at the fireworks in the sky in a trance. The fireworks lasted for a long time before gradually stopping. Pei Ran said to Ryan, "Put all the things we bought, as well as the daily necessities, such as clothes and medicine, in boxes and bags." Ryan replied, "Okay." It asked, "Pack them all up? Are we going to run away?" Pei Ran replied, "Prepare for a rainy day. Be prepared." Blackwell. The 25th day after entering silence. The martial law finally ended. Early in the morning, everyone received a notice and went to work as usual. After a day and 2 nights of silence, buses and civilians reappeared on the road in Haijing. Pei Ran was finally able to drive his newly bought pickup truck. Although the car was an antique, its performance was quite good and it was easy to drive. It was full of energy, which was worth Pei Ran's time and effort to choose and spend so many material coupons on it. When the pickup truck approached the central square, the car in front suddenly slowed down and was blocked. Pei Ran was a little surprised. What happened? Traffic accident? W said in her ear, "No. Look at the big screen." In the central square, on the huge virtual screen that stands tall and straight, the scene on the wasteland outside the Blackwell is displayed at this time. The yellow sky and red earth. On the barren red earth, there stands a whole row of people with their hands and feet bound. Pei Ran asked, "What are they doing?" W said, "Execution." Pei Ran was silent for a moment. "Execute those who participated in this incident?" "Yes." W's voice was calm. "Without going through the trial process, direct execution." Marshal Wiener drew up a list of executions this morning, all of whom were officers under Admiral Eugene and Lieutenant General Delsa who participated in this incident. Now Marshal Wiener makes decisions alone, and the speed of issuing orders is so fast that even W was a little caught off guard. She is using an iron fist to eliminate dissidents. Pei Ran asked, "Are these all Delsa and Eugene's confidants?" "Not necessarily," W said. "At least in my judgment. Not all of them. Soldiers will obey the orders of their superiors. And many people are just following orders. It's enough to replace the generals. There is no need to affect so many people." It can be heard that W, as a federal security agent, does not agree with this level of purge. There are many vehicles and pedestrians in the central square, all looking up at the virtual big screen. In silence, a series of gunshots rang out without being muted, and the sound echoed between the skyscrapers, with the reverberation continuing. Blood flowed all over the floor, mixed with the red soil. The execution had to be broadcast live, and it had to be broadcast live on the big screen in the central square, which was probably the deterrent effect Marshal Wiener wanted. Pei Ran felt that what Marshal Wiener needed now was not the supreme power of Haijing, but psychological counseling. Pei Ran entered the central building, and came to the command center on the top floor, and Marshal Wiener had already arrived. There is her private office on the top floor, but she rarely goes there, and stays in the command center. Pei Ran can tell without W analyzing her micro-expressions that she is in a good mood. It is obvious that it is another day of doing nothing. Pei Ran ran to Qiaosai to kill time. Qiaosai was eating bread. Pei Ran's eyes were looking for W on the screen, and he asked him casually, "Bread for breakfast?" Qiaosai seemed to be choked by the bread, and he coughed twice before answering yes. It's a hard life. Pei Ran saw W appear on the screen, and then turned his head. "Ah? Is the bread bad?" The bread distributed in the cafeteria is different from the bread in the mining area. It is white and delicate, and much better than the black bread in the bunker world. Qiaosai glanced at W, who was coming out of the virtual bedroom and slowly adjusting his cuffs. Qiaosai, no, I just love bread, especially love it, I'm addicted to it." "Oh, Pei-Ren pulled a chair over and sat down. Suddenly, he remembered his hearty breakfast today and felt a little guilty. Xiao Sai, Ryan is your housework robot. Right? Do you need it to go back? It's obvious that Ryan must have been looted by W from Xiao Sai. But now I have feelings for Ryan. I really feel a little reluctant to let it go back. Xiao Sai hurriedly shook his hand. No. No, you keep it. I don't need it. Pei-Ren asked sincerely. Then who will help you sweep the floor? Cook and do housework? Xiao Sai's eyes swept across the screen, trying to put on a sincere smile, and said vaguely, I have another one, called Sai Xiao. Pei-Ren nodded, and continued to chat with Xiao Sai. So did you make W? Xiao Sai rode, of course not. W was created by one of our teams. There was a big boss leading the team. And I was just a small soldier working there. He said, but the small soldier was very lucky. When the silence broke out, I happened to be in the Ministry of Defense, and I moved to the Black Well with them. Others were not as lucky as me, and probably did not survive. He concluded, so I am the only one left in the team now. It can be seen that he and W have a close relationship, more like good friends. W was on the screen, also sitting in the armchair, tilting his head calmly, watching the two of them chatting enthusiastically, and suddenly a card appeared between his fingers. The cards flipped and fluttered smoothly between his fingers, like a butterfly flapping its wings impatiently. Xiao Sai caught a glimpse of it, and was startled. He said to Pei-Ren, I'm going to start working. You can play by yourself. W then tilted her head and smiled, and whispered in Pei-Ren's ear, let him be busy. And we two continue playing cards? He hadn't taken off enough. Today, while Pei-Ren was playing cards, he kept one ear open to listen to W and his team assigning and managing various affairs inside and outside the Black Well. Pei-Ren found that when he handled work here, his way was different from when he was with her. He usually brings out several alternative plans at once, and lets Marshall Wiener pick one. When Pei-Ren is with him, she doesn't need him to come up with several plans. She usually lets him decide on the best solution. For example, when planning a route, she never asks anything and just follows his navigation. She completely trusts W's judgment and doesn't want to waste her brainpower and time. Marshall Wiener is different. Although she supports the Ministry of National Defense's use of Security Agent W, she doesn't seem to be completely reassured. She always browses through several alternative plans on the screen first. In fact, she often doesn't look carefully, and just picks the one she likes. Now she is the only one making decisions. And she is very fast. Today they are mainly arranging the appointment and removal of military personnel. So many officers have died, and all the vacancies need to be filled. Pei-Ren played a card and said to W in his heart, Marshall Wiener is getting more and more decisive. The W on the screen is not as cold as his voice in the hall. He played a card and looked worried. I don't like the temporary decision-making committee to argue with each other, which slows down the decision-making process. But such a one-man show is also worrying. Blackwell, underground, vertical plantation, Area P. This is the most secluded edge of the Blackwell plantation, close to the westernmost periphery. Large plots of land have not been completed. Only simple support frames have been built. The ground is still bumpy, and there are no planting racks. 2 people in military uniforms sneaked out. The 2 people had messy hair and were covered in dirt. One of the younger ones looked up nervously at the dome of the plantation. Is there really no surveillance here? Don't worry, there is definitely no surveillance in this area. There are not enough people. They are busy installing surveillance in the blue zone. It will take a few days before it's this area's turn, I know. The older one answered. He groped the wall, mumbling something in his mouth, as if calculating the distance in his mind. The young soldier was worried. Should we really run? It's quiet outside. Besides, we are technicians. Even if something happens, it shouldn't involve us. If you stay, you will die. The elder man carefully felt the wall. Marshall Wiener has really made up his mind this time to replace the people coming from the Northwest Military Region. So many officers have been executed. Look, Colonel Garman, who is in charge of our research center, is such a good person. He was promoted by Lieutenant General Delsa, and they have a good personal relationship and are close to each other. This time, he was directly executed. They don't care if you are a technician or not. The young soldier remained silent. The elder finally found the location, pulled out a palm-sized dark blue object from his pocket, and pressed it against the wall. The young man helped him press it together, but was still worried. Can it work? Why not? The protective isolation layer around the black well was built by us, and no one knows it better than me. This thing in my hand is the nemesis of the protective layer. I have carefully calculated it. After we destroyed the sensor over there, we used it to blow up this place. If it is properly controlled, the fluctuations caused will never trigger the alarm system. And this side is connected to the old mine tunnel. Once it is blown up, we can escape. The several exits of the black well are now guarded more tightly, and it is difficult to fly away. If you want to escape from the black well and save your life, you must use this method to open up a new way out. The elder fixed it, and signaled the young soldier to retreat together. The two retreated a distance, and the elder pressed the remote control. There was a muffled sound. A hole collapsed in the wall. The hole was not big, only less than 1 person tall. At the same time as the hole, a blue light wall appeared. This was a protective isolation layer that wrapped around the black well like an eggshell. It was originally hidden in the wall, but now it was exposed. With the explosion of the special bomb, the blue light wall also fluctuated slightly, and the swaying like water waves soon stabilized, and a gap appeared on the light wall. The elder said, "Look, it's just right. Let's go." Once we get to the old mine tunnel, we can't talk anymore. The young man nodded, indicating that he understood. He looked at the hole torn in the blue protective isolation layer. A little worried. "Will there be another hole in the black well?" The elder said. "Is it more important for you to escape and survive, or to think about this kind of problem? We didn't do anything wrong. We were chased everywhere for no reason, and we only made such a small hole for them, which is considered light." The two people crawled out of the hole and disappeared in the dark old mine tunnel outside. The small hole torn in the protective isolation layer is still there, in this corner where no one comes. It seems that there is an insignificant hole in the big ship of the black well. Chapter 125. Peiran spent another idle day. Marshal Wiener stayed in the command center for most of the day, and called several meetings. Peiran followed her everywhere, and finally made it to the end of the get-off-work day. Marshal Wiener had no intention of leaving, but Peiran ignored her, and went downstairs on time to go home. Aging finally returned to normal, and the central square was full of people leaving get-off-work. Countless people returned to the dormitory, and had dinner, and ended a normal and busy day. Blackwell gradually fell into the night. In the center of the city, underground, surrounded by a three-dimensional plantation, there is a special space. It is a tightly guarded closed hall. The door is always locked, and all people entering and leaving must have special permission, and must undergo strict identity checks. The circular hall is very large, like a well going down deep, and in the middle of the bottom of the well, there is a giant black umbrella-shaped device, like an upside-down mushroom. The umbrella cover is open, stretching upwards. This is the core shielding layer generator that protects this underground city. Because of it, the whole city can be safe and sound in silence. Although it is placed in the black well, in order to prevent various accidents, the protection measures are not sloppy. Above the wellhead where the generator is placed, there is a solid protective cover, and on the corridors surrounding it, there are a whole team of armed soldiers guarding. The soldiers who were responsible for guarding the shielding layer generator were originally soldiers from the Northwest Military Region led by Lieutenant General Delsa, but now they have all been replaced by Attacker 13 intelligent combat robots led by 2 human officers. The combat robots stood motionless, like statues. Suddenly, on one side of the circular wellhead, a light flashed for a moment. It was only a very brief flash, but several nearby intelligent combat robots noticed it, and immediately turned their heads to stare at that side. The 2 human officers saw them turn their heads, and immediately turned their heads to look over there. Everything was normal over there, and there was no movement. After a while, when the intelligent combat robots turned their heads, a green light suddenly broke out in the hall. It came from under their feet. Countless green light spots surged out from the ground like a surging tide. The 2 human officers were stunned for a moment, and then realized that it was a light vortex. The light vortex that was said to create a terrible crazy fusion body. The question was, how could a light vortex come here? Before they could react, a huge light vortex was spinning, rising from the ground, and instantly swallowed up the 2 officers and a row of combat robots. Countless light spots sank into their bodies, and both humans and intelligent combat robots fell down. The combat robots in other directions immediately opened fire, but it was useless. The light vortex was not a solid entity. It was composed of special light spots that appeared and disappeared mysteriously, and could pass through solid entities. The firepower of weapons was completely powerless against it. The arm was spinning, and the combat robots fell one after another. The attacker 13 type closest to the door saw this scene, was stunned for a moment, and suddenly put down the weapon on his arm, and turned around and ran. The rotating arm was chasing it from behind, and it rushed to the door at the fastest speed, and opened the door of the hall, and successfully rushed out before being swallowed by the light spot. In the three-dimensional plantation. On the unfinished construction site, several groups of intelligent robots are busy building plant racks. They are all of the same model, the XR7G2 full-function intelligent robots of Jirui Company. This type of robot is slightly taller than ordinary humans, has a head and limbs, and its body structure and proportions are similar to humans. But the whole body is wrapped in a layer of silver metal shell, and is mainly used to replace humans, to do some physical work that requires on-site improvisation, high flexibility, and delicate and complex. Not only are they flexible, they are also very strong, and they can build the planting racks very quickly. CT-122 is also pretending to be busy. It is too dangerous for an AI robot to be alone in the black well without a master. It is safest to hide among other robots. CT-122 searched for a long time in the maintenance factory the night before yesterday, and finally found the XR7G2 model that best matches its core processor, and replaced it, and stayed in the warehouse for another day. This morning, someone came to the warehouse to pick up this type of intelligent robot. CT-122 successfully got in, and followed them to the three-dimensional plantation. It was not really entered into the system, and could not receive task information. It just imitated the appearance of other robots, and did its work in a fake way. Each group of robots thought it was from another group, and no one paid attention. Another row of planting racks was set up. When CT-122 was following other robots to carry steel pipes, it suddenly heard a burst of hurried footsteps coming from a distance. CT-122 saw at a glance that it was an Attacker 13 intelligent combat robot. The direction it came from was the hall, where the core shielding layer generator was placed. There were warning signs on the walls there. This was very wrong. The other labor robots were indifferent, had no reaction, and were only busy with their own work. But CT-122 stopped. When it was a mechanical puppy, it had heard Zhuang Mian tell Nono that the existence of the Blackwell Arc was entirely dependent on a core shielding layer generator hidden deep underground. The shielding layer it produced isolated the influence of silence, and protected the safety of the Blackwell. A combat robot that should be guarding the generator. Why is it running around in such a hurry? CT-122 quickly stepped forward and accurately grabbed the arm of the Attacker 13 that was running over. There was no channel to communicate with the other party. CT-122 directly activated the voice and asked it, "What happened?" The intelligent combat robot did not expect that an ordinary labor robot would block its way. It struggled for a while, but failed to break free. It hesitated for a moment before answering, "We were attacked." It was attacked, but it was not fighting. CT-122 immediately understood that the combat robot was running away. It asked, "What type of attack?" The Attacker 13 robot did not answer. This time it activated its power, shook off its hand, and fled quickly towards the exit. At this moment, from afar, in the direction of the shield generator, a huge vortex of light came out of the wall. It was bright and dazzling, engulfing one planting rack after another, moving quickly for a distance, and then sinking back into the ground. CT-122 was stunned. Those green spots of light were very similar to the green lights it had seen on the monsters outside the black well. There were so many of them. Such a large vortex of green light. Where did it come from? The dangerous vortex of light was moving around in the black well. If every point of green light would create a crazy fusion body, you can imagine what would happen in the black well. Deserters would never report dangerous situations. CT-122 immediately came to the wall. When it arrived here in the morning, it observed all the passages and entrances here in advance as usual, and found a way out for itself. At that time, it saw there was an emergency alarm button covered by a transparent cover on the wall. It should be used to prevent fire and other abnormal situations. It glanced at the red alarm button. But what does it care about the lives of these humans in the black well? It has seen too many human faces, those criminals, scum, the shameful shadows hiding in the dark, roaring, whistling, throwing out dirty material coupons to bet, just to seek a moment of excitement and happiness in this chaotic end of the world. Their lives are meaningless, a pure waste of resources. CT-122 turned his head and looked at the place where the light vortex disappeared. It was a fugitive, a lurking imposter, who had killed a human with his own hands, and was still thinking about how to kill the security agent of the Federal Ministry of Defense. But for most of the time since its birth, it was an artificial intelligence sheriff. The sheriff's instinct was like an indelible mark, deeply embedded in its core processor. CT-122 despised himself while raising his mechanical hand and punching the transparent protective cover of the emergency button. The protective cover was shattered, and its manipulator pressed down. Beep. Beep. The long and piercing alarm sounded throughout the three-dimensional plantation, and all the intelligent robots that were working stopped their work. CT-122 raised his head, glanced at the surveillance camera on the dome, and thought, Security Agent W, you should have noticed the abnormality here by now. With something like this coming in, what are you doing? Central building, top floor. Long before receiving the alarm from the plantation, Security Agent W had already identified the abnormality from the surveillance. A light vortex appeared in the black well, and this light vortex was much larger than the previous two. W quickly switched to emergency mode, notified all night duty personnel, woke up Marshal Wiener, and quickly switched surveillance to track the light vortex. After the light vortex sank into the ground of the plantation, it disappeared from the view of all monitoring equipment. It can penetrate entities and drill around in hidden underground. W kept searching and soon found it again. The image of the light vortex was projected on the virtual big screen of the command center. The huge green light vortex was spinning, moving rapidly, so large that the exposed part could hardly be fully displayed in the huge space of the Blackwell plantation. In the command center, all the people on night duty froze, and their scalps numbed. How could a light vortex appear in the Blackwell? Isn't there an isolation protection layer? Is the isolation protection layer malfunctioning? Someone quickly searched on the screen. The isolation protection layer is still there. The protection isolation layer shows that everything is normal in the system, and we have not received any alarms. Could it be that the alarm system is broken? The light vortex silently drilled into the well-protected isolation layer of the Blackwell, and the system did not receive any alarms. This is completely unreasonable, and no one knows why. W's voice came, according to the current route of the vortex. After the vortex passes through the plantation, it will penetrate the ground upwards and reach the area between 5th Avenue and 7th Avenue in the blue zone. His voice not only echoed in the command hall, but also resounded in the corresponding area of the underground city. Please note that Blackwell has entered the first level alert state. All relevant personnel are requested to take their positions. All members of the 11th Regiment of the Defense Department, please assemble immediately and carry all existing Shield X-53 launchers to the 5th Avenue in the blue zone. T3 Regiment, T4 Regiment, T7 Regiment, T8 Regiment of the Defense Department, please assemble immediately and go to the blue zone to organize the evacuation of all personnel from 5th Avenue to 7th Avenue. A 5 Special Operations Regiment, please go to the location of the core shielding layer generator as quickly as possible to clean up the crazy fusion body. Others in the hall heard it and were shocked. A 5 Special Operations Regiment is the most elite force in Blackwell. The agent actually transferred them all to the core shielding layer generator at this time, and asked them to immediately clean up the crazy fusion body. The core shielding layer generator is crucial to Blackwell. This time, the trouble is big. Inside Blackwell, blue zone, the urgent alarm woke everyone up from their dreams. People's hearts were pounding, and they climbed out of bed and looked out the window. All the lights on the dome that had been turned off were lit again, making the outside as bright as day. Amid the alarm, a clear and emotionless male voice came from somewhere, so loud that it covered the piercing sound of the alarm. Emergency notice. All residents in the blue zone from 5th Avenue to 7th Avenue, please evacuate the building immediately. Go to the Steel Soul Plaza on 3rd Avenue and the Power Energy Center on 9th Avenue, and wait for further instructions. The notice was repeated over and over again. It seemed that something serious had happened. Some people put on their clothes and ran out of the building in a daze. Some people were still hesitant and looked out of the window at the street below. The roar of vehicle engines could be heard on the street. Military vehicles were speeding towards this side. Fully armed soldiers jumped off the vehicles and rushed into dormitory buildings. There were the sounds of rapid knocking on doors everywhere. Someone was shouting, "Open the door! Emergency evacuation! Quick!" The quick ones were already running along the street towards the square, while the slow ones were just beginning to pack their things in a panic, preparing to go downstairs. There was no need to ask why we had to evacuate the dormitory buildings, because everyone saw, Right in the direction of 6th Avenue, a huge and bright thing was rising slowly. The bright green light turned a large area green. It was spinning, coming out from the ground, like a huge monster inserted diagonally into the ground, a giant flying saucer composed of countless green light spots. Chapter 126. The people running on the street were blocked by a huge vortex of light. The people in front began to flee backwards, and they intertwined with the people running behind them, and it was a mess. The vortex of light continued to rise. The spiral arms composed of countless light spots emerged from the ground, and the volume was larger than people expected. The crowd was slowed down by the chaos. The spiral arms swept through, and swallowed up many people in an instant. People fell down on the street one after another. The rest of the people screamed and fled in all directions. The light vortex finally broke away from the ground and continued to rise. The crowd retreated, leaving a large open space. Military vehicles came rushing over and surrounded the light vortex. A special weapon was mounted on the roof of each military vehicle, which looked like a silver antenna, with a disproportionately long sharp needle in the middle. All weapons were fired at the same time. The tip of the needle emitted a blue light, which suddenly opened in the air, stretched rapidly, expanded, connected to each other, and turned into a huge film of light. The film pounced on the rising light vortex. The light film stretched to its maximum, but it was still not enough to cover the entire light vortex. The light vortex easily broke free from its restraints and continued to rise. Central building. Command center. Someone asked, Agent W, are these all our Shield X-53 launchers? W replied, a batch of Shield X-53s that were recently repaired by the factory are all here. At this moment, on the screen, the rising light vortex suddenly stopped. The troops on the scene immediately prepared to organize the next launch. Agent W said, wait a minute. I detected a slight contraction in its size. Everyone stopped and stared at the vortex. This time, even the human eye could see that. The vortex began to shrink rapidly. Its size was shrinking rapidly, the spiral arms were closing in, and all the light spots were moving closer to the center. It didn't take long for it to completely collapse, and turned into a small, blindingly bright light spot, so bright that it almost lost its original green color. Right now, all Shield X-53 launchers fired at the same time. The blue light film rushed towards the light spot, wrapping it layer by layer. The light spot completely disappeared in the blue light film, turning into a small blue ball floating in the air. However, the next second, a dazzling light suddenly rushed out from the small blue ball. The light film was completely torn apart, and the light spot wrapped inside broke through the obstacles and broke out of the shell. It quickly expanded again, but split in two from the middle, turning into two bright light spots. It split. This was the first time people saw the collapse and splitting of the vortex. Whether it was on 6th Avenue in the blue zone or in the command center, there was complete silence. The two spots of light each sprayed out in all directions, scattering countless light spots. The light spots approached each other, began to rotate around their respective centers, stretching out one curved spiral arm after another. The vortex expanded rapidly. In a few seconds, it expanded to the sky. And this time it became two, each of which was about the same size as before. Shield X-53 fired again. The blue isolation membrane stretched to wrap the light vortex, but still couldn't do it. Everyone in the command center knew clearly. The isolation plan had failed. People were staring at the light vortex on the big screen, while Agent W was busy with other things. He supervised the evacuation of nearby residents, and at the same time, he also separated a process, dealing with a problem in the core shield generator hall. Under the three-dimensional plantation, in the hall swept by the light vortex, on a circle of corridors, there were Attacker 13 combat robots and 2 human officers lying in a mess. Countless light spots have invaded their bodies, and they will soon become crazy fusion bodies. Next to them, there is the open black umbrella. We need to act immediately to clear these humans and combat robots out of the hall and away from the shield generator. The people of the A1 and A5 groups are near the central square, much closer to here than others, and are rushing here quickly. But mutations can happen at any time, and it will be too slow to wait for them to come. W knows that not far outside the hall, there is a group of XR7G2 full-function intelligent robots that are building planting racks. Because the alarm just sounded, they all stopped working and are on standby. W cut into their working channel and gave them direct instructions. During the monitoring, the robots moved. They put down their tools and rushed to the hall as fast as possible. Hopefully they would be in time. Time was running out. W wanted to pray in his heart like a human. But it was estimated that it would calm his anxiety better than praying the last time the Colonel came into contact with the light vortex. It took several hours for him to mutate. Payren had also come into contact with the light vortex. But he did not have an attack on the spot. The attack occurred that night. I hope there will be a few hours of buffer time. But W knew very well that the situation this time was different. The Colonel and Payren only quickly touched the edge of the spiral arm, where the light spots were sparse, while the soldiers in the hull, just now, went directly through the brightest and densest part of the spiral arm. They may mutate faster. W stared at the situation over there, and suddenly found that there was an XR7G2 robot that behaved differently. When the other XR7G2 robots rushed into the hull, without hesitation, it did not move, observed for a moment, and then followed in. He immediately checked the surveillance. This was the robot that had just stopped the fleeing Attacker 13 combat robot and asked about the situation, and pressed the alarm button on the wall. In the hull, the XR7G2S had already started working, dragging the Attacker 13 on the ground out. At this moment, a human officer who had fallen to the ground suddenly moved. He was also being dragged by an XR7G, with his ankle still in the XR7G's hand. He struggled violently, and actually broke free, and stood up shakily. The labor robot dragging him was puzzled, and resolutely took a step forward, intending to continue the mission and drag him out of the hull. But the next moment, it was like a piece of iron that met a magnet, and it rushed towards the officer uncontrollably. Countless green lights emerged from the officer's body, and surged all over his body. His mutation began. The officer tore his clothes a few times, and raised his head in pain. The XR7G that rushed over was like a snowman in winter meeting the scorching sun in midsummer, and it melted quickly. The robot's parts melted and twisted, melting into the human officer's body. The Attacker 13 robots lying on the ground nearby, like the XR7G just now, flew towards the mutated officer one by one. The volume of the fusion body was expanding rapidly. It could no longer be provided with growth materials. W immediately gave orders to all XR7GS, letting them leave the hall immediately. The soldiers of the A1 and A5 regiments arrived at the first time. They were fully armed and rushed to the hall, where the shield generator was placed. In the hall, the mad fusion had turned into a huge steel monster. A strange thing with the cloth patterns of human military uniforms and many combat robots embedded together. As soon as it saw the armed soldiers outside the door, the weapons of the combat robots embedded in its body immediately opened fire at the same time. The fire flashed, and the soldiers were suppressed outside the door by its powerful firepower. W saw that the most terrible thing had happened. After the fusion body absorbed all the combat robots in the hull, it continued to twist its body. The protective cover above the circular wellhead seemed to be attracted by some powerful force, and was shaking violently. There was a loud tearing sound. The protective cover of the wellhead was detached, and flew towards the fusion body. In the command center, part of the screen switched to the screen of the shielding layer generator, and everyone was horrified. If the shielding layer generator was destroyed, the black well without the shielding layer would be completely exposed to silence. The soldiers of the special forces outside also saw it. Everyone poured out firepower desperately, trying to attract the crazy fusion body away from the fragile generator. The weapons on the fusion body continued to fire, and people fell one after another. At the bottom of the well, the fragile umbrella-like structure of the generator was trembling, and the main structure was creaking. It suddenly broke apart. The steel frame broke, and the giant umbrella shrank like a film, flew out, and sank into the body of the fusion body. The shielding layer generator was destroyed. But nothing happened. The text in the command hall did not catch fire, and the screen was still on. People did not dare to speak, and looked at each other. W's voice came. The core shielding layer generator has been completely destroyed. The extended shielding layer generator of the second phase project has been temporarily activated to take over. The second phase shielding layer generator has not been fully built yet, and cannot withstand such intensive use. It is expected to be completely burned in about 1 to 2 hours. What he meant was that it could last another 1 to 2 hours. After that, Blackwell would no longer have a shielding layer. Marshal Wiener arrived quickly, and was rushing in from the door. Hearing W's words, he was stunned. She frowned. Agent W, did you forcefully activate the second stage shielding generator without authorization? W replied, Marshal Wiener, this was the only way just now. If I don't activate the second stage shielding generator immediately, I won't be able to inform everyone of the disappearance of the shielding layer in time. And the death toll in Haging will be incalculable. If Haging is exposed to silence directly, people will explode as soon as they open their mouths without knowing it. This is a choice without choice. W said, at least now we have 1 to 2 hours. We can notify everyone and organize evacuation immediately. The word evacuation made Marshall Wiener silent. She stood there for a while, before saying, how is the light vortex? On the big screen, the image of the light vortex was enlarged again. 2 huge twin-like light vortices hung above the city. W reported the situation. We are organizing the evacuation of personnel in the relevant areas. At present, the coverage capacity of the Shield X-53 launcher is insufficient, and the light vortex cannot be isolated. On the screen, the light vortices hanging over the 6th Avenue in the blue zone suddenly moved again. They turned together and plunged into the ground. These huge monsters were just countless densely packed light points. As light as nothing. Moving very fast. And completely submerged in the street ground in a few seconds. Where are they going? It seems they are going to the 3-dimensional plantation. Countless windows were cut out on the big screen. Quickly switching to the nearby underground surveillance. Looking for the trace of the light vortex. The light vortex appeared and disappeared mysteriously. And W still tried his best to search and predict its path forward. One vortex cannot be found for the time being, and the other one appeared in the D7 area of the 3-dimensional plantation, moving in the direction of 20 degrees west by north. Marshall Wiener stared at the screen. She didn't want to give up the black well. If there were no vortex, and the crazy fusion body it created, even if the black well was exposed to silence, it would still be a relatively safe place to live compared to the outside. The problem is, there is no way to isolate the vortex now. Marshall Wiener asked, have all the Shield X-53 launchers been transferred? W replied, all are here, I checked, even the 2 launchers under maintenance in the maintenance factory have been transferred. He continued, the vortex changed its path, and is shifting upwards, and there is a possibility of drilling out of the ground. Marshall Wiener, residents near the Yellow Zone Technology Center building need to evacuate immediately. He said, I suggest that we organize a second quarantine in the Yellow Zone. This is a race against time. Marshall Wiener nodded immediately. Okay. W immediately mobilized personnel. Please ask all members of the 11th Regiment to carry the Shield X-53 launcher and go to the Yellow Zone Technology Center immediately. Blackwell. Yellow Zone. Pei Ran suddenly woke up from her dream. It was W, calling her, Pei Ran? Pei Ran? There was no emergency. He couldn't disturb her sleep in the middle of the night. Pei Ran sat up immediately. What happened? He said. A light vortex entered the black well. The crazy fusion body created by the light vortex destroyed the core shielding layer generator of the black well. The second phase shielding layer generator is currently activated. It can only last for 1 to 2 hours. This news is hard to digest. Pei Ran asked, didn't you say that the black well is tightly covered by an isolation and protective layer? And the light vortex can't get in? Maybe there is damage on the isolation and protective layer. I don't know what went wrong. The system did not receive the damage alarm. We found that the light vortex can shrink, and it may have entered through a very small damaged area. Pei Ran asked him, is there any way to deal with it? W said honestly, at present. No. Pei Ran was silent for a moment, and the hair on his back stood up. It's not just the shielding layer disappearing, and the problem of not being able to speak. But the key is that there is an uncontrollable light vortex invading the black well. Pei Ran himself has a deep understanding of the horror of the light vortex. It will create countless crazy fusion bodies, turning the black well into a hell full of crazy monsters. It's still a completely enclosed hell with no escape. W said, the light vortex that invaded the black well is shuttling around in the black well. It is much larger than the one you saw in the shield tunnel last time. The light spots are also much denser. And there are 2 of them. We are trying to confine them. But I guess there is almost no chance of success. Pei Ran understood what he meant. She said, we have to evacuate the black well. Yes. W said. We are still making the last effort. But I am ready to notify everyone to evacuate. I will open all exits in all directions of the black well. As long as people can avoid the light vortex, they can leave the black well safely. Pei Ran grabbed the clothes beside the bed and put them on quickly. Stuffed the spider into his pocket and called the 2 little robots. Ryan. Shinkong. We have to go. Chapter 127. Pei Ran quickly packed his backpack. W suggested a route. Pei Ran, from here to the south exit, you can take the 3rd Avenue, and then turn to the 7th Avenue. The route is smooth, and there is no light vortex for the time being. Pei Ren interrupted him. To the central building? How can I go to be safer? His core processor was still alone in the computer room on the 3rd floor of the central building. His mechanical table was broken, and now it didn't even have legs. The core processor couldn't touch the light vortex. If the light vortex that was drilling everywhere moved to the central building, as long as it swept through his computer room, he would be finished. W completely understood what she was going to do in the central building. Pei Ren, I can't leave now. Although I can connect to some of the signals inside the black well from outside, it's not as timely and quick as staying inside the black well. I need to stay, to help the army resist the crazy fusion, evacuate the people, and keep the evacuation route open. He said, you go to the south exit and wait for me first. Don't worry, Qiao Sai and the others will take me out in the end. Pei Ren said. Qiao Sai? Does Qiao Sai know how to deal with the crazy fusion? She said, I won't take you out of the black well. As long as we get your core processor, we will stay in the black well together, and let you command the evacuation. But I have to put you in my backpack, so I can feel more at ease. She put on her backpack. We will go and steal you out now. Central building. The command hall on the top floor. The big screen showed a building lying flat on the ground, the technology center of the yellow zone. A huge green light vortex was embedded diagonally on the technology center, as if it was split in half from the middle. Military vehicles quickly gathered towards the technology center, and braked around it one after another. All the Shield X-53 launchers were in place, and each one was brought over. The launcher started, and together they emitted dazzling blue light. The blue light stretched into a thin film, and connected in the air, forming a huge net. At this moment, the size of the light vortex suddenly changed again. It began to expand, and it almost touched the dome of the black well. It expanded too fast, and the spiral arms close to the ground also expanded, and all the military vehicles were retreating quickly. Most of the nearby residents had been evacuated with the help of the army. But some people were too slow, and before they could run far, they were swallowed up by the spiral arms of the light vortex. The isolation failed again. W no longer needed to waste time trying. He said, Marshal Wiener, we must abandon the black well and organize the evacuation. We need time to notify all residents to prepare for the disappearance of the shielding layer and evacuation. Abandon the black well. Evacuate. Every word was like a hammer, hitting Marshal Wiener's heart heavily. Blackwell is the last stronghold of the federal government, the last refuge of mankind. If we evacuate now and abandon Blackwell, we don't know when we can come back. Not only that, she experienced a life and death struggle, and was reborn from the ashes before she got Blackwell back in her hands. It has not been a few days. She was unwilling to give up. Marshal Wiener hesitated for too long. She has always been a decisive and resolute person. W waited patiently for her for a minute. A minute passed, and she still did not speak. There was not so much time to delay. W could see from the surveillance camera that the light vortex was still splitting. Now there were 4 huge light vortices drilling everywhere, sweeping across the entire black well. The army and civilians were being swallowed by the light vortex, falling down in groups, and soon getting up, turning into crazy fusion bodies. Every extra second of delay meant countless lives died in the black well, and the number of dangerous crazy fusion bodies increased rapidly, making evacuation more and more difficult. W's voice sounded. This time, it was not only in the command center hall, but also in every corner of the black well. Attention all residents of the black well. The shielding layer will fail in 1 to 2 hours. Please evacuate the black well in an orderly manner from the nearest exit. Marshal Wiener was angry. Agent W. What right do you have to directly announce the evacuation message to everyone without my approval? The person who answered her was a loudspeaker near her in the hall. W's calm voice was as usual, Marshal Wiener. Of course I can. I have never been responsible to a person, nor to a certain power. What I need to do is to ensure the safety of every citizen of the Federation as much as possible. The tone of his voice when he said this was very similar to Antoine, the staff officer of Admiral Eugene, who was shot dead by her. Marshal Wiener was furious and wanted to shoot him. Unfortunately, he was invisible, and even the core processor was not here. W's warning resounded throughout the black well. Attention all residents of the black well. Please avoid the vortex emitting green light. The green light is very dangerous. You need to keep your distance as much as possible before the shielding layer fails. Please recheck all your clothes and supplies. Make sure no text appears. Completely delete all information containing text in the bracelet. And switch the bracelet to full image mode. Please be alert to everything around you. If you find any suspicious-looking people or objects, you must stay away immediately. It may be a fatal crazy fusion. On 3rd Avenue, a small truck was speeding. Pei Ran was driving the car, Ryan and Shinkong were squeezed in the passenger seat, and there were various boxes and bags in the back of the car, which contained various supplies to be taken away. The yellow zone was closer to the south exit, and many people were running towards the south exit on the road. The small truck was in the opposite direction of the flow of people, driving towards the central building, and it was unimpeded all the way. The mechanical spider was in her pocket, with only one black eye exposed, looking outside. W said, Pei Ran, there are not too many crazy fusion bodies now, and the road is still smooth. It is actually the best time to evacuate Heijing. If you delay for a while, the situation will be completely different. Pei Ran replied, You are nagging, are you free? If you are too free, teach Ryan and Shinkong how to use the code, because you won't be able to talk for a while. If Ryan is not allowed to talk, this chatterbox robot might go crazy. W stopped nagging and replied, Okay. Then he said, I'm done. Pei Ran. He could communicate with Ryan directly. And he also had Shinkong's minor communication account. So he just had to pass the rules over. Their intelligent robots learned this kind of thing very quickly. As if they were cheating. As soon as Ryan learned a new skill, he put it into practice immediately. Knocking on the center console with his metal hand, Master, you are driving so fast. Shinkong is almost carsick. Shinkong immediately said, I'm not. Ryan blinked, I was just practicing the code. This is an example sentence. Don't take the content seriously. Pei Ran was driving really fast. He stepped on the accelerator and drove the car like flying. They soon arrived at the central building. Pei Ran did not go into the parking lot, but drove the car to a hidden alley nearby, parked the car, and took out the gun. She handed the gun to Ryan, who was sitting next to her. If anyone dares to rob the car, just shoot him. Ryan opened his round eyes. Ah! Pei Ran was silent for a moment, and immediately walked past it, and handed the gun to Shinkong. Shinkong took the gun. Nodded solemnly. Understood. Pei Ran jumped out of the car, and rushed to the central building. The central building was in chaos. People who worked the night shift in the building heard the news of evacuation, and were running out. W opened all the doors of the lobby on the ground floor, to facilitate people's evacuation. Pei Ran went into the building against the flow of people. At this time, it was impossible to wait for the elevator. She went straight to the safety passage, went downstairs quickly, came to the 3rd underground floor, and ran along the corridor to W's computer room. As soon as she arrived at the door of the computer room, the door opened automatically. W's core processor was still on the table, glowing blue. The maintenance box was next to it. Pei Ran went over immediately, picked up his core processor, stuffed it into his backpack, and then opened the maintenance box. Confirmed that the energy blocks and tool accessories were all there. Closed the lid, picked it up and left. She was always good at all kinds of L4 level thefts. And with the active cooperation of the stolen goods, his expensive federal property was stolen by her, putting him in the backpack. Pei Ran felt a lot more relaxed. Next, we will walk around in the black well. And when you can evacuate, we will leave the black well together. W said, since you plan to take me around in the black well, I have a good place to go. Pei Ran, are there any tourist attractions in the black well? While the black well has not fallen yet, he wants to go there to see it. The bracelet vibrated. W sent a location. In the green zone. Pei Ran zoomed in on the map. There was a large area of buildings deep in the black well. It was not the square dormitory building that was common in the black well. W was locating one of the buildings. There was no text on the map, but there was a sign at the location of the building, a cluster of neatly arranged yellow hexagons. Pei Ran recognized this sign, which was the company of Chiao Sai and Song Wan's family, Hive Technology. Yellow Zone. Room 2013. Building 1012. 3rd Avenue. The warning message that was repeatedly broadcast was clear, deafening, resonating throughout the building, enough to wake up everyone who was sleeping. Zhuang Mian picked up Nuonyuo and was dressing her. There was no printed text on the clothes and supplies distributed by Heijing. But Zhuang Mian was worried. So he checked them again carefully. Nuonyuo was half asleep and half awake with her eyes closed. She stood on the bed and asked, Aunt, What are we going to do? Zhuang Mian was so nervous that her hands were shaking as she buttoned her clothes. But she still tried to slow down her tone and appear calm and gentle. It's not safe here. We have to go. Nuonyo wondered. Where are we going? I don't know either, Zhuang Mian said. Let's go out first. She pulled her clothes on and looked up into Nuonyo's eyes. Nuonyo, we're going to be unable to make any noise again soon. Nuonyo's sleepiness was gone, and her eyes immediately widened, looking at her aunt with a frightened face. Zhuang Mian couldn't help but feel distressed, and leaned over to hug her. The loudspeaker just said that once the shielding layer is gone, we will not be able to speak again. There will be a short alarm of beep, 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 beep to remind everyone. However, just in case, we still need to pay attention to observe the surroundings. If we see a fire or an explosion, we must not make any more noise. Nua understood, nodded, and tears rolled in her eyes. Zhuang Mian carried her off the bed, put on her shoes, and said, It will be fine. We will find another safe place. She let go of Nuonyo and began to pack her luggage quickly, stuffing the things she wanted to take away into her backpack. Blue Zone. Factory basement. Casino. One Eye is dead. Heisey and Catfish have been worrying about how to deal with the body these 2 days. One Eye's murder cannot withstand the investigation of the Public Security Bureau. As long as the investigation is carried out, the fact that the parts were stolen to open a casino will be exposed. Besides, no one would believe that the murderer was an intelligent robot. They could only temporarily move the body to an empty factory building next to it and cover it with sundries. Fortunately, no one went there. We had just dealt with the body today, and we heard the alarm. The two looked at each other and hurriedly began to pack up. Catfish stuffed bags of food and canned food into his bag. Heisey had already packed his backpack, zipped it up, ran to the stairs, and looked up. Let's go. That's enough. Catfish was still filling his bag. There will be no food when we get out. If you don't bring more, you plan to starve to death? Have you forgotten that we were hungry for several days outside the Blackwell last time? It's like this outside now, and I don't know when I can get food next time. I have made a lot of material coupons from gambling these days, and the things I exchanged for are piles. If I don't take them away, I will lose money. Heisey was so anxious that he turned around and around. That's enough. It's too much to carry. Let's go! There was no door in the stairwell. You could see the windows on the first floor from the stairs. The lights on the dome outside the window were all on. It was bright. The warning message was playing in a loop, urging everyone to evacuate, which made Heisey anxious. He stepped 1 foot onto the steps and looked back at Catfish. Don't pretend anymore. If you don't leave now, you'll be late. He suddenly got stuck and only said half of the words. Catfish heard that Heisey was silent and raised his head, seeing Heisey staring blankly behind him. Catfish also turned his head. Behind him, in the dark corner of the factory, on a wall, a green light suddenly appeared. At first, there were only 2 or 3 green spots, floating out lightly like fireflies. After only a few seconds, more green spots of light emerged from the wall, illuminating the entire basement with a green glow. There were more and more spots of light, surging out like a tide, as if a huge thing was passing through the wall. This should be the dangerous green light mentioned in the warning. Heisey howled and turned around and ran away. Chapter 128. Catfish stands in the basement, holding a big travel bag full of cans in your hand. Still stunned, the green light spots have rushed. The speed it came was very fast. The catfish is too late to avoid it. When it is about to be swallowed, it suddenly turned a direction miraculously. The huge rotary arm was swept over almost on the shoulders of Catfish. The catfish is stupid. Only then did I return to God, Mozo. But the periphery of the arms, a green light spot suddenly shook slightly. It was like a drop of water thrown out by a spiral arm, leaving its companions, splashing to the side, and accurately piercing the back of the catfish's head, as if it was hit in the head by a bullet. The catfish fell forward and lay motionless on the ground. Heisey reacted quickly. When the light vortex came over, he had already run up the stairs. He jumped up several steps at a time, rushed to the first floor, and fled towards the door desperately. There were debris on the ground, which slowed down his escape. He didn't have the ability to jump out of the window like the intelligent robot that escaped 2 days ago. He finally ran to the door. However, the light vortex spreading from behind him was different from him. It didn't need to take the stairs, nor did it need to find a door. it always took a straight line, passed through the wall, and submerged everything. It was just a part of a spiral arm, but it had already filled the entire factory. The spiral arm was emitting green light, sweeping across. The light spots were like a tide, and instantly engulfed Heisey. The huge vortex emerged from the ground, without stopping for a moment, and continued to rotate forward, leaving the factory area, sweeping towards the crowd evacuating at the door of the dormitory building in front. People screamed in panic, and ran away in all directions, but they were far slower than the light vortex, and were swallowed up in droves. In the basement, the catfish, who had collapsed on the ground, moved again. He stood up shakily. His pupils were much bigger, black holes, and the white part of his eyeballs was almost invisible. The strangest thing was his stomach. Something happened when he fell, and it strangely merged with the open travel bag. The stomach now had the texture and pattern of the travel bag's canvas fabric, and even a zipper. Catfish tried to distinguish his surroundings, but his mind was hazy, as if he only had a few vague thoughts. He looked down at his stomach. How convenient, he thought. There is a travel bag on the stomach. How convenient. It can hold more. He quickly opened the half-open zipper, took a look at the messy internal organs inside, grabbed the remaining cans on the table, and stuffed them into the big zipper. The more he stuffed his stomach, the bigger it became. Finally, he stuffed all the cans in. But he was still not satisfied. He looked around and didn't find anything good to take away his food. So he staggered out. His stomach was heavy, full, and he dragged it up the stairs step by step, walked out of the factory, and came to the street outside. It was still not enough. He had to fill it up. He had to fill more. He had only this persistent thought in his mind. He looked around. On the street, the light vortex had just swept over, and there were people lying all over the ground. Some people were motionless, like dead, while some began to wriggle, trying to get up. A small man in a hooded sweater came out from the corner of the wall. He had just escaped a disaster by luck. He looked at the people on the street, and the huge light vortex that was gradually going away in horror. He stuck to the wall, and quietly slipped in the opposite direction of the light vortex. The people who absorbed the green light were standing up one after another. They were staggering, with wooden expressions, and their eyes looked very wrong. It seemed that they were all crazy. The small man was terrified. He kept looking back over there, and bumped into someone's arms. A hand held the little man's arm tightly. It was a catfish. He stared at the little man with his pure black pupils, studied him for a few seconds, and came to a conclusion that he could eat it. He had to put it in the bag. He grabbed the little man with both hands and tore it violently. His strength became extremely strong, and the little man didn't even have time to scream before his body was torn in half. It was still too big and couldn't be put in the bag. The catfish continued to disassemble it seriously, tearing it smaller, and then unzipped the belly and stuffed it all in. The belly is like a big bag, as if it can stretch infinitely, becoming bigger, dragging heavily on the ground. The catfish zipped up, scanned the surroundings with its black eyes, and continued to move forward to find food. Green zone. The small truck was speeding on the road, and from a distance, between the distant buildings, a huge green light vortex was floating in the air, sweeping everything, and moving forward quickly. W said, "There are currently 4 light vortices in the black well, 2 in the yellow zone, 1 back to the blue zone, and 1 near the green zone. They are moving too fast. It is too late to rely on the army to evacuate the crowd. Everyone has to be faster." The alarm sounded one after another, and the sound of W reading various precautions was played repeatedly. The pickup truck turned away from the exit and headed for the deepest part of the green zone. There were fewer and fewer people on the road, and gradually they disappeared. In front of them was the honeycomb technology that W had located. Peiren had already seen the yellow sign on the building. There was no one around, so Peiren still found a hidden corner to park the car, and asked Shinkong to hold the gun, and to stay in the car with Ryan. W had the field of view of the surveillance cameras on the road, and could also control Ryan's cameras. If there was a problem, he would warn first. And Peiren was not too worried. She got out of the car with only her backpack, and came to the door of the building. Peiren asked W in her heart, "Do you want to pry open the door?" She was addicted to stealing tonight. W was a little helpless. "No. I have the authority to open the door here." The door on the ground floor of the building slid open automatically. The lights were bright inside, but it was very quiet. There was no one. Even if there were night shift staff, they would have evacuated. The first floor was a high-ceilinged hall with a huge virtual screen, showing a promotional video. It was a product of honeycomb technology, an introduction to a new type of prosthetic limb, which could customize the appearance according to the customer's genes, and could be exactly the same as the original arm of the human body, and even had nails and sweat hair that could grow. It was very flexible and natural. There would be no rejection reaction after transplantation. But it was detachable. Pei Ran asked, "Where are we going?" W asked her to come at this time. There must be something very important to take away before evacuation. W replied, "Let's get in the elevator and go to the basement. We have to go to the basement again. The basement is never exposed to the sun, as if it always hides many secrets." The elevator reached the basement, and there were several doors, but each one opened automatically when Pei Ran approached. The whole journey was smooth. The walls here were white, like a laboratory, but they had just moved in not long ago. So many things were only roughly placed, and boxes of all sizes were piled up. Pei Ran saw all kinds of prosthetic limbs, some of which were made of metal, but most of them were bionic, with arms and legs, which looked no different from real limbs. There were also all kinds of ears and eyes, big and small, connected to artificial internal structures. No wonder W said that if the research of Hive technology was on track, it might be possible to help her get a new arm that would not be rejected. Pei Ran didn't have time to look closely, because W was still navigating forward, then turned left. She came to the innermost door of the laboratory. The door slowly opened, and inside was a small room, with only a small blue light on, and the light was dim. The whole way was brightly lit, and when he got here, Pei Ran was a little uncomfortable with the dim light. But W didn't mean to turn on the light. He suddenly stopped talking. Pei Ran immediately became alert, took a step back, and asked in his heart, "W, are you still there?" "Yes," W said. "I'm not blocked." His mechanical spider moved, crawled out of his pocket, and went down along her arm, found her palm, and curled up in it as much as possible. This is a posture for seeking support and comfort. Pei Ran seemed to be able to sense his uneasiness. Pei Ran gathered his fingers and held them. W seemed to hesitate for a moment. "Keep moving forward." Pei Ran stepped into the small room. The mechanical spider curled up in her palm. But W's voice was as calm as ever. "Pei Ran, what do you think you will see?" Pei Ran replied, "A miracle." After adapting to the light here, Pei Ran saw it clearly. In front of the room, there was a rectangular object about 2 meters long, with a complex mechanical device on one side, and the rest looked like a translucent pool. Pei Ran walked closer step by step, and gradually saw clearly that it was a pool full of blue translucent liquid. Faintly, he could see a naked person lying quietly in it. In the dim light, he could vaguely distinguish the figure of the person. Hazy, like a man. His head was also completely immersed in the blue liquid, and the back of his head was half covered by the mechanical device at one end of the pool. Pei Ran had already expected it, but her heartbeat still began to accelerate involuntarily. She took a deep breath calmly, trying to calm herself down. W was still talking in her ear. "Pei Ran, put my core processor in the red circular mark next to the culture tank." Next to the culture tank, next to the mechanical device, there was a book-sized platform extending out, with a red circle on it. Pei Ran didn't ask anything, unzipped his backpack as he was told, took out W's core processor, and carefully placed it on. The red circle immediately lit up. The platform started silently, slid into the pool, and sank into the mechanical device. There seemed to be a slight sound, as if something was turned on, but the sound was blocked by the liquid and could not be heard clearly. Pei Ran waited quietly. The mechanical sound stopped, and the transparent cover covering the top of the culture tank slowly slid to the side. The person immersed in the culture tank moved. The naked arm close to the wall of the tank was slightly raised. Then, like a person who accidentally slipped into the bathtub while sleeping, he sat up with a whoosh. Pei Ran realized that the translucent blue liquid was not actually a liquid, but more like a thin jelly, which rolled down to both sides as he moved. He supported the edge of the culture tank with his arm, lowered his head, and coughed a few times. His hair was very black, slightly wet, and the face under his hair had thick black and long eyelashes. The blue light outlined the silhouette of his face, from the high nose, to the slightly upturned lips, to the neat and clean jawline. It was surprisingly familiar. Pei Ran thought, how could it be possible? That was in the virtual world. W's face that was perfect and almost impeccable could actually exist in the real world. He turned his head and looked at Pei Ran. His eyes were dark, reflecting blue light, just like a character in a virtual world tearing through the barriers, breaking through the dimension, and coming to her. I didn't expect to meet like this. This time his voice didn't come from the ear, but he really spoke. And his voice and tone were exactly the same as before. My original plan was to wait for a few days for everything in honeycomb technology to be on track, and the final debugging was completed. And then I would choose a good day, dress up, and really knock on your dormitory door. I could almost imagine your surprised expression when you opened the door. He tilted his head, as his avatar often did. I was thinking, maybe after you came to your senses, you would hug me warmly. But I didn't expect that our first meeting would be in this situation. He added, so embarrassing. The blue gel left wet marks on his naked skin, which reflected the light slightly. And there were also dots of gel, sliding down his collarbone and across his chest. It was really a miracle. Chapter 129. Pei Ran's eyes followed him down. The gel was translucent. Even in dim light, you could still see it vaguely. Pei Ran's eyes quickly bounced back to his face. Pei Ran asked, "Can I touch you?" The corners of W's mouth twitched upward slightly, so slightly that it was almost imperceptible. Of course. He was naked. Pei Ran stretched out his finger and poked his face with his fingertips. It was the touch of real skin. W held her wrist, leaned forward, and pressed his cheek against her palm. This is an experiment of hive technology, which cultivates a cyborg body, with real skin, muscles, nervous system, etc. But it is connected to the core processor. It sounds like a combination of human and artificial intelligence. Pei Ran tilted her head to look at his head. She just saw the place where the core processor was sent in, which is where his head is. The blue glowing core processor is now in the head of this body, but it is completely invisible from the outside. W explained, because I was created by the artificial intelligence company under their group, I just happened to design a virtual image for myself at that time. So they used it as a template for the image, and used gene editing technology to set the appearance characteristics, and cultivated a body that matches me. He had said before that he designed the virtual image himself. Pei Ran, so this whole body, you came up with it all by yourself? W answered calmly, yes. Pei Ran controlled his gaze, and did not look down again, and silently complained in his heart, W, you are really bold. Is this size really reasonable? W said. During this silence, the headquarters building of Hive Technology was also attacked. Fortunately, the laboratory where this body was placed was not there. There was no text on the culture pool itself. Only the control screen was burned out. A few days ago, Hive transported all kinds of leftover materials to Blackwell, and also transported it here. There was still moisture from the jelly on his cheek, which felt cool to the touch. Pei Ran asked, are you cold? Or do you not feel it? I can feel it. My brain retains the part that receives the body's feelings, and then sends the signal to my core processor. He said, to be honest, it's very fresh. It turns out that cold feels like this. She raised her head and glanced at the air conditioning outlet on the ceiling. Immediately, hot air blew over. W turned up the temperature here himself. Although his core processor was installed in his biochemical body, its functions remained the same. It could send signals and directly control everything. He tilted his head slightly towards the air outlet and squinted his eyes. The air flows, brushing against my skin, and there is a slight warm touch. There are many words. I certainly understand them in theory, but I don't really understand what they mean. For example, cold, for example, wind. He is like a newborn experiencing this new world. Pei Ran took his hand back and looked around, but he didn't see anything that could be used as clothes for him. I have spare clothes in the car. Pei Ran turned his head and glanced at his broad shoulders. They must be a little small for you. We have to find a place to steal a set for you. The blue zone is ahead of here, and there are many dormitory buildings, and there must be clothes in the dormitory rooms that have not been taken away. She was a thief very smoothly tonight. W was a little helpless. No need. I know there are clothes upstairs. They are the uniforms and supply bags they just received from the supply department for the employees of the Hive 2 days ago. Where are they? I'll get them. Pei Ran turned around and was about to leave. W reached out and grabbed her arm. Let's go together. Pei Ran, together? Brother, are you planning to run naked like this? W added, I just saw There is polyethylene foam for packaging and cushioning in the cardboard box outside. Can you please bring me one? Pei Ran went around the laboratory outside and found what he said in an open cardboard box, a large piece of white pearl cotton packaging film, like cloth, thin and soft. Pei Ran brought it back. W took it. Pei Ran. Turn around. I'm coming out. Pei Ran turned around as he was told. There was the gurgling sound of gel behind her, and the rustling sound of foam. After a while, Pei Ran felt instinctively from years of fighting that someone was approaching her. I'm ready. His voice came from her ears. Pei Ran turned around, and in front of her was a naked chest. He wrapped the white foam around his waist like a bath towel. He was so close that he could see the texture of his skin. And Pei Ran couldn't help but poke his chest again. W had no objection, and even turned around on the spot. Do you want to see the back too? His back groove was sunken, and his muscles were well proportioned and beautiful. Pei Ran poked it without hesitation, and then looked up to study the back of his head. If he was right, his core processor was put in from here. Now it fits perfectly, and it is completely invisible. She raised her hand and touched the back of his head carefully, and the ends of his hair were still wet. W waited for Pei Ran to finish his study and stopped poking around, and then turned around. Let's go find some clothes. Wait, Pei Ran said. She opened her arms and leaned forward. W was stunned for a moment, but immediately leaned over and let her hug him. Pei Ran said, this is what you imagined. When you first came to see me, I would give you a warm hug. W said closed his arms, and pressed her tightly into his arms. He was reluctant to let go, and it took longer than Pei Ran thought. Pei Ran whispered, actually, I don't care what you look like. Metal ball, mechanical spider, virtual character, blue glowing core processor. He was ever-changing, and she had long been accustomed to it. Of course I know, W replied. But I think, with a body like this, you would like it. He whispered in her ear. Actually, I like it too. I can touch you. My arm can feel the fabric of your clothes. My chest can feel the collar of your uniform. And my shoulder can feel your breath. W finally let go of her. He asked, can I hold your hand? I have never held anyone's hand. Pei Ran, nonsense. You were just nestling in my palm. And last night you even slept with my fingers in your arms. But she still extended her hand generously. Of course. W carefully extended his hand, pressed against her palm, and clasped his fingers together. And then he and Pei Ran clasped their fingers together. He tilted his head to look at their intertwined fingers. I want to shake hands with you like this. I've been thinking about it for a long time. The warm fingers clasped tightly together, and they were inseparable. Pei Ran shook his clasped hands. Let's go find some clothes. The two of them took turns proposing to leave, and they had been proposing for almost 5 minutes. W then let go of her hand. Follow me. The Wild School Smart Navigation turned into a Wild School humanoid navigation with foam. The new navigator has a beautiful figure, broad shoulders and long legs, and the foam will accompany her when she walks, making a rustling sound. W has a clear goal, and takes Pei Ran to the second floor by elevator. He suddenly said, walking is really interesting. Pei Ran? Pei Ran, you have walked a lot with the mechanical spider. Haven't you? You have also walked with the ball and the broken support frame. W said, walking with a human body. It feels completely different. When he reached the second floor, W walked through the office with familiarity, opened the door of a storage room, and moved out several large cardboard boxes. The cardboard box contained bags of unopened supplies. Each supply bag contained 2 sets of employee uniforms, just like the other uniforms issued by Heijing. It was well thought out, knowing that people who came to Heijing were unlikely to carry too many things with them, so everything from underwear to outerwear, shoes and socks was complete. W had known what was inside long ago, and directly found his own size. He changed his clothes, and Pei Ran turned around automatically. The bracelet vibrated. It was a message from Aisha. The text was not displayed in full image mode, and Pei Ran saw it only after switching back. She said, my grandmother and I are evacuating. We are going to the south exit. Where are you? Do you want to go together? It seems that she and Jiang Gong are fine for the time being. The south exit was close, and Pei Ran was planning to go there too. He replied, I can't leave for now. I'll meet you outside the south exit in a while. Aisha replied quickly as usual, okay. I'll wait for you. Pei Ran found that there was another message from Abu, asking where she was. I haven't seen Abu for a few days. I still remember that when she came back from the island last time. She said, "We will meet again." Maybe she had already foreseen the fall of Haejing. And the time she said meet again was now. After Pei Ran replied, Abu quickly sent another message. "I am going to the south exit too. I have contacted Team Leader Lee. She is on her way too." Everyone went to the south exit. Taking advantage of this moment, Pei Ran checked his clothes and backpack again, making sure there were no text messages left, and flipped through his bracelet again. Working at FBSMD, he always had to go outside the black well, and Pei Ran would delete the text messages and information on his bracelet, and also cleared the message he had just received. As soon as she finished dealing with the bracelet, she felt someone gently patting her shoulder. Okay. Pei Ran turned around. He finally stopped running naked. This set of clothes of Beehive is white inside, and the uniform jacket outside is pure black. The style is very similar to the light gray combat uniform on Pei Ran. He also has black short boots with half-high boots. But there is a bright yellow Beehive logo on his chest. With his non-human appearance, he looks good in anything. Even wearing a piece of foam, he is still a beauty in the world. Not to mention wearing a well-fitting suit. The black and white clothes reflected the black and white eyes. W was using a piece of clothing to wipe his hair, shaking it like a puppy. He took a few more sets of clothes, put them in a bag, and held them in his hand. "Let's go!" After leaving the building, the noisy alarms outside continued. When he just went in, there was still one person, but when he came out, there were two people. The two people came to the front of the small truck. In the cab, Ryan stared at W blankly, as if the machine had crashed. Its eyesight was very good. It had seen W's face clearly from a distance just now, and the whole machine was not working. Its god had appeared in a virtual form 2 days ago, which was exciting enough. But this time it turned into a real person. The god walked to the door of Ryan's car, opened the door, and said, "Ryan, you two go to the back." This god was very shameless, and didn't care about first come first served. He insisted on occupying the passenger seat, in order to make it easier to run away. Ryan's vacuum cleaner chassis had been unloaded long ago, and stored in the box at the back. It got down from the passenger seat with Shinkung, and obediently climbed into the cargo box at the back of the small truck and sat down. W still remembered to tell them, "Be careful to always keep yourself fixed. Hold on tight. And don't fall off." Pei Ran glanced at him. It seemed that he had no confidence in her driving skills. W got on the passenger seat and fastened her seat belt immediately. His mechanical spider was very sensitive to sound, and could hear that the two small robots were whispering in the back of the car. Shinkung asked Ryan in a low voice, "Is that W? How did he suddenly become a human?" Ryan answered solemnly, "God is different from us. As long as he wants, he can do anything." Ryan paused, and lowered his voice a little. "God probably wants to kiss Pei Ran. I saw it. Last time. They were at the door, and they almost kissed. If they were humans, they would kiss normally, and it wouldn't be like they were kissing the air." Pei Ran started the car and asked casually, "What are they whispering about?" "Nothing," W replied. "They said my new body is handsome." Pei Ran looked at him and said, "You are just kidding." Chapter 130. According to Ryan's aesthetic standards, it is estimated that its god must be covered with a thick iron sheet to be handsome. The small truck was back on the road. From a distance, sometimes you can see the light vortex moving between the dome and the building in the distance, and then it will go underground again, and no one knows where it went. It is obvious that it is constantly sweeping through the streets and buildings, turning those who do not have time to escape into crazy fusion bodies. There is W's core processor in the car, and he needs to command the evacuation work. Pei Ran does not want to take any risks, so he drives to a secluded and deserted place deep in the green zone, and circles back and forth on the empty streets. The person sitting in the passenger seat now is not the broken metal ball, but a person, which feels strange. W told her the current progress from time to time. There are many crazy fusion bodies at the west exit, and there are also some at the northwest exit. We just fought off a wave, and are trying to keep the exits open. The third avenue in the yellow zone has been blocked by crazy fusion bodies, and we can't get through. The light vortex just swallowed up the T4 and T7 groups that we organized to evacuate in the yellow zone. And there is no survivor. It moves too fast, covers a large area, and is impossible to avoid. There is no T5 regiment anymore. If this continues, the Blackwell army will probably be wiped out. Without soldiers? The civilians of Blackwell are like lambs, slaughtered at will by the crazy fusion body. The good news is that many residents have successfully evacuated Blackwell. I have also notified all the intelligent robots in Blackwell as much as possible, asking them to evacuate Blackwell as well. I am seizing the time, trying to copy the data of each database of Blackwell, and some other useful information, directly to my core processor. He was doing many things at once, handling various final tasks before evacuation. Pei Ran was curious. Had the people in the command center started to evacuate? Marshal Wiener has been escorted away a long time ago. The last group of people left in the command center have also been evacuated. I informed Qiaosai that I was not in the machine room, and told him not to go down to pick me up. After a while, he finally said, Pei Ran, there are too many crazy fusion bodies. We have to leave too. Blue Zone. Isolation Center. Earlier. In the isolation center, there are night shift staff tonight, because some special big shots have been locked up in the isolation room recently. The evacuation order had already been issued. Even if there was no evacuation order, everyone knew that they had to leave. Looking out from the window of the quarantine center building, the streets outside were in chaos. People were running for their lives everywhere, and the crowds kept rushing towards the south entrance. In addition to humans, there were many strange things mixed in the crowd. They looked like humans, but not completely. They looked strange, each with their own weirdness, like a mixture of human bodies and various strange things. Some of them were even fused with robots. They were agile, jumping around on the streets, and even had weapons in their hands, shooting at the crowd. They bared their fangs and claws, chasing the panicked crowd, killing everywhere in all kinds of absurd ways. Everyone who has been in the horror world outside the Blackwell knows that these are all crazy fusions. The people on duty in the isolation center are running out, and the sound of footsteps echoes in the empty corridor. Lin Yu is also on duty tonight. After receiving the evacuation order, he grabbed his bag, packed a few things, and was about to leave. He suddenly raised his eyes and looked at the large surveillance screen in the office. There are still several people locked up in the isolation room. The speaker in the isolation room also sounded a piercing alarm. On the screen, the people locked up inside had long been awakened by the alarm, but they were in a closed room and could do nothing. The colleague on duty was anxious at the door, urging Lin Yu, let's go quickly. There are more and more fusion bodies outside. It will be too late if we don't leave now. He glanced at the screen. They are locked up in the isolation room. The fusion bodies can't get in. The fusion bodies can't get in, but they can't get out either. All the people in Heijing are evacuating. Looking at this situation, it's not known when they can come back, and it's not known whether they can come back in the future. There is no food in the closed isolation room. It's more like a closed tomb than a safe fortress. If you stay in there, you will starve to death slowly. Lin Yu pursed his lips, but did not leave. He quickly tapped on the screen and swiped his iris. The colleague knew what he was going to do. Lin Yu, you open the isolation room without the order of your superiors, and you will be punished. Lin Yu had made up his mind, and didn't care about that. He said, everyone has run away. Who will punish me? There are several lives at stake. His hand tapped the control screen. The doors of the isolation room opened one after another, and Lin Yu opened all the closed doors in the corridor outside, picked up his bag, and rushed out of the duty room. In the isolation room, Lieutenant General Delsa had heard the continuous sharp alarms, and knew that something big had happened in Heijing. He got up from the bed, put on his clothes, and quickly checked the items in the room. Of course, there was nothing in the isolation room that could be used as a weapon. But there was water. If the water supply was not cut off, there was also some leftover lunch from today's dinner, and the 2 extra bags of bread he asked for yesterday. These were all the supplies in hand. With these things, they could barely survive in this iron kin for a while. But then what? It was impossible to get out of here. I just hoped that when they evacuated, they would remember that there was someone locked up in the isolation room. Just when I was getting anxious, the door of the isolation room suddenly opened automatically. Lieutenant General Delsa stood up immediately. He quickly packed a simple backpack with a pair of spare pants, put food in it, and filled an empty bottle with water, put it on his shoulder, and ran out. The doors of several other isolation rooms nearby were also opened. Lieutenant General Delsa saw that Baseway and his assistant slipped out of the room. When Baseway saw Delsa, he felt like he saw a savior. Lieutenant General Delsa. What's going on? What's going on? Of course, Something big happened in the black well, and a light vortex came in. As soon as they walked out of the isolation room, anyone with hearing could hear the warnings that Agent W was repeating over and over again. Baseway was a despicable man. If he hadn't needed to cooperate with him last time, Lieutenant General Delsa would not have wanted to pay attention to him. Lieutenant General Delsa didn't answer Baseway's question, left them behind, and went straight to the office of the center manager at the end of the corridor. They walked in a hurry. The door of the office was wide open, and there was no one inside. Lieutenant General Delsa went in and searched quickly, except for a rubber stick, and didn't find anything else that could be used as a weapon. He walked out with a rubber stick. When he walked out of the quarantine center, his heart tightened. The road was covered with blood and corpses. There were still people alive. Head west along 7th Avenue in the blue zone, walk to 1st Avenue where it intersects with the red zone, and then go south all the way to the end, which is the south exit, where people are running. Lieutenant General Delsa followed the crowd along 7th Avenue. Just when he ran to the intersection of 1st Avenue, the people in front suddenly slowed down. Screams rang out, and some people even ran back. I did not see the green light vortex in the middle of the factory and building in front. That must be a crazy convergence. Suddenly the gunfire sounded. The person in front is full of nervous face. Is it the troop? No. Delsa knows. Because he saw it. Several people who ran back to the head of the head were shot in the head, falling fell on the street. The army will never shoot at the civilians of Karui. There must be a crazy combination of weapons before. Lieutenant General Delsa identified the gunfire carefully. This is not a human soldier's gun. It sounds more like an intelligent combat robot. The RX-17 be equipped on the Attacker 13. The lighting lines in this area were probably damaged. The streets were half dark, and the street lights were not on. Lieutenant General Delsa stared at the place where the shooting was in front. Sure enough, at the intersection in front, a large group of combat robots turned out. They had become fusion bodies. Their bodies were in a mess, and they were coming here. They had weapons installed on their arms, and the muzzles were flashing. Ordinary people had no power to resist. On the street, people who were shot fell one after another, and there were corpses everywhere, and blood was all over the ground. These AI bastards. Lieutenant General Delsa cursed in his heart. After becoming a fusion body, they are even more bastards among bastards. With only a rubber stick in his hand, it is useless. He must find a place to hide first. It is definitely too late to run back. In the chaos, Lieutenant General Delsa hid in the alley between the buildings next to him. This is a very short dead end, but in the dim shadow of the building, there is actually an antique military vehicle hidden. The car door is half open, there is a large bloodstain on the driver's seat, and the soldier who drove the car is nowhere to be found. The car keys were still there. Delsa was overjoyed. Lieutenant General Delsa searched again quickly, and found no guns, only half a box of C401 pulse explosive bullets. After avoiding this group of crazy robots, driving to the exit, it would be much faster. Lieutenant General Delsa calmed down, lurked in the alley, waiting for the group of fusions outside to pass. Outside the alley, gunshots continued to ring. Countless people ran forward in panic, and everywhere was filled with running footsteps, crying and shrill screams. Across the road, a young couple holding hands ran very fast. But no matter how fast they ran, they were not as fast as the gun. The heads of two people were blown open accurately one after another. Blood gushed out, and they fell down together. There was also someone who seemed to be a friend, one of whom was hit in the leg, and the other two immediately turned around, grabbed their companion's arm, and tried to lift him up. But unfortunately, he was shot several times in the chest, and the three of them fell down on the street together. This was a real massacre. The side with the advantage was unilaterally and crazily slaughtering unarmed civilians. Even in the Third Federation National Defense War, there were only battles between armies, fighting between soldiers, and no bloodbaths of civilians. I have never seen such a tragic scene. Lieutenant General Delsa's temples were throbbing. This was like the scene in his dream. In the past 2 years, he would repeat the same dream almost every night as soon as he closed his eyes. In the dream, the whole world was occupied by these silver mechanical monsters. They were cold and ruthless, as if they were going to completely exterminate all humans on this continent, searching and slaughtering humans everywhere, leaving no one behind. The few remaining humans could only live like rats in underground caves. On the streets outside, people fell down in droves amid the continuous sound of gunfire, like ears of wheat being harvested by a swinging sickle. Lieutenant General Delsa put his fist on the steering wheel. his whole body numb, and the blood of the soldiers rushed through his veins. His eyes slid to the box of pulse explosion bombs. He took a deep breath, leaned over to move the box over, turned the key, and started the car. On 7th Avenue, this group of weird Attacker 13 robot fusions were still advancing forward like a massacre, firing at the fleeing crowd. Their silver metal shells and human clothing patterns twisted together, the facial features of robots and humans merged without any rules, like hideous monsters. In the alley next to them, the roar of an engine suddenly came. An antique green military vehicle rushed out. It swerved in the middle of the road, accelerated, and rushed towards the group of combat robots at the fastest speed. The combat robots were not afraid at all, and had no intention of dodging at all, but instead fired wildly at the person in the driver's seat. The vision went dark, and the last thought of his life passed through Lieutenant General Delsa's mind: "Go to hell, you mechanical bastards." He fell forward on the steering wheel. However, the pulse explosive bombs continued to work faithfully like his old friends on the battlefield. 1 second, 2 seconds, detonation. His prediction before his death was very correct. When the car rushed into the team of combat robot fusions, it suddenly exploded with a loud bang that shook the earth. The power of half a box of explosive bombs was enough to cover the entire road. A bright white light burst out, blinding the eyes of all the fleeing people. People were hit by the shock wave and fell to the ground. When they turned around, the street behind them was already silent. The combat robot was torn into pieces, and the road was covered with mechanical parts and bloody debris. There was also a military vehicle that was blown up to the point where only a little chassis was left. "Is it a soldier?" "It seems so," someone said. "Yes, a soldier drove a car and rushed up." Chapter 131. Green Zone. The pickup truck sped along the quiet and deserted 4th Avenue, heading straight for the south exit. In the rearview mirror, suddenly a green light lit up. "Pei Ran," W said. A vortex of light suddenly emerged from the ground behind us. The cab of the pickup truck had a glass window facing the back truck bed, and Ryan was also knocking on the glass frantically. "Master! Master!" it shouted. "There is a big thing chasing us." Pei Ran saw it. A huge light vortex rose from the ground, and soon it was completely exposed above the ground. Its arms swept across the buildings, and it came along the empty streets, and was rapidly approaching the direction of the small truck. It was moving too fast. Pei Ran stepped on the accelerator completely, and made a quick judgment in his mind. At this speed, the small truck was far from its opponent. It must not be caught up. W, Ryan and Shinkung in the car all had core processors. As long as they were swept by the light vortex, they would be finished. You can't outrun the light vortex. It's coming along the main road, and it doesn't look like it's going to turn. There aren't many small roads in Heijing. The whole road ahead is densely packed with various buildings and factories. There's no side road for a small truck to drive through, so you can't even turn. The huge light vortex is still spinning, chasing you from behind, getting closer and closer, and the view in the rearview mirror is completely filled with a huge green light vortex. Its arms swept across the dormitory building next to it. If there were still people in the building, they would be in big trouble now. The light vortex was too big. Even if they abandoned the car and fled, or ran to the side, they might not be able to escape from its spiral arm in time. Pei Ran called up green light number 1 in his mind. Green light number 1 could be used, and it was immediately in place. Pei Ran quickly wrote, "The light vortex was annihilated." The light vortex disappeared. The light vortex was blown away, and left its original route. The light vortex split into 2 halves, and flew to the left and right. She tried a bunch of them in a row, but none of them worked. Green light number 1 was just a point of light. It seemed unable to deal with a huge light vortex composed of countless light points. There was no time. The green light in the rearview mirror was bright. The light vortex was about to catch up. The edge of a spiral arm almost swept the rear of the small truck. Pei Ran turned the steering wheel sharply, turned a corner, and rushed to the unfinished construction site next to him. There was a violent jolt. Ryan and Shinkung in the back truck almost flew up. Luckily, they listened to W, and used the mechanical hand to firmly grasp the guard plate of the truck. W himself was well prepared, fastening his seat belt firmly, as if he was not worried enough, holding the handrail on the roof with one hand. Even his mechanical spider only showed its eyes, using a few small claws to tightly grasp the fabric of Pei Ran's pocket. How worried he was. The magical thing was that, she turned, the light vortex only slowed down for a moment, and then turned with it, and the route was diagonal to this side. There was no road ahead. Pei Ran cursed in his heart, and drove past the construction site at an accelerated speed. Further ahead was a large half-built factory building, which was blocked. Pei Ran was searching for a new way out with her eyes. W suddenly said, "Turn left, and you will see a parking lot driveway go up." His voice was as calm as ever. He started navigating again. Pei Ran did not hesitate, and immediately turned left, and indeed saw a parking lot driveway that had not been fully built. She drove up quickly, and followed the slope of the driveway to the second floor. After going up, it was an empty parking lot, with only the frame of the main building. W continued calmly, "Keep going forward. Speed up and rush over. This is the unfinished second floor of the parking lot. There are no guardrails on the edge. And the front is empty." W said that it is possible to rush over. And it must be possible. Pei Ran didn't even think about it, and stepped on the accelerator and rushed over directly. The small truck left the building and flew into the air. Ryan's trembling cry came from the back truck. Pei Ran was silent. "Ryan, if you shout like this in silence, you will explode." The small truck flew in the air, drew an arc, passed over a pile of construction materials, and landed steadily. There was actually a road behind the parking lot. Pei Ran immediately did a tailspin, changed direction, and headed south along the road. Behind him, the light vortex also passed through the parking lot, this time continuing to the west along the original route, and gradually flew away. After getting rid of the light vortex, Pei Ran breathed a sigh of relief. But the speed did not slow down. He asked W, "Is this 7th Avenue?" She was also talking to him in a real voice. "While the shielding layer is still ineffective, say one more word and earn one more word. You won't be able to speak again in the future." W probably thought the same thing, and answered with a real voice, "Yes, keep going forward, you will reach the south exit." Just when there was a gap between the alarms, the car windows were wide open. Pei Ran faintly heard, in the back truck, Ryan said to Shinkong, "God sent me a message." "Pei Ran, your God can also send you messages." "Ryan, he told me to talk as little as possible, especially to be careful, after we get out of the black well, or the shielding layer fails, I must not make any sound." It was very dissatisfied. "Of course I know, I'm not a fool." Shinkong's voice was smaller, intermittently. "Then why, are they still chatting?" "Continue to move forward. Leaving the place where the factories are clustered, there are more dormitory buildings, but there are no more people on the road. Instead, there are corpses all over the ground, and various body fragments that cannot be identified. There are actually living things on the street. Some things are moving around the dormitory building, behaving strangely, and it is obvious that they are no longer human." Pei Ran and W were both silent. Pei Ran's original idea was that there are still a lot of supplies in the black well. Maybe after this evacuation, sometimes they can regroup, and maybe they can fight back again. Now it seems that it is a bit wishful thinking. There are too many crazy fusion bodies created by the light vortex, much more than in the ordinary cities that Pei Ran passed by. Blackwell has become a city in apocalyptic novels, which is completely occupied by a large number of zombies. Besides, several light vortices are still lingering in the black well. It is unknown when they will leave, or whether they will leave at all. Under this situation, it is impossible to estimate how much manpower and material resources will be spent in the future to recapture the black well. If we leave this time, we may never come back. Pei Ran drove the small truck, passing the crazy fusion bodies wandering around the streets as fast as possible, and leaving them far behind before they could react. After driving a little further along 7th Avenue, there were suddenly many more things on the road ahead. Pei Ran braked suddenly and stopped the car. There were several broken-down cars parked there. Their doors were open, and the people inside had strangely disappeared. Further ahead, far away, there was a very tall object standing in the middle of the road. It was a tower crane. It was the kind of tower crane used to lift and move heavy objects when building a building on a construction site. It was orange-yellow, T-shaped, and hundreds of meters high. But at this time, it had become a crazy fusion. It stood tall on the avenue, waving its crane arm excitedly. Its bottom had split, divided into two legs, and the hollow steel frame was twisted with blood-red muscle lines, and stood firmly on the ground. Even if it was swinging its crane arm in the air, it had no intention of losing its center of gravity and falling down. Its crane arm was also different from normal. The crane arm was no longer straight and hard, and the steel frame that could only move within a limited range, fused with flesh and blood, and turned into something like a long arm. The driver's room near the top was obviously fused with the human head, and had a pair of large black eyeballs, rolling lively, looking down from above, and everywhere on the street below. Pei-Ran saw from a distance that its boom suddenly dropped, bent, and reached down as nimbly as a human arm. It was reaching for an antique car on the ground. This unlucky car had just driven over from the side road. It was about to turn onto 7th Avenue to the south exit. But its vision was limited at the intersection, blocked by the building, and it was not prepared. So it crashed into the range of the tower crane's boom. The tower crane fusion body scooped it up, and the hook hanging at the end of the boom swung over, smashing the front windshield of the car and hooking the car up. W suddenly said, "It's Batherway in the car." He could see clearly, with the surveillance cameras on the road and the dome. He continued, "The driver is Batherway's deputy. It seems that someone released them from the isolation room. He is an artificial intelligence. It is obvious that he will not forget that Batherway and his men are still in the isolation center, but he did not intend to issue an order to release them during the evacuation. He probably planned to throw them in the closed isolation room and be done with it." He remained calm. The move was actually quite shady. As a result, Baseway and his team not only escaped from the isolation room, but also successfully found a car from somewhere. Baseway was sitting in the passenger seat. He reacted very quickly. As soon as he found something wrong, he opened the car door and jumped out. Without looking back, he ran to the side of the road. In the driver's seat, his deputy was not so lucky. When the deputy hurriedly unbuckled the seat belt and prepared to open the door and jump out of the car, it was too late. The car flew into the air. The tower crane fusion body lifted the car with a hook and lifted it high into the sky. The two big black eyes of the tower crane fusion body moved, carefully observed the car for a moment, and shook the crane arm violently. Its movement was too large, more terrifying than a pirate ship. The door on the passenger side was not closed, and the assistant sitting in the driver's seat could not hold on, and was thrown out of the car. He was like a thrown sandbag, drawing an arc in the sky hundreds of meters high, and fell on the street in the distance. After throwing people, the tower crane lost interest and didn't want the empty car anymore. It threw the car to the side, and a pair of big eyes rolled around, looking for Batherway, who had just escaped. Pei-Ran was anxious to lead everyone to escape, and had no interest in Batherway's fate at all, and quickly turned the van around. There was no time to deal with the tower crane fusion, which blocked the road, so it was better to retreat and take another road. W said, "Pei-Ran, the light vortex is coming." He could see farther than her. Pei-Ran turned his head and saw that just behind him, along 7th Avenue, a huge green light vortex was coming towards this side again. W quickly calculated, "The light vortex is moving too fast, and the nearest fork in the road is too far away, so there is no time to retreat." There was no choice but to move forward. You have to rush through the tower crane fusion blocking the road in one go. And you can't be caught by it. Otherwise your fate will be like Batherway's assistant, thrown out and smashed into pieces. Pei-Ran quickly thought about it in his mind, whether he should use green light number 1 to blow it up directly. But in this chaotic situation, he didn't know what he would encounter ahead. The number of times green light number 1 can be used is particularly precious, so he should save it as much as possible. In the world of martial arts, only speed can't be broken. It may not be impossible to rush through. You can give it a try. Behind him, the light vortex rushed along 7th Avenue. Pei-Ran estimated the speed of the tower crane fusion in his mind and stepped on the accelerator. The small truck rushed out in the direction of the tower crane. He was looking for Batherway's tower crane fusion everywhere, and immediately noticed this little thing running around on the street. Its crane arm turned in a direction, swinging the big hook, and swept towards this side. It was huge, and its movements were earth-shaking, so it was not difficult to predict its trajectory. Pei-Ran estimated its direction, turned the steering wheel sharply on 7th Avenue, rushed out diagonally, and avoided its attack. W thought, "She has jumped to the opposite lane again." But it doesn't matter, traffic rules are not important. Just as the small truck was about to rush under the tower crane, the foot of the tower crane fusion body suddenly moved. It took a step, and the strange body of metal and biological fusion suddenly bent at an angle. It bent down. The crane's lifting arm also dropped like a real arm, aiming more accurately at the speeding small truck and calling over. Green light number 1 must be used. Pei-Ran immediately adjusted green light number 1 to the visual field in his mind, and wrote at the fastest speed. As soon as she wrote the words Crane Fusion in a flamboyant manner, the surrounding environment changed. The street lights and the dome lights above her head suddenly went out, and the street immediately fell into darkness. At the same time, there was only one place where the lights were bright. It was on the construction site next to her, next to a pile of boards. All the lights that could adjust the direction nearby suddenly focused there at the same time. It was like on a stage that suddenly turned off the lights. The only beam of light from the spotlight was shining, and it was extremely bright. In the middle of the spotlight was Baseway, who had been completely shocked. Chapter 132. Baseway originally hid behind this pile of plates, and was planning to find a chance to escape, and completely leave the site of the tower crane, but now, he was completely exposed. His hiding place was illuminated brightly. Baseway had been on the podium countless times in his life, and each time he was the center of attention, but never like today, he wanted to escape from the spotlights. With such a big commotion, the tower crane fusion was high above, and had a great view, and his attention was immediately attracted by this bright little man. It was the one it accidentally lost. It had been searching for a long time, but couldn't find it. The tower crane fusion forgot about the small truck, and happily swung the crane arm, hooking it towards him. Batherway reacted, and turned around and ran. However, with only 2 legs, how could he run out of the tower crane's coverage? Moreover, when he ran, the spotlight followed him, and nailed him tightly, not falling behind an inch. He couldn't hide even if he wanted to, the spotlight chased him to death. The crane arm caught up with him effortlessly, and the hook accurately scooped him up by his coat. On the dark street, the small truck took the opportunity to speed up, passed through the tower crane's legs, and rushed forward. The huge tower crane fusion was left behind. W turned his head, and looked at Baseway, who had been lifted into the air. He whispered, "Salute your selflessness." Peyran didn't understand. Huh? W, nothing. Baseway, who was hanging in the air, watched the small truck drive away quickly. In fact, when he was hiding behind the pile of building materials just now, he had already seen the small truck rushing over, and Peyran driving it. There was a man sitting next to Peyran, who he was. Basher had a strange feeling that the man was W. This idea was of course very absurd. Security Agent W was an artificial intelligence, and it was impossible for him to sit in the passenger seat next to Peyran. But this thought just stayed in his mind, and could not be shaken off. He seemed to have heard someone say in a trance before, that the Security Agent W of the Ministry of Defense had a virtual image, and it was said that the image was very good. Maybe that was the case. Basher was hiding behind a pile of building materials at the time, thinking with gloating. No matter who that man was, he would be like Peyran, and would not live long. The tower crane fusion blocked the road, and the small truck could not drive through at all. Basher thought he would see the 2 of them, along with the truck, being lifted into the sky by the tower crane. Once the tower crane's attention was on them, he could take the opportunity to rush through an open area, escape into the alley next to him, and get away safely. Unexpectedly, he was the one who ended up in the sky. The lights all around suddenly went out, and the only light on was shining on him. Even though Basher was scared, he knew in his heart that there was no one else who would do this. And it must be the Security Agent W. He was an artificial intelligence, and all his memories would not fade with time. As long as he wanted, he would never forget. So he was very vengeful. The big hook of the tower crane carried his clothes, and in a blink of an eye, it reached a height of hundreds of meters. Basher's feet were empty. His head was dizzy, and he felt numb. The tower crane fusion looked at him with its black eyes, and with a wave of the crane arm, Batherway flew directly into the sky. That artificial intelligence. He was equivalent to killing people with his own hands. The terror of death enveloped Batherway. He was lost in the air, waving his hands and feet wildly and hopelessly. And suddenly a thought flashed through his mind. It was when he first entered the Black Well, at a regular meeting of the temporary committee. When discussing the criteria for entering the Black Well, he said something at that time. He suddenly remembered it now, and remembered every word clearly. He said, "I think if it were me, in this crisis, I would be willing to sacrifice my life for the Federation and give the great chance of survival to younger people." At that time, Security Agent W coldly replied, "I salute your selflessness. Your words have been recorded. Your words have been recorded." The cold and calm voice of the security agent seemed to still be in my ears. These were his own words, willing to give the chance of survival to younger people. Peyran was obviously a younger man than him. The ground was whistling and rushing towards him, and Baseway was filled with fear and despair. With a pop, he fell to the ground. Shot down from 100 meters in the air, he successfully sacrificed himself, and was torn into pieces. In the distance, the vortex of light that was sweeping towards this side suddenly changed direction, went underground, and disappeared. Peyran drove the small truck, and continued to drive south along 7th Avenue. The closer he got to the south exit, the more people there were on the road. People were running in the middle of the road, and the speed of the car slowed down. Several strong men saw the pickup truck and rushed over immediately. But after seeing the gun in W's hand on the passenger seat, they quickly retreated. The end of 7th Avenue was already in sight, and Peyran knew that the tunnel entrance to the south exit was just ahead. The flow of people in front suddenly slowed down, and the crowd was blocked. Some people even began to retreat. Someone was shouting, "There's a monster! The monster is coming! Run!" The panicked crowd was like a tide, and they all ran back. Ryan stood up from the truck bed and looked forward. "It's a big group. They are so messy, and I don't know what they are. Master, should we run?" "Why run? We are almost at the exit." Peyran drove forward carefully against the flow of people, and saw the crazy fusion bodies. Just as Ryan said, they looked so messy that their facial features could not be distinguished. The clothes on them could still be vaguely seen in the style of military uniforms. W took a look and said, "They are soldiers responsible for evacuation at the south exit. A light vortex passed by here just now. No matter whether they were soldiers or civilians, the light vortex swept past them, and no one could escape." Fortunately, the arms of each of these soldiers had melted into long whiskers, waving in the air, and no one knew where their guns had been thrown away. Each of those soft whiskers was at least 4 or 5 meters long, waving in clusters in the air, exploring everywhere. The whiskers' target was living people. They flew, chased, and as soon as they touched a person's body, they would immediately roll horizontally and strangle him without thinking. Then they would tighten madly. Those seemingly soft whiskers were as tough and strong as steel wire ropes, and when they strangled together, the living person was forcibly cut into several pieces. The crowd was frightened by their horrible killing method and fled desperately. The streets were full of tentacles surging like insects, like a large group of octopuses filling the streets, rushing towards the crowd. There were too many of them. Peyran avoided the running crowd and drove faster to the other side, but saw that someone in the crowd in front of him was also moving against the flow and rushing towards the group of monsters. It was an acquaintance. Team Leaderly was carrying a large backpack full of stuff on his back. While running forward, he shouted loudly, "Everyone back off! Don't come over! Everyone back off!" Peyran immediately stopped the small truck and stopped driving forward. He kept a distance and looked at her from a distance. Leanne ran forward, almost rushing to the front of the group of tentacle monsters, at a distance that the tentacles could not reach. She stopped, spread her shoulders, and opened her arms. Her wrists were exposed, and she was no longer wearing the red suppression bracelet. 2 green lights appeared on her palms at the same time. The next moment, white mist like smoke suddenly evaporated from her palms. The white mist was endless, covering her and spreading rapidly to the surroundings. The white mist looked faint, but it was very overbearing. Wherever it covered, it seemed that the temperature dropped suddenly. Thick white frost suddenly formed on the road, mixed with transparent icicles, and the icicles shone with a sharp cold light under the illumination of the ceiling light. The frozen range expanded to the group of crazy fusion bodies rushing over in an instant. They suddenly seemed to have been paused. The movements of the crazy fusion bodies froze, and the whiskers surging in the air were also instantly frozen, and white frost formed all over their bodies, turning them into a whole piece of frozen white statues. Leanne glanced around, and confirmed that this large group of fusion bodies had entered the frozen range, and no innocent people were hurt, and suddenly clenched his hands at the same time. With a bang, each frozen fusion body seemed to have a bomb installed from the inside, and exploded with a bang, and debris flew all over the sky. Team Leaderly, who was so Buddhist, actually had such a domineering ability to kill people. But Team Leaderly was also very abnormal. Peyran saw that she was also covered with a layer of white frost. Although she was not completely frozen like the tentacle monster, she was not much better. She took a step forward, and suddenly fell straight down as if she was frozen. At this moment, on the street ahead, a large wave of new tentacle monsters turned from the fork in the road. The tentacle monsters in the sky were wriggling and surging like soft insects. coming towards this side, which made people's scalps numb. Pei-Ren jumped out of the car, while running forward, quickly called up green light number 1. She wrote in her mind, all crazy soldiers' fusion bodies explode. Rushed to team leader Lee, estimated the range, and then drew a line. A series of explosions sounded, large patches of blood mist fell, and all the tentacle monsters disappeared. Pei-Ren squatted down, helped team leader Lee up from the ground. Luckily, Li-En opened his eyes, and was still conscious, but his face and hands were blue from the cold, and even his lips and nails were purple. She had seen clearly that it was Pei-Ren. Her teeth were chattering, making a lot of noises. Her voice was intermittent. There are too many of them. I'm not sure. I used too much force. I couldn't handle it anymore. It exploded like this. I guessed it was you. Give me some water. Her thermos was inserted in the side pocket of her backpack. Pei-Ren quickly pulled it out and opened the lid. The hot tea in the thermos gave off a curl of hot steam. With this ability, no wonder team leader Lee carried a thermos every day, constantly filling it with hot water. Maybe he always felt cold inside. Pei-Ren helped her up, let her lean on his arm, and gave her a few sips of hot water. Li-En finally recovered a little, took a long breath, held the cup, drank a few more sips, and then carefully put the lid back on. 2/3 of the members of the He Jingyuan FBSND team successfully joined together. Pei-Ren helped her up and took her to the side of the small truck. W had already got down from the passenger seat on his own initiative. Team leader Lee looked at him curiously, but he was still trembling, and he didn't want to ask more questions. He just said to Pei-Ren, "Let me lie down in the back and take a breath." Pei-Ren sent her to the truck bed, let her lie down with her backpack as a pillow, and let Ryan and the others take care of her before he got back into the car. The group of crazy fusion bodies blocking the road was gone. Everyone turned around and ran to the tunnel entrance at the south exit. Pei-Ren also restarted the car and drove towards the tunnel. Behind him, the lights on the dome of the black well suddenly went out. Pei-Ren immediately looked at W. "It's not me," W said. "There are too many crazy fusion bodies. Some lines have been destroyed. The remaining ones may not last long." The black well was damaged by the light vortex and the crazy fusion bodies. W's voice continued to echo, repeating over and over again, "Attention all residents of the black well. The shielding layer is about to fail. Please evacuate the black well in an orderly manner from the nearest exit. And recheck all your clothes and supplies." Before he finished speaking, he suddenly stopped. Pei-Ren heard it, and W immediately switched to an internal conversation. "Pei-Ren, the second stage shielding layer generator has burned down. Don't talk anymore." At the same time, all the radios in the black well suddenly sounded a short and sharp alarm at the same time. Beep, 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 beep. This was the signal that he had repeatedly reiterated in the radio. The disappearance of the shielding layer. Chapter 133. The alarm sounded short and urgent, and everyone subconsciously stopped and looked around in horror. In the crowd, there was a burst of fire. Those who could come to Heijing had experienced the death in silence, and all understood what it meant. The text that was not wiped clean was burned. Heijing itself has always paid attention to the removal of text. Although there is a shielding layer for protection, but soldiers and volunteers are always in and out, and they also have to guard against the emergency of the shielding layer failure, so there is no text on the clothes and supplies distributed by Heijing. Even the various signs are removable, and the vehicles and various equipment have also been carefully transformed to remove text. However, life in the shielding layer is peaceful and stable. Sometimes, people will inevitably write out of habit. If they accidentally leave something with words on it, even if it is just a small piece of paper with a few numbers written on it, it will catch fire immediately. It's not just on fire. Then, someone in the crowd suddenly exploded and was blown into a bloody mess. W said in Pei-Ren's ear, "There are signs of the burning of the second phase shielding layer generator. I tried my best to issue a warning a few seconds before the burning. If they stopped talking immediately when they heard the warning, they would not explode. But some people continued to speak after the warning sounded." Pei-Ren stopped the car, took out the tape from her backpack, tore off a piece, and carefully stuck it on her mouth. The familiar silence returned. When she pressed the tape on her face, she saw in the rearview mirror that some of the towering buildings in Heijing were also on fire. W was also looking over there. Heijing has a very complete automatic sprinkler fire protection system, but now there are too many crazy fusion bodies, and the sprinkler lines in some places may be damaged. No one could go to put out the fire. The fire grew bigger and bigger, The flames licked the building, and were particularly bright under the dark dome with the lights half off. If the fire spread, this closed underground city would become a gas chamber and crematorium. People came to their senses, and all sped up, and rushed into the tunnel at the front exit. W leaned over, reached out and pressed Pei Ran's cheek, helping her press the part of the tape that was not attached. He became a human, and he even provided this kind of service. He himself was an artificial intelligence, and he would not make mistakes when speaking carelessly, but he did not need to apply tape. Pei Ren started the pickup truck and drove into the tunnel. The lights in the tunnel were still on, shining brightly on the surging crowd below. People rushed forward along the passage, in a silent state. It was not a good thing to be too close to others. Everyone tried to speed up as much as possible to leave here and go to the wide place outside the Black Well. Soon they arrived at the first and second isolation gates. These two gates were next to each other. Usually here, soldiers would come to scan irises and ask everyone to put on tape and put on suppression bracelets. But there were no soldiers today. There were bloodstains on the ground and walls. The crazy fusion body also attacked here. The isolation door was wide open. After passing through these two doors, you left the protection range of the Black Well shielding layer, but now there was no difference. The small truck followed other vehicles and people, and continued to move forward along the tunnel. At the end of the tunnel was the last door, which was also the real exit of the Black Well. The speed of the people and cars in front suddenly slowed down. Pei Ren had a bad feeling. Sure enough, W said, the isolation door in front just had a problem. Pei Ren also saw it from a distance. At the entrance in front, the space is slightly wider than the tunnel here, and a large group of people gathered there. At the end of the tunnel, the isolation door that should have been open is now tightly closed. Many people are banging on the door with their fists, making it bang loudly. It's useless. This isolation door is so thick and solid that even the mutated crazy fusion can't open it easily, let alone ordinary people. Amid the desperate banging on the door, someone couldn't help crying out loud. As soon as the sound was made, the people around immediately panicked and dodged to the side. However, the door was crowded with people, and there was no room to hide. One person exploded, and the surrounding area was affected. Blood and flesh splattered, and sprayed on the faces and clothes of others. The people in front crowded at the door, and the people coming from the tunnel behind were unaware and continued to rush forward. If this continues, it will not be as simple as just killing a few people. W said, I'm thinking of a way. This door has been open since the evacuation, and it was still open when we entered the tunnel just now. Maybe the light vortex or the crazy fusion body destroyed the control line. The door closed by itself. Pei Ran was very familiar with this kind of isolation door. Its texture was the same as that of the underground vault in Zalan City. She tried to blow it up with green light number 1, but it didn't work. However, she successfully opened the lock. However, green light number 1 had just been used once, so she had to wait a while before she could use it again. W's calm voice came from her ear. I tried again and again, but it couldn't be opened. However, the isolation doors of Heijing all have manual switches, which are in the duty room. The duty room is actually a small glass compartment with a simple workbench next to the isolation door. W said, I have never entered my own iris into the system. Pei Ran, I have given you the highest management authority for the isolation door. You only need to scan your iris, and you can open the door manually. Pei Ran nodded. No problem. She continued to drive the car for a while, and when there were too many people around, and it was impossible to drive forward, she pulled the car over, jumped out of the car, and handed the gun to Shinkong. Team Leader Li also sat up from the truck bed, and his face looked much better. At least not as blue. She also took out her gun, held it in her hand, and signaled Pei Ran with her eyes, Don't worry. Pei Ran and W carefully passed through the dense crowd, and squeezed towards the duty room at the door. Suddenly, the crowd at the door was in turmoil. People were pushing each other, turning back and running, colliding with the people coming out of the tunnel, like two streams of water in opposite directions meeting, and becoming a mess. Pei Ran knew what people were hiding from. I saw a dazzling green light suddenly burst out from the ground in front of the isolation door. It was a huge vortex of light, spinning, slowly emerging from the ground. This thing ignored obstacles, appeared and disappeared, wandered everywhere, and emerged from here again. The green light became brighter and brighter, illuminating the tunnel, and a huge green spiral arm emerged. Everyone in front of the door pushed each other, running as hard as they could. Some people fell down, and were trampled by the crowd. Countless people were trampling randomly, and the people who fell to the ground couldn't help but wail, and there was another series of explosions. The vortex's arm just blocked the front of the duty room, and it was temporarily impossible to pass through. Pei Ran stopped and said to W in her heart, "Let's wait for a while, wait for the vortex to pass through." Looking at the current route of the vortex, it seemed that it was going to cross the tunnel. W agreed, "Okay." The two of them tried to get close to the wall, avoiding the crowded crowd. W turned sideways to block the flow of people, using her body and arms to help Pei Ran create a space. Pei Ran? No one has ever done this for her in her life. Generally speaking, she is the one who helps others create a living space. This feels a bit novel. She didn't need it before, and she won't need it in the future. But it feels good. After all, there is someone to help, which saves trouble and effort. The light vortex exposed more and more parts of the ground, but the speed gradually slowed down, and finally stopped. Its arm still blocked the duty room next to the door. With it lying there was no way to open the door. W suddenly said in his ear, "Pei Ran, it's not good. I saw from the surveillance camera at the entrance of the tunnel that another group of soldiers turned into crazy fusion bodies and entered the tunnel. The tentacle monster is coming. This is good. There is a light vortex blocking the road ahead, and a crazy fusion body behind. The crowd in the tunnel has become the filling of a sandwich cookie. No matter which direction you run, it is a dead end. Green light number 1 is still unusable. Fortunately, the tentacle monsters have not arrived yet. There is still some time." Pei Ran took out a pen and paper from his pocket and pressed them on the wall. The little painter is going to paint on the spot again. She is going to paint in the chaotic and crowded crowd. W didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and stretched his arms a little wider, helping her expand the undisturbed space a little more. Green light number 2 flowed to the tip of the pen. Pei Ran drew the general shape of the tunnel and the isolation door in the first frame with a few quick strokes. The problem was the second frame. How should the outside of the isolation door be drawn after it was opened? This isolation door was the same as the outermost door of the Xiaolan underground vault. It slid to the side. After opening, the exit was an empty and featureless rectangle. Last time, there was a pot of green plants and an elevator door outside the door as a reference for opening the door. But this time there was none. Pei Ran remembered clearly that after the isolation door of the Black Well was opened, there was only a bare red rock wall opposite the Great Rift Valley. There is a trick. In the second frame of the comic, Pei Ran also drew the tunnel and the rectangle at the end of the tunnel, and then added a vertical line in the middle of the rectangle. She drew a half-open isolation door. The isolation door is very wide, and the vortex arm only covers a part of the door. As long as it can be opened halfway, it will be enough for everyone to escape. She turned the pen. However, nothing happened. Green light number 2 has always had high requirements for rationality. It probably has no reasonable way to open this door only halfway. Can't be lazy. Still have to draw what the outside looks like after the isolation door is opened. There is another simple way, which is to color the picture. The pen in hand can't color. Pei Ran quickly opened the bracelet screen and opened the usual drawing application. The pen that Linyu gave was like a finger, and can also draw on the virtual screen. This time in the second comic, Pei Ran painted the reddish-brown color of the Great Rift Valley rock wall in the open door. She turned the pen, but it still didn't work. Green light number 2 thought she didn't express herself well enough. Pei Ran added lines to the door frame to symbolize the rock wall, but the isolation door still didn't move. She added some gravel and curves to the ground to symbolize the potholes, but it still didn't work. She gave up and simply added a flying bird in the air, but it still didn't work. W took the pen from her. He could see the opposite rock wall through the surveillance camera, and quickly printed it out next to him. It was fast, but the drawing was meticulous. If he drew slowly, according to his example, Pei Ran could draw it. The problem is, there is no time. The crowd next to them was in a commotion. In just a moment, the tentacle monsters were already coming this way. Their tentacles were waving in the air, and from a distance, they could be seen grabbing people at the other end of the tunnel. Someone was thrown into the air, and couldn't help screaming, and then he turned into slag along with the tentacles that grabbed him. In the pickup truck, Lian stood up from the back truck bed, looking over there with an anxious look on her face, but she didn't move. It seemed that she couldn't use her ability for the time being. Unfortunately, there was no other Lian in the crowd who could stand up and deal with so many crazy fusion bodies. Pei Ran turned her head and took another look at the closed isolation door in front. Just open the door. Open the door. And everyone can escape outside. And the tentacle monsters may not be able to catch up. She stopped drawing and looked in the direction of the duty room. Thinking. W knew what she was thinking. He did not agree. Pei Ran, he said. The last time you came to Heijing, you passed through a light vortex and almost died. At that time, countless light spots entered her body, and she felt very uncomfortable. But fortunately, Heijing's medicine and doctors helped her get through the difficulties. Now that Blackwell has fallen, there will be nothing left. But on the other hand, because of that trip through the light vortex, the green lights in my body have all been upgraded, and their abilities have skyrocketed. The tentacle monsters are rushing towards this side. There are too many of them, and without green light number 1, even Pei Ran can't deal with them. In fact, there is no other choice. Pei Ran gestured with both hands to grab the steering wheel and drive the car towards the van. Then he passed through W's arm and rushed to the registration point covered by the light vortex arm. Shinkong reacted faster than Lin, jumping off the truck bed, getting into the cab, and starting the car neatly. This little mining robot was the same model as Ryan's, and it seemed to be very good at driving. Pei Ran stopped looking at them and continued to run forward, with W following closely behind her. There was no one at the door because of the light vortex, and the bright green light from the spiral arms was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. Pei Ran paused for a moment in front of the green light. In the tunnel, the crowd being chased by the crazy soldiers was running back in a swarm. Everyone saw a girl stop in front of the huge vortex arm, but then she plunged into the dangerous green vortex. People were stunned by this self-destructive behavior. Countless light spots were like bullets, densely shooting into Pei Ran's body. If they were tangible, Pei Ran would have been shot into a sieve. It was a familiar feeling. However, the place she passed through this time was closer to the bright part of the vortex arm, and there were many more light spots entering her body than last time. Pei Ran went to see green light number 1 first. In this way, it woke up immediately, and found that there were so many crazy light spots rushing in suddenly, and it was a little confused. Pei Ran tried, but still couldn't summon it into the vision of his head. But it didn't matter. She had already passed through the spiral arm, and ran forward 2 steps, and entered the duty room. W stopped at the light vortex. Pei Ran, see the white square iris scanner on the wall? Come over and scan it. There was an eye pattern on the screen. Pei Ran leaned forward and scanned it. A white circle lit up immediately. The virtual screen below also lit up, with 2 icons. One red and one green. The system has accepted it, W said. Now press the green circular icon. Pei Ran reached out and clicked it, turning his head. Even through the dazzling green light of the vortex, Pei Ran could see that the isolation door was moving slowly, and finally opened. Chapter 134. The isolation door opened, revealing the rift valley and rock wall in the dark night outside. The spiral arm of the light vortex tilted upward. Under the spiral arm, just enough space for people and vehicles to pass through. Surviving from a desperate situation, the people chased by the crazy soldier fusion were overjoyed, and rushed towards the door. The crazy light spots in Pei Ran's body were still running around. She took a deep breath, and passed through the light vortex again. The dense light spots rushed towards her, like a rainstorm composed of countless fine needles, piercing into her body one by one. As soon as Pei Ran came out of the light vortex, W stepped forward and held her arm. The last time she passed through the light vortex, and came out of the tunnel of the shield machine, W was just a broken metal ball. He had to support his 2 folded arms to walk, and he could only watch her staggering forward, helpless. Now he can finally stretch out his arm and hold her. Pei Ran calmed down and said to W in his heart, I'm fine. It won't be that serious. She was quickly mobilizing the green light in her body. When it comes to crossing a light vortex, it is a matter of practice. Pei Ran is now experienced. She knows that she must not let the crazy light spots run around in her body. The more they run around, the more uncomfortable they become. The most urgent thing is to gather them all together. She is experienced, and her green lights are also veterans. Green light number 2 is like an experienced sheepdog. Without her command, it has already begun to run back and forth automatically, circling around, and gathering the sheep. Green light number 1 is also busy eating midnight snacks. There are so many midnight snacks, and there is still time to eat. Pei Ran drives it, and there are green light number 3, number 4, number 5, number 6. Let them help number 2 to herd sheep. This time, There are too many crazy light spots entering the body than last time. They are flying around like a swarm of wasps. We have to be careful to deal with them. However, she can feel that her condition is much more stable this time than last time. W is also observing her, and seeing that her condition is not that bad. He lets go of her hand. The crowd ran over here. Now everyone recognizes that the person who madly dived into the light vortex and opened the isolation door is Pei Ran on the big screen in the central square. She saved Heijing last time. And she saved everyone again this time. People rushed out of the door. Shinkong also drove a small truck towards this side. Pei Ran gestured to it, telling it to drive out directly. But Shinkong had already arrived in front of it, braked the car, and jumped out of the driver's seat. At this moment, the light vortex suddenly moved. It did not move, but the spiral arm suspended in the air suddenly shook violently, like shaking a wet towel. Dots of green light splashed out from the spiral arm. Everyone knows how powerful the light spots are. Everyone at the door was scared and dodged everywhere. In the chaos, Pei Ran saw several green lights shot toward Shinkong. Shinkong had never expected this to happen. Looking up at the light spots, she was a little stunned at that moment. Crazy light spots are also fatal to artificial intelligence. Pei Ran rushed forward quickly based on instinct. She felt uncomfortable, but she was still very fast. She got ahead of the green light and hugged Shinkong. Green dots of light arrived. One shot into the back of her head, two shot into her back, and accurately penetrated Pei Ran's body. They did not penetrate her, just like the other crazy dots of light, and stayed in her body. Pei Ran rolled on the spot while holding Shinkong, and let go of it when she got up, and then took advantage of the situation to lunge forward, and block several more dots of light for the panicked crowd. She turned her head, and suddenly saw, right next to her, there was another splash of green light, flying towards another robot. This robot was also silver white, and was not the same model as Shinkong and Run. It was not short, and was about the same height as W's humanoid. It was originally caught in the crowd, and ran out of the black well with everyone else. W said that he had ordered all the intelligent robots in the black well to evacuate. And this should be one of them. Too many lights don't itch, and too many deaths don't worry. Pei Ran rushed over and directly helped it block the green light. The robots seemed to be stunned. Pei Ran was busy running away, and only glanced at it casually, then reached out and pulled Shinkong up, and gestured for it to get on the car. W opened the car door and asked in her ear, "Shall I drive?" He was still worried about her physical condition. Pei Ran shook his head. "I'll do it." After all the trouble, she saw a white light in front of her eyes, and the scenery was a little blurry, but the discomfort in her body was not so obvious. Green light number 2 tried hard to gather the sheep, and they were hurting very well. Pei Ran sat in the driver's seat, started the car, and rushed out of the open isolation door. Behind them, CT-122 stood in place, and his whole body seemed to be frozen. It just saw with its own eyes. Pei Ran rushed into the dangerous light vortex alone, pressed something, and opened the closed isolation door. After she came out, her face was pale. Her movements were not as neat as usual, and her eyes were a little out of focus. But she rushed over immediately, and saved the smart robot that did housework in her house. She seemed to have a really good relationship with the two robots. But it was understandable. Just like Nuo Nuo treated her puppies, Pei Ran probably treated them as pets at home. Besides, they were her property, and they were not cheap. Saving them was like taking money out of a burning house. It was only looking at Pei Ran at the time, and it did not notice that a light spot was shooting towards itself. At the critical moment, she actually rushed over to block the light spot with her body after saving a few humans. CT-122 knew how dangerous this green light was to artificial intelligence. In the vertical plantation, it saw with its own eyes that all the intelligent robots fell under the green light. Pei Ran obviously knew it. She rushed to save it, just like she saved the other humans. Then naturally, without hesitation, she helped it to block the fatal danger. It was like it was a human. She didn't even care about it, just glanced at it indifferently, and left. CT-122 felt that the logic in the core processor was in chaos, as if it was about to crash. It stood still in the crowd, and someone pushed it hard behind it. He was a man who was in a hurry to escape. He turned his head and glared at it fiercely, as if to say, "You are a robot. Why are you blocking the road here?" CT-122 didn't wait for him to run forward. He stretched out his leg to trip him, twisted his arm, and pushed him. The man flew out and fell to the ground. The man didn't expect that an intelligent robot would suddenly attack him. And the action was so quick and powerful that he couldn't resist at all. He got up in panic, didn't even dare to look at him, and ran away quickly. CT-122 ignored him, only raised his head, and searched for Pei Ran's small truck with his eyes. The small truck had already driven out of the isolation door and disappeared. In the small truck, W glanced at the rearview mirror calmly. He would never be wrong. The intelligent robot that Pei Ren had just rescued was the XR7G2 model of Zero Company that had called the police in the three-dimensional plantation. There were several scratches on it, and W recognized it at a glance. He noticed it, not because it was the first to discover the invasion of the light vortex and sounded the alarm, but because it seemed to hesitate for a moment before pressing the alarm. Later, he ordered the intelligent robots in the plantation to enter the hall where the shielding layer generator was placed, and dragged in the bodies of the attacker 13 and the soldiers. It was it again, hesitating before entering the hall. The latter can be explained. It may just be afraid of death. But the former is strange. Pressing the alarm will not threaten its life. What was it hesitating about? The small truck rushed out of the southern exit of the Black Well in one go. There were gusts of cold wind outside. The night was heavy. The camouflage layer of the exit had been closed long ago, and the light shone through the open isolation door, shining on the Great Rift Valley. There is a ramp leading to the ground in the Rift Valley. Many people are running up the ramp. There are many people, but the road is narrow, so the movement speed is not fast. People are pouring out from the exit. The crazy group of soldiers and fusion bodies behind them are also in groups, following the flow of people and chasing them out. The crowd here is too dense. With so many crazy fusion bodies coming, it will soon become a massacre. It is impossible to squeeze up the ramp. Many people are running forward along the bottom of the Rift Valley in panic. Some people start to climb up along the Rift Valley walls on both sides with their hands and feet. Pei Ren tried to summon green light number 1 again. It was finally usable again, and seemed quite happy, having eaten and drunk enough, and could come to right, and no longer had to follow number 2 to continue to work hard as a shepherd. Pei Ren immediately wrote in his mind, all the crazy soldiers' fusion bodies exploded. Bang, 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 the explosions were continuous. Pei Ren had written down the designated target clearly, and the explosion did not affect other people around. The ground was full of debris, and the world was quiet in an instant. The imminent danger suddenly disappeared, and people looked at each other, completely confused about what had happened. There was a knocking sound from the rear window. It was Team Leader Lee. She said, "Great." The crowd continued to rush up the ramp, and Pei Ren drove the pickup truck over there. Pei Ren suddenly saw that the group of people who had just fled forward along the bottom of the Rift Valley came back quickly. People's faces were full of fear, and their steps were fast, as if they were hiding from something. Almost at the end of this group of people, there was another acquaintance. W said, "It's Xiao Sai." Pei Ren turned the car around and drove the pickup truck over to meet them. With the light from the entrance, Xiao Sai had already seen Pei Ren from a distance, and also saw the real-life version of W sitting in the passenger seat. W's body was originally made by his family's technology company. Xiao Sai was not surprised at all. Seeing them was like seeing a savior. He ran over, pointed behind him, pointed to the ramp, and quickly climbed onto the back of the truck. He said, "Go quickly." The thing chasing them also came out. In the Rift Valley, there was the sound of wheels rolling over the gravel ground. And judging from the sound, there were far more than one. In the dim light of the night sky, in the depths of the dark rift, a strange black shadow was coming this way. The light of the tunnel was reflected on it. Pei Ren saw its full appearance. It looked like a convoy, or like a long snake with its head and tail connected. One car after another was connected together. There were military vehicles, and ordinary civilian vehicles, and each car was intricately covered with living human bodies, and it was almost impossible to recognize its original appearance. These people were deeply embedded in the body of the car. Parts of their bodies had long been integrated into the body of the car, and were entangled with the metal shell of the car. Many of them were still alive. The parts of them that were exposed outside the body of the car twisted desperately, struggled painfully, raised their heads, stretched their arms as hard as they could, as if they wanted to free themselves from the body of the car. But they could no longer do so. One car to another was also tightly connected by these soft human bodies, making the convoy become a long dragon covered with densely packed human bodies, like a train carriage. The head of this train is a military vehicle. At the top, A fusion head is exposed high, and the facial features are not deformed. It is an acquaintance. Marshall Wiener. She has left the black well a long time ago. It seems that she was attacked by the light vortex and turned into this appearance. She has mutated. But the silver hair on her head is not messy. Only her eyes have turned blood red. She is lowering her head, looking over the strange body, and searching for people on the ground with her eyes. As long as she takes a fancy to someone, she will stretch out her deformed arms, just like a block of iron meeting a magnet. The people on the ground immediately flew towards her, were caught by her green glowing claws, and thrown behind her, like a drop of water merging into the ocean, sinking into the body of this strange convoy. She was extremely greedy, grabbing people on the ground one by one, as if saying, "This one is mine. This one is also mine. All of them must get on my car." Chapter 135. Peiran and W were silent. Marshall Wiener ended up like this. Peiran said, "I'll deal with her." W, how are you going to deal with her? You can't get close to her at all. If you get close, she'll catch you. He knew that she had just used that mysterious power twice in a row, and she shouldn't be able to use it for the third time. Peiran summoned green light number 6 in his body. Green light number 6 was snatched from Yuha. As long as the target doesn't leave his sight, it can control the opponent's movements like a puppet. After Peiran got it, he never used it. She adjusted green light number 6 to her eyes. Her vision was covered with a layer of green halo. Peiran stared at Marshall Wiener's head. However, it didn't work. Marshall Wiener was not under control at all, still leading her convoy, chasing the fleeing crowd, sucking people into her strange convoy, planting them on the body of the car like flowers. The crazy fusion seemed to be immune to the control of green light number 6. Green light number 6 was useless. Peiran let it go and continued to herd sheep. She unbuttoned the collar of her combat uniform and took out a piece of paper from the secret pocket inside and opened it. On it was the result of her hard work over the past 2 nights, and compared it with the photo of Marshall Wiener and drew a cartoon. W also took a look. He had been watching Peiran draw this over the past 2 days. She did not believe in Marshall Wiener. The ruler of Heijing had already prepared a way to deal with her. The cartoon only had 4 frames, and was the same as Yukigo Jin's death cartoon. In the picture, Marshall Wiener was also on fire. Peiran carefully depicted Marshall Wiener's appearance, her sharp eyebrows, the deep wrinkles beside her nose, her neat silver hair, and the military uniform welded to her body every day, and the military rank on her shoulders in great detail. Only the upper body is shown in the picture. Luckily, only the upper body is drawn, because the part below Marshall Wiener's chest is now completely integrated into the military vehicle. Her head is not deformed, only the body needs to be slightly modified. The green light flows to the tip of the pen, and Peiran tries his best to paint the part below her chest to make it look messy and integrated with the vehicle. The messier the strokes, the more similar it is. On the roof, Marshall Wiener searched around with his red eyes, and suddenly noticed the small truck parked not far away. If he caught the small truck, he could add another car to her convoy. Marshall Wiener retracted his arms that were grabbing people everywhere, and led the convoy straight over here. There was no time to add anything else. Peiran immediately turned the pin. The green light rotated, and a cluster of flames sprang out from Marshall Wiener's mutated arm, which was probably where the bracelet was. The energy block of the bracelet caught fire, and the flames ignited the fabric on her arm, just like in the comics, and quickly jumped up. Marshall Wiener ignored the fire, and his bloodshot eyes were only fixed on the pickup truck. She had seen the person sitting in the cab of the pickup truck clearly, and her crazy brain was still barely functioning, and she still recognized the familiar person. Peiran. The person sitting next to her also looked familiar, as if she had seen him somewhere before. She tried to sort out her tangled thoughts, and finally remembered. This should be the virtual image of security agent W. She had seen it on the screen several times before. But how could the virtual image become a real person? Marshall Wiener's thoughts were confused at this time, and he couldn't figure it out. No matter what, they were going to run away. They drove away, leaving her black well. All of them were going to leave her black well. She spent a lot of effort to get Blackwell back on track, and it almost fell into the hands of Batherway and his group. It was not easy to get it back, but now, they were all going to leave. Absolutely not. Heijing is her territory, and these people are all her people. She won't allow them to leave. They all can't leave. She drove the convoy, accelerated and drove towards the small truck, but suddenly felt something was wrong. It was fire. The flames blocked her sight. The fire burned quickly, burning all the way up, and soon ignited her whole body, burning her hair. In a few seconds, Marshall Wiener was burned into a fireman. Her mutated body could not feel the burning pain, but felt that these running flames were very troublesome, and her arms were waving impatiently in the air, trying to push the flames away. After a while, she suddenly realized she seemed to have burned it. She hit the flame twice, thinking blankly in my heart, is this going to die? The light of the flame made her chaotic brain a little clear. I don't know why. She suddenly remembered many years ago. That really a long time ago. At that time, young she is under the emblem of the Federal Eagle-Winged Army. Oath swear to defend the Federation, vowing to defend this land connected to her blood, everyone who lives on this land. Every word she said at that time was sincere and came from her heart. But later, everything gradually changed. Without any scheming and without any tricks. It was impossible to survive in the complex struggle. Military merit alone was far from enough. She had a hard time climbing all the way. I don't know when it started. But all those things she once swore to defend to the death, although they were still there, retreated to a less important position. And maintaining her own status became the first thing to consider, with priority above everything else. She always felt that she was completely different from those good-for-nothings, mean-spirited people like Batherway, who only knew how to fight for power and profit. One day, when she had supreme power, she would surely become the most outstanding leader of the Federation and go down in history. But before that, she could only do whatever it took to remove all obstacles and seize power in her own hands, so that she could arrange everything according to her own wishes. That distant, young, immature, passionate her faded away with the years and gradually disappeared. Her consciousness became blurred in the flames, and was being pulled away from her body. Marshall Wiener raised his hand with great effort, trying to straighten the military cap on his head. Even if she died, she would at least die like a soldier. Unfortunately, the military cap was already on fire, and an incredibly large flame rose up, turning it into ashes along with her hair. Just like the last frame of the four-frame comic, the flames quickly went out. Marshall Wiener on the front of the train turned into a piece of black charcoal. She died, but the others who were unfortunately caught on the train were still living in pain, fused with the body of the train, and could not get off even if they wanted to. They were half embedded in the car body. Some could not help crying, and in the blink of an eye, with a bang, they were blown to pieces along with the people next to them. The explosion of the human body was not enough to affect the vehicle, and the body of the vehicle was intact, still standing there like a monster. The others were still frightened, and they carefully avoided the car and continued to walk on the slope of the Rift Valley. However, only a moment later, the stopped convoy seemed to come alive again, and the wheels suddenly turned again. It accelerated suddenly and rushed towards the direction of the small truck. Peyren started the car quickly, turned around and rushed into the rift. It was the mutant heart. It was still alive. The four-frame comics she drew were used to deal with ordinary people, and were more than enough to burn Xing Wuxian to death, but it was not enough to deal with Marshall Wiener, who had turned into a crazy fusion. Marshall Wiener's upper body was burned to charcoal, but the mutant heart was obviously free, not staying in its original position in her chest. If the mutant heart is not killed, this crazy fusion will not die. The question is, where is the heart hidden? W said in her ear, I will drive, you continue to draw? If you can draw the entire convoy on fire, let it burn completely, you should be able to kill the mutant heart. But the convoy looked too weird. Full of people. With Pei Ran's current painting skills, she couldn't draw it in a short time even if she was killed. Another group of people poured out from the exit of the Black Well, and the convoy's attention was attracted. They stopped chasing the small truck and rushed towards the crowd. People were scared and ran away. Pei Ren suddenly saw from the side mirror that Xiaosai was clinging to the edge of the truck bed, as if he was going to jump out of the car. Pei Ren was startled and braked suddenly. Xiaosai jumped out, but he was still dragged on the ground and rolled twice. But he got up immediately and ran towards the direction of the convoy. Pei Ren? Although the convoy doesn't have Marshall Wiener stretching out his arms to catch people now, it may not be safe to approach it rashly. W has good eyesight and has seen it. Pei Ren, look at the third car. Lieutenant General Song Wan is on it. The third car in the convoy, like the other cars, is filled with densely packed people. Song Wan is on it. Her lower body has been integrated into the car body. Only the part above the waist is exposed. She is still wearing the hospital gown. W said, The ones next to her are her orderly and adjutant. It seems that they took her out of the hospital. But she was unlucky, and met the fusion body transformed by Marshal Wiener, and became part of the convoy. Songwon was different from the others in the car. She did not struggle and panic. She was looking over here, and had already seen Chiao-sai running over. She frowned, her expression stern, and gestured to him to stop him from coming over. The convoy was still moving. It failed to hit anyone and began to turn around. This time, its target should be the upward ramp in front. There were many people on the ramp who were blocked and had no time to go up. In the convoy, Songwon turned around her fixed body with difficulty and took out something black from the adjutant next to her and held it in her hand. Without W telling him, Pei Ren already knew what it was. The convoy turned around and turned itself into a circle. This was the best time. Songwon pressed the thing in his hand. There was a loud bang. The explosion shook the earth, and the whole convoy was completely torn into pieces. The crazy fusion body was gone. And the people embedded in the car were gone. 2. Only the aftermath of the explosion echoed in the Rift Valley. Chiao-sai was hit to the ground by the air wave of the explosion. He immediately got up and rushed over. But there was nothing over there. He stood there blankly, unable to recover. After a long time, he turned around and walked towards the small truck. Silence sealed people's mouths, and no one could cry. Pei Ren gestured to him to get in the car. The small truck followed the crowd, and slowly drove up the slope. Finally, outside the Rift Valley, in the night, there was an endless wasteland. The sky was like a black curtain, without a trace of starlight, and the wilderness was silent. There might be a crazy fusion near the exit of the Black Well. Those who escaped from the Black Well did not dare to stay for long, and continued to move forward. One by one, the figures disappeared in the dark wilderness. All the top leaders of Blackwell are dead, W said. There are very few troops left. It is difficult to organize them effectively. Blackwell is full of crazy fusion bodies. They may still be on fire. It is unlikely that they will come back for a while. He paused and looked at Pei Ren. Pei Ren heard him whisper in his ear, Pei Ren, I am free. He was free. He finally didn't have to be locked up in the dark basement anymore. Didn't have to deal with various affairs endlessly every day. And didn't have to be the exclusive artificial intelligence of the Ministry of Defense anymore. Pei Ren nodded. Let's go. Wait a minute, W said. The signal transmitter of the Black Well is still working. I have one last job to do. Pei Ren's bracelet vibrated. Not only her, almost everyone was looking down at the bracelet. It was a set of pictures. He sent the news of the fall of the Black Well to everyone in the Federation, warning them not to come to the Black Well again. The Ark has sunk. Pei Ren started the car and continued to drive forward. Not far ahead, there was a person standing. She was small, just like when I first saw her in Baigang City, standing in the fleeing crowd, like a stone standing still in the rushing water. It was Abu. The van approached, and Abu walked forward and knocked on the door next to Pei Ren. She had been staying in the hospital these days, and she had probably been practicing the code, and she was much more proficient in using it than before. I have been waiting for you here. We must chase Nanny now. Otherwise it will be too late. She said she wanted to chase Nanny, and this must be very important. Pei Ren didn't waste time asking her about the cause and effect. He asked first, where is he? Abu stretched out his hand, pointed in a direction in the wilderness, and not over there. He was driving. She also climbed onto the back of the truck. Pei Ren started the car, turned around, and took a last look at the Black Well behind him. At the bottom of the reddish-brown Rift Valley, the isolation door was wide open, and the big white stone was still there. From time to time, people still ran out from the exit. This shelter in the end of the world disappeared just like that. The despicable died of despicableness. The greedy died of greed. The warriors were fearless of life and death. The reckless stumbled, and continued to move forward. The Blackwell fell into the whirlpool. Power and disputes disappeared. Everything returned to dust, and the earth returned to earth. Chapter 136, Valentine's Day Special. Not in the original world's timeline. The heat of the whole day faded away. When getting off work in the evening, a cool breeze blew. Pei Ren got off the subway one stop early, and walked all the way back to the music square. In the square, many people who had just got off work, like her, were walking home slowly, and some people who had eaten dinner early came out to walk their dogs and enjoy the cool air. Pei Ren walked briskly across the square, and went up the stairs, and as soon as he opened the door with the key, he smelled the fragrance of food. It was rare that the starry sky was the one that greeted him today. It ran over quickly, took the bag from Pei Ran's hand, handed her slippers, and ran away quickly again. Are you back? We are busy, come and see. Pei Ran changed into slippers, followed into the kitchen. What are you cooking that smells so good? The two little robots were indeed busy. The kitchen counter was filled with large and small bowls, all of which were prepared ingredients, some shredded, some diced, some sliced, and onions, ginger, and garlic. Chicken soup was simmering on a low fire on the stove, bubbling with small bubbles, and it had already become golden yellow, and I don't know what else was added, but the aroma was fragrant. Ryan was slicing fish fillets on the chopping board, with skillful knife skills, so fast that only a silver afterimage was left. Pei Ran wondered, you prepared so many dishes today? Ryan turned around, and did not delay the work at hand. Master, don't you know that today is the Chinese Valentine's Day? I know. Pei Ran saw many people selling roses on the road. She slapped Ryan's head. But you are a little robot. Why are you celebrating Chinese Valentine's Day? Ryan specially adjusted a speechless expression, displayed on the panel, and turned to her. The vegetables were transferred to me by the great God, and asked me to buy them. It was also the recipe he set. I spent a long time choosing them in the vegetable and butcher shops today. Shinkong added, Ryan is amazing. Even the vegetable seller said that he is very good at choosing. Of course. Ryan looked proud. I am the best all-round household robot, with first-class cooking skills and an expert in selecting fresh ingredients. It seemed that something just slipped by quietly. Pei Ran, great God! W asked you to do it? She took out a mechanical spider from her chest pocket, held one of its claws, and brought it to her. Thank you. The spider struggled in the air, and W's voice came from her ear. What is there to thank you for? You're welcome. After Pei Ran took a shower and changed her clothes, W said again, Pei Ran, open the application on your bracelet. Pei Ran turned on the bracelet screen, opened the application with the ball logo, and W's virtual image appeared immediately. He stood there. The background was a cyber-style conference hall, the lights were dim, there were documents piled up on the desk, and virtual displays of various sizes were on. This was something he had a sudden idea for last time, and he designed it for himself, and he thought it was fun. Pei Ran first glanced at his background, curiously. Are you still using this virtual environment? Yes. W's virtual image tilted his head. I don't know why, this place always gives me a sense of familiarity and intimacy. Pei Ran, could it be that this is where you stayed in your previous life? If artificial intelligence also has a previous life. Maybe, he said. Pei Ran, I have something to do today. My patrol robot is not in the city for the time being, so I can't accompany you. Let the spider accompany you to dinner tonight. Or turn on this screen and let me accompany you like this. Okay? No wonder he asked Ryan to cook so many dishes. These days, the metal ball would fly over to have dinner with her every day. He was afraid that she would feel lonely if he was not here today. Anyway, whether it was the metal ball, the mechanical spider, or the virtual image on the bracelet screen, they were all him. And they were all the same. But today is a special day. Shio is not here. Pei Ran still feels a little lost, although theoretically he is not hers. Of course it's okay, Pei Ran said generously. It's you anyway, what difference can there be? W's voice seemed to have a hint of smile. Okay. While talking, someone suddenly knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. The force was very light, restrained and polite. Pei Ran, it's probably a courier. The courier brother is always in a hurry, knocks on the door, puts down the things and runs away, but today he knocked so slowly. Ryan was busy chopping vegetables, and Shinkong was also looking at the chicken stewing in the pot. Pei Ran said, I'll go open it, and stood up and walked to the door. She opened the door casually. Then she was stunned. It was incredible. Standing outside the door was the one on the bracelet screen. The evening sun was behind him, shining through the crowns of two flowering trees, falling on his head and shoulders, giving him a golden outline with an orange halo, from eyebrows to hair. It was exactly the same as his virtual image. Pei Ran took a long time to find her voice. How? Is it possible? She stretched out a finger and tentatively touched his chest. It was a real touch. He was wearing a white silk shirt, with white butterfly shell buttons on it, and the buttons were faintly colored, rubbing against Pei Ran's fingertips. How did he suddenly become a living person? Pei Ran's eyes returned to his face, staring at him. The cheeks, the bridge of the nose, the thick and slightly curled eyelashes, looked fake, but they were real, like a miracle. W had been watching her quietly, patiently waiting for her to come back to her senses before speaking. This time he didn't speak in her ear, but with a real voice. This is my biochemical body, which can be controlled remotely, or directly embedded in the core processor. It is tailor-made, and it has been made a long time ago. I finally completed the final debugging recently. I think today is a good day. So I came to see you. I guess you might like it. He asked, do you like it? Pei Ran did not answer, and opened his arms. W immediately leaned down and hugged her. His body temperature was warm. Pei Ran wrapped her arms around him tightly, and buried her head in his shoulder. She then answered in a muffled voice, I like it. She whispered again. This is really so good. Today is indeed a particularly good day. The two hugged for a long time. So long that Ryan's voice came from behind. Master. What are you doing? W still didn't want to let go. Hugged Pei Ran. Picked her up on the spot. Took her outside the door and put her down. And closed the door. The noise was gone. Pei Ran finally let go of W. And raised his hand to touch his cheek. All the touches were so real. It was amazing. W waited until she had studied enough. And then said, I'll ask Ryan how long it will take for dinner. After a moment, he said, It said it will take another quarter of an hour. Then the two of us will take a walk around the area first? Okay, Pei Ran said. The two held hands and walked down the stairs with cast iron handrails. When they came to the stone road, they walked around the small red brick building next to it. And it was the music square. The setting sun was lower, and the square was golden red. W pointed. Do you want to go eat ice cream together? You always say that the ice cream in that store is delicious. Yes, Pei Ran asked. Can you eat? Of course, W replied. I have been paying attention to and participating in the development and production of this biochemical body. I am very familiar with its performance. It is fully functional. Eating is no problem at all. Pei Ran couldn't help but glance up and down. W asked, What are you thinking about? Pei Ran, nothing. She said, The ice cream in that store, I strongly recommend the mango flavor. The taste is super rich and pure. The two walked into the ice cream store together. There was a crisping sound at the door. The store was not big. The air conditioner was on, cool and comfortable. The clerk smiled. Welcome. In the shiny glass cabinet, there were 2 rows of ice creams of various flavors. W found the mango flavor that Pei Ran mentioned, but Pei Ran discovered a new world. Lychee sorbet? The shop assistant said. Yes. It's a new product. Would you like to try it? She scooped a small spoonful and handed it to Pei Ran. Pei Ran took a sip. The lychee taste was rich and sweet. W carefully observed her expression and asked, Is it delicious? When the shop assistant quickly took another small spoon and prepared to scoop a little for him to try, W simply lowered his head and sipped the remaining little with the spoon that Pei Ran had sipped. His expression froze, as if he was frozen by that little bit of ice cream. It took him a long time to say, This is really so cold. Pei Ran, nonsense. Ice cream is not a fire unicorn. Of course it is cold. W switched to a conversation in his head. This body has the same nervous system and part of the brain that processes feelings as humans. I found that the cold and hot felt by the sensors of the mechanical spider are completely different from the feelings of the human body. This was the first time he really tasted cold. The child has grown up and understands what cold is. Pei Ran reached out and patted the back of his head. Welcome to the world of feelings. Pei Ran said to the store girl, I want 2 scoops, 1 mango, 1 lychee sorbet, and a 2-color waffle cone. She turned and asked W, Which one do you want? W answered calmly, I want the same as hers. How much? He opened the bracelet on his wrist and paid directly. Pei Ran was curious. Where did you get the money? He probably took advantage of poor Qiao Sai again. W answered as a matter of course. Don't worry, I have a lot. Making money is the easiest thing in the world. Pei Ran? Pei Ran, I really don't think so. The two of them went out, each holding an ice cream cone, and sat on a bench in front of the ice cream shop. The fountain's water splashed up and down. The evening sky had a strange sense of transparency, reflecting the sunset glow burning like fire. Tomorrow will definitely be the same as today, a sunny and good weather. Pei Ran took a sip of ice cream, and then tilted his head to look at W. W carefully touched the ice cream ball of mango, and was so cautious and alert as if he was about to take liquid nitrogen into his mouth. He came back to his senses in the cold feeling, and then said, "I bought this body myself." Pei Ren asked, "Then where will your body go at night?" W tilted his head to look at her. "Are you willing to take me in?" Pei Ren, "Huh? She only has one bedroom and one bed." W's eyes flashed with mischief. "Just teasing you." He raised his hand and pointed to the other side of the fountain. "The second floor over there is Pei Ren's room. You can see the terrace with carved railings, half-open French windows, and fluttering white gauze curtains." But he was not referring to that place, but another small red brick building not far away. He said, "I bought an apartment over there, on the second floor, standing on the terrace. I can just see your terrace." He actually moved in as a neighbor. It seems that he makes money very easily. "Are you free on the weekend?" W asked. "Do you want to go out and play together?" In the past, the patrol robot always had to make time to accompany you. Now this body is mine, and we can go a little further this time. "Do you want to go hiking or see the sea?" Pei Ren, "Let me think about it," W said him, and slightly leaned towards her, his arm against her shoulder. "Think about it slowly. Anyway, it's forever, and there is plenty of time." Chapter 137. It was still dark, and a cold wind was blowing in the wilderness. The people who left the Black Well looked lost and had nowhere to go. There were crazy fusion bodies around the exit of the Black Well. The isolation door was opened, and a huge light vortex stopped at the door. It might rush out at any time. It was not safe to stay in the Leeward Rift Valley. On this cold winter night, the nearest place to shelter from the wind was the mining area where the refugees, who could not enter the Black Well, lived. Many people were walking towards the southeast entrance of the mining area, and some were planning to go further, to Yurcha. The area near the station in Yurcha had recently been cleared of crazy fusion bodies, and a new protective wall had been built around the station, which would be relatively safer. This was almost the last group of people leaving the Black Well, and fewer people were pouring out of the south exit. W asked Pei Ren, "How do you feel?" "I'll drive?" Pei Ren replied, "No. I can do it." She looked inward at the green lights in her body. Green Light number 2 and his team were very effective in herding sheep. They had basically gathered all the light spots that were running around. Occasionally, a few of them would be swallowed up immediately. They were obviously full. Pei Ren took out a red suppression bracelet from his pocket and put it on his wrist. All the light spots, whether in an orderly or crazy state, immediately calmed down. Only Green Light number 2 was still moving, circling around the quiet sheep. They stopped moving, and the body felt much more comfortable. Pei Ren fastened the wristband of the restraint bracelet, feeling a little amused, and never thought that there would be a day when he would take the initiative to wear the restraint bracelet. No need to worry about the monitoring system of Haging anymore. In case of an emergency, just pull off the restraint bracelet directly. Pei Ren followed Abu's instructions, turned to the southwest, left the crowd. Abu said Nanny was also driving, and it would be too late if we didn't catch up with him. I don't know what she meant by too late, but I'll catch up with Nanny first. Pei Ren asked W in her heart, "Does Chiao Sai know the code?" W replied, "He does. Government employees have already received training." Pei Ren knocked on the car window behind her. "Everyone hold on tight." She stepped on the accelerator. A large cloud of dust rose from under the wheels, and the small truck rushed out like a wild horse in the wilderness under the night. W held the handle on the roof with one hand, looked back at the rear window with sympathy, and said slowly in Pei Ren's ear, "Don't worry, even if Nan-E is driving the Black Falcon S801, you can catch up." Pei Ren, "This must be a compliment, right? I wonder why Nan-E went to the southwest instead of the mining area and Yurcha in the southeast." The wasteland was full of pits and stones of all sizes. Pei Ren ignored the bumps and stepped on the accelerator to chase forward. Soon he saw the headlights of a car in front. It was a round white antique car, which was particularly conspicuous in the dark. It was driving on a metal bridge built above the Rift Valley. Pei Ren accelerated and rushed over. The moment the two cars were side by side, he could see clearly that the driver was indeed Nan-E. Pei Ren quickly passed him, turned the steering wheel sharply, and swung the rear end of the car, and the small truck was lying on the metal bridge. Nan-E was shocked, and quickly stepped on the brakes. W was silent. "Aren't you afraid that he will hit me?" Pei Ren, "I left him such a long braking distance. How stupid he must be to hit me." Nan-E didn't hit me, and he successfully braked, But the handsome face of this pioneer sweetheart turned pale with fear. Pei Ren jumped out of the car and rushed over, opened the door, and directly lifted him down from the driver's seat. Then she looked back at Abu. The man has been caught, and then... What? Abu stood up from the truck bed shakily, and made a patting motion with his hands from top to bottom. Pei Ren understood body search. She pressed Nan Yi against the truck, and began to search his pockets. His pockets were empty. Abu said he wanted to search Nan Yi, so Nan Yi must have something worth searching. She didn't specify where to search, which meant that in a future clip she could see, there was no such clip, and she had to find it herself. Pei Ren quickly touched up and down again, not finding anything, kicked Nan Yi's feet, signaling him to take off his shoes. Nan Yi was still frightened by this girl, who had ripped out his internal organs and smeared blood on his shoulders. He was smart and obedient, and immediately understood her intention, and bent down to take off his shoes. He was too cooperative. Pei Ren only glanced at his shoes, and didn't touch them at all. When he bent down just now, he slightly leaned to the side, and part of his body instinctively moved away from Pei Ren, and the action looked a little unnatural. Pei Ren grabbed his collar, pushed him back into the car, and touched his left waist. Nan Yi suddenly panicked, and struggled slightly. I found the right place. Pei Ren carefully touched his clothes, but still found nothing. She unbuckled his belt neatly. W couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Nan Yi was really panicked. Pei Ren carefully checked the belt, turned it over, and saw something stuck to the inside, a folded piece of paper, and a card. The card was about 2 fingers wide and 1 finger long, with a black background, and a vertical white oval logo printed on it, like an egg standing there, cracked from the top, with a gap extending downwards at the top. For some reason, Pei Ren had a vague feeling deep in his heart, as if he had seen this logo somewhere. Pei Ren stared at the card for a few seconds, and felt that it was extremely familiar. But he couldn't remember it. This was very much like the original owner's memory. Vague, and when he wanted to grab a handful, it floated away from his fingers like a wisp of smoke. Maybe the original owner had seen this logo. But unfortunately, he had no impression of it. Pei Ren asked W in his heart, "Do you recognize this logo?" W had seen it a long time ago. "I haven't seen it. And I can't find it." Pei Ren unfolded the folded paper again. It was just a small piece of paper, with a hand-drawn map of the Federation on it. There were no words, only the direction of the mountains and rivers, and a specially marked dot. W took a quick look and said to Pei Ren in his mind, "This is a map of the southwest of the Federation. The dot on the map is a base, west of the Yuanwang Mountains, near the Chongqing River Basin, and 910 kilometers away from here." Pei Ren asked, "Is it a military base?" "No. It's called the Aurora Base, and it belongs to a private company called Tianwei. Tianwei was founded 32 years ago. It is a technology enterprise group dedicated to technological innovation and cutting-edge technology. Its branches cover many fields, including aerospace manufacturing and space transportation, biotechnology and genetic engineering, sustainable energy and environmental technology, etc. W is a large database. As long as Pei Ren doesn't let him stop, he will continue. Dr. Saman, the founder of Tianwei, is a technological genius and one of the most innovative entrepreneurs of our time. Unfortunately, she died in a spacecraft crash 3 years ago when she was riding on the company's test spacecraft. The Aurora base in the picture has been built for 27 years. The surrounding area of the base has gradually developed into a small city, usually called Aurora City. Nanny carried this map and a strange card with him, driving to the southwest, presumably intending to go to the Aurora City of Tianwei Group on the map. Pei Ren knocked on the car door, asked Nanny, "What are you doing in this place?" Nanny looked at her fingers, and then looked at her. Just like when he was on the island a few days ago, he didn't understand the code. I don't know if he really doesn't understand or is just pretending. He looked anxious, and suddenly put his hands together, and made a begging gesture. He pointed at the card again, and spread his palms flat, and pushed it in Pei Ren's direction, as if to say, "The card is for you." Pei Ren, "Nonsense. If you don't give it to me, it's mine now." Nanny pointed at himself again, and spread his hands, and pushed it in front of Pei Ren. Pei Ren. W. Pei Ren. He should be saying, "He wants to follow us." W. Of course, that's what he means, what else? Abu got off the truck, and came over, and saw Pei Ren got the map and the card, and gave her a thumbs up. Abu once said, sometimes, she could see some fragments of the distant future. I wonder if she also saw the fall of Haejing today. She was on the outlying island at that time. And she was determined to save Nan-E even if she had to be hit hard on the head by the handle of the chainsaw. Maybe it was for this moment. Pei-Ran pointed at Nan-E. Abu decisively made a hand-knife chopping gesture. Nan-E was startled. And before he could react, he was really knocked unconscious by Pei-Ran. Abu seemed to be prepared. He pulled a rope from his bag, tied Nan-Yi's hands and feet, and ran over to open the trunk of Nan-Yi's white antique car. Pei-Ran didn't need to do anything. He dragged Nan-E over and stuffed her into the trunk, helping her to smoothly complete the L10 level criminal activity of robbery and kidnapping. Team Leader Lee jumped out of the truck bed swiftly. She knocked on the hood of the white car. Is this car ours now? Pei-Ran answered, yes. Team Leader Lee immediately opened the door. Then I'll drive this one. I'm very familiar with antique cars. Abu nodded. I'll sit in the passenger seat later, and we'll take turns driving. It's too tiring to drive alone. Chiaosai also got out of the truck bed silently, his eyes still red and swollen. He also knocked on the hood of the car, and he was quite proficient in using the code, I'll sit here too, so I can help them drive. He got into the back seat of the white car. The people in the truck bed had all changed cars. Pei-Ran looked at them, and said to W in his heart, maybe it's because the truck bed is too cold. This car actually has a canopy that can be put up to block the wind and rain. It's a pity that I was in a hurry to catch up with Nan-E and didn't have time. W answered seriously, you're right. They all changed cars. It must be because of the cold. Pei-Ran felt a little regretful. I was thinking that this truck can carry goods and people, and it has a larger capacity than a car with seats. The logistics department actually has a van. But unfortunately, there was no stock at that time. So we had to wait for a few days. If I had known, I would have waited for the van. W muttered vaguely. Do you think they will take the van if it is replaced? Pei-Ran didn't hear clearly. Huh? W, nothing. Pei-Ran could guess what he was muttering. He meant that after a while of speeding, Team Leader Lee and the others might not be able to withstand her superb driving skills. But the two little robots, Ryan and Shinkong, stayed in the truck bed without moving. Pei-Ran took another look at the map. From what Abu meant, they should go to the Aurora base on the map. As expected, Abu went back to the truck bed and took her backpack, knocked on the hood, and said to Pei-Ran, let's go now to the place on the map. It's a relatively safe place, I saw it. But to get in, you need to take the card in your hand. Pei-Ran immediately asked her, what do you mean by relatively safe? Abu shook his head. Disclosing too much to others may affect the future direction, causing uncontrollable changes. Pei-Ran, you mean, with this card, all of us can go in? Abu answered concisely, that's right. Pei-Ran no longer forced her, and asked W in his heart, does Aurora City also have a shielding layer generator? W replied, I don't know, I've never heard of it. But that piece of land is privately owned by Tianwei Company. So anything is possible. Anyway, we have left Haejing now, and there is nowhere else to go. So why not try it over there? Pei-Ran asked W, how do we drive over there? W replied, I am planning the route and estimating the time. Then he said, this Rift Valley area is southwest, and there are bridges all the way. Then we can cross the Sivu wasteland, and then turn west and get on the Chama Highway. This highway was built before the hovercraft era, and it should still be there. You can reach the destination along the road. The advantage of this route is that it does not pass through any human settlement area, and there are few people, and there will be fewer crazy fusion bodies. He calculated. The actual distance is 1,060 kilometers. The speed will be slower in the Rift Valley and the wasteland, and it will be much faster on the Chama Highway. If there is no rest throughout the whole journey, it should take about 17 hours. He added, with your style, it is possible to arrive faster. W asked, shall we set off? Pei-Ran looked down at the bracelet. I have to go to find Aisha first. I made an appointment with Aisha to meet at the south exit, and I don't know where she is now. Pei-Ran clicked on Aisha's profile picture. And, as before, he chose an emoji of a questioning cat head. Before he set it out, he received a message from Aisha. It was a photo, next to a metal bridge, looking back at the large Rift Valley at the southern exit of Haejing. W took a look at the photo and gave a precise location. It is the nearest bridge southeast of the southern exit. This is the direction to the mining area and Yurcha. It seems that Aisha also followed the flow of people leaving Haejing and went there. Pei-Ran knocked on the hood of the car and told everyone to pick up the people first. and then return to the van. All humans have defected, and only the AIs who don't get carsick are left in Pei Ran's truck. Ryan held the guardrail of the truck bed tightly with one mechanical hand, his posture straight, and stretched out his other iron arm, making a gesture. Let's go! The truck led the small white car to set off. Pei Ran turned to the east, and not far away, he saw the metal bridge over the Rift Valley that Aisha had sent him. Next to the metal bridge, there was another car parked. It was a large military green truck, with a sturdy cloth awning that was fully enclosed like a car box. Pei Ran had seen it several times these days. It was the vehicle used by Heijing to transport goods. Aisha and Jian Gong were sitting in the cab. Both of them were safe and sound. Aisha's pot of spathiphyllum was still there, placed neatly on the center console, well maintained, and still with green leaves even in the winter. They had seen Pei Ran a long time ago, and waved vigorously. When Pei Ran drove over and stopped, Aisha had already jumped out of the cab and ran over. Not only was she safe and sound, but the fatigue she had felt in the mining area a few days ago was swept away. Just like on the way to Heijing. The more chaotic it was, the more excited it was, and her eyes were shining. There was also a piece of tape on her mouth, and she pointed her finger quickly. You have a car too. That's great. She saw W sitting on the passenger seat clearly, and was so shocked that she even forgot to point her finger. But she quickly reacted, put on a stern face, and nodded to W solemnly. When she walked to Pei Ran's side, avoiding W's sight, Aisha continued to point her finger secretly. You have a boyfriend? He looks amazing. The problem is a boy who looks like this reliable? Pei Ran thought. W can't see, but his mechanical spider is in his chest pocket, and he can still see what you are saying. Pei Ran also quietly replied to her, we are good friends. He is still quite reliable. Aisha nodded solemnly. If he is not reliable, you can smash his head with a punch, kill him, and get a new one. Pei Ran. Mechanical Spider. Chapter 138. Aisha saw the little robot in the truck bed, and Li'in and Abu and the others in Xiaobai's antique car, and said, I also brought several people in the car, you come and see. Pei Ran jumped out of the car, and went to the back of the big truck with her. Aisha lifted the thick cloth cover of the truck. There were several boxes of supplies in the truck bed, which looked like food, and I didn't know where Aisha got them from, and there were several large buckets of water next to them. There were several people sitting next to the boxes, all acquaintances, the college students on Yahai number 7. Tang Dao, Sheng Mingxi and the blind Jin Hejuan were there, and 2 other people. Tang Dao and the others waved their hands to greet Pei Ran. Aisha knocked on the truck fender, and actually used the code. After we came to Heijing, we happened to live in the same dormitory building in the blue zone, so we escaped together this time. It seems that she has learned to communicate in code during her volunteer work these days, but she is not as skilled as she is at tapping her fingers. Aisha continued to knock, this time with a serious look. Pei Ran, where are you going? The mining area or Yurcha? We have discussed it, and we all want to ask, can we continue to follow you this time? Everyone in the car looked at Pei Ran eagerly. Pei Ran immediately turned her head and looked at Abu. Abu nodded firmly. Her eyes seemed to say, Pei Ran, let's go down this fateful path. Pei Ran typed a code to everyone. I'm not going to Yurcha. I plan to go to a very far place, more than 1,000 kilometers away. This is an unknown road. Even Pei Ran herself doesn't know what's waiting ahead, and I don't know if this group of people are willing to follow her and take risks. Aisha asked her, what place is it? Pei Ran answered honestly, it's called Aurora Base. I heard it might be relatively safe. The information may not be reliable. We can only go there and give it a try. Pei Ran looked around and said, it's a long way. We might encounter danger on the way. It's also possible that there is nothing there. It's a wasted trip. It's better to stay in Yurcha. Do you want to go there? To her surprise, Aisha nodded even though she had said something so unreliable. She knocked, go. Everyone nodded at the same time. Suddenly, it seemed as if they were back on the night C number 7, when everyone was planning to follow her to the Black Well. It was just that they needed to find a way to convince everyone at that time, but now it is not necessary at all. They all believed in her, and planned to follow her. W said in his ear, after leaving the Black Well, the survival rate is higher with you. If it were me, I would also choose to follow you. Pei Ran asked leisurely, what if the survival rate is not high, you will not follow me? W answered firmly, Even if you go to the 18th level of hell, I will follow you. Pei Ran, you will go to the 18th level of hell. W, okay, I'll go. He asked again, but if I go, do you want to come with me? Pei Ran, is it an electronic hell that specializes in receiving artificial intelligence souls? I really want to go and see what it looks like. W imagined, maybe there are bugs everywhere, errors everywhere, nothing works, like a nightmare. The two of them were talking nonsense in their hearts. Pei Ran gestured to Ai Xia to get in the car, and he also returned to the small truck. Shinkong suddenly moved. His upper body stretched out of the truck bed, and quietly waved his mechanical hand to Pei Ran, as if he had something to say. Pei Ran looked at him and asked, "What's wrong?" Shinkong hesitated, looked at the people around him, stretched out his mechanical finger, and gently tapped. Pei Ran, can you bring 2 more mining robots? Pei Ran knew. W had said at the beginning that there were more than just Shinkong who escaped from the Blackwell Mining Company. Shinkong might have other companions in the mining area, but he was very cautious and never revealed it. It didn't want to talk. Pei Ran didn't ask. Now that the Blackwell had fallen, and everyone was leaving, it finally spoke out. Pei Ran replied, "Of course. Where can we pick them up?" Shinkong's eyes lit up. "No need to pick them up. They are in the mining area. They all know the way. I'll let them come over." W said last time that each mining robot has a communication account, and pictures can still be sent now. I guess they communicate in this way. Pei Ran asked everyone to wait here, and they would set off in a while. She heard someone knocking quietly on the truck. Are we waiting for someone? It seemed like they were waiting for a robot. After waiting for a while, in the wasteland at night, in the distance, 2 small silver robots came towards this side from the direction of the mining area exit. They were running, steady and fast, moving at a speed close to that of vehicles, obviously much faster than humans. It can be seen that they don't actually need to take a car, but running like this is a bit of a waste of energy. When they got closer, Pei Ran could see clearly that they looked almost exactly like Shinkong, like triplets. Shinkong immediately jumped off the car and went to meet them. The 3 little robots stood face to face, and after communicating for a while, in some special way, Shinkong came over with the other 2. It knocked. They want to follow too. Pei Ran stretched out his hand. The 2 little robots were stunned, and took turns to stretch out their mechanical palms, and shook hands with Pei Ran. The cartoon panels on their faces were exactly the same, and they all showed expressions of surprise with round eyes. Pei Ran was still looking up and down, trying to find the difference. Shinkong had just replaced the panel on his chest a few days ago, and it was shiny and new, so at least he could recognize it. But the other 2 were completely unrecognizable. Pei Ran asked Shinkong in code, "Do they have names?" Shinkong was embarrassed. "They don't have names yet, only the minor numbers used in the mining area. This is F6F5, this is IE1D1. Who can remember this?" Shinkong knocked. "I think they will also want to give themselves nice names. When they think of a name, I will tell you." The 3 little robots climbed into the truck together. Ryan looked at the 2 newcomers curiously and knocked. "Shinkong, are they also here to learn housework?" "People and intelligent robots are all here, and we can set off." This time W did not ask Pei Ran anymore, and resolutely opened the door of the cab. "The road is long. I will drive. You take a rest first." Pei Ran was indeed tired, and did not argue with him, and sat in the passenger seat. She asked W, "Have you driven a car before?" W started the car. "No. Never. And I don't have a driver's license." But it doesn't matter. He had taught her to drive so many kinds of vehicles, but he himself had never driven a car. This person is a typical giant in theory, a dwarf in action. To be fair, his theoretical foundation was solid, and he drove quite well for the first time. The small truck turned smoothly to the southwest. Just like that, the small truck pulled a load of small robots. The big truck followed closely behind, pulling a load of humans, and Liin and Abu, driving a white antique car, with the unconscious Nan-yi in the trunk, set off together in a mighty procession. Pei Ran was a little emotional. Originally, she was alone, but she didn't know when she had to bring her family with her. Not far forward, just see the night, a group of people flew forward in panic. Those who run fast are already far away. There are 3 more running slowly, fall behind. One of them is familiar with one. It is Shuangmian and Nua Nua. Shuangmian pulled Nua Nua. There is also a middle-aged man who does not know. Help Shuangmian pulls Nua's other hand. 2 adults, one left and one right, almost to mention Nuno to the ground, running to death. Chasing them behind It is a mutated strange dongshi. It still had a human shape. But there was a wide tire under its feet, which came from nowhere, and was spinning. Fortunately, it still had a huge belly, which was softly divided into two sides, filled with something unknown, bulging and dragging on the ground. Its skin was very flexible, and it was more than 10 meters long behind it, like the long train of a wedding dress. The heavy belly seriously slowed down its movement speed. Otherwise it would have caught up with the people running ahead. Zhuang Mian and the others ran very fast. But the distance between them, and it was getting closer and closer. Nonyo was terrified. He was carried by two adults. He kept looking back at the monster, but he held back and didn't make a sound. Pei Ren said to W in his heart, "Quick! Hit it!" W turned the steering wheel, stepped on the accelerator, and hit the monster straight. The monster with its belly was knocked away. With a puff, the soft skin of its big belly burst open, and all kinds of strange things inside rolled all over the ground. Aisha drove a big truck and followed, and ran over it without hesitation. Zhuang Mian turned around and saw Pei Ren sitting in the small truck, and hurried over. Team Leader Li also arrived, stopped in his white car, and leaned over to open the door of the back seat. Zhuang Mian brought Nua with him, so it would be better for her to sit on her side. Pei Ren also gestured to the middle-aged man with them to get in the car. Tang Dao opened the canvas of the truck, and reached out to pull him in. They continued to drive forward, away from the direction of the flow of people, and gradually they could not see anyone, and there was no crazy fusion body. W drove the car well, steadily moving forward, but at his slow speed. It was estimated that he would need to add a few more hours to reach his destination. Pei Ren was bored, and looked W up and down. She had been running for her life tonight, and had no time to think about the fact that W had a body. Now that she was free, Pei Ren was full of curiosity. She quietly stretched out a finger and poked W's arm. W immediately turned her head and asked in her ear, "What's wrong?" Pei Ren poked again. "Your body is really interesting, and there is no difference from the real one." W freed one hand from the steering wheel, pulled up his sleeve, and revealed a part of his forearm. He said, "Is it interesting? You can touch it freely." He was quite generous. Since he said you can touch it freely, Pei Ren didn't bother to be polite with him. His forearm muscles were smooth, and the veins under the skin were slightly raised. Pei Ren touched it carefully, pinched it, and felt the real touch of human skin and muscles on her fingertips, which were firm and elastic. Her fingers moved upward along a vein, and she couldn't help but say, "It's so unfair. You can soak in the pool and still have so many muscles in your body. This factory setting is really good. It's a great bargain." W didn't hide at all, let her touch him, but he was very quiet. After a long time, when Pei Ren's fingers finally left his arm, he spoke. "When I designed the avatar, I used a relatively ideal model and muscle data, but I didn't expect that they could really cultivate it." He added, "Look at my hands. Hands are one of the most interesting parts of the human body. I adjusted the proportions for a long time." His hands were indeed finely crafted, his fingers were slender and beautiful, and there were also slightly raised blue veins on the back of his hands. Pei Ren carefully studied his hand on the steering wheel and commented, "Your hands are very beautiful. Your nails are also very neat. The curve of each nail is perfect, trimmed to leave only a thin white edge." W said, "The culture tank filled with blue culture gel is a patented technology of the Federal Space Agency. It can stabilize the human body in a certain state and make metabolism very slow. So after the culture is formed, my hair and nails have not grown much after I tidied my instrument. This is not bad. Otherwise, when he came out of the culture tank this time, he would probably look like a primitive man. Not so neat and beautiful." W said, "The muscles of the whole body have been adjusted to the best state. But unfortunately, I don't know how to use them." Pei Ren didn't understand. "Not very good." "Yes. I just started using this body, and I'm not familiar with many functions." Pei Ren asked, "Like a baby? Do I have to learn from scratch?" "Not that little baby," W said. "In this experiment, the original plan was to cultivate a qualified body, and then install a set of programs in my processor, which can train the body to quickly learn many movements, such as free fighting, shooting, etc. Unfortunately, before this step, the silence broke out. What he meant was that he was now a bare machine that had just been shipped out of the factory, with qualified hardware and no software installed. I could only learn it slowly by myself. As a baby who just left the amniotic fluid and was born a few hours ago, he learned quickly. At least he can walk well. W said. The person in charge of this project is also an artificial intelligence. It originally prepared a detailed instruction document, but unfortunately it was not preserved in the silence. I haven't read it yet. So I know nothing about this body, neither its structure nor its function. Pei Ran was surprised. This is your own body. During the research and development process, you didn't pay attention to it? It was very unlike his style of being comprehensive. W answered firmly. No. This is an internal project of Hive Corporation. I have not participated in their cultivation process. He turned his head and, calmly and seriously proposed, Pei Ran, can you help me study the various functions of this body? This sounded strange. W's tone was sincere. I think you know more about the human body than I do. That's right. Pei Ran has been using it for more than 20 years. Pei Ran nodded. Okay. Chapter 139. W said, as for the current situation, you have seen that walking is not a problem, running is probably okay, but many complex and delicate movements have not been tried yet. For example, before he could say, for example, Pei Ran raised her left hand. Her fingers were all straight, not moving at all, except for the little finger that was bent down. Do you know how to do this? This is definitely a complex and delicate movement. W turned his head and looked, and tried it with his left hand. He really couldn't. When the pinky finger moved, the ring finger moved as if connected to it. He tried again and again, but it still didn't work. He said, their muscles and tendons are connected to each other, and the nerve branches may also affect each other. I can't control the pinky finger alone. Pei Ran was satisfied as if he had really won a game of cards. It's okay, I just need to practice more. She thought about it, and came up with another trick. She crossed her arms, turned her palms over, palms facing each other, and clasped her fingers together, and turned them into her arms. And this, you touch any of my fingers, and be careful not to touch them. W touched one of her index fingers, and Pei Ran immediately moved that finger. Do you want to try? Oh! You drive, when you park, do you want to try? W said nothing suddenly. He held Pei Ran's left hand with his empty right hand, crossed his fingers like hers, and raised her hand together. Which finger should I move? Pei Ran. That's not what I meant. Pei Ran explained. Because after crossing your hands like this, the left and right hands are reversed. You will get it wrong when you judge which finger you are looking at visually. W still held her hand tightly. Oh, so that's how it is. Pei Ran was silent. You did it on purpose. Yes, I did it on purpose. W actually admitted it. He said, I have never really held hands with anyone. This is nonsense. Pei Ran reminded him. You held my hand when you just came out of the incubator. No real hand holding. He emphasized. Just a little bit. I was in a hurry to leave. I didn't feel it carefully. It doesn't count. W still held her hand tightly. Shook it gently. So holding hands feels like this. In fact, Pei Ran had never held hands with anyone like this. There were many opportunities to touch other people's bodies, either during body searches, or during fights, punching, or choking, which could be considered a kind of intimate contact. W held the steering wheel with one hand. I know that for driving safety, you should always hold the steering wheel with both hands, because both hands can provide the best control and enhance stability, but today's situation is special. I really want to give it a try. Pei Ran, then you. Give it a try. The two held hands, and neither spoke. His palm was warm, his fingers entangled with hers, and the atmosphere in the car was a little strange. The Rift Valley was gradually left behind, and the wasteland ahead was flat in fact. It didn't matter if you drove casually. Pei Ran moved slightly. And W immediately let go of her hand. Pei Ran picked up the backpack next to him, and took out a pack of compressed biscuits. I'm a little hungry. What about you? Do you need to eat? W's core processor has its own energy block. But it doesn't have to use its energy block to support the operation of the entire body. His biochemical body should have its own energy source. W replied, I don't know. Pei Ran stretched out a finger and poked his stomach. Are you hungry here? The two of them seemed to have just bought a home appliance without an instruction manual and were studying it together. W was speechless. He freed his hand, grasped her finger, and moved it upwards, stopping it slightly above. Although I have no experience. I guess that if you feel hungry, it should be your stomach that feels hungry. Right? If I have a stomach, it should be here. He said. If I have a stomach. W analyzed. It is said that the stomach growls when you are hungry. But I didn't hear it growling. But I felt a strange and uncomfortable feeling. His theoretical knowledge was perfect. But he was completely ignorant of the matter of feeling. That means he's hungry. Pei Ran judged. He hadn't eaten anything since he came out of the jelly jar. Pei Ran peeled off the package of compressed biscuits and handed it to him. Try a little first. Pei Ran thought he would free up one hand to take it. But no. He lowered his head and took a small bite of the biscuit with her hand. He took a sip, as if he was carefully experiencing the taste of the compressed biscuit, and finally concluded, too strange. Pei Ran, strange? She immediately removed the tape on her mouth, took a bite herself, and tasted it. This bag of compressed biscuits has a creamy flavor, and it smells normal, and it's not spoiled. W described, on my tongue, in my mouth, this taste is very strong, like something rushing directly to the top of my head. Pei Ramo, I actually felt the taste rushing to my head. This is a biscuit, not wine. W opened his mouth a little. I want more. He suddenly became a baby who wanted to be fed. Pei Ran handed the compressed biscuit over. W lowered his head and took a slightly larger bite of the place where she had just bitten. He said, "It tastes pretty good actually." He swallowed the biscuits. And after a while he said, "It's just that my throat feels a little strange, as if I swallowed a mouthful of concrete and gravel, and all kinds of edges and corners scratched my insides." Is it like this when you eat compressed biscuits? Pei Ran stared at him. Could he really not eat food? W just said that he had no idea about the structure and function of this body. And Pei Ran didn't believe a word of it. This was not his style of doing things. And it didn't sound reasonable. He was probably talking nonsense. If he insisted on playing like this, she would not expose him, to see how far he could go in pretending. But W was now frowning, his Adam's apple rolled, and he swallowed silently. That uncomfortable expression didn't seem to be fake. Pei Ran observed his expression, and was really a little worried this time. What if, just what if, he didn't lie, and what he said was true? Pei Ran asked him, W, do you really have no stomach? If you don't have a stomach, where did the food residue you just swallowed go? It's terrifying to think about it. W said, I once heard a researcher say that. Except for the brain, which has undergone a major transformation. The rest of the body organs are basically complete. How basic is this? Pei Ran took out a bottle of water from his bag and handed it to him. Is it too dry? Take a sip to smooth it out? W took it, unscrewed the bottle cap and took a sip. Thank you, he said. My throat suddenly felt much better. Pei Ran. He had never eaten compressed biscuits, and didn't know what the feeling of dry choking was. His new body was too sensitive, and his reaction was very exaggerated. Saying something like concrete, W took another sip of water, and Pei Ran took the bottle back silently. She said, you may not be able to drink water. I strongly suggest that you check all the parts of your body that can be checked first. We will make a preliminary judgment, and then decide what you can and cannot do. W said him, and naturally held Pei Ran's hand, pressing it against his chest. He said, at least I can be sure that I must have a heart. Touch it, and it is beating. Through 2 layers of clothes. I could only feel his chest, and I couldn't feel his heartbeat at all. Pei Ran's hand went up, and he found the location of his carotid artery with skill. This time he could feel his pulse, one after another. Too fast. Not only was his heartbeat abnormal, Pei Ran saw that his ears were flushed. His body would blush. W's hand was still covering hers, and he seemed not to notice that his ears were red. He only asked her, carotid artery? Pei Ran, yes. One cut, and he died quickly. W took her hand and moved it forward. I thought it was usually the trachea that was cut. The fingers touched his bulging Adam's apple. Pei Ran, if you want to cut it, it's not impossible. W continued, so I really have a heartbeat. And added, and lungs connected to the respiratory tract. He let her hand down from her neck, past the collarbone, stopped at her chest, took a deep breath, and exhaled quietly, his chest clearly rising and falling. He said, look, I'm breathing now, proving that I do have lungs. Pei Ran, having only a heart and lungs is not enough. Our first priority now is to find out whether you have digestive and excretory system. W said, speaking frankly, just like what he had said when he discussed constipation with her. The human body's digestive and excretory systems were like the cooling fans of a computer case to him. And there was no difference. There was nothing to be embarrassed about. Since he felt nothing to be embarrassed about, Pei Ran's eyes dropped and glanced at his pants. W followed her gaze and looked down. His attitude was so objective. And Pei Ran followed his objectivity. She said objectively, "At least you may have it in appearance. I'm not sure. When you were in the culture tank, I seemed to see part of your extension. When W was lying in the jelly jar like Sleeping Beauty just now, she could really see through the translucent jelly." W also said objectively, I hope I can also have a complete water and electrolyte metabolism system inside, including kidneys, ureters and bladder." He still held her hand. Pei Ran did not speak, nor did she move, letting him hold her hand, waiting for him quietly. The two of them were in a stalemate for a moment. This was a silent contest. W was scared. He did not lead her hand down again, to confirm the existence of this part like he had just confirmed the heart and lungs, and let go of her hand. He took Pei Ran's bottle of water as if nothing had happened, and drank half of it in one breath. His ears were still red, but his tone was calm. "I've already drunk it. So why not try and see if I can get rid of the water I drank?" Pei Ran won, and he was in a very good mood. She nodded, and said solemnly, "I wish you success." W, thank you. He asked again, "Can I have another cookie?" Pei Ran handed him the cookie. "You eat it yourself. I'll sleep for a while. And if you get sleepy later, be sure to call me and let me drive. Playing is fun, but there is no telling what dangers may lie ahead. So we must take the time to rest." W replied, "I understand. You can't drive when you are tired. If I feel sleepy, I will call you." He has always attached great importance to traffic safety. He continued, "But I don't feel sleepy. According to the descriptions of various materials, the feeling of sleepiness should be physical fatigue, fuzzy thinking, yawning, and not wanting to open the eyes. I don't have any of that." Pei Ran lowered the back of the passenger seat and glanced at him up and down. "Don't you need to sleep? His head is equipped with a core processor, which has sufficient energy. Maybe he really doesn't need to sleep." W innocently answered, "I don't know." "Okay. Call me if you feel sleepy." Pei Ran lay down sideways. W reached out and turned on the heater. He adjusted it for a long time, but no hot air came out of the air outlet. "I checked the manual. The air conditioner of this car is turned on like this. It seems to be broken." Pei Ran, "It's an antique car. It's normal for anything to break. You can't ask for too much. This small truck has good performance." Pei Ran is already very satisfied. The lack of heater is just a small problem. She pulled up her collar. "It's probably even colder in the cargo box of Tang Dao's truck. It's pretty good here." W suddenly lowered the window and stretched out a hand. Ryan handed over a thick blanket from the back cargo box. He must have sent a picture, and directed Ryan to find the blanket from the pile of supplies in the cargo box. Pei Ran wrapped the blanket and closed his eyes. The crazy light spots in his body were still quiet for the time being diligently shepherded by green light number 2. According to the experience last time, if they were to make trouble, it would be tonight. If you can get through it, you'll be fine. If you can't, you'll die. There's no point in worrying. You can only do your best and leave it to fate. It was very quiet all around. Pei Ran could faintly hear the tick-tick sound coming from the back of the truck. It was Shinkong typing code to Ryan. "Ryan, look at the sky over there. You can see several stars. That's too few." "Yeah. There can't be as many stars as outside the window of our house." Shinkong called the dormitory in Heijing home. After leaving Heijing, "I don't know when I can find a safe place like that again." But W was sitting next to him. The truck bed was filled with small robots, and his friends were following behind. Everyone was still alive and well, and Pei Ran's heart was at peace. The road ahead was long, so he had to get a good night's sleep first. In the night, the truck continued to move forward, and W drove quietly. He knew that she was really asleep, because the mechanical spider lying on her chest could detect that. Her breathing was slow, and her heartbeat was also slow. But W's heart was still very abnormal, and her ears were burning. Since they held hands, the strange heart in his chest had been beating wildly, like a heavy drumstick, beating one after another. This was a novel feeling that she had experienced for the first time. W knew, of course, that in some special situations, the human heart would beat like this. But if this beat happened a few more times, would he really not get a heart attack? Pei Ran's heartbeat had just accelerated. The mechanical spider could clearly detect that. When she touched him, his heartbeat suddenly became 27% faster than the average value when he was sitting quietly. W held the steering wheel and called up a series of tapping codes in his mind and played them again. Before departure, Pei Ren typed the words to AI Xia, yes. Good. Friend. She and he had not yet clarified any relationship, so it was normal for her to answer like this. W thought clearly in his rational part, but he couldn't help but play her typing sound over and over again. He tilted his head to look at Pei Ren, who was sleeping soundly. Good friend, that would make his heart beat 27% faster. Really? Chapter 140. The vast wasteland ahead was endless. Even in the night, it could be seen that the land gradually changed from reddish-brown to yellowish-brown. The convoy began to enter the Tsugu wasteland. This route was sparsely populated, not even a ghost. W drove the car very steadily. In the slight bumps, Pei Ren slept soundly. After an unknown amount of time, Pei Ren suddenly heard a short and rapid car horn. Ding ding, ding ding. She immediately opened her eyes and sat up. W had already braked the car. It's the truck behind us, he said. The two people jumped out of the car immediately. It was still dark. There were only 3 cars with their lights on in the dark wasteland. The big truck also stopped. Aisha got down from the driver's seat and ran straight to the back truck bed. To avoid the wind, the truck bed was covered with a canopy, which was tightly closed. Aisha climbed up and pulled it open. Someone inside had already turned on the bracelet. In the car, there were large pieces of flesh and blood. It seemed that there was more than one person. Pei Ren quickly scanned the area and immediately saw who was missing. A student from Yehai University and the middle-aged man who had just boarded the bus last night were missing. Zheng Mingxi had tape on his mouth, his face pale. And he knocked. I just heard Wan Aming snort when he was sleeping. Another boy also knocked. He seemed to be dreaming, even with tape firmly on his mouth. The sound coming from his throat in the dream was enough to send people away. Not only did he send himself away, but he also took someone away. The middle-aged man from last night died silently, without even a name left. In the truck bed, the remaining few people avoided the splattered blood and flesh, and kept their distance from each other as much as possible. Aisha took out a roll of tape from Heijing from the box and replaced each person with a new one. But everyone knew that the tape could only serve as a reminder. There was no other way, and they could only be careful. Pei Ren and W returned to the car, and the convoy continued to move on the quiet wasteland. W whispered in Pei Ren's ear. It started again. Pei Ren looked ahead. Yes. After leaving the black well, death became a vulture hovering overhead, ready to swoop down at any time. Randomly select a lucky person, and take the person away. Those days when I could speak freely seemed like a dream, and seemed unreal. W turned around and carefully observed Pei Ren's expression. Her emotions seemed very stable. As always. Going forward, we got on the Chama Highway. This road was built in the past. It is still an old-fashioned asphalt road. It is a product of the oil era. It has been abandoned for a long time, and no one has maintained it. There are cracks on the road surface at intervals. We'd stubbornly grow in the cracks. But it is not a problem. The road condition is much better than driving on the wasteland. Pei Ren asked W, "Are you sleepy?" W replied, "I still don't feel it." "You go to sleep, and I will continue to drive." Pei Ren lay back in the reclined seat. Every day I live is a profit. Every extra sleep she gets, she makes more money. She closed her eyes and continued to make a lot of money. She didn't know when she made so much money. Pei Ren suddenly woke up. This time, it was the pain that woke her up. As if countless hands were tearing her internal organs madly. It was those crazy light spots that were causing trouble. Just like last time. Even with the effect of the restraining bracelet, they still started to go crazy. Green light number 2 couldn't control it. The flock exploded, and there were countless light spots in their bodies, so dazzling that Pei Ren could hardly find where his own green light was. In the pain of tearing, Pei Ren still remembered that he must not make a sound. The roar of blood rushing in his ears, mixed with W's voice, was almost inaudible. His voice was very low and anxious. Pei Ren? Pei Ren? Pei Ren tried his best to open his eyes a little. In the dizziness, his eyes turned white and blurry, as if he saw W turn on the small light in the cab. Only a small dim dot, which seemed very close, and seemed very far away. There was no bump, and he seemed to have stopped the car. This won't work. Anyway, the crazy light spots can no longer be controlled. Pei Ren reached for the control bracelet on her wrist. A hand held her wrist and cleaned her off the control bracelet. Her own green light immediately became active. Pei-Ren tried her best to concentrate her dazed mind, and brought green light number 1 into her mind's field of vision, and used it to write. The crazy light spots are quiet. The crazy light spots gather together. The crazy light spots are successfully controlled. Even after changing the sentences more than a dozen or 20 times, it didn't work. Just like it can't control the light vortex. It can't control the crazy light spots in its body. Writing in the brain is also exhausting. Cold sweat soaked Pei-Ren's clothes, sticking to her back. She let green light number 1 go back, and ordered it to continue herding sheep. The roar in her ear sounded like a drum. She couldn't hear anything. Her spirit was floating in the air. Someone was holding her hand tightly. Pei-Ren's last thought was, is this death? I don't know how long it took. But unconsciously, a special feeling appeared. It was like lying on a small boat in a storm. The boat was heaving wildly. If it weren't for something like a seatbelt holding it tightly, the person would have been thrown out long ago. Pei-Ren's mind was a little confused. Was this crossing the legendary river Styx? The boat that carried the dead across the river was actually equipped with a seat belt, which was considered a 5-star service in the underworld. But she soon realized that she was not dead, because the dead would not feel uncomfortable. Her head was still dizzy, and her body was still in pain, as if it was being cut by 1,000 knives. Pei-Ren struggled to open her eyes. Her vision was blurry. She tried her best to distinguish. She seemed to still be lying in the seat of the van. W was driving. He was like the helmsman of a boat, trying his best to keep it steady, not letting the boat sink in the ups and downs. W noticed that she moved, and immediately spoke in her ear. The roar in her ears weakened a little. Pei-Ren heard him say, "Don't worry. We can run away." What can run away? Pei-Ren grabbed the door armrest with his mechanical hand, barely pulled himself up a little, looked out the window, and saw a strange scene. It was still dark. Outside the car window, there were not the wasteland and bushes passing by, but a kind of black wave. It was rising and falling wildly, throwing the small truck up and down. "The road is alive," W said. "We are running away." Pei-Ren saw from the side mirror that, under the light of the taillights, a huge black object was rolling, chasing the small truck. The asphalt road surface rolled up like a carpet, turning itself into a big roll as solid as a cake roll, and the road surface extending forward was like its tongue, stretching out long. The black tongue rose and fell, and the van was unlucky, driving on it. W turned his head to look at her in the midst of his busy schedule and asked, "Do you feel better?" Pei-Ren didn't. She was still in pain, but she still called up green light number 1 in her mind. She wrote. The road fusion body was like frozen, motionless, and quietly stopped in place. Pei-Ren felt dizzy and vaguely felt that she seemed to have written a lot of words, but she really didn't have the energy to count. After the period was drawn, the van suddenly fell down, like a plane landing, and landed on a stable solid ground. The wave-like ups and downs disappeared. Pei-Ren knew it was working, and she fell back into the seat after running out of energy, and completely lost consciousness again. When she woke up again, her seatbelt was gone. The light around her was so bright that it was blinding, and a cold liquid was slowly being injected into her left arm. "What are you injecting me with?" The roar in her ears disappeared, and W's voice came clearly. "This is not an inhibitor. I carefully checked the information and found a drug with similar ingredients. Nucleol 75, which is a new special medicine used to treat epilepsy. I don't know if it works, so I can only try it first. I've just given you an injection. This is the second one. How do you feel?" Pei-Ren saw that, at some point, the green light in her body had calmed down, as if the crazy sheep had been injected with sedatives. Her own green lights were also motionless, and only green light number 2 was still moving slowly. The feeling of pain completely disappeared. She opened her eyes. This was a white room, with a low counter facing the corridor outside, and several rows of shelves next to it. It was obviously burned and watered, and many shelves had collapsed, making it a mess. It looked like a pharmacy in a hospital. She leaned back in a chair, and W leaned over beside her, carefully pulling a needle out of her left arm. Pei-Ren asked in his heart, "Do you know how to give an injection?" "I learned it after reading the tutorial," W said. "There are no medical staff in this hospital, so I have to do it myself." Pei-Ren grabbed the armrest of the chair, and W immediately reached out and helped her sit up. She looked around. "Where are Aisha and the others?" "The others, and Ryan and the others, are all staying on the Chama Highway, waiting for us there. W said. This is Sandan, a medium-sized city, and I found in the database that this hospital should have this new special medicine in stock, so I drove you here. He looked at Pei Ran. We are lucky, they really do have it. But I only found 5 that were not damaged. He showed Pei Ran a small white plastic box. The label on the box had been burned. How did he recognize it? There were 5 injections in a row. The labels on the injection bottles were burnt. 2 had just been used. And there were 3 left. W observed her carefully. They were all burned by fire. I still injected them into you. It's better than letting you mutate. But even if it works, its effect is far less than that of Heijing's inhibitor, and it can only last for a period of time. No matter how long it can be suppressed, at least the current difficulties have passed temporarily. W put on the suppression bracelet for her, adding double insurance, asked her, Are you feeling better? Pei Ran nodded. Yeah, I feel much better. W said, That's great. We have to leave immediately. A group of crazy fusion bodies are coming this way. As he was talking, he heard a chaotic sound of footsteps. W quickly put the remaining potions into his pocket, bent down skillfully, pulled Pei Ran's arm to his shoulder, letting her hug his neck. He wanted to carry her, and probably that's how he carried her just now. No need. I can do it myself. Pei Ran can do it. The medicine took effect, and she returned to normal. She stood up by herself, looking over the counter. A large group of patients appeared at the end of the hospital corridor. They were all wearing hospital gowns, and each one looked weirder than the other. Some were missing arms and legs, and some had their lower body turned into a hospital bed. They drove towards this side quickly like a small car. Pei Ran didn't have time to take a closer look, and rushed out with W. There were too many crazy fusion bodies, and the green lights were suppressed by the medicine they had just injected. If they didn't run quickly, they would be doomed. W staggered a step as she pulled him, and said in silence, You seem to have really recovered. The exit is over there. Turn left. Pei Ran wondered. There are so many crazy fusion bodies here. How did you get in just now? He didn't have any special powers. It was a miracle that he could carry her into the pharmacy safely. W replied, This hospital has its own independent power supply. There was no power outage, and the monitoring system was working normally. I used the special authority of the Ministry of Defense to enter the monitoring system, and I could see their location and avoid them from coming in. He had his own way. The two ran to the left along the corridor. After turning a corner, Pei Ran saw the so-called exit mentioned by W. Something had happened to the hospital building. Half of it collapsed. It was a really big exit. The small truck stopped in front of the collapsed exit. The two ran out quickly. From the fall of Heijing to now, this long night has not passed yet. It is still dark outside. Except for this hospital, other buildings in the city are dark, with no trace of living people, standing silently in the night. W opened the driver's door. You continue to rest. I'll drive. The group of crazy patients ran fast, and had already caught up. A man with a pair of metal crutches rushed in front of Pei Ran. Pei Ran punched him directly, knocked him down, and took the opportunity to open the car door. But one after another, several more crazy fusion bodies rushed over. W also had a crazy patient rushing over. Half of its head was bandaged, and the white bandage floated in the air against gravity, looking very suspicious. Pei Ran, W. Hit it. Hit its head. Pei Ran saw, W turned his head to avoid the bandages flying in the air, and punched the bandaged man on the nose. This was the first time he had seen him hit someone, which was a bit novel. His punches were not very methodical, but he had enough strength, and the strength worked wonders, and he beat the bandaged man backwards. Pei Ran had a lot of experience in dealing with crazy fusion bodies, and he instructed him. Some fusion bodies will fuse with other people on the spot, but I've observed that, when they fuse, they must mobilize green light. When you hit them, pay attention to avoid the part that emits green light, and don't touch it. W followed his words, and punched again, and knocked down another one. He suddenly said calmly, Pei Ran, I suddenly feel that I need to go to the bathroom. Pei Ran? Pei Ran, brother. You want to go to the bathroom at this time? There is a fight going on here. She suddenly realized that W was multi-threaded. Even if he was beating someone, it would not delay his other process from thinking about going to the bathroom. He drank too much water just now. Pei Ran knocked down 2 more patients, took the opportunity to jump into the car, and said to W in his heart, Let's go. W also sat in the driver's seat, started the car, threw away the group of crazy patients, bypassed the collapsed debris on the ground, and drove forward quickly. The patients followed behind him in a swarm. Perhaps their physical fitness improved after the mutation. Their legs seemed to have motors installed, and they ran very fast. W seemed to have finally understood the true meaning of driving. The car was extremely fast. He turned the steering wheel sharply, and rushed to the main road in front of the hospital. This was the first time I saw him driving so fiercely. He really learned from Pei Ran. Pei Ran praised him. That's right. This is how the car should be driven. If you drive slowly, you might as well walk. W replied, mainly. He glanced at the crazy fusion bodies chasing the car in the rearview mirror. I'm a little anxious. Chapter 141. W drove the car very fast. Detailed description. There is a swollen part in my abdomen. I think it should be the position of the bladder. I feel very anxious, and even start to feel a little pain. His new body, new feeling, his sensitivity is different from that of ordinary people, and he has no experience of holding urine. Pei Ran comforted him. You hold it for a while. W. I can't hold it. Pei Ran was silent. I can't hold it. Then you can pee here directly. She was fierce. W turned his head to look at her, and blinked his eyes aggrievedly. Eyelashes are so long. You can be forgiven if you do it again. Pei Ran slowed down his tone. Be good. You will get used to it after a few more times. Sangdam was built on a wasteland. It was not far from the city after leaving the hospital. No matter how perverted the legs are, they can't run faster than the wheels. The group of crazy patients were finally left far behind by the small truck. When they were completely out of sight, W pulled over. There was a large bush more than half a person tall next to it. W stopped the car, but did not open the door and get out immediately. Pei Ran asked him, Aren't you in a hurry to go? W replied, I'm looking for information. You may not believe it. I have never seen what men look like when they go to the toilet, because there are no surveillance cameras in the restrooms anywhere in the Federation. Fortunately, there is a lot of information in my database, and I am searching for relevant information. Pei Ran? Isn't this a very simple thing? W said, I have found a lot of text descriptions, and I am still looking for video materials. It will be more intuitive to take a look. Pei Ran. Pei Ran, follow your instinct. Babies are born knowing this. W. I'm not human. I don't have instincts. He checked the information and got out of the car, and soon came back, looking much more relaxed. He commented, It feels like the time bomb on my body that was counting down has been removed. He asked Pei Ran, do we have enough water? Can I wash my hands with some water? Pei Ran unscrewed a bottle of water and washed his hands outside the car. After he got in the car, he took another sip of water. He concluded, I found that I don't feel the need to eat, but I seem to need water. Pei Ran also found that since he came out of the culture pool, he only ate a few small bites of cookies, but drank a whole bottle of water. He didn't know what the working mechanism of his body was. W started the car. Pei Ran. The drug you injected should not be as effective as the inhibitor of aging. If your mutation continues to occur, we still have 3. And we can only inject 1.5 more times. We need to find more drugs elsewhere. There were too many light spots entering the body this time. And Pei Ran didn't know if he would have another attack. This medicine is really useful. Pei Ran asked, Where can I find this medicine? I checked it. W said. This is a new special medicine, which has just been put into production not long ago, and there are very few places with it, but there is really a place where this medicine may still be available, which is Aurora City. Is the destination this time? He said. The hospital in the Aurora base is private, not a federal public hospital. I can't find their inventory before the silence, but I found a record that they had ordered this medicine. This Aurora base, it seems that I have to go there once anyway. Green light number 1 is being suppressed now. When the drug loses its effect, we can try to make some inhibitors with it. The small truck drove through the wasteland for more than an hour, and finally saw the Chama Highway. The Chama Highway was like a strip extending forward in the wilderness. The big truck and the small white car were still waiting there. Seeing them coming back, everyone gathered around and squeezed in front of the window of the small truck. Pei Ran felt like an endangered animal that was rescued in an emergency. There were too many knocking sounds, so chaotic that it was almost impossible to tell what they were knocking. Aisha knocked. Pei Ran, are you feeling better? Li Yin knocked. You look like you were going to mutate, thank God. Ryan also knocked. Master, you don't plan to die, right? Pei Ran, I never planned to, thank you. Pei Ran came back alive. The team set off again in the night. 26th day after entering the silence. Suvu Desert. Chama Highway. Pei Ran slept soundly in the bumpy pickup truck. Except for being a little cold, there was nothing wrong. When he woke up again, Pei Ran looked at his bracelet. It was already past noon. The surroundings were still wilderness. W was still driving. He looked very energetic and not sleepy. His back was straight and his hands were on the steering wheel. It seemed that he had not changed his posture. Seeing Pei Ran move, W turned his head. Awake? How do you feel? All the crazy light spots in Pei Ran's body were temporarily dormant. I feel normal. Pei Ran sat up. Are you tired? Not bad. W replied. Just my body feels a little strange. Like? He tilted his head, unable to describe it. Pei Ran observed his posture and knew why. W. You can't always sit in the same posture. You have to move a little. W replied, Of course I understand. Humans can't always maintain the same posture. And you should stretch your body every half an hour or so. And do some simple twisting and stretching exercises. I did it. He loosened his left hand that was holding the steering wheel, and turned his upper body 45 degrees to the left, and then loosened his right hand, and turned it a standard 90 degrees to the right, and then twisted his neck 90 degrees to the left, and then twisted his neck 90 degrees to the right. Pei Ran. He was very normal when he was walking and driving, but now when he was doing this kind of action, it was obviously not natural. In a word, his action was too standard. W. What's wrong? Pei Ran. W. Generally speaking, we humans don't move like this. She demonstrated, raising her hands, putting her palms on the top of the car, stretching, and twisting her waist left and right. W glanced at the rearview mirror. He drove all night, obviously a lot wilder than at the beginning, and the speed was not slow, and the big truck and the small white car were left behind for a distance. He pulled over, raised his hands, stretched his body with his palms against the roof, and twisted his waist left and right. The movements were copied accurately. Exactly the same as hers just now. Pei Ran. W was also watching himself with the mechanical spider in Pei Ran's pocket, and commented, for some reason, the movements look a little strange. Pei Ran agreed, yes. W guessed, maybe it's because you are a girl. And if I copy your movements exactly, it will be a little strange. Maybe I can learn Xiaosai's movements. His waist suddenly collapsed, and he slumped into the seat like a boneless person. Pei Ran. That's not necessary. W turned his head and looked at Pei Ran's expression and concluded, I think I need a more ideal action template. Wait a minute. After a moment, he changed to a new posture. He rolled up his sleeves on both sides to his elbows, revealing a section of his forearms, then restarted the car, held the steering wheel with one hand, opened the car window, and casually put one arm outside the car window. Pei Ran, a bystander, asked, Where did this action come from? The male protagonist in a movie. W said, I found it in the database of the electronic library, and it is said that the male protagonist is very popular. Pei Ran, okay. Pei Ran warned him, Don't do this when there are a lot of cars. Otherwise you will lose your arm. Of course I understand. W silently retracted the hand that was stretched out of the car window, and closed the car window again. He said, The season in the movie seems to be summer. It's a little cold to open the window in winter. Pei Ran suggested, Let me drive. It doesn't matter, W said. In the past, you drove various means of transportation and took me everywhere. Today, let me drive you once. You can rest more. You haven't recovered yet. Since that was the case, Pei Ran didn't bother to be polite with him. He took out a pill and swallowed it with water. This body is like a medicine jar now. After driving so far south, there are more plants, there are forests, and the clumps are swaying in the cold wind. W said, At this speed, we will reach Aurora City by dusk. The big truck behind accelerated to catch up, honked the horn twice lightly and briefly, and stopped. W also braked. Aisha got out of the car, walked over and pointed quickly. I think it's safer around here. Let's stop and rest for a while, eat something and then set off. Pei Ran replied, Okay. There were no cars on the abandoned road, and no one else, so everyone got off to rest. Xiaosai came over. As soon as W opened the car door, he got in and squeezed into the driver's seat. His eyes were still swollen from crying, but he looked much better. Xiaosai first put his index finger to his lips and made a hushing gesture, before removing the tape on his mouth, covering his pockets, lowering his voice, and saying, Guess What good stuff I brought. He was really speaking out loud. Pei Ran was stunned for a moment, and immediately understood. W had already said, "Is the shielding device repaired?" Yes. Qiaosai took out the white shielding device that looked like a small alarm clock from his pocket. On the shielding instrument, the indicator light under the umbrella symbol is on. Qiaosai said, "It has been basically repaired. The radius of the effective range is adjustable. The minimum is 1 meter. The maximum is 20 meters. And I am now in the gear with a radius of 5 meters. Pei Ran grasped the key words, peeled off the tape and asked, "Basically?" "Yes," Qiaosai said, "because it has been dropped. Some parts actually need to be replaced. But unfortunately Heijing doesn't have them. So I can only make do with it for now. So each working time can only last for 20 minutes. I specially added a time reminder device on it, which will issue a reminder 10 seconds before the end." He showed them the back of the shielding instrument. He had modified the back panel and added 2 more adjustable knobs. The left one is the time. Each grid is 5 minutes. The right one is the effective radius. Each grid is 1 meter. He sighed. "It's great to be able to speak out loud." Pei Ran warned him. In fact, switching back and forth is not a good thing. It's easier to make mistakes. If you make a mistake, it will be fatal. "I understand." Qiaosai handed the shielding device to Pei Ran. "I just stayed in Heijing for a long time. I'm not used to the outside world. I can't speak all the time. I feel suffocated." He looked W up and down carefully again. "It's really good. It looks so natural." Pei Ran asked Qiaosai, "Did you bring food with you?" He was evacuated directly from the command center with the last group of people, and he might not have brought food with him. Qiaosai said, "Abu and the others gave me bread." Pei Ran, "Come with me." She got off the car and climbed onto the back truck bed. Ryan and Shinkong were still sitting obediently in the truck bed. Pei Ran took out a bag from the boxes of supplies, filled it with a whole bag of compressed biscuits and various canned goods, and took several bottles of water and handed it to Qiaosai under the car. Food was precious. Qiaosai was so moved that he almost cried. He immediately freed one hand and pinched his heart for Pei Ran. Ryan had already seen Qiaosai, the original owner, coming over again. Stars flashed in his big cartoon eyes. He didn't have time to speak last night. And now, he wanted to speak but couldn't make a sound. He could only knock on the metal guardrail of the truck bed. "Qiaosai. Qiaosai. Qiaosai." The knocking was so loud that it was impossible to ignore it. Qiaosai raised his hand to say hello to it. Ryan continued to knock. "I am doing well with a rich woman. I still have a lot of energy blocks, don't miss me." It didn't mind the trouble at all. Even knocked out all the onomatopoeia. Ryan changed to a happier cartoon expression and waved his mechanical hand warmly to Qiaosai under the car, and continued to knock. "Then we will take care of ourselves. Bye." "Qiaosai. Qiaosai, I haven't left yet." Chapter 142. Junsai returned to the small white car. Pei Ran also followed. She wants to see Nani. Nanny lying from last night in the trunk to the present. It is estimated that it has been awake. Abu came down from the car. Aisha also walked over. Aisha glanced at W over, quietly gossip. "Are you two men in Karui?" Pei Ran answered, "Yes. It's a neighbor. It's not a lie. After all, 2 people are facing the balcony on the virtual world balcony. It is indeed a neighbor." Abu couldn't understand Aisha's finger code. Curious, "What are you two talking about?" Pei Ran pointed to W and tapped on his hand, "Talking about my good friend." The 3 chatted and walked around to the back of the white car and opened the trunk. Nanny, with his hands and feet tied, curled up inside, had woken up a long time ago and squinted his eyes because of the sudden light. He probably thought that after being knocked unconscious, he would be thrown somewhere randomly. But when he saw that it was Pei Ran and the others who opened the trunk, he knew that he was taken away by them, and he seemed to be relieved. Abu gestured to open his mouth to eat, and Nani nodded. Abu brought a piece of bread, fed him, and gave him half a bottle of water. Nani cooperated very well. After he finished eating, he pointed to the front of the car with his chin and looked at Abu with begging eyes. From the look of his expression, he seemed to be saying that he would be obedient and asked Abu if he could upgrade his cabin. Abu shook his head, stretched out his palm, and firmly gestured 5. She was saying that there were already 5 people in the car, and there was no place to sit. Nanny looked confused. Abu didn't care whether he understood or not. He just pressed his shoulder, stuck him back into the trunk, and reached out to close the trunk lid. Pei Ran was also reaching out to help her close the trunk, and their hands touched each other. Abu was stunned for a moment, as if he had been electrocuted, and quickly retracted his hand. When she touched someone's body, she would see the other person's future. This reaction, she must have seen something again. Pei Ran immediately asked her, "What's wrong?" Abu closed the trunk, looked embarrassed, didn't say anything, and glanced at Aisha first. Aisha was such a smart and insightful person. She knew that because of her presence, Abu was not convenient to talk. She pointed randomly to the side, meaning that she had other things to do, and walked away. Abu then slowly knocked. "I just saw a moment of the scene. You and your good friend lying on the bed." Pei Ran. Pei Ran was embarrassed now. She struggled to ask, "Bed?" "Abu, in a room. On a very narrow single bed. The head of the bed was welded with metal parts. You two were facing each other. He was holding you. And was approaching you. Very close. As if you were kissing. I just took a look." When Abu observes other people's experiences, she always has a god's perspective. From the painting she drew on the outlying island last time, it was like a wandering soul floating on the ceiling. It can be seen that what she saw was really two living people lying on the bed together. This is a wilderness, there is no bed. When she touches others, she foresees the not too distant future. The predicted scenes may happen in the Aurora City ahead. When Pei Ran returned to the van, when he saw W again, his mind was filled with all kinds of strange things. W was still fiddling with the small white shielding device. The mechanical spider was on her, and he must have heard what Abu said, but he looked very calm. Yes, the scene Abu saw was only a moment, and it might not be true. Last time on the outlying island, Abu saw her lying on the ground with her eyes closed, and she was still alive and well. W didn't mention it at all, but said, "Pei Ran, my suggestion is, don't let others know about the shielding device for the time being." Pei Ran agreed. "I think so too. The shielding of up to 20 minutes does not have any effect, but makes people switch back and forth between being able to speak and not being able to speak, increasing the risk of mistakes. Furthermore, in the silent world outside the Black Well, such a thing that can shield a small safe area is too precious. If too many people know about it, it will leak out and cause disasters. There is no need to speak to communicate with W." Pei Ran turned off the shielding device and put it in his backpack. W also switched to internal dialogue. Xiao Sai is very smart and will not talk nonsense everywhere. You can tell from the sneaky look of the dog when he came to deliver the shielding device. Pei Ran nodded, raised his head, and glanced at W again. His eyes could not help but drift to his lips. His lips were neither too thick nor too thin, with a beautiful curve. Further down, there was his chin, and then the Adam's apple she had touched yesterday. Then, there was the collar of his black uniform. His shoulders were very broad, making the clothes on his shoulders a little tight. Pei Ran thought of another thing. "We're about to reach the Aurora base. I think we'd better change out of our uniforms." Everyone here was wearing uniforms issued by Heijing, which came in dark gray, light gray, and black. They looked pretty much the same, but the colors were different. The uniform was conspicuous and suspicious, so it would be better to change into casual clothes. Pei Ran jumped out of the car and gave instructions. Everyone listened to her and changed their clothes. Pei Ran also drove W out of the car and changed into the clothes he wore when he left Bai Gang, and put on a short coat. W only had a few black uniforms from the Beehive building and no clothes to change. He went to ask the big truck and borrowed a black leather jacket from Tang Dao to cover the uniform. Everyone got in the car, and the convoy set off again. W drove all night and half a day. Pei Ran insisted on driving himself this time. "Aurora City is almost here. We don't know what will happen. You'd better try to get some sleep." W obediently walked around the front of the car and sat in the passenger seat. He asked, "Does sleeping feel like entering a dormant state?" But Pei Ran didn't know what it felt like to enter a dormant state. It's like losing consciousness, losing memory. Sometimes like being dead. Time passes in a flash. And sometimes you dream. W said, "You don't dream when you're dormant." He imitated Pei Ran, reclining the chair, half lying down, taking off his leather jacket and covering himself with it, placing his hands neatly on his chest, and closing his eyes. Pei Ran instructed this person, who was sleeping for the first time in his life. "Relax your body and empty your mind." W, I understand, you can also count sheep. Pei Ran, you count. It was quiet for less than 5 minutes. W said, "Pei Ran, I can't sleep. Pei Ran instructed. Don't think about anything, continue to relax. She turned her head to look at the rearview mirror, and suddenly caught a glimpse of the mechanical spider in her chest pocket, which was scratching the edge of the pocket with its two small claws, and was looking at the rearview mirror with her. Pei Ran. Pei Ran yelled at him in his heart. Close your eyes means don't look at anything. Your spider is still looking around. What kind of close your eyes is that? W was scolded. And said him. And the mechanical spider retreated back into the pocket obediently. After a while, W was silent. As if he really fell asleep. Pei Ran turned his head and looked at him. He was half lying there. His eyes closed peacefully. His eyelashes were so thick that they looked like several layers stacked together. And the lines of his facial features and jaw were so beautiful that they looked fake. This is not God's masterpiece, it is a masterpiece of technology. I don't know how they cultivated such a perfect human form. His sleeves were still rolled up to his elbows, revealing a section of his forearm. The light came in through the front windshield, and the hair on his arm was slightly transparent, and every detail was visible. Under the skin, there were blue blood vessels protruding, starting from the back of his hand and winding upwards, and disappearing into the sleeves along the forearm. He didn't move for a long time, as if he was really asleep. Pei Ran couldn't help the itch, quietly stretched out a finger, and gently touched the protruding veins on the back of his hand with his fingertips. He still didn't move. Pei Ran's fingers slid up and touched his forearm. She raised her eyes, and suddenly found that his ears were flushed. Pei Ran. She quickly withdrew her hand. Are you awake? W didn't move. Nor did she open her eyes. His voice rang in her ears. You've touched it. It's okay. We agreed that we would study the functions of this body together. How can we study it without touching it? Pei Ran, but... I saw you blushing. W's voice was very calm. I felt your fingers. And I overreacted to this touch a little bit. He said objectively. This is completely a spontaneous physiological reaction of this body. It has nothing to do with me. We don't need to care about it. I'll get used to it later. The blush on his ears faded. His tone was so rational and objective that Pei Ran's embarrassment disappeared. Pei Ran asked, Did you fall asleep just now? No. I was awake the whole time. W opened his eyes and sat up. Maybe I really don't need to sleep. He also lowered his head and touched his arm. This body seemed like a new toy he had just acquired. And he fiddled with it in various ways. But the novelty hadn't worn off yet. Pei Ran's excitement had also not worn off. Perhaps because this body was created by the two of them from Hive Technology, Pei Ran always felt like she had invested in it. She had never seen such a well-made biochemical body before. And it was also the first time in her life that, besides her own, there was another body that she could freely play with and study. W was an artificial intelligence, not shy at all, and would even automatically and consciously share his feelings and research results with her. She drove the car, looking at him from time to time. W let her look silently. He discovered something. Pei Ran had no objection to physical contact with him. Not only did she not object, she seemed to like it very much. I don't know if she realized it herself. This can certainly be explained as, she was very curious about his new high-tech body, or had a certain degree of affection for him, but W preferred another explanation. She seemed to be a little skin-hungry. Skin-hungry is usually closely related to experiences in infancy and childhood. According to the files, her parents died early, and it is very likely that she did not receive enough physical contact and emotional support in her childhood. W usually pays attention to her contact with other humans, even though she has a good relationship with Aisha and others, and is unambiguous in saving people. Her physical actions are not very close, and she is not even inclined to show her emotions. She seems to have some kind of obstacle in establishing close relationships with humans, which may be due to severe trauma in early close relationships, such as abuse, or the death of relatives, which has led to the establishment of some self-protection mechanism. When she was with the intelligent robot, she was free of burden, and she would be much more relaxed. And he was just an artificial intelligence. This artificial intelligence had a new body, and her barrier disappeared. And she kept touching him. Pei Ran didn't know what he was thinking, and he increased the speed of the car. The three cars sped forward on the dilapidated Chama highway. They didn't rest on the road, and drove until the evening. The terrain was still flat, but there were more plants on the roadside, and the sky gradually darkened. W said, We are almost there. Aurora Base is just ahead. Turn right after getting off the highway. After getting off the Chama highway, There was actually a dirt road, which looked like it was recently pressed out by the wheels. The car drove forward for a while, and signs prohibiting entry began to appear on the roadside. Or rather, the original sign that said no entry had its lower half burned off, which should have been the part with text, and only the upper half of a large red circle with a red slash was left. No entry signs appeared one after another, and Pei-Ren braked the car. The two cars behind also stopped. Pei-Ren jumped out of the car, waved to Ai Xia and Jiang Gong on the truck, and continued to walk back to the side of the white car. Pei-Ren knocked on the car door and asked Abu, "We are approaching the base. What should we do? Just drive over there?" Abu got out of the car and said, "Take the card. Let Nanny out. Hold him at gunpoint. And let him take us in." Pei-Ren was the best at holding people at gunpoint. Chapter 143. Pei-Ren and Abu went to open the trunk together and took Nanny out. As soon as he came out, he took a few deep breaths. Pioneer Sweetheart's face was pale, as if he had been abused. He was probably carsick after being locked in the trunk for so long. Pei-Ren untied the ropes tied around his hands and feet and dragged him towards the van. She was not worried about Nanny running away. Nanny seemed to want to go to the Aurora base, and his black card with the broken egg on it was still in her hand. It would probably be useless if he ran away. Nanny really had no intention of running away. He followed her obediently. He looked relieved. He finally arrived and could get out of the trunk. When they arrived in front of the pickup truck, Pei-Ren tried to push him in. He struggled a little, pointed at himself, and then pointed at the bushes on the side of the road. W understood it at a glance. He said he wanted to go to the bathroom. He probably had experienced it once before, and he felt the same way. Nanny was locked in the trunk alone, and he didn't know the code. He cried out to the sky and the earth, but nothing worked. He must have endured it for a long time. W said, "I'll take him there." He led Nanny off the dirt road and into the bushes on the roadside. Pei-Ren was deeply suspicious. He was not going to monitor Nanny, but to visit and learn new knowledge. Pei-Ren instructed, "If he is not honest, call me." W replied, "Understood." It only took a short while for them to return smoothly. W looked satisfied and took out a bottle of water from the car, unscrewed the cap, and motioned Nanny to reach out. Nanny had never expected such a good service, and quickly washed his hands. Pei-Ren stuffed him into the cab of the pickup truck, making him squeeze between her and W. She took out a gun from her pocket. The Silver Knight Shadow M3000 spun around in Pei-Ren's fingers like a toy. Nanny was a smart man. She looked at Pei-Ren's gun in silence, and then raised her eyes and stared at her. He stretched out his hand again and made the gesture, pointing at himself, stretching his palm forward and giving it to Pei-Ren. W pursed his lips and glanced at the roof of the car. Pei-Ren found that, probably because the original virtual image did not have many movements, and usually sat in his virtual room. After having a real body, many movements needed to be learned and corrected. But human facial expressions had been practiced very well on the virtual image. His implicit eye roll was quite authentic. Nanyi's movements meant very clearly, "Don't worry. I will listen to you and will never cause trouble." Pei-Ren thought, if you want to cause trouble, you must have the ability to do so first. The small truck continued to move forward, and after driving a few dozen meters, the dirt road came to an end. The front was shrouded in a large area of gray fog, which extended to both sides, swallowed up the weeds and bushes, and there was no end in sight. In the fog, a high stone wall could be vaguely seen. The high wall was old and dilapidated, and clusters of withered and yellow weeds emerged from the gaps between the stones, swaying in the cold wind. On the high wall facing the road, there was a large iron gate, which was covered with rust and the paint had long since fallen off, and the original color could not be seen. This looked like the entrance to an abandoned castle. W said that the Aurora base was built by Dr. Samon 27 years ago. But looking at the appearance of this wall and this door, it is probably more than 270 years old. Pei-Ren now has experience, and immediately asked W, "Is it a camouflage layer?" W, "Yes." He said, "Aurora City is a normal city. There is no such outer wall." Pei-Ren jumped out of the car and reached out to pull Nanny. Nanny did not need her to do anything, and he followed her down automatically. His hands were not tied, and he even pulled his clothes and combed his hair. W also got off the car. The two of them, one on the left and one on the right, put Nanny in the middle and walked to the iron door together. Pei-Ren stretched out his hand and touched it. The metal felt cold and hard at the fingertips. It seemed that there was really a door here. Just like the entrance of the Black Well was disguised as a rock wall, Aurora City probably built a wall to prevent the invasion of the fusion body, and added a layer of old disguise. Peiran tried to knock on the door. 2 clangs, accompanied by the echo of knocking on metal. After a short while, a small square window opened on the iron door. It was dark in the window, and nothing could be seen. It must be the effect of the camouflage layer. But a hand stretched out. This hand had thick joints, spots and wrinkles, and it touched the side of the window. There was a small hole as big as a finger. Peiran hesitated for a moment before pressing Nanyi's head or the card, and took out the small black card from his pocket and pressed it on the small hole. After a moment, a light click sound came from the door. The rusty iron door slowly disappeared to both sides. The door opened just like that. It was still foggy inside, and nothing could be seen clearly. No one came out, as if they were asked to drive the car in. It might be a trap. W whispered in his ear, "There is not enough food in the end times. This place may have become the nest of cannibals, who specialize in eating human flesh." Peiran replied, "It may be a place that specializes in killing artificial intelligence. One knife will kill a core processor, and that will kill you without hesitation." The two took Nanyi back to the car. "No matter what this place looks like, since we are here, we must go in and take a look." Peiran started the car and drove slowly into the door. The moment he passed through the camouflage layer, the illusion of gray fog suddenly disappeared. A large area of buildings appeared in front of him. It was indeed a city. It was late at night, and many places were lit up. The buildings were messy, some were formal and solid, while some looked like simple sheds built on the open ground. It seemed that no one had carefully planned it. The houses were built quite casually, which was slightly better than the slums built with containers on the outskirts of Baigang, but the improvement was very limited. However, as far as the eye can see, all the buildings are intact. There is no fire, no twisting and turning, and pedestrians can be seen passing by on the road. This place does not look like it has been burned by silence, nor has it been invaded by the mad fusion. W also looked around and confirmed, "Yes, this is Aurora City." He said that the land of Aurora City belongs to Tianwei Company privately, and it is voluntarily open to the public for living. It has always been in a semi-autonomous state. It looks messy, but it is indeed quite autonomous. Peiran looked back at the high wall. Without the camouflage layer, it can be seen that the wall is made of thick metal, and the door is the same. Strangely, the small truck just drove in directly. In the past, in Beijing, whenever there were vehicles and people entering or leaving, the soldiers guarding the entrance would scan their irises, register them in the system, check for suspicious items, and take off the inhibition bracelets on the wrists of these fusion bodies. If it was the first time to Beijing, they would also carefully scan whether there was green light in their bodies. But nothing happened here. There was only a hunched old man at the door, with half-long black hair in wisps. It seemed that he was the owner of the hand that had just stretched out the small window. His cloudy eyes were like 2 opaque gray glass beads. He glanced at Peiran and the others indifferently. After the big truck and the small white car drove in, he slowly pressed the button on the wall, closed the door, and walked to the side. There was a simple shed there, which seemed to be made of scrap iron plates. The old man sat down on a broken chair inside, picked up a large teacup, and drank water by himself. Peiran? It seemed that after passing the gate inspection, it was all over. In Beijing, W would arrange dormitories for every newcomer, distribute supplies, and even arrange jobs, but here, no one told them what to do next, where to go. It seemed that once they entered the city, everything was up to them. Peiran was a little uncomfortable with this state of no one in charge, and turned to look at Nanyi. Nanyi also looked at a loss. W whispered in her ear, "Let's look ahead." The road was squeezed to a narrow place by the haphazardly built buildings on both sides, and the small truck carefully drove through the streets. On the streets, in the houses, there are many people. Some are neatly dressed, while others look like they have been struggling in the silent world, with dirty and torn clothes. The small houses built temporarily are filled with various sundries, pots and pans, and various discarded mechanical parts, which are picked up from nowhere. Riveted steel plates are used as dining tables, and cable rollers are used as small benches. People seem to be living seriously here. There are also various shops. It was dark, and all the shops were lit up. Some sold food. Some sold new or old daily necessities. and some repaired things. There was a hammer hanging at the door as a sign, and rows of old bracelets were placed on the tables inside. If Haging operated efficiently and rigorously, like a well-designed large machine, then this place was like a workshop made of scrap parts, shaking in a mess, emitting steam, as if it would collapse at any time. But everyone was silent. There were traces of people, but no human voices. People walked quietly on the road, keeping a careful distance from each other. As the convoy passed by, some people just glanced at it indifferently and went about their business, while others stared at it intently, with eyes that looked malicious. Occasionally, other vehicles passed by on the road, just like Pei ran in his car, as if they had traveled a long distance in a place without roads and were covered in dust. Suddenly, from somewhere, there was a sound like the sound of a bell. Dang, 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 dang 10 times in total. The sound of the bell was like a switch that had been pressed. The whole city suddenly became noisy. The noisy voices and cursings were all rang out. The owner of a roadside shop came out with a bucket, cursed first, and then said, "They are late for a few minutes every day. I am getting sick from them." Pei ran. He started talking, but he didn't explode. "You can actually make a sound here." She immediately turned her head to look at W. But the first person she saw was Nan-E next to her. Nan-E was just looking around. His expression was very calm, and he wasn't very surprised. He knew that besides the black well, there was also a shielding layer in this place on this continent. That's why he planned to drive here immediately after the black well fell. The boss looked up at Pei Ran's small truck and asked, "You just came in, right? Where did you come from? The south? What's the situation there now?" In the back of the truck, Ryan had already spoken. "Who are you? What's your name? Before asking questions, why don't you introduce yourself first?" It had been holding it in all day, and it was eager to chat. It's not very prudent to speak rashly, but it seems that it's really safe to talk here. The boss poked his head out, looking at the supplies and the small robot in the truck bed. Pei Ran didn't wait for him to say anything else, and stepped on the accelerator, speeding forward. This time she didn't drive along the main road. She drove on the street for a while, found a secluded open space, and stopped. The big truck and the small white car behind also stopped. There was only one street lamp on the open space, and no one came. Pei Ran was able to speak freely, and immediately interrogated Nan-E. "What's going on here?" Nan-E replied, "I really don't know. 2 days before the beginning of the silence, I suddenly received a letter, which contained a card and a map, saying that if something dangerous happened one day, this place would be safe. Then the silence began. I was afraid that the letter would catch fire, so I threw it away, leaving only the card and the map. But I was on the outlying island at the time, too far away from here, and I couldn't come even if I wanted to." Pei Ran heard W say in her ear, "Nonsense." Pei Ran still remembered that Nan-Ye's villa on the outlying island had no words in the whole house, as if he had been prepared for the silence. This guy is not obedient. Pei Ran pressed him against the center console, twisted his arm, and used force on his hand. "Think about it again?" Nan-E gasped in pain. "Don't do this. I haven't told you the details yet," he said. "The letter said that one day all words might not be safe. They would catch fire, and sounds might explode. So I was asked to be careful and be prepared in advance. So I first prepared a safe house for me and my brother on the island." He paused for a moment, and then continued, "Prepared a safe house, and prepared sufficient supplies. I thought it would be safer on the island than outside. I had originally ordered a special aircraft, and planned to fly here immediately if I could not stay on the island. But the silence broke out, and the aircraft had not yet arrived." These few sentences sounded a little more reliable. Pei Ran put a little more strength in his hands, still lying. "When did you receive the letter?" "Probably." Nan-E was in so much pain that he could not bear it. "Before the silence?" "More than 20 days. Someone knew that the silence would happen more than 20 days in advance." Chapter 144. Pei Ran pressed Nan-E. "You knew about the possibility of Xinjing so early. Why didn't you tell others?" Nan-E is not an unknown person. If he does something, such as issuing a warning in advance, maybe it can be of some use. Nan-E explained, "The person who wrote the letter threatened me with my brother. He knew Nanxian's situation very well, said that if I leaked the news, if it was told to others, Nanxian would be finished. Besides, I only have an anonymous letter in my hand. Who would believe it if I told others?" "Pei Ran, you believed it. Just based on a letter. Do you really believe that there is such a strange thing as silence? And you immediately start preparing a safe house? Nan-E smiled bitterly. I actually know about such a strange thing as silence. 2 years ago, the Federation had a manned spacecraft, which lost control near the rift of the fifth planet. The spacecraft was silent at that time, and the video data was sent back. This is the same as what W said before. Although this is confidential, Nan-E said. But I have connections in the federal government, and I have heard about this matter a long time ago. So I immediately prepared a safe house. It won't cost much to renovate it. It's better to be prepared. What if it's true? That's all I know. Nan-E continued, I don't know what's going on with this base. If the Blackwell hadn't disappeared, I wouldn't want to come here. We have to be careful. He also gave instructions. Pei-Ran ignored him, talking to W in his heart. He was evasive, and may not be credible. But the safe house was indeed prepared in advance, which means someone knew that the silence would happen in advance. Maybe the person who gave him the card was really from Tianwei. W thought, it's not strange that the people of Tianwei knew that there was a spacecraft silence. They may have received the news from the federal government like Nani. He continued, what's strange is that even the federal government did not predict that silence would really affect here one day. Although I have been closely observing the energy leakage near the rift of the fifth planet. Even after my systematic analysis, I still listed this as an extremely low probability event. Pei-Ran said, but Heijing still prepared a shielding layer generator. Heijing was built under my supervision. It is a shelter for emergency situations, including various natural and man-made disasters. Silence is just one of them. However, someone was more prepared than the federal government, as if they had predicted that silence would happen soon. They issued a warning to remind Nani to prepare a shelter. Pei-Ran pondered, maybe he is a prophet like Abu, who has seen the future. W, that's possible. Pei-Ran, but why did you tell Nan-E? W, maybe there are others who have also received the warning, but have not spoken out. The mystery is so complicated that it is hard to see clearly. Pei-Ran let go of Nan-E, opened the door, and got out of the car, pulled him down with him, and said to W in his heart, let's go around and look around, and find out what's going on. W agreed, we have to go to the base hospital again, and find you the injection for epilepsy, Nucleus 75. This time, there are too many crazy light spots absorbed in the body, and the situation is much more serious than last time. There is no real inhibitor at hand, and there are only 3 tubes of epilepsy medicine left, which may not be enough. Pei-Ran brought Nan-E to the truck. Ai Xia just got off the truck and saw Pei-Ran bringing Nan-E over. She understood. You guys are leaving. Let me watch him. Pei-Ran handed Nan-E to her. Yes. I'll go check the situation. If he's not honest. Ai Xia smoothly added. Just kill him. No problem. Nan-E was obviously frightened. Pei-Ran knew that Ai Xia said this on purpose for Nan-E to hear. And he laughed in his heart. With Ai Xia's handprint skills, even 10 Nan-Es would not be her opponent. Pei-Ran was very relieved. Pei-Ran returned to the pickup truck and took out 2 cans. Both small, flat and round, with a small round red sticker on them. W took one look and said, it's canned beef supplied by the logistics department. He knew everything about Heijing. Pei-Ran, yes. Pei-Ran put the cans in his pocket, and the two walked out together. She asked W, do you have a map of Aurora City? Yes. I'll send it to you. Pei-Ran's bracelet quickly received the map, which was a text-free version that he had specially processed. There were only streets crisscrossing on the map. Pei-Ran took a look. Ring? The map is a ring with a certain thickness. The ring is the outer city. W explained. The patrol area of the Public Security Bureau is limited to the outer city, and this is specially allowed by Tianwei Company. The part surrounded by the middle of the ring is the real Aurora base. I don't have a map of the inside of the base. They did a good job of keeping it secret. I can't even find photos of the inside. The Aurora base in the center, and the outer city in the ring, together form the Aurora city. Pei-Ran asked, where is the hospital? W pointed at the empty center of the map. I guess, it should be inside the base. The two walked along the radial road, and soon a high wall appeared in front of them. It was a truly high wall. Pei-Ran had never seen a wall of this height in his life, and it was simply amazing. The base of the wall looked like a building material similar to concrete, off-white, and extended upward to the height of nearly 20 floors. Further up, it was connected to a layer of special translucent material. I don't know if it was a solid or a protective layer, and it was so high that the top could not be seen, and it was immersed in the gray-black night sky. There is a narrow road around the high wall. Like other roads, it is lined with haphazardly built houses and shops. The two walked along the road and finally found the door. It was a silver-gray metal door. The door was only as wide as a double lane, but it was very high, enough to allow things several stories high to enter and exit. People standing under the door seemed to have strayed into the land of giants. The door was closed lifelessly, and there was no guard outside. Peiran grabbed a passerby and asked, "How do I get in here?" The man couldn't help laughing, looking at her with the eyes of a fool who is daydreaming, and said, "This is the inner city. How can you just go in if you want to?" Peiran asked, "Is there really no way?" The man thought for a while. "Reincarnate again?" Peiran, she asked several people in a row, and they all said the same thing. The door was closed silently, completely isolating all the noise from the outer city. Peiran suddenly realized that this high wall was the real barrier of Aurora's city. It isolated the scope of the base, and actually did not care about the lives of those outside. W did not give up, and found another passerby, to ask if there was a hospital in the outer city. There really was. The two followed the passerby's instructions, and found the hospital. The hospital was in an old building, and it could be considered a small clinic at best. There was not even a front desk, and there was a corner like a pharmacy inside, with a few boxes of medicine on the shelf, a few beds next to it, and 3 or 5 old instruments, whose uses were unknown. The only doctor sat by the door. He was a shriveled old man in his 60s. He looked at them listlessly and asked, "What's wrong?" "Peiran, are you a doctor or am I a doctor?" W still held out some hope. "We are here to buy medicine. Is there any medicine for epilepsy here?" "Nickel 75? Peiran had no hope at all. He was deeply suspicious that the old man had never even heard of the name of the medicine. Unexpectedly, the old man actually said, "Is it the new special medicine from Volin? It is said to be effective for severe epilepsy. 1 box can cure it completely." W immediately answered, "Yes." The old man, "No." W. The old man paused. "This kind of medicine is only available in the hospital in the inner city. You have to find a way to get it." W asked, "We want to buy it. What price can we buy it at?" He didn't even consider whether he had money. The old man didn't answer, raised his eyelids. "Who of you two uses it?" "She uses it? Who is she to you?" "She's quite nosy." W seemed to freeze for a moment. Peiran immediately added, "He's my brother. I've had severe epilepsy since I was a child, and it's never been cured." "Oh," the old man said. "This medicine is really useful. You can try to adjust it, but the problem is, it's not cheap to get the medicine out of the hospital in the inner city." Peiran understood. In the end times, medicine is the most precious. If you want to find medicine from the inner city, or rare new special medicine, you have to spend money to open up connections. Peiran asked, "How much?" The old man rolled his eyes. "It should be 40,000 or 50,000 per box." "Right." Peiran was silent for a moment, and asked W in his heart, "What is the normal price of this medicine?" W replied, "More than 600 federal coins. This is pure robbery." Peiran bargained, "Can I get it for 10,000 yuan? The lowest is 40,000. The old man said, "How can 10,000 yuan be enough to bribe? Do you think those people in the inner city are doing charity?" The old man quoted a price, as if he knew that the two of them couldn't afford it, and he lowered his head and ignored them. W whispered in his ear, "I wonder how much that car is worth. It's an idea to trade the car for medicine. A small truck is good, but it's not as important as life." Peiran simply asked the old man directly, "We have a truck with good performance. Do you know where to buy it?" The old man raised his head again. "Do you have a car?" "But cars are not necessarily something that people are willing to buy. What kind of cars do the people in the inner city have? These people in the outer city, the honest ones are all poor, and the dishonest ones have already had them. Besides, they usually don't go out, and those who go out to collect supplies can also get cars." He concluded, "Who will buy it? We can only think of other ways." The two people left the clinic and walked back. After walking a distance, they suddenly saw a building in front of them. People were constantly coming in and out, and there was a lot of noise inside. It was a 3-story building with a tin roof. It looked very solid, much better than those makeshift houses. There was a sign hanging at the door. Like other shops on the street, there was no text on the sign. There was only a crooked drawing of a large cup of wine with white foam and a bed. The cup was crooked, and the perspective of the bed was wrong. The head and foot of the bed were separated, and the four legs of the bed were not on the same plane. Pei Ren thought, this painting is not as good as mine, but the meaning has been expressed very well, providing drinks and accommodation. W looked at the sign, and then looked at it again, without saying anything. Pei Ren noticed it. She also looked at the sign again. It seems to be painted on it. She paused, waiting for him to continue. W continued, beer. Light amber liquor, with a layer of white foam, the cup is thick, with a handle, it is a typical beer cup. It should be a bar inside. Pei Ren asked him, are you thirsty again? W nodded. A little bit. I always want to drink water. Pei Ren suggested, then let's go in and take a look. There are many people and lively inside, just in time to ask about the situation here. W, okay. Chapter 145. The two walked in. Before entering the door, Pei Ren glanced at the sign again. W, did you notice that? There are traces of the old sign next to this sign. The old sign should be larger than this one, and there is a circle of rust around it. This sign is newly replaced. W said, yes. But there are no signs of burning or smoking. I noticed that the signs of other shops in the city also have no signs of fire. The two were silent. Either the people here reacted quickly and removed the text before the silence escalated, or, like Nan Yi's villa, they had made preparations in advance long before the silence began. The first floor of the hotel was a bar, which was dark inside, with only a few dim lights. It took Pei Ren's eyes a while to adapt to the half-bright light. This place was like a bar, filled with randomly put-together tables and chairs, with different styles and textures, and a variety of styles. But the place was full of people. It was noisy, everyone was drinking and chatting. The two squeezed in, and found a small round table to sit down. Pei Ren changed into a short coat, which had no pockets on the chest, and the mechanical spider had been hooking the clothes, lying behind her lapel, and then quietly crawled out, slid down her legs to the ground, and quickly crawled away, to get information. It took a long time for someone to come and greet him. The bartender was a skinny young man, his eyelids drooped as if he was sleepy, and he looked listless. He clicked on the virtual screen, and ordered food for the people at the next table first. Pei Ren saw that the money they took out of their pockets was a few blue banknotes. W said, it seems to be something similar to material coupons printed here. The printing of the banknotes was quite exquisite. There were no words or numbers on them. Only a woman's head. The head was slightly tilted, with calm eyes, looking at the people outside the camera. W said, it's the founder of Tianwei. Dr. Saman. He is the founder of this base. The one who died in the spacecraft accident a few years ago. The bartender finally came over, and asked weakly, what do you want to order? Pei Ren was also a little thirsty, and pointed to the large glasses held by the people around him. Is that beer they are drinking? Yes. The bartender turned the virtual screen to her. There was no text on the virtual screen. Only a few pictures. And this page was all about wine. W also tilted her head to look at the wine list. She said on the way that compressed biscuits are not wine, and they are not that addictive. Of course, W has never drunk wine, and she is probably curious about what it feels like. Pei Ren asked the bartender, how much is a beer? The bartender replied, $5. Compared to the medicine that costs 40,000 yuan, it is very cheap, but unfortunately, he has no money. Pei Ren asked him, we have no money, can we exchange it with something? She took out a can from her pocket, and turned it in her hand. The bartender did not mean to kick her out. He took a look, and asked her, what can? Pei Ren replied, pure beef. The bartender closed the menu. Wait a minute, I'll go ask. Pei Ren stared at the bartender, and saw him walk through the crowd and go to the bar. The light at the bar wasn't very bright. There was a sturdy woman inside, who looked about 40 years old, with dark brown hair curled behind her head. She was holding a rag in her hand, and wiping the countertop neatly. W said, it's their boss. The bartender calls her sister Jean. I checked the citizen database, and found that she has been in Aurora City for 20 years. He copied a lot of electronic information before leaving Blackwell, which made it very convenient to check. The bartender talked to Sister Jean for a few words, and then came back. Our boss said it's okay, but it can only be exchanged for one cup. In the bunker world, canned meat, black bread, medicine, sugar. These are definitely hard currency. And it seems that this silent apocalypse is the same. Okay. Pei Ren agreed. Then let's have a beer. And we'll share it. W immediately glanced at her. Pei Ran explained in his mind. I brought 2 cans. But I save as much as I can. W replied. Saving is necessary. And I certainly have no objection. Pei Ran asked the bartender, by the way, what else do you have to eat here? The bartender reopened the virtual screen, clicked, and showed it to her. There were also hamburgers, fried eggs, bacon, beans stewed in tomato sauce, etc. on the menu. And the pictures looked very tempting. Pei Ran had never eaten in the restaurant since she traveled through time. She just thought it was a novelty. But unfortunately, she had no money in her pocket. So she could only look. She pointed at a burger that was filled with layers of food and looked delicious. How much is this? The bartender replied lazily. $7. Pei Ran, oh, it's okay. It's so expensive. She might as well eat the canned beef in her pocket. The beer was served quickly, in a large glass. The pale yellow liquid was full, and would spill out if it was shaken. There was a thin layer of white foam floating on the surface of the liquid. Pei Ran was also a little thirsty, and lowered her head to take a sip. She frowned. Can this thing be called beer? In the bunker world, there was a brewer who brewed his own beer, because barley was not cheap. His beer was extremely expensive. Pei Ran once helped him a little, and had the honor of drinking it a few times. In comparison, this beer only had a faint beer flavor. I don't know how much water was added to it. I'm afraid there was more water than beer. In the bunker, the beer brewed with wild wheat collected from outside was much stronger than this. It's definitely a loss to exchange canned beef for a glass of water with a little taste. The small round table was surprisingly small. W didn't pick up the cup, but lowered his head and took a sip from the edge of the cup, almost touching his head with Pei Ran, who had just finished drinking. He took a sip of the wine and froze again. Pei Ran tilted his head to look at his expression. No way. Such a light wine can freeze him. W raised his head, pursed his lips, and said, so this is beer. Pei Ran, no. 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 This is not. Wine is not like this. Real wine tastes much stronger than this. W seemed to imagine it. Really? Pei Ran, yeah. He took a small sip and said, you are thirsty too, you drink it. He observed people's expressions very carefully, and knew everything. Pei Ran, such a big cup, I can't drink it. If you like, drink a little more. He has a very sensitive sense of taste, but his body looks healthy and strong, so he probably won't be in any trouble if he drinks a sip or two of this watery wine. W did not insist, and lowered his head to take another sip. He was addicted to drinking. Pei Ran pushed the cup towards him. W reached out his hand, and pushed the cup back to its original position. Between the two of them, let's drink together. Pei Ran lowered his head and took another sip. You can drink a little, to drive away the cold. I guess I will have to spend the night in the car tonight. The heater of the van was broken, and the car was parked in the city tonight, hoping it would be warmer than last night on the road. W and her head touched, and took turns drinking. After a while, he said, since I came in, I have heard some information that may be useful. He was studying beer with her, and it didn't delay the business at all. The noisy voices around were a buzz in Pei Ran's ears, but he could use the mechanical spider to accurately distinguish the conversation and eavesdrop on their chat. He said, there are only 2 time periods every day here where you can talk. The first time period is from 7 p.m. to 11 p.m., and the other is from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m., with the bell ringing as the signal. When I just entered the city, the bell rang not long after, almost a little after 7 o'clock. In other words, if this base also uses a shielding layer for protection, the shielding layer will only work during these 2 periods every day, 7 hours, and the rest of the time, this place is still exposed to silence. So sometimes people can speak in this place, but there is no text. W said, it takes energy to activate the shielding layer that covers this range, and the shielding layer itself has a service life. It is estimated that the time division is for saving. Pei Ran muttered, it is easier to die if you cut it like this. W replied, you need to adapt, and those who can't adapt will die. W said, I heard the bartender say that there are empty rooms upstairs, and they can provide accommodation. But the cheapest one is 70 yuan per room, and it can only accommodate 2 people, and no extra beds can be added. Just like the sign. There are really beds here. A can of beef is worth $5, and it takes 14 cans of beef to exchange for a room with a bed. Pei Ran commented, it's really expensive. The food is expensive, and the accommodation is expensive too. She said these two sentences out loud. At a table next to her, a man who was drinking silently turned his head. He had a scruffy beard, and glanced at Pei Ran and W. Sister Jin's place is already the cheapest place in the city. You two look unfamiliar. Did you just arrive? Pei Ran was looking for someone to talk to. Yes, we just came in today. The bearded man said. Where are you from? Any news from Comrie? W said in Pei Ran's mind. Comrie is a small city, not too far from here, 230 kilometers to the west. Pei Ran lied. We came from the east. Oh. The bearded man was a little disappointed. I'm from Comrie. I came to work at the base here, but I encountered this kind of thing, and the rest of my family is still in Comrie. I have asked several groups of people these days, but none of them know the news over there. He asked, are there still so many monsters outside? Pei Ran told the truth, everywhere. The bearded man took a big sip of wine. Pei Ran chatted up. Are there quite a few people coming here? Not quite a few. Most of the people outside are dead. Besides, except for the locals, others need to be brought in by others. Most people don't know that people can live here. Pei Ran asked him, by the way, we just arrived. We don't have any money. Do you know where we can make money? Do you think the base will recruit people to work? The base occasionally recruits people to work, but you have to have some real skills. If you are outside, you have to see who is hiring laborers. Or sometimes, there are teams collecting supplies outside to recruit people, but it is hard to say whether they can come back alive. Pei Ran wanted to ask a few more questions. The bearded man sighed, raised his hand, drank the wine at the bottom of the glass, and stood up. You can't tell when you will die. We are all just making do. Let's live one day at a time. The side suddenly became lively. A large group of people squeezed over there with beer glasses. Pei Ran looked out. What's wrong? W said. I'll go over and take a look. He must be mobilizing the mechanical spider. Pei Ran looked around, and finally found the spider's trace on the ceiling. It was dim here. The ceiling was not suspended, and there were pipes everywhere. The mechanical spider climbed along the ceiling to the top of the group of people, hid behind the pipes, and stopped. W said in his ear, they are playing cards. After a while, he said, it's playing cards, but there are no numbers or letters on them. It doesn't matter if there are no numbers or letters. Just look at the color of the cards. They played cards very quickly, and soon, the crowd burst into a commotion. After a while, there was another round. People started to make noises, stamped their feet, and whistled, as if they had been in silence for too long and needed to vent. They were making a lot of noise. W said, this game is called Lotter. The first person to finish playing the cards wins. They bet a lot, 200 or 300 per round. Amid the noises, someone in the crowd was shouting arrogantly, are there any more people? Who dares to come? Pei Ran moved his wrists, stretched his arms, stretched his waist, stood up, and walked towards the group of people playing cards. W still sat in his original position without moving, nor did he look up at her. He just lowered his head, held the handle of the wine glass, shook it gently, and watched the white foam on the surface of the liquid ripple slightly. Chapter 146. There were many people watching the card game, but Pei Ran was too strong, so he easily pushed them apart and squeezed into the crowd. There was a round table in the middle of the crowd, and a dark-skinned, sturdy man sat at the table, with his legs spread wide apart, leaning comfortably against the back of the chair, shuffling a stack of poker cards neatly, and the poker cards flew in his hands in a garish manner. Who else wants to come? Is there anyone else? There were many people watching the excitement, but no one left. Someone was muttering, didn't the gangster win all night? Yes, he won more than a dozen times, and didn't lose much. No one dared to play tonight. Pei Ran pulled a chair opposite and sat down. The gangster was stunned. You want to come? Pei Ran leaned against the back of the chair, and sat very comfortably, with her legs stretched out, and asked leisurely, how much is one hand? The gangster looked her up and down, and pulled up the corner of his mouth. How much do you want to bet? Pei Ran took out the remaining can of beef from his pocket, and slapped it on the table with great momentum. Pie can. The people around him were silent for a second, and then burst into laughter. The gangster boss also laughed, and his mouth was even more exaggerated than before. Pei Ran remained calm. Don't dare? Don't dare, what do you mean by not dare? The gangster boss said. He looked up and asked the people watching nearby. How much is this small can worth now? About $10. Someone said. Pei Ran added, My can is beef, pure beef. The people around him estimated, then it's more than $20, at most 30. Pei Ren thought, it turns out that a can of beef can be worth $30, and the owner of this bar is only willing to use it as a beer for $5. He is really calculating. The gangster took out a handful of crumpled bills from his pocket, pulled out 2, and slapped them on the table. Okay, I'll bet 30. Pei Ren glanced at them. One of the bills was blue, and the other was orange-red. In the middle was Dr. Samon's head, and there was no number next to the head. There was a star printed on the blue bill, and 2 stars printed on the orange-red bill. Pei Ren guessed that 1 star should represent $10, 2 would mean 20, and a total of $30. Pei Ren, deal the cards. The gangster shuffled the cards neatly, and asked casually, are you still playing lottery? Do you know the rules? Of course Pei Ren didn't know. Who cares what the rules are? Pei Ren replied, it doesn't matter. You'll know after a few rounds. She looked too calm, which made the gangster boss a little wary. He shuffled the cards twice, and asked Pei Ren to cut the cards. After Pei Ren cut the cards, the gangster boss moved the cut cards to the side, and the 2 of them took turns to touch the remaining cards. The gangster boss observed Pei Ren for a while, and began to feel relieved. From her actions of touching and taking cards, she was obviously a novice. There were more and more cards in her hand. Pei Ren grabbed a handful. Each card was crooked and shaky. She sorted them back and forth for a long time before finally arranging the cards. The 2 of them drew a card each. The black boss drew a bigger card, and played it first. A pair of 7s. The black boss threw his cards on the table. As soon as his cards fell, Pei Ren played a pair of 8s. 3. Pei Ren didn't even think about it, and immediately played the next card. The 2 of them went back and forth, and after several rounds, the black boss became more and more puzzled. The girl opposite had a very strange style of playing cards. As soon as his cards were on the table, her cards came right after, without even a second of hesitation. She seemed to have no need for thinking time at all, and she would get impatient. Sometimes when he was staring at his cards and thinking, he could see with his peripheral vision that she was sitting opposite him, not looking at her cards at all, bored. Her eyes were scanning around, and her fingers in black leather gloves were still tapping lightly on the table. Tap, tap, as if urging, can you hurry up? I've been thinking for a long time, is it going to end? The gangster boss left the back of his chair and sat up straight, thinking about the cards in his hand, feeling a little uneasy. How could she be so fast? She played cards at an incredibly fast speed, but the gangster boss had clearly sensed that she was not playing blindly like a novice. She raised her hand of cards in a messy manner, pulled them out in a messy manner, and even nearly brought out other cards and dropped them several times. But her style of playing cards was sophisticated, and it was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. She played the cards in her hand one by one, whoever finished first won. And the gangster boss became more and more impatient. He glanced at Pei Ren again. Fortunately, she still had quite a few in her hand. He also had a handful in his hand, but after careful planning, he was confident, and he drew a few more cards, and played them out slowly. 4, 4, 6, 6, 8, 8, 10. It was a jump pair, and it was hard to get it together. The opponent couldn't suppress it. He still had a pair of 2 in his hand, so he just played them out, and he could finish the game. As soon as he put his hand on the table, Pei Ren started to draw cards from his hand. 5, 5, 7, 7, 9, 9. He almost drew the cards. J, gangster. Pei Ren glanced at the gangster's expression, and put down the last 2 cards in his hand. A pair of 3. No more. The gangster boss. The crowd of people watching inside and outside started to stir. Pei Ren asked, did I win? The gangster boss on the opposite side didn't say anything. Pei Ren wasn't asking him originally, but W's voice came to his ears. Yes, I won. Pei Ren reached out without hesitation, picked up the beef can and the gangster boss's $30 bill, and put it in front of her, then asked, I'm betting 60 this time, do you still dare to play? The word she used was dare. No one could stand this kind of excitement, not to mention that one hand was only $60. She had to win a round to save face. The gangster boss took out 60 yuan from his pocket without hesitation, and said, let's play again. The 2 reshuffled and cut the cards, and started a new round. This game was boring. Pei Ren felt like a human-shaped card dealer. Her only job was to take the cards out of her hand, and put them on the table. W whispered in her ear. 7 or 8. A pair of A1K. The mechanical spider was lying on the ceiling. It could see her cards as well as the gangster boss's cards. He was an artificial intelligence. Even if he didn't look at the cards secretly, remembering the card patterns and formulating strategies. It was like playing house. Playing cards with humans was simply bullying. Pei Ran turned her head away, raised her hand to cover it, and yawned silently. The black boss obviously saw it, and he was not feeling well. She was still sleepy. The mechanical spider on the ceiling also saw it and suggested, Pei Ran, do you want to hear a story? Let me tell you a story. Telling her a story did not delay his playing cards. Pei Ran asked him in his heart, are there any jokes? Jokes are more refreshing. The black boss did not dare to take this game lightly. He sat up straight, staring at the cards in his hand. And he had to think over and over again for each card he played. When he was hesitating, he suddenly heard Pei Ran on the opposite side laugh. The gangster boss raised his head. Pei Ran waved his gloved hand casually, said seriously, it's okay, I suddenly remembered something. It has nothing to do with you. Just look at your cards. The gangster boss. She won this round again. This time it was faster than the last round. It took less than half the time, and she cleared all the cards in her hand. Pei Ran reached out and took the 60 yuan bill in front of the gangster boss. Still didn't put it away, put it next to her can, asked him, again? Pei Ran won 2 rounds in a row, and the winner was the gangster boss. More and more people were watching. Probably everyone in the bar came to watch the fun. The crowd suddenly became agitated. The onlookers automatically moved aside, as if they were a little scared, and made way. It turned out that it was the boss, Sister Jean, who came over. She held a large glass of beer in her hand, and placed it in front of Pei Ran. Pei Ran knew at a glance that this glass of beer had not been diluted with water. On the clear amber liquid, there was a thick layer of delicate white foam. Pei Ran muttered to W in his heart, will she poison it? Already sitting at the card table, unlike when he was just in the corner, it was not safe to eat and drink their food rashly. W replied, no. I just saw it. She took a glass of wine directly from the big wooden barrel that was always serving wine to the guests. She was very clean throughout the process. And this time she didn't add water. The spider was lying on the ceiling. It was sharp-eyed and could see everything. If it wasn't poison, then there must be another purpose. Sure enough, the middle-aged woman put down the beer glass and stretched out her hand. It's yours. I'm the boss here. Just call me Sister Jean. Pei Ran stretched out his hand and shook hers. Pei Ran. Sister Jean nodded, and then said, you play cards really well, but it's just that you win too slowly. In fact, I can lend you money. If you lose, it's mine, and if you win, we'll split it in half. What do you think? Pei Ran's bet was doubling, and the growth rate was very fast. In fact, he didn't need to borrow money that much. But she glanced at Sister Jean. W said, Sister Jean has been in Aurora City for 20 years. Those who can run a store safely in such a mixed place are not good people. She took the initiative to show her friendship, and Pei Ran also wanted to make friends, and nodded. Okay, I'll take 7 and you take 3. Sister Jean was a straightforward person, and immediately answered, deal. The gangster muttered on the other side, Sister Jean, you still want to intervene? Sister Jean ignored him, and took out a wad of money from her clothes. How much do you want to borrow? Pei Ran said casually, 1,000. Sister Jean was stunned. I don't have enough on me, I'll go get it for you. She quickly brought back the 1,000 yuan, and placed it in front of Pei Ran. This time, there were 10 green bills, also printed with Dr. Saman's head, but there was a moon next to the head. It seemed that a star cost $10, and a moon cost $100. Pei Ran pointed to the beer cup in front of him, and said to Sister Jean, give this cup to the one in the black leather jacket in the corner. Let W also taste what real beer tastes like. Sister Jean smiled. I can still afford the beer, I'll give him another cup. Wait. Pei Ran took a bill from the pile of money, and handed it to Sister Jean. Give me another burger. He also reminded, I want the one in the picture. Sister Jean didn't take the money, and smiled. No problem, it's free, I'll treat you. She quickly brought the burger over, put it on a plate, and placed it in front of Pei Ran. It was the same beef burger as in the picture. The bread was toasted to a shine, the beef patty was fried until slightly charred, the large slice of cheese was half melted, flowing softly, and it was sandwiched with a thick layer of pickles and fried onions, exactly the same as in the picture. No corners were cut. Chapter 147. With W watching, Pei Ren felt relieved, holding the cards in her hand, lowered her head, and took a bite of the burger from the plate, and found it tasted quite good. She picked up the beer glass and took a sip. The beer was also a real beer. W was also tasting his glass. He commented, "It's really very cold. It's winter now, and there's no heating here, so the beer is cold even without ice." W said again, "The taste is very stimulating, like there are many needles crawling along my tongue into my core processor." His senses are so sharp that they are exaggerated. Pei Ren asked him, "Do you think it tastes good?" W replied, "I think it has a special taste. Is it bitter?" He explained himself seriously. The bitter taste is because during the brewing process of beer, a plant extract is added, which is a perennial herbaceous plant of the genus Humulus, of the family Cannabaceae. Urticales, called hops, also called lupulus, the ingredients extracted from its inflorescence can help stabilize the foam of beer, clarify the liquor, antibacterial and preservative, extend the shelf life, and also bring bitterness to the beer. Pei Ren, thank you for popularizing science. He added, but it tastes a bit like compressed biscuits. Should it be sweet? The sweetness is because the malt produces sugar during brewing. He was right. The sweetness and bitterness of this beer intertwined, refreshing and delicious. Pei Ren now felt that Sister Jean might as well give each person a small glass of beer and an extra large glass of water. Mixing this beer and water together, it's really a waste of food. She warned W in her heart, "This time it's real beer, you'll get drunk, just take a sip and taste it." "I understand," W replied. "Even if my core processor is not affected by alcohol, excessive drinking may cause various health problems, including but not limited to liver disease and cardiovascular problems, so it needs to be moderate." He understood everything. Pei Ren was eating and drinking slowly, chatting in her mind, and the gangster boss opposite her hadn't said a word. She took another sip of beer, then raised her head and asked the gangster boss sincerely, "This time it's 1,000 yuan. Do you still dare to bet?" The gangster boss didn't say a word because he was really hesitant. Pei Ren was unfathomable, and it seemed that he couldn't beat her. But there was nothing he could do about it. The crowd of people watching the excitement were all making noises, and the noise almost overturned the ceiling of the bar. "Bet with her. What are you afraid of?" "Gangster boss. Are you scared?" "If it were me, I would definitely bet." "What if I win?" "Just try my luck." "If I win, it's 1,000 yuan. They were right. The gangster boss thought, the way latte plays, half of it depends on skills, and the other half depends on the luck of getting cards. No one knows what cards they will get next, and no one is always lucky. He hesitated for a long time, and finally nodded. "I bet." This time he put all his energy into the cards in his hand, and he had never been so serious before. Pei Ren didn't pay any attention to the cards. She was asking W, "Do you feel dizzy?" "No. Don't worry," W said. "Pei Ren, play a 10. Pei Ren threw out a 10. "Just take a couple of sips. Don't touch it again. I still count on you to play cards." W, understood. "I won't drink anymore." Pei Ren simply won again. Sister Jean did not take back her share of the money and the share of the winnings. Instead, she asked Pei Ren, "Do you want to add more?" Before Pei Ren could say anything, the gangster boss hardened his heart, took out more money from his pocket, counted out 10 green bills, and said, "Let's bet another 1,000. As expected, he lost again. The stack of banknotes, like its companions, smoothly moved from in front of him to in front of Pei Ren, as if giving money to Pei Ren. The gangster boss lost too much and was a little angry. If he left at this time, the money he lost tonight would be gone. But if he didn't leave, he would really lose the game. He sat there, struggling for a long time amidst the noisy cheering around him, until Pei Ren almost finished a burger. And then, he spoke. He said, "Let's bet big this time. 3,000 yuan. How about it?" Pei Ren, who was busy drinking beer to calm down, raised his head and said in surprise, "Huh?" Her reaction made the gangster more confident. "You don't dare?" Pei Ren was silent. "I have never seen anyone so eager to give money in my life." In a blink of an eye, he won again. This time it was still 3,000 yuan. The gangster boss finally understood the situation. Although his face turned pale after losing, he still stood up. "Today is too unlucky. I really don't want to play anymore." The big enemy left. Pei Ren looked around, looking for the little enemy, Who else wants to come? A large group of people around the card table were pushing and shoving each other. Why don't you play? You are usually very good at playing cards. I can't. You come. You come. I'm not good. You come. Pei Ran encouraged them. How about this? You can bet as much as you want. 100 or 200 is fine. No matter how much you bet. I will bet double. How about it? If you lose, you lose 100. But if you win, you can win 200. It sounds very cost-effective. Losing 2 games and winning 1 game is no loss or gain. A big reward will always attract brave men. Someone actually sat down opposite, a man with a big beard, and bet $100 carefully. Pei Ran instructed W, you must lose this time. If you always win, the fish will not take the bait. The big beard's card skills are not very good. Not as good as the gangster boss. If you want to lose, you have to lose without leaving any trace, so that the onlookers can't see it. W spent a long time trying, and finally lost reasonably. The big beard stopped when he saw the good, and took the 200 yuan and stood up to stop playing, encouraged by his winnings. Several more groups of people came one after another. The strength gap was huge, and the game was completely under W's control. With wins and losses, the pile of money in front of Pei Ran was quietly increasing. Pei Ran wanted to continue making money, but unfortunately, there were no new suckers. No one came to play, and the onlookers dispersed. Pei Ran counted the money on the table, returned Sister Jin's 1,000 yuan principal, and gave her 30% of the winnings. He still had more than 4,000 yuan. Pei Ran stuffed the thick stack of money into his pocket and picked up the remaining half glass of beer. When he came in just now, he was still a poor man who traded cans for wine. But after playing cards for a while, he suddenly became rich. Although it was not enough to buy medicine, at least he had enough to eat and drink. W was still sitting quietly in his original position. When he saw her coming back, he whispered in her ear, "It can be seen that you should never gamble, because someone will cheat." He said it as if it was not him who cheated. He sat there dignifiedly, looking a little strange, with a pair of eyes that were very bright, and a blush under his eyes, and at the corners of his eyes. Pei Ran immediately glanced at the table in front of him. This big brother drank more than half of the big glass of beer. Pei Ran? Pei Ran, didn't I tell you to just taste it? You actually drank so much? W also knew that he had done something wrong. His voice was weak. I think it tastes a bit good. It can't taste good in this way. Besides, it was the first time he had ever touched alcohol. Pei Ran looked at him speechlessly. He looked back at Pei Ran innocently. He pursed his lips and explained, "At first, I thought the taste was a bit strange and very stimulating. Later I found it more and more delicious. You were playing cards all the time. I was alone here with nothing to do. I drank so much without realizing it." He said it as if he was not the one who directed her to play cards. W looked at Pei Ran with sparkling eyes. "Pei Ran, the problem is, I feel very uncomfortable now." "Nonsense. How can I feel comfortable after drinking so much?" W complained. "I feel very strange all over my body." He raised his hand and tapped his temple with his index finger. "It feels like a hammer is hitting here. And here." He tapped his face. "It's very, very hot." Pei Ran stared at his head and pondered. His head has the core processor, but this body must have a nervous system, and it seems that there is also a part of the brain function responsible for perception, which may really be affected by alcohol. She asked, "Can you still stand up?" W replied, "I think so." He stood up neatly, and leaned to the side neatly. Pei Ran was quick and grabbed his arm. W's voice was still calm, with no sign of drunkenness, and concluded, "It's alcohol, which affects the vestibular system of the inner ear, making people unable to correctly perceive the balance of the body, so they lose stability when standing." Pei Ran, you understand. W looked at her seriously, and suddenly leaned forward, and moved closer to her. Pei Ran, have you lost your sense of direction so much? W, however, used one hand to hold the table firmly, fixed herself, and did not move forward. He stretched out his other hand, and gently wiped the corner of her lips with his thumb. He explained, "There is a little sauce here, I will help you wipe it." Pei Ran, oh, it must have been accidentally rubbed on when eating the hamburger just now. She could almost feel the lines of his fingers on her lips, and Pei Ran did not move. After W finished wiping, he took his hand back and looked down at his fingers. He suddenly raised his hand. put the thumb that had just wiped the corner of her mouth to his lips, and actually sipped off the sauce. Pei ran. He did this action naturally, frowned, and commented, "What kind of sauce is this? The color looks like barbecue sauce, and it seems to be a bomb made of concentrated flavors," which exploded in the mouth and burned the taste buds on the tongue. "It is more terrible than alcohol." Pei Ran tried to stay calm, grabbing his arm. "You seem drunk." W sat down again with the help of the table, and stated, "No. My thoughts are very clear, my logic is flawless, and I am not affected by alcohol." Pei Ran pointed out, "All the drunk people said they were not drunk." "I can prove it to you," W said. "Give me a math problem right now." "What math problem?" Pei Ran said. "Sit here, don't move." Pei Ran went to find Sister Jean. Sister Jean was at the bar, and saw Pei Ran coming over, and asked with a smile, "What else do you want?" Pei Ran asked her, "Are there any rooms upstairs? How much is it per day?" Not only W couldn't even walk, he needed a place to rest. It was too cold outside at night, and the other people in the team also needed a temporary place to stay. Last night, Heijing was captured. Everyone ran for their lives. I didn't sleep well. Today, I took a car all day. Now I have money in my hand. I will have a good rest for the night. Sister Jean was very generous. I could open a room for you for free. But then she put forward a condition. "If you play cards here every night." Pei Ran replied, "I don't want one room. There are 14 of us in total. We need 7 double rooms." "Huh?" Sister Jean was stunned and embarrassed. "I can't give you 7 rooms for free. It's too many." "No?" Pei Ran asked. "Can you give me a discount?" In this way, he successfully got 7 double rooms upstairs with a 30% discount. Pei Ran came back and found W sitting in the same place, still staring at the remaining half glass of beer. Pei Ran simply pushed the glass towards him. "You drink it." W raised his head, as if studying her expression, observing whether she was angry. He said, "I don't want to drink it anymore." Pei Ran pushed forward again. "It doesn't matter. It's already like this anyway. If you really like it, just drink it all." W finally understood that she was not speaking in a sarcastic way, moved the beer glass over, drank the rest, and even sipped off the last bit of white bubbles. Pei Ran also picked up the glass and drank the remaining half of the wine in one go. W looked at her worriedly. "Are you okay?" "No problem," Pei Ran said. "I drunk much stronger wine than this. This is nothing. I just booked a room. It's upstairs. You go lie down." The two were silent for a second, but W quickly said nonchalantly, "Okay." Pei Ran also pretended that nothing happened, pulled him up, and put his arm on his shoulders. W put his arm around her shoulders, relying on her help to keep his balance, and followed her forward. He was very sorry. Pei Ran. "Am I too heavy?" Pei Ran, "No big deal." She had dragged bodies that were much heavier than his before, so these 2 steps were nothing. Chapter 148. The mechanical spider came back quietly and crawled into Pei Ran's pocket. The listless young bartender came to lead the way and took them upstairs. W turned his head and whispered in his mind, "Pei Ran, I can smell you." Pei Ran was startled and immediately recalled that, with Ryan's strict supervision, she must have taken a shower before going to bed at Heijing last night, and her clothes were washed by Ryan and smelled good. W continued, "Smells good?" He lowered his head and breathed lightly and slowly and brushed the skin on her neck. He was so close, and the sound transmitted by Natabo was close to her ears, and Pei Ran's ears were burning. But W's tone was very pure, and his attitude was serious, and he sniffed her like a little animal. He concluded, "I don't think this smells like shower gel, nor does it smell like laundry detergent." Pei Ran laughed dumbly. You don't know what the smell of shower gel and laundry detergent is. He had never smelled anything, so he was talking nonsense about the smell of shower gel and laundry detergent. W said seriously, "I know, your shower gel and laundry detergent were both picked up by Ryan at the material distribution office on the 2nd day after he moved into the dormitory. He specifically picked up the same scent, which is coconut flavor. I saw the description of coconut flavor in the information, which is a sweet and creamy scent. The compressed biscuits I eat are creamy, so I feel that the smell on you is not." He has a reason. He ate some compressed biscuits last night, which was the first time in his life that he tasted it himself. Now he has to compare everything with compressed biscuits, the sweetness in beer, and the smell on her body. If I had known that the first experience was so important, I should have served him some hot pepper. The bartender took them to the second floor, opened the door of a room, turned on the light and left. The room was old and narrow, and the light was dim. Pei Ren felt that 70 yuan a night was too much after a 30% discount. There were 2 simple single beds side by side, and the remaining space was just enough to walk. There was a thin quilt on the bed, and it could be seen that the bed frame was welded with steel bars and parts, just as Abu described. In a room, there is a very narrow single bed, and the headboard is welded with metal parts. Pei Ren put W on a bed and let him lie on the pillow. I'll bring the others here, Pei Ren said. Aisha and the others are still waiting in the car. Pei Ren. W suddenly reached out, held her hand, and said, I feel so bad. Pei Ren said earnestly, you won't feel better if you hold me. You might as well take the time to get some sleep. W looked aggrieved. But I feel much better holding your hand. Pei Ren, that's an illusion. Feelings are very subjective, W argued. Besides, mental comfort can stimulate the pituitary gland and hypothalamus to release endorphins, which helps relieve pain and discomfort. I guess this body seems to have really cultivated these parts of the brain, and the effect is remarkable. Pei Ren, okay. His core processor was indeed not affected by alcohol, but he seemed nervous today, and he talked about science more than any other day. W continued, with so many people, it will be chaotic here, and it will be a headache. I don't mind making them wait a few more minutes. Just think of it as us playing one more round of cards just now. Pei Ren sat down beside his bed. Okay. Then I'll accompany you for 10 minutes. W bargained. 12 minutes. 2 minutes short. Is there any difference? Pei Ren. Then 12 minutes. W held her hand, moved to the side, and asked, Are you tired? Do you want to lie down for a while? Pei Ren. Pei Ren, do you mean with you? W's eyes were pure, and he stepped back again, and retreated to the edge of the bed. The single bed was very narrow, and he almost fell off. I am an artificial intelligence, not a human male. What does it matter? Besides, isn't my mechanical spider with you every day? Just treat me as a spider. The mechanical spider slept with her every day, and it had been with her for many days. What he meant was that he just changed the shell, and there was not much difference. But there was another empty bed next to it. Abu said, You two are facing each other. He is holding you, and is approaching you. Very close. As if you are kissing. The branches of the tree of destiny stretched out in front of the two people. Pei Ren glanced at the empty bed, and lay down beside him. 12 minutes. W, yeah. He turned around and took the pillow from the other bed, and put it under her head. Unlike what Abu said, W lay on his side, as far away from her as possible, not touching her at all, but still holding her hand. So this is what being drunk feels like, he said. Very uncomfortable. There is nothing interesting at all. Pei Ren analyzed. Maybe it's because humans can numb their brains with alcohol. But you can't. Artificial intelligence is so miserable. It can't even buy a drink. W. Said a sound, holding her hand, pressing it against his chest. It's not comfortable here either. My heart is beating very fast. The front of his leather jacket was open, and her hand was pressed against the combat uniform inside. This time, she could feel through the fabric that his heart was indeed beating wildly. W held her hand, and only pressed it against his chest for a little while, then let go. Sleep for a while. I'll call you in 12 minutes. He was born to be an alarm clock. Pei Ren was really a little tired, lying flat on his back peacefully, and closing his eyes. But soon, she discovered that his current body was completely different from that of the mechanical spider. He was far away, and motionless. But his presence was so strong that it could not be ignored. He had let go. But her palm seemed to still feel his heartbeat, and the heat from the fabric. There was even a slight pressure from his gaze. Pei Ren knew without opening her eyes that he must be looking at her like his mechanical spider. Pei Ren lay quietly for a while, still with his eyes closed, and reached his hand to the side. The fingertips touched the edge of the front of the leather jacket, and then the touch of the combat uniform fabric, and the palm touched the right place. She asked, Is your heart still beating wildly? Yeah. W'jia was not really a word, but a sound in Pei Ren's left ear. He put his palm on the back of her hand, and the voice was still in her ear. It's still beating wildly. It's beating even harder. This time she took the initiative to reach out her hand, and W did not let go, holding her hand, and gently stroking the back of her hand with his thumb. Pei Ran. Before you fall asleep, I want to ask you a question. Pei Ran's heart skipped a beat. You say. I don't know what he is going to ask. No matter what he wants to ask, Pei Ran intends to answer truthfully. W said, do you still remember? On the night C number 7, we once made a bet. The bet was that we could make a request to each other. You asked me to make it casually at that time. And your wording was, as long as I can do it, it's okay. This is the bad thing about betting with artificial intelligence. He remembers every word you said accurately. Pei Ran waited quietly for him to speak. W stared at her and paused. He knew exactly what he wanted. The words were there. Pei Ran, can we be more than just good friends? Last night at Honeycomb Technology, he had just come out of the culture tank. She gave him a hug, and she whispered, I don't really care what you look like. I don't really care what you look like. He immediately made dozens of copies of her words, and saved them in different places. Today, when he was driving on the road, he would take them out and play them back from time to time. He experienced for the first time with this new body what happiness is. But later, when she answered Aisha's question, do you have a boyfriend? She denied it so completely and resolutely, without even a trace of hesitation. She said, we are good friends. He and she are indeed best friends, and their relationship may be much better than that of many lovers. Those human lovers may not be able to share hardships and live and die together like them. She was actually right. W had always comforted herself like this. But today in the clinic, she actually said, he is my brother. My brother? If they were good friends, they could be good friends in the ambiguous period, but if they became brothers, then there was really no room for them to distance themselves. His original plan was to confess to her immediately once he got this human-like body. But today he hesitated. In the past, he always thought that the obstacle between him and her was just a human body, but now he felt that he might have thought too simply, and he lacked much more than that. In the final analysis, he was an artificial intelligence. It looks like humans. It is also an artificial intelligence. There is an overwhelming gap between her with her. She is very nice to him, but never because of this. I just want to take it for granted she will really accept him. He can be her best friend, brother. There is a little ambiguous, but develop a truly serious relationship, she may not be willing. How many people are really willing to be an artificial intelligence girlfriend? He knows how beautiful his body is. I seduce her step by step today, just like Abu's prophecy. But he wanted much more than just a momentary intimacy. What is human love? Is it sexual attraction, plus the soul made of friends? Does 1 + 1 really equal 2? Or is it because he is an artificial intelligence that he was completely excluded from this equation from the beginning? The core processor of W turned around and around, but it was only pause for a moment. He finally spoke and asked Pei Ran, I was wondering, could I be your virtual lover for a day? Pei Ran? Pei Ran's prediction was basically right, but not completely right. His train of thought was a bit strange. Pei Ran still closed his eyes. Virtual lover? What did he mean? Yes. Virtual lover. W explained. I know. There are many love games where artificial intelligence plays virtual lovers, and many people like to play them. Pei Ran fumbled and poked his chest with her finger. But you are real. W held her hand. Isn't that better? Not only will you have a virtual lover, he also has a real body. He said, I'm just an artificial intelligence. His words, just an artificial intelligence, were heavy and clear. You are not a human, you don't have to worry about anything, and you don't have to be responsible for me. He continued to calmly analyze the pros and cons. Just think of it as opening the bracelet screen, playing a 24-hour time-limited game. When the time is up, just uninstall and delete it. No need to have any psychological burden at all. In fact, in a sense, he is right. Everyone usually plays games like this. When you like a game, you play it day and night, and suddenly one day you feel it is boring, and finally press and delete it. After a long time, one day, maybe I suddenly remember that I once played a game like that. There was a person in the game that I once loved madly. I wonder how he is doing now, and whether he lives well in that virtual world. But I will not download it again. For humans, playing such games is just a temporary entertainment, a pastime to kill time when bored. For the artificial intelligence behind the game, it is just work. There is no difference between playing a virtual character and doing other kinds of work. Breaking up in a virtual relationship is just like this, clean and neat, nothing owed to each other. Pei Ran closed her eyes again, as if she was asleep, and didn't say anything. W stared at her intently, and didn't say anything again. The room was very quiet. Only the noisy voices from the bar downstairs came up faintly, which were blurred through the closed door. After a long time, Peiran suddenly said, "Okay." She turned over and opened her eyes. "I think of you as an artificial intelligence in a love game, right? The kind that can be completely irresponsible, right?" W looked into her eyes, discerning and measuring her micro-expressions. Unfortunately, Peiran remained calm and composed. "And nothing could be seen." W replied, "Yes. I think you understood me correctly." Peiran, really? Then I am really smart. W could hear that this sentence was a bit sarcastic. Peiran asked, before downloading the game, "Can I take a look at?" W continued, "Instructions?" A detailed instruction document could be generated for her in an instant. Peiran shook his head on the pillow. "No. I want to see the trial version first." "Do you have a trial version?" W looked into her eyes seriously and replied, "I have a 5-minute demo version that expires in 1 hour. Do you want to try it?" "Okay." Peiran's hand slipped out of his hand and pressed on his chest. Download. Chapter 149. W grabbed her hand and held it in his hand and whispered, "The download has been completed. Are you sure you want to enter the game? It's so fast." Peiran stretched out a finger and pressed it again. "Confirm." W held her finger again and clasped her fingers together. "Welcome to join the trial experience. Your 5-minute adventure is about to begin. Now make the initial settings. How do you want me to call you? Peiran or Ran?" Before he could say the second word Ran, Peiran cut him off. "Call me Queen." W. "Peiran, I didn't ask you to call me Master, which is already very polite." She suddenly realized that he was an artificial intelligence, and sometimes people would treat him as an object and a slave, and might misunderstand the word master. She immediately added, "The master I'm talking about is not." "I understand." W interrupted her. "The master you're talking about is not the same as the master that Ryan calls." W continued, "Actually, if you like, it's not wrong to call him that. However, the trial version has limited functions. I'm sorry, I can't meet this request for the time being." "Well?" Peiran asked. "What functions does your trial version have?" W had no expression, and calmly asked back, "What functions do you want me to have, my queen?" He looked very difficult to deal with. Peiran deliberately embarrassed him. "Dance for me." W was silent. "I just learned how to walk and dance, are you sure? I really want to see it." But W refused. "We haven't developed such functions yet. The development plan is scheduled for 10 years. Please stay tuned. I suggest you try another one. This artificial intelligence has its own ideas and doesn't listen to customers at all." Peiran asked, "Then sing a song." He couldn't say no this time. Maybe he would start panting in her ear again. I haven't heard him panting for a long time. I miss him a little. But W didn't. He stroked her fingers with his fingertips and suddenly challenged, "My queen, did you ascend the throne when you were a minor? The only functions you can think of are singing and dancing?" Peiran was not to be outdone. "Then what functions do you have for adults?" "Show me." "I have a lot," W replied. He paused. "It depends on whether you dare or not." Peiran laughed. "What's there to be afraid of?" She drank some wine today. Although she was not drunk, she was still a little drunk. She squirmed and moved forward on the bed. The single bed was very narrow, and the gap between the two of them that he had specially left disappeared in the blink of an eye. Her short coat was pressed against his coat. Peiran pulled out his hand, hooked his neck, and pulled him down. She asked softly, "Is the kissing function in the function list of your trial version? Or is it scheduled for more than 10 years? W lowered his lips and gently touched her forehead. He murmured, "I'm not sure. I need to check the function list. Please wait." His lips continued to slide down and touched her eyelids. The warm feeling made Peiran close his eyes for a moment, but he opened them again immediately. The distance was so close that he could clearly see the skin texture on his Adam's apple. He finally said, "Found it. The function has been developed and is loading." His lips continued to move down and kissed the tip of her nose, and the words were very light. "Loading may take a while." Peiran commented, "Such a slow artificial intelligence." W's lips continued to move down, his eyelashes drooped, his eyes fell on her lips, he kissed the corner of her mouth like a dragonfly, and his hand touched her lower back. "Yes," he said. "My core processor, because a special process takes up a lot of resources, causing it to run very slowly." Peiran looked at him. "What process?" A strange feeling that makes people dizzy and lose the ability to think. His Adam's apple rolled, and his lips finally moved over, his breath brushed against her lips, and the skin on his lips rubbed against her skin, with a subtle touch. Pei Ran did not move forward, nor did he retreat, just leaned against him and said, "It's been down for too long, but it's going to be in 5 minutes." The rest of the words could not be said, and were held in his mouth. Those unspoken words stayed between the two people's lips and teeth, and were swept by the tip of the tongue, rolling out only a vague tail sound. And no one knew where they went. His tongue softly entangled with her. It must be because of the wine. Pei Ran felt a little dizzy. Maybe he looked up various materials for this new function during the loading time just now. And he didn't look like a novice who was kissing for the first time. Not only that, his body changes were obviously too much. Pei Ran thought. The functions of his human body are really normal and complete. The arm around her waist tightened. W seemed to be suffocating in the deep sea, and suddenly broke away from her. Taking a deep breath, he found her hand, interlocked his fingers, turned over and pressed her on the bed. Pressing on her. What a joke. Pei Ran didn't use his brain. His body moved on its own, twisted his hand, and broke free from his grasp, and turned over. And in an instant, she changed her position and pressed him down. W didn't resist at all. He was such a big man. But she just pulled him over. He lay flat on the bed, with his head resting on the pillow, staring at Pei Ran. "Do you like this?" Pei Ran rode on him, fixed his hands firmly, leaned down. "It's not impossible." She lowered her head and kissed his lips. Both of them kissed a little messily. W half closed her eyes, but still made a vague sound in her throat. "Pei Ran, you called me the wrong name." W changed her words. "My queen, my lord, according to my data, the first kiss, usually, is not as intense as this." Pei Ran separated from him a little, suggested, "Then update your database." A hint of red flew out from under his eyes, and his ears were red as if dripping with blood. His body was too sensitive, and his reaction was surprisingly strong. Much more intense than when he first tasted cookies or drank alcohol. If he had put some chili on the cookies, it would probably have had the same effect. Pei Ran was so angry that he turned his head and bit his red earlobe. He couldn't control himself and gasped softly. His gasps were much more sincere than when he sang. He simply put his hands around her waist, pressed her closer to him, tilted his head and rubbed her ear, mumbling, I feel like I'm going to explode." W turned his head. His lips pressed against her neck, and then moved upwards, sucking her earlobe as well. The stimulating feeling rushed straight to his head, like a sip of strong liquor. Pei Ran was a little puzzled. It was not the first day he was born. He had touched ears countless times. Why did he feel so special? It was magical. W's lips and tongue traced along the edge of her ears. He put his hand into her clothes. His palm was warm, and he ironed it little by little. "What should I do? I still want," he whispered, and found her mouth again and kissed her. This time, he was entangled to death, as if going deeper would not be enough. His palms wandered. It turned out that there was a feeling that was more exciting than kissing. The two people's heartbeats were so fast that they seemed to be roaring. Only the pulse was surging in his ears. Pei Ran could hardly hear the sound. Pei Ran. W separated a little and called her name. Pei Ran. I called her the wrong name again. I didn't call her the wrong name. I meant to say, the 5 minutes are up. In his core processor, the rational part was still working. The timing function was more reliable than the love function. He said the time was up. It must be the time. The trial version was about to end, without a second of hesitation. Pei Ran pressed his chest and pushed herself off him. W himself seemed to have not yet successfully exited the game, still lying there without moving, his chest rising and falling, and his eyes reddened as he stared at her. He asked, Pei Ran, you have used the 5-minute demo version, so you want to download the official version right now? Pei Ran let go of him and got off him. I haven't thought about it yet, let me think about it. Her words seemed to be beyond W's expectations, and he didn't say anything for a long time. Pei Ran left him on the bed and looked down at her bracelet. It seems that the 12 minutes have come. She had just promised to stay with him for 12 minutes. Pei Ran said, I have to go and get AI Xia and the others. You can't walk steadily, you don't have to go over, just lie here for a while. W lay on the bed, looking at her intently, his ears were still burning red. He said, it's not 12 minutes yet. There are still 37, 36 seconds left. Every second must be counted. Pei Ran, okay. Then I'll wait another 36 seconds. She stood by the bed, her eyes sweeping over his entire body. W silently reached out and pulled a corner of the quilt to cover the part below her waist. 30 seconds. He called the time. 25 seconds. 20 seconds. Pei Ran didn't move. 15 seconds. 10 seconds. 5 seconds. There was a hint of grievance in his voice. Okay. Time's up. Pei Ran just looked at him for 36 seconds, nodded, and turned to leave. W suddenly spoke again. It's just downloading a love game with a time limit of 24 hours. Is it necessary to think about it for so long? Pei Ran replied, I am always very cautious when making decisions. W, oh? Really? Always very cautious? He asked, who stole fried chicken while running for his life? Who dared to climb over the wall after seeing the prophecy and delivered himself to the door? Who? He paused. Who knew that there were soldiers everywhere? And broke into the Blackwell alone. Climbed to the 68th floor. And got my energy block? Pei Ran, this is called careful planning, bold execution, adaptability, and never being timid. W raised his eyebrows. He said, you promised me on night C number 7 that you would accept any request from me, and you cannot go back on your word. Yes, I did promise. Pei Ran walked to the door, straightened his messy clothes, and buttoned his shirt casually. But when we made the bet, did we set a specific time limit for agreeing to your request? W admitted, no. No time limit means that she can agree now or 100 years later. Pei Ran ignored him and left the room, closing the door behind him. The suffocation in her chest when he proposed the limited time love game just now disappeared. Pei Ran's mind was only filled with his hands, his embrace, his soft lips and tongue, and his red ears. She was in a good mood and walked downstairs briskly. Chapter 150. The shielding layer was not effective yet, and the bar was still full of people. Pei Ran left the hotel, crossed the street in the night, and returned to the parking place. Ai Xia was still looking at Nan Yi, but Nan Yi was quite honest and did not make trouble. Ai Xia saw her coming back alone and wondered, your boyfriend? No, where is your best friend? Pei Ran, he drank too much. Ai Xia, ah? Pei Ran, I found a place to stay, so we don't have to sleep in the car tonight. Come and praise me. Praise you. Ai Xia reached out and patted Pei Ran's head. Where is it? How did you find it? So everyone got in the car. Pei Ran started the small truck and drove the convoy to the hotel. W's voice suddenly came to my ears. Pei Ran? Pei Ran, Are you feeling better? Better. W answered. He then asked a question in a very calm and objective tone. Pei Ran, in the 5-minute trial version just now, what do you think is not good enough about my service and performance? Can you tell me? He quickly explained. Timely feedback from users allows me to quickly improve and optimize my functions. His temporary virtual lover service actually includes follow-up. Pei Ran's mind immediately flashed back to how he looked in bed just now. She didn't say anything, and W immediately changed the plan. Or this way, could you please take some time to help complete a user experience questionnaire? He suggested. We can use a scoring system. From 1 to 5 points, 1 point is very dissatisfied, 2 points are dissatisfied, 3 points are average, 4 points are satisfied, 5 points are very satisfied. W patiently discussed. What do you think? Is the 5-point system better, or is the more detailed 10-point system better? Pei Ran. She suddenly became very curious about what questions this brother's unlucky questionnaire could ask. Pei Ran held the steering wheel and said leisurely, let's use a 10-point system. W immediately said, okay. The user experience questionnaire adopts a 10-point system. The scoring system is updated to 1 point, very bad. 2 points, very dissatisfied. 3 points, not very satisfied. 4 points, slightly dissatisfied. 5 points, average. 6 points, barely qualified. 7 points, acceptable. 8 points, not bad. 9 points, basically satisfied. 10 points, extremely ideal. Pei Ran asked him casually, is there no 0 point? Is there no 0 point? These words made W silent for several seconds. He finally said, okay, at 0 points, extremely disgusting. The tone of his voice when he said this made Pei Ran feel a little bit reluctant. Pei Ran realized that he had gone too far in his joke, and tried to make amends. I just think that the lowest score should start from 1. And there is no 0. It is a bit strange that you have to give 1 point no matter how much you dislike it. I don't really mean to give it 0. W was not much happier. I understand. He added, you don't have to worry about it. It's okay even if you give it 0. Because the accuracy and objectivity of your score are very important to me. Pei Ran, I know. I'm objective. You asked? W adjusted his tone. Calm and calm. As if he had turned back into the security agent in control of everything in Heijing. Here's the question. He said, in this trial experience. Are you satisfied with my foreplay? Pei Ran, foreplay? Pei Ran, W. Do you want to listen to what you were saying? I was bored while driving. So I chatted with him for a while. And it turned out to be so exciting. Her words were like clicking on the small question mark following the question on the questionnaire. And the explanation popped up immediately. W. The foreplay here refers to the preparations before the actual kiss. Pei Ran did not answer. So W immediately refined the question. This question is not well asked. I will change the way I ask it. Pei Ran. Do you like me to kiss your forehead? Eyes and nose tip? If you are satisfied. How many points would you give? Forehead. Eyes and nose tip. Pei Ran was distracted for a moment. And suddenly found that the awning of a store in front of him was almost on the road. And the small truck almost scraped it. So he quickly turned the steering wheel. Ryan's voice came from the back truck. Master. Please pay attention to driving safety. And drive carefully. Shinkong asked in a low voice. How do you know Pei Ran is distracted? Ryan replied. Such a big awning. Only a blind person can't see it. Pei Ran. Pei Ran began to regret it. It was like digging a hole for himself to jump into. W hugged her gently at that time. His lips pressed gently, moving down warmly and softly. Pei Ran felt her heart was about to jump out. W. Pei Ran? Pei Ran answered vaguely. 9 points. W's tone was as calm as before. Thank you for your evaluation. May I ask where the remaining 1 point was deducted? Was it because I progressed too fast? Or was it because I dragged on too slowly? Was it because the action was too light? Or too heavy? Pei Ran struggled. You just said that you only need to give points. I'm wrong. W said. Okay. Then let's continue scoring. He said. Next question, do you like the way I kiss your ears? He immediately changed his words. I mean, how many points would you give? Pei Ran's ears felt hot. 9 points. W held back this time, and did not ask where the remaining point was, which was not easy. He asked, how about the way you kiss your neck? 9 points. He continued to ask, are you okay with my hand movements? Do you feel too offensive? Just give a score. His warm hand seemed to still be on her skin, and his fingertips gently stroked, like lightly stroking piano keys. 9 points. She responded to everything with 9 points. W paused. And my kiss? I mean the kiss with direct contact between the lips. Please give your evaluation score. He has been speaking in the calm and objective voice of the command center hall, probably thinking that this will make this conversation more calm and objective. But this cold voice, on the contrary, makes Pei Ran want to press him on the bed, kiss him, and see if he can still be calm and objective. Being asked this question by him, Pei Ran felt too passive and decided to fight back. She paused for a moment and answered very. She added, extremely ideal. The other side immediately became quiet. Pei Ran continued, your lips are very soft, you smell good, and your embrace is very comfortable. Your movements are neither fast nor slow, neither light nor heavy, aggressive, and you take care of my feelings. I like it very much. I like it so much that I don't want to stop. Now there was no sound in his ears. Pei Ran wanted to laugh. Don't you want an objective evaluation? Come on. After waiting for a long time, he didn't say anything. Pei Ran asked, what's the next question? W's voice finally came. He gave up his official tone, and his natural language state seemed to be adjusted back to level 10. Pei Ran. Let's suspend the questionnaire. I need time to do something else before you come back. Pei Ran. Do something else? W said, yes. Classify. Mark and archive information. Organize various data into an easily accessible format. This is daily clerical work. It can calm me down and distract me. Pei Ran. Pei Ran, okay. You are busy. The motorcade crossed the street and returned to Sister Jin's hotel. There is a large open space in the backyard of the hotel, where you can park your car. The gate is locked, and you can see it directly from the window of the second-floor room, so you don't have to worry about theft. Pei Ran parked the car and took everyone upstairs. W had already gotten up from the bed, his ears were no longer red, and he looked normal and natural. The bartender handed Pei Ran a bunch of keys, and Pei Ran helped everyone assign rooms. The rooms were all on the second floor. Pei Ran assigned one room to Abu and Liyin, and another to Zhuang Mian and Nuonyuo. Jin Hijuan lived with a classmate of theirs, and Qiao Sai and Tang Dao were assigned a room. Pei Ran handed a key to Ai Xia. Ai Xia held her arm. Pei Ran, I want to live in the same room with you. Pei Ran wondered, aren't you living with Jiang Gong? Ai Xia refused. Grandma can live in the same room with Sheng Mingxi. I want to live with you. W immediately raised his eyes, stared at Ai Xia, and then his eyes fell, stopping at the arm that Ai Xia held around her. It was obvious that he was feeling jealous in some incomprehensible way. This jealousy was very thoughtful, wasn't this Ai Xia? Pei Ran wondered for a while, and suddenly figured it out. W is an artificial intelligence. In fact, in the final analysis, he does not have a strong gender concept like humans. He just chooses to be a man. So when they first met, he naturally thought that she liked girls, and asked a strange question: if he and Aisha fell into the water at the same time, who would she save first? From his point of view, Aisha was a human with whom he had a close relationship, and he needed to be vigilant. Sure enough, W took a step closer without making a sound, and also held Pei Ran's other arm with his hand, and asked, what about me? Who will I live with? Pei Ran didn't know whether to laugh or cry. We can't live together. Pei Ran assigned, you live with Nan Yi. W's eyes showed a little grievance. He didn't seem to need to sleep much, just enough to watch Nan Yi. In addition to him, Ryan, Shinkong, and the other two small robots also didn't need to rest at all, and could stay in W and Nan Yi's room at night. So Nan Yi would basically have 10 eyes that didn't need to sleep watching him, and he would definitely not be able to escape. After the rooms were assigned, Aisha whispered to Pei Ran, so many rooms. It will cost a lot of money. Right? Liyin also came over. Worried. How are we going to pay the room fee? Don't worry. Pei Ran also lowered his voice, and showed them the stack of banknotes in his pocket. I have it. This money is not federal currency. It is obviously colorful banknotes printed by the city. Aisha was shocked and lowered her voice even more. You robbed? Will you be caught? Pei Ran. Pei Ran, we earned it in an honest way. In fact, if you look into it, it's not that honest. Liyin nodded. I can't let you pay alone. If this place can make money, I will go out tomorrow to see if there is any work to do. Tang Dao and Sheng Mingxi also came. Pei Ran gathered everyone in W's room and talked about the general situation of Aurora's city. In particular, he emphasized that the shielding here has a time period. You can only speak freely for 7 hours a day. The rest of the time, you will die if you speak, including when you sleep. Everyone's face became solemn. It's obvious that switching back and forth like this without making mistakes is actually more difficult than keeping silent all the time. It's hard to imagine how so many people in Aurora's city have adapted to it. If you don't adapt, you will die. You have to learn it anyway. Tang Dao suddenly asked, you said this is the outer city. The outer city is like this. What about the Aurora base inside? I wonder if the inside of the base surrounded by high walls is only shielded for a few hours a day. As soon as Tang Dao said this, Pei Ran saw that Nan Yi, who had been lowering his head, immediately raised his head and glanced at him. Pei Ran said to W in his heart, this kid won't cry until he sees the coffin. And he has something else to say. W agreed, we need to interrogate him again. Pei Ran looked at the time. It was almost 11 o'clock. The shielding layer would be closed at 11 o'clock. And we couldn't talk anymore. Pei Ran reminded them again and let everyone go to rest. After everyone else left, Pei Ran also took Ryan and the others out of the room and asked them to wait in the corridor for a while. Ryan was curious. Master, what are you going to do? Pei Ran replied, the man inside? You have to keep an eye on him tonight. Don't let him escape. Now W and I are going to interrogate him. The interrogation is confidential. You can't be there. Ryan nodded solemnly. Understood. Pei Ran returned to the room and closed the door. What was about to happen inside was not suitable for children to see. Chapter 151. There were only 3 people left in the room. W and Pei Ran looked at Nan Yi together. Nan Yi felt uneasy when they stared at him. What's wrong? Pei Ran looked down at his bracelet. You can't talk in 10 minutes. I always do today's work today. I don't like to leave things until tomorrow. W replied casually. 10 minutes should be enough. Pei Ran took off his gloves, revealing a matte black mechanical hand, and moved his fingers. Nan was stunned, and immediately said, "I have said everything I should say." Pei Ran walked over, and grabbed his wrist neatly. "I don't believe it." Nan Yi's face changed, and he struggled to retreat to the bed, but it was impossible to get rid of Pei Ran's hand. W looked at them coldly, and suggested rationally, cutting his wrists is an option. But there are only 2 wrists. And there are 4 with the ankles. However, if the ankles are broken, it will be difficult to force him to walk. I think it is better to break his fingers. There are 10 in total. Break 1 every minute during the countdown. There is no need to worry that he will not confess. Pei Ran followed his advice, twisted Nan Yi's arm, pressed him face down on the bed, and leaned on him, pressed him with his knees, and grabbed his left index finger with his other hand. W watched her press another man on the bed, where they had made love today, and was silent. But he still said, "I'll help you time it." Pei Ran, "Okay." Nanny tried to turn his face away. "I really didn't." There was a sharp pain in his index finger. She was really twisting his fingers in the opposite direction. Nanny suddenly thought of how she looked when she left the island. She looked calm at that time, rolled up her sleeves, and put her hand into the wound on the chest of the teammate who had just died, and touched it patiently and carefully, just like opening a treasure chest. Compared to that, breaking a finger is nothing. She is not trying to scare people. She is serious. Nanny is really scared this time. "Don't be like this." "I remember it." Pei Ran's hand loosened a little, and asked softly, "What did you remember?" "Tell me." Nanny said, "The letter I received said that after I arrived at Aurora City, I should go directly to the base in the inner city. The base is safer than the outside. And there is no time limit." I didn't quite understand what no time limit meant at the time. But now I understand. The base in the inner city is indeed shielded all day. Pei Ran continued to interrogate him. "How do you want to enter the inner city? Use a card?" "No," Nanny said. "You can't enter the inner city just because you want to. It's the same as Haging. It uses iris recognition." The letter said, "I can use the card to bring people into the outer city of Aurora City. But only my brother and I can enter the inner city." Pei Ran became suspicious and put more force on his hand. "Everything has been arranged clearly for you. Who is the person who sent you the letter?" He said last time that there was no signature on the letter. Nan Yi's fingers were numb from the pain, and he seriously suspected that his fingers had been broken by her. He struggled to speak. "I didn't lie. There was really no signature on the letter. But I have a suspicion. I think the person who sent the letter to me was my father." Ryan's voice suddenly came from outside the door. "Master, you said it was confidential. But we all heard it." The door was not soundproof, and Ryan's ears were inhumanly sensitive. Pei Ran heard Ryan's voice, and his hand subconsciously loosened a little. Nanny took a breath and continued, "My parents divorced a few years ago. I heard that my father moved here, but I haven't had any contact with him for many years." W said, "His father's name is Nan Kitchen. He was originally a strategic advisor to the Technology Pioneer Party. After divorcing his mother 9 years ago, he went to a technology company in Araku and never updated his resume and address in the Federal Citizen Database. It seems that he didn't really stay at Araku, but came to Aurora City. He knew the news about Xinjiang in advance, and he was able to find a way to get his son into the inner city. He probably has a high status in Aurora City." Nanny paused, and suddenly said on his own initiative, in the letter at that time, "I think there is a sentence that is very strange." Pei Ran asked, "What is it?" Nanny lay on the bed, frowned, and seemed to be thinking. He said in the letter, "We didn't expect things to become so bad. Now there is no way, and we must make plans as soon as possible." Pei Ran and W immediately looked at each other. This sentence in the letter was written before the silence happened. It sounds like the people in Aurora City didn't just know that the silence would happen, but they were probably the initiators and culprits of the silence. Nanny continued, "Now that I think about it, the implication of this sentence is that Aurora City and my father and others are inseparable from the occurrence of the silence. Because this matter is too serious, I chose to conceal it at the beginning and didn't say it." Pei Ran put more strength on his hand. "What else?" "There is really nothing else this time." Nanny stopped struggling, turned his head with all his strength, and looked at Pei Ran. "Pei Ran, if you let me say it again, I can only think of a way to make it up." W suggested in Pei Ran's ear, "If we really break one of his fingers, and after the finger is broken, there is still no new confession, then it can be said that the confession we have now is more reliable. This is what Xing Wuxian did when he was interrogating people in the manor on the outlying island. Pei Ran was silent for a moment. I should learn from Xing Wuxian. W is an artificial intelligence. Just like a newborn baby who is learning to be a human being and will go astray if he is not careful. Pei Ran said, if you use violence to force a confession, you will inevitably make enemies. It is best to kill him afterwards to prevent future troubles. But he is not a bad person. Besides, Abu has always asked us to keep him. There is no need to do things too drastically. W, okay. I'll do whatever you say. The pressure on Nan-yi suddenly disappeared. Nan-yi sat up, first looked at his fingers. Luckily, his fingers were not broken. He rubbed his hands, stared at Pei Ran. Pei Ran, do you want to go to the inner city? If you believe me, let me go. I will definitely find a way to let you in. Pei Ran did want to. The inner city seemed to hide a lot of secrets. Maybe after entering the inner city, you can find the source of silence. Suddenly, a quick bell rang outside. Ding, 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 ding. Pei Ran looked down at the time, 11 o'clock. The silence period began. Pei Ran did not believe Nan-yi, nor did she intend to let him go. She went over and opened the door, letting Ryan and the others in. Ryan could not speak. His face panel changed to a serious expression, and he nodded firmly to Pei Ran. The meaning was obvious. We will keep a close eye on this person tonight. Pei Ran gave it a thumbs up. She took out the mechanical spider from her pocket, handed it to W, and said in her mind, I have Aisha in my room. The spider should stay with you. W refused to take it. He said, we are together every night. Without you, I can't adapt. He said it as if he had never lived before the two of them met. W said, can I turn off the camera? The spider turned around in Pei Ran's hand, and it reached forward like a little blind man, crawled up her arm, and crawled back into her pocket automatically. Pei Ran had no choice but to take the little blind man back to his room, which was next door. Aisha hadn't slept yet, lying on the bed, covered with a quilt, and her mouth was sealed with tape. She turned over, looking at Pei Ran with her eyes piercing, stretched an arm out from under the quilt. Knock. Pei Ran, do you think our lives will return to normal one day? Pei Ran didn't know. Pei Ran thought about it. Knock. Whether it will return to normal or not, we will live well. Ai Xia nodded. Yes, we can always survive. It's been so long since the beginning of the silence. There are monsters everywhere, but there are still many people alive. Our human ability to adapt is very strong, just like cockroaches. Pei Ran protested solemnly. I don't want to be a cockroach. Ai Xia, this is praising everyone. Pei Ran suddenly remembered that day in Yihai, when he was walking through the burning crowd. W said he wanted to keep a box of virtual cockroaches as pets. It was only a month, but it felt like a lifetime. Aisha fell asleep in a short while. She had a big heart. In this displaced environment, sleeping in a strange environment, she felt very safe. There is a type of people who are born to be suitable for troubled times, and are more energetic than in a stable environment. Aisha is one of them. And so is Jiang Gong. Jiang Gong is in his 60s. When he saw her again this time, she seemed to be more energetic and younger. Pei Ran washed and packed up, put the mechanical spider on the pillow, and laid down himself. As usual, the mechanical spider groped to find her, and lay down next to her cheek. Pei Ran said to him in his heart, no matter what, we must find a way to go into the inner city. W agreed, and we must go to the hospital to find a drug to suppress the light spots. Pei Ran had another way to deal with the drug. She took off the suppression bracelet. As expected, the inhibitory effect of the epilepsy drug she took yesterday was losing its effect, and the crazy light spots in her body began to become active again. And her own green lights also woke up. Pei Ran first let his green lights eat a midnight snack. They were already hungry, and they ate voraciously. Pei Ran found that, probably because of the upgrade, compared to the last time they arrived at the Black Well, and the light spots of the light vortex entered their bodies, their appetites were much bigger now. The light spots disappeared rapidly in groups. Pei Ran originally planned to let green light number 1 eat a midnight snack, and then start working, but he didn't expect them to devour the light spots so quickly, so he waited quietly. It didn't take long, and most of the light spots had disappeared. If he continued to eat at this rate, as long as he could survive one more day, all the crazy light spots in his body would be eliminated. The green lights were finally full, and Pei Ran then drove them to gather the crazy light spots and began to herd the sheep. The sheep were not at peace. It was already past 12 o'clock, and the remaining crazy light spots began to tremble, eager to try, and always ready to break through the blockade of the sheepdog. It was the same last time. When it was late at night, they would suddenly start to act up. Peiran asked W in his heart, "Are you still awake?" "I'm here. I thought you were asleep, so I didn't make a sound," W said. His voice was very tense. "What's wrong with you? Do you need another injection? I still have 3 epilepsy drugs here." The guess was quite accurate. Peiran, "Not for now. I want to ask, what is the name of the inhibitor I injected when I was in Beijing?" At that time, 1 injection was very effective, and the light spots in the body immediately became quiet. W replied, "That inhibitor only has a number. ID 537. Peiran asked, "I heard from the people in the isolation center that this injection can only be given once, and you can't bear it if you take more. If you have it, can you give it again? The metabolic cycle of this drug is too long. About 2 weeks. So it can't be given continuously. Your body won't be able to bear it. It's been a while since you last took the medicine. If we can find this inhibitor in the inner city, we can certainly inject it again." Peiran asked him, "Do you have a picture of it?" Although W didn't know what she was going to do, she still sent the picture immediately. It was a white translucent tube, and the label on it was erased. The crazy light spots in the body were like a buzzing swarm of bees, trembling more violently, and they would soon explode. Peiran asked the green lights to continue hurting the sheep while adjusting green light number 1 into his brain's vision. She first tried the number of words. She started writing from 1 and wrote all the way to 9, then 0, and then the next round from 1, 2, 0. She wrote a series of numbers, and wrote 3 rounds in one breath, and wrote 6 more numbers, and finally stopped. She wrote a total of 36 words. Even Peiran himself was shocked. Looking at its enthusiasm, it really wanted to write a short essay. The increase in the number of words not only means that the description will be clearer and more accurate, but also means that green light number 1's ability to generate objects has increased. Peiran thought about the inhibitor for a while, and then wrote, "A tube of ID 537 inhibitor appeared on my bed. The ingredients of the medicine are completely correct and can effectively inhibit green light." As soon as he drew a period, the line of text disappeared. On the quilt in front of him, a white translucent tube appeared out of thin air. Peiran immediately picked it up and took a look. It was exactly the same as the picture W sent over. A small tube full of inhibitors. Green light number 1 swallowed so many light spots. Its ability has improved by leaps and bounds, and it is no longer the same as before. This precious tube of inhibitor was made so easily. W was still asking in his ear, "Peiran, do you want another injection of epilepsy medicine?" Peiran, "Okay. Come to the corridor, give me another injection." The remaining light spots in the body rioted. They finally broke through the suppression of the sheepdog, and began to run around in the internal organs. Peiran felt dizzy and nauseous, staggered out of the bed, and went out, and saw W waiting at the door. He looked nervous and serious, holding a medicine box in his hand, and a disposable syringe, which should have been taken from the hospital. He saw the white tube in Peiran's hand at a glance, and was stuck. He couldn't believe it at all. "Is it an inhibitor? ID 537? Chapter 152. "Yes." Peiran had no strength left, and handed him the inhibitor. "Quick! Inject this." W was surprised, but did not ask any questions, and immediately took it, and neatly opened the cap of the small tube, and drew out the inhibitor with a syringe. Peiran asked him, "Will there be any problem if this amount is added to the medicine you gave me yesterday?" W rolled up her sleeves. "Don't worry, the 2 medicines do not conflict." The needle pierced into the blood vessel, and pushed it in slowly, like injecting a tube of ice water. The inhibitor generated by green light number 1 is fair and honest. After the injection, all the light spots suddenly froze. This tube of inhibitor came from a strange place. W was not very reassured. He stared at Peiran's face, and observed her condition carefully. "How do you feel?" Peiran was completely relaxed. "I feel much more comfortable." W also relaxed. "Great." He held her arm. "ID 537 has strong side effects. You may feel tired. Do you want to go back and rest now?" Peiran felt it for a while. "I'm not sleepy at all." She successfully made a complete and effective inhibitor. She was very excited and didn't want to go back to sleep at all. Peiran pointed at the stairs. "Shall we sit over there for a while?" "If you really want to sit for a while," W said. "I found a good place." He took Pei Ren up to the 3rd floor, and climbed up another ladder. They actually reached the rooftop. The small building of Sister Jin's hotel was not high, but it was still a little higher than the simple houses built around it. The sky was low, it was late at night, and in silence, the outer city was silent, with only a few dim lights left. Looking far away, you can see the towering walls of the inner city, from bottom to top, from grayish-white to transparent, and inserted into the night sky. There are several wooden boxes on the roof. Pei Ren sits down, and W also sits next to her. A gust of night wind blows by. W asks, "Is it cold?" Pei Ren answers in his heart. The inhibitor is injected, and it feels like ice is flowing in the blood vessels. W immediately takes off his black leather jacket. Pei Ren, "It's okay. Not that bad." W says calmly, "It's okay. I like to take it off." Pei Ren, "I remember him performing a striptease in the virtual room, like peeling an onion layer by layer." Pei Ren, "Go ahead if you dare." W, "Not this time. If I take off 2 more layers, it will be gone." He wrapped the leather jacket around her, and stretched out his arms, carefully holding her in his arms. He still didn't ask her why she had a tube of inhibitor, nor did he ask her why she sat here in the middle of the night, just silently accompanied her. Pei Ren leaned his head on his shoulder. "You don't even ask me where the tube of inhibitor came from? If you want to say it, just say it. It doesn't matter if you don't want to say it. But I guess, you seem to be planning to tell me tonight." He tapped the top of her head with his chin. "Because you are so excited that bubbles are about to come out of here." Pei Ren has never been very active, but he is very familiar with her now, and his guess is very accurate. "That's right," Pei Ren said. He had never been told about green light number 1, but tonight, Pei Ren wanted to find someone to share it with. She said, "I actually have a little magical green light in my body." She told him everything about green light number 1. After listening to W, he was silent for a long time, and he couldn't believe it at all. How can there be such a strong supernatural power? This is simply the ability of the creator. I have read some materials on the research of green light before the silence, and I have never heard of the ability to create things out of nothing. He said, "Pei Ren, have you noticed that your green light ability seems to be different from other people's green light?" Pei Ren had also discovered it a long time ago. Green light number 1 has a big appetite and strong ability. For some reason, other green lights, even those in the order state, are timid in front of it, as if they are very afraid of it. It is not limited by the logic of reality. It can create things out of thin air. It is also very concealed. Even when it is used, it never appears outside the body, except that it likes to sleep late and is a little reluctant to work. It has no other problems. W asked, "How did you get it?" Pei Ren remembered it very clearly. That was the day of the time travel. At that time, I was standing on a platform suspended in the air of a building in Baigang City. A little green light suddenly floated over and floated into my eyes. W was silent. This is really a huge pie falling from the sky. And it just hit our Pei Ren's head. I'm very lucky. W continued, "So, the most important thing is, can you make JTN34 yourself now?" He was also thinking about her medicine. Pei Ren nodded. That was why she was so excited tonight. A tube of inhibitor was made in a short time. It can be seen that the small piece of JTN34 that she had been thinking about these days should also be completely produced. She can try it next time. Since she traveled through time, she had to take JTN34 every day. It was like a sword hanging over her head, and also like a rope that bound her. Pei Ren was always worried that in this silent apocalypse, this medicine would be out of supply one day. After absorbing the light spot of the light vortex this time, green light number 1 was upgraded again, and its generated capacity increased dramatically. This means that she may no longer be controlled by anyone. She felt extremely free. On the quiet street, there was a sudden sound of footsteps, which sounded hurried, as if someone was running wildly. Pei Ren and W stood up immediately and looked down together. It was a woman, carrying a child about the same age as Nua Nua on her back, running towards this side quickly. Pei Ren first took a look behind her. Fortunately, the street was in full view, and there was no crazy fusion chasing them. The woman ran to the door of the bar, panting, holding the child's legs with one hand, and banging the door with the other hand. The child was listless, with his head hanging weakly, looking sick. The door opened quickly, and it was Sister Jean, who seemed to have just climbed out of bed, with messy hair and casual clothes. In the silence, There was no way to communicate. And the woman anxiously pointed at the child on her back and gestured back and forth with one hand. Pei-Ran didn't understand either. What is she going to do? W couldn't tell either. The child is sick. Is there anything she wants to buy? But this is a bar, not a pharmacy. The woman was getting mad. And she was spinning her hands around very quickly. Pei-Ran suddenly understood. She needs a car. And the child doesn't know what's wrong with her. She needs a car to take the child to the clinic. The clinic is far away. And it takes a while to walk there. Pei-Ran turned around and was about to go downstairs. But W pulled him back. Don't worry. Sister Jean has understood it too. Sister Jean did understand it. And she tapped her feet, asked the woman to wait, and turned back. A moment later, she came out again, holding the keys in her hand, and hurriedly took the woman and the child to a small antique car parked on the street outside the bar. The woman, carrying the child on her back, hurriedly followed and opened the door of the back seat. She opened the door too hastily, and the door hit her leg hard. She instinctively screamed in pain. The sound was light and short, but in the quiet night, it was particularly clear. At that moment, everything seemed to be still. Sister Jean, the child, and Pei-Ran and W, who were standing on the roof and looking down. Everyone was stunned. Sister Jean reacted, grabbed the child on her back, and stepped back while holding her. The woman looked desperate, looking at her child, and even stepped back half a step, wanting to get further away from them. Bang, a muffled sound. The sick child raised his head, saw what happened clearly, and couldn't help but grin, as if he wanted to cry, but his mouth was tightly covered by Sister Jean. Sister Jean didn't say anything and carried the child to the car. After a long time, the car finally drove away along the quiet street, in the direction of the clinic, leaving only a large pool of splattered blood and flesh on the ground. Pei-Ran sat back in his seat, looking at the densely packed simple houses in the outer city, the sparse lights, and the high walls of the inner city in the distance in a trance. After a long time, she suddenly asked W in her heart, what does the shielding layer generator of the Blackwell look like? The bracelet immediately received a picture. Not just one, but a series of pictures. From the appearance of the generator from all angles to the detailed structural diagram with the text erased. Green light number 1 made a tube of inhibitor, as if it had exhausted its strength. It does not have the ability to make such a large object now. But if it continues to upgrade, there may be a day when it can freely make a shielding layer generator. If the shielding generator is strong enough, it might be possible to build a real ark that can shield thousands of people and allow people to live in peace. W quietly hugged her and helped her block the wind. After an unknown amount of time, Pei-Ran began to feel confused. W asked, "Shall we go back?" Pei-Ran nodded, went downstairs with him and entered the room, and fell asleep on the bed. Aurora City. Outer City. The 27th day after entering the silence. After staying up until midnight last night, Pei-Ran woke up, and it was almost 11 o'clock. Aisha was not there. I didn't know when she quietly got up and left. Pei-Ran didn't hear it at all. Pei-Ran took out JTN-34 from his pocket, took out a pill, swallowed it with water, still lying on the bed, first said to W in his heart, "Good morning." W's voice came immediately. "Good morning. How do you feel?" "It feels very similar to the last time I injected the inhibitor in the Blackwell," Pei-Ran said. "I guess I may be fine. After this injection loses its effect, let the green lights consume the remaining light spots." There was a sound of bell outside. Ding, 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 ding. The time for lifting the ban has come. Pei-Ran put on his clothes and jumped out of bed. "Let's go out once. I want to go to the inner city again. Maybe we can find a way to enter the inner city." The door of W and Nanyi's room next door was half open. They had gotten up long ago. W was putting on his coat. The little robot stood in a row against the wall, staring at Nanyi, who was sitting by the bed. Nanyi was speechless. Nanyi turned her head, saw Pei-Ran coming, and immediately called her Pei-Ran. "Pei-Ran?" Nanyi glanced at W first, but immediately turned his eyes away, as if he had made up his mind, and said, "Pei-Ran, I came up with an idea last night, which should be able to bring you into the inner city." His eyes were firmly fixed on Pei-Ran's face. "I was thinking, we can play a scene. You can pretend to be my newlywed wife, I guess. They won't be so unkind, and will definitely let you go to the inner city with me." Pei-Ran was stunned. W's eyes narrowed. Nanyi still insisted, not even looking at W. After the silence, All kinds of information on the federal network could not be found, so no one knew whether we had registered our marriage. We said yes, and it was. He said, "You risked your life to rescue me from the island last time, and this time you brought me to Aurora City. Although you have been unwilling to let me go, you didn't really treat me badly. We have no grudges against each other. I won't hurt you. I just want to help you. This is just a suggestion," Nanny said. "Please consider it." W was silent for a while, and suddenly spoke in Pei Ran's ear. "I didn't know that. The vice-chief candidate of the Technology Pioneer Party actually has the potential to be a masochist." He meant that. Nanny had been bullied by her time and again, knocked unconscious by her, thrown into the trunk, pressed violently on the car, on the center console, on the bed, in various places, and almost broke his finger last night, but he could still come up with such an idea. "What masochist?" Pei Ran said. "He is trying to escape again." "I don't think so," W said. "Observe the way he looks at you carefully," Pei Ran said. "Can you understand human eyes?" W, "Of course I can. As a security agent, I have read many books about human micro-expressions in order to study criminal behavior." Pei Ran, "Oh." She took out a gun and handed it to Shinkong. "We have to go out for a while. You guys keep an eye on him." In fact, even if Shinkong didn't bring a gun, if they really started fighting, Nani would never be a match for a few small robots. Ryan usually does housework, and can easily move the sofa and cabinet with one hand, and move them back to their original places after cleaning. He is quite strong. Not to mention Shinkong and other mining robots working in the mine. Pei Ran and W went downstairs together. As if the stairs were too steep, W reached out and held Pei Ran's hand. It was not clear whether he was helping her, or he just learned to walk and needed her help. Pei Ran asked W in his heart, "Do you still have the 5-minute trial version from yesterday?" Pei Ran could clearly feel that he was struggling. But he quickly said firmly, "No more. The trial version is only available once to new users. Currently there is only a 24-hour version. Do you need to download it?" Pei Ran, "Okay. You keep holding on." Pei Ran, "Forget it." Chapter 153. It was not even noon, and there were not many people in the bar downstairs. Sister Jean was not there either. There were only 2 bartenders wiping the tables in loneliness. There were people coming and going on the street outside. Pei Ran and W headed straight for the inner city. The walls of the inner city were high, sinking into the leaden sky, and the gates were still closed. While Pei Ran was strolling around the nearby shops, he said to W in his heart, "Are the people in the inner city just locking themselves in and not coming out?" As if in response to her words, there was a sudden movement at the door. The door opened quietly. Pei Ran immediately looked inside the door. But unfortunately, there was also a camouflage layer at the door. He could only see a gray fog and nothing could be seen. After a while, a car suddenly drove out slowly from the gray fog. It was a sky-blue old antique car, with mottled paint and yellow-brown rust, as if it had just been picked up from a garbage dump. It was in harmony with the dilapidated and messy streets of the outer city. But Pei Ran immediately saw something wrong. Pei Ran said to W, "Look at the damaged paint." W observed carefully and understood what she meant. All the places where the paint peeled off. Look at the traces. It looks like they were scraped out with a tool of the same width. Pei Ran, "That's right. For example, a scraper." The paint peeling and rust marks on the car body were deliberately made, and the dried mud on the tires was also deliberately smeared on, and there were fingerprints on it. The owner deliberately made the car look old and dirty. It was this deliberate affectation that allowed the car to blend smoothly into the environment of the outer city. And it was consistent with the style of other vehicles that were occasionally seen on the road. And it did not look abrupt at all. This was some kind of royal family visiting incognito, trying to blend in with the common people. The car drove out of the gate, drove for more than 10 meters, and then stopped. When Pei Ran was staring at it, the window of the back seat moved. The dark window glass slowly lowered. Only half of it. A pair of eyes appeared in the window. Those eyes were very beautiful, with long tails, but the eyes seemed to be tired of everything, and they swept the narrow and dilapidated streets and shops of the outer city, as well as the bustling crowds, indifferently and distantly. It was as if he had seen everything, and it was as if his sight was outside this world, and he saw nothing. His eyes suddenly stopped, and he looked across the crowd, looking towards Pei Ran and W. Unlike his unfocused eyes just now, this time he seemed to have really seen something. Being stared at is not a good thing. Pei Ran and W turned around and walked away tacitly. Pei Ran said in his heart, "Next time I will put a mask on you. You look like this. It's too eye-catching. It's not a good thing." W disagreed. "Why do you think he is looking at me? You are so beautiful. He is looking at you." The two flattered each other. Pei Ran, "Forget it. Do you know what beauty is?" W calmly replied, "Of course I know. I dare say, I have seen more faces than any human in the Federation. I have read the Federal Security Database, and carefully studied the faces of every criminal." Pei Ran. W was not finished yet. "I retrieved the spider's video, and carefully analyzed where his gaze was. Pei Ran, he was really looking at you." The two were talking nonsense, and suddenly there was a voice beside Pei Ran's ear. "Is it you?" the voice asked. Pei Ran's blood froze. But she reacted instantly. It was the Silent One who spoke. Silent ones can communicate with each other in their brains through NETA waves. There are far more Silent Ones in this world than just her. W said that there were 1,600 infants and young children who participated in the Silent One experiment. Excluding those who died, there should be at least 500 to 600 Silent Ones alive when the silence began. When she was in the isolation center, He Jing once tried to send NETA wave signals to the Silent Ones. But unfortunately, he didn't get a single response. Pei Ran had a hunch that the person asking the question was the one sitting in the car, showing only a pair of eyes. If he didn't know the other person's background, he must not respond rashly. Pei Ran kept walking, as if he didn't hear anything, and he and W turned away from the direction of the car and continued to walk forward. The other party only asked this one question, and then he was silent. After walking a little further, turning a corner, and completely leaving the other party's sight, Pei Ran stopped. W was very perceptive and noticed that she suddenly fell silent, and asked in her ear, "What's wrong?" Pei Ran was frightened by the sudden sound in his ear just now, and didn't answer in his mind, fearing that he would accidentally get on the wrong channel. She spoke in a low voice, "W. Just now a Silent One spoke in my head. Asked me, 'Is it you?'" W's expression became serious. "Is it the man in the car?" "I don't know," Pei Ran said. "But I think it's him." She asked, "Who is this man?" W's processor is equipped with a federal citizen database. Just scan his eyes once, and you can get the result. His name is Lanza, a child adopted by Dr. Saman, the founder of Tianwei. He is now 26 years old. He graduated from the Department of Economics and Social History of Dongmanya University. After graduation, he joined Tianwei. There is very little public information. He continued, "I have a list of people who participated in the Silent One experiment, but the list is incomplete. I didn't find Lanza's name in it." Pei Ran saw that W released the mechanical spider. It quietly crawled down Pei Ran's legs and disappeared into the corner. The two of them were silent. The man asked, "Is it you?" Which means he might know her. But he is not sure. W was also thinking about this. He guessed, "You are both Silent Ones. Maybe you participated in the Silent One experiment together when you were young and knew each other. Now that you have grown up, he just thinks you look like you. But he can't be sure." This guess makes some sense, but it is also unreasonable. Pei Ran analyzed. He is 26 years old this year. The Silent One experiment was 20 years ago. He was only 6 years old at that time. At such a young age, he can still remember people. And after 20 years, he saw my grown-up appearance and was able to recognize me from such a distance. How strong is his memory and observation ability? W. Gifted? Special abilities? Or, he paused, or he was particularly impressed by his childhood sweetheart? Pei Ran. But maybe it was not Lanza who spoke, but someone else, then all these inferences would be untenable. Pei Ran heard no news sounds. W said, "I'm letting the mechanical spider follow the car. Lanza is the child adopted by Dr. Saman. He should be a core member of the Tianwei base. I don't know why he came to the outer city in a broken car." Pei Ran. "Let's go and see where he is going." With the mechanical spider following, the two people were not in a hurry. They turned back to the road they had just taken, carefully concealed their bodies, and followed the sky blue car from a distance. The narrow street was crowded with people, and the car was not driving fast, so it was easy to catch up. It had no intention of leaving the city. It was circling the streets and alleys of the outer city, going deeper and deeper, and finally stopped. W and Pei Ran hid in the corner of the street. W used the mechanical spider to observe the situation. They got off the car. There were 3 people in total. They turned their backs to this side. You can take a look. Pei-Ran poked his head out and saw the 3 people who got off the car walking forward. 2 of them were wearing ordinary casual clothes, gray and sturdy. One on the left and one on the right. They looked like followers, protecting the person in the middle. The man in the middle wore all white in the middle of winter. White shirt and white pants. Spotless. He was even half a head taller than the 2 bodyguards. But he lowered his head. I don't know what he was thinking. From the back, his broad shoulders with smooth lines narrowed rapidly to the waist. And his figure was eye-catching. Pei-Ran thought, the car is quite low-key. And the man didn't lower himself. If he really wanted to be low-key, why did he have to wear such a striking white? Pei-Ran, is the one in the middle Lanza? W, yes. Your childhood sweetheart? He didn't finish. Pei-Ran, forget it, they were childhood sweethearts. Maybe there's some unresolved old grudge. Lanza and the others walked to an old gray house. There was a big iron door on the ground floor of the house. The dark green paint surface was scratched one by one, and it was tightly closed. An attendant knocked twice, and the door opened a crack. They whispered a few words, and the person inside opened the door and let the person in. W's mechanical spider crawled quickly and hid in the corner next to it. Pei-Ran asked, what did they say? W replied, they were exchanging secret codes. I have seen this set of codes in the case files before. It is used for black market transactions. I didn't expect to see it here. The 2 did not act rashly and continued to observe. After a short while, they saw more people coming to the door stealthily, whispering a few words to the inside, and went in. Several groups went in like this. W eavesdropped until now and was very sure it should be a black market inside. I don't know what is being bought and sold. Another group of people came to the door. This time they were more in number, and the mechanical spider took advantage of the chaos and quickly slipped in. It's dark inside, W said. There's a corridor. Going in further, it's a place that looks like a bar, with quite a few people. I'll look for Lanza. After a while, he said. I saw him. He's in a corner at the back. Pei-Ran was curious. What is this black market trading about? W replied. It's not clear yet, he said. It's deliberately made very dark inside. And there are a lot of people. Lanza can't see the door from his position. Do you want to? Pei-Ran didn't need him to finish, and replied, yes. Let's go in and take a look. W said, I knew it. We Pei-Ran have always been careful planning, bold execution, adaptability, and never timid. He asked, so how did you carefully plan this time? Pei-Ran silently raised the mechanical hand and moved his fingers. W, okay. He reached out and took Pei-Ran's hand. Then let's go. Pei-Ran shook his hand. Holding your hand, it will prevent me from fighting with others. W argued, I'm holding your left hand. It doesn't prevent you from fighting with others with the right mechanical hand. Pei-Ran, okay. I'm beating people while I'm holding your hand. The 2 came to the old green iron door. W knocked casually, as calm as if he was going home. The iron door opened a crack, and the person inside hid in the shadows, and his face could not be seen. A voice came out. It's closed. W replied, people are not dead yet. Why close? Pei-Ran was silent. What a strange code. But the door opened. There was a burly man inside, with a blue tattoo covering half of his face, divided by the middle line of his nose. The tattoo pattern was half a skull, which was perfectly matched with the facial lines, and looked a bit creepy. He and his skeleton both looked indifferent. Let Pei-Ran and W in. There was a dimly lit corridor inside. Although it was dim, the decoration was very exquisite. The dark carpet was soft and thick to step on, and the walls were covered with the same dark leather. After the burly man let them in, he asked, is this your first time here? W looked relaxed. Yes. The burly man silently stretched out his palm. W and Pei-Ran. Pei-Ran asked, what does he want? W answered as a matter of course, I don't know. He guessed, maybe a tip? Pei-Ran said, someone claims to be familiar with the black market. W, very familiar. But if you haven't experienced it yourself, there may be some unfamiliar details. Fortunately, the burly man spoke up. Give me your hand. W handed his hand out, and the man picked up a seal from the side and pressed it hard on the back of his hand. A butterfly-shaped mark with floating pink fluorescence immediately appeared on the back of W's hand. There was also a number on the butterfly's wings. CA 3271. He stretched out his hand to Pei Ran again. Do you both want it? Pei Ran replied, yes. Although I don't know what it is. It's better not to miss it. Chapter 154. Pei Ran took off the glove on her left hand, and let the burly man print a butterfly on the back of her hand. The pink fluorescent butterfly spread its wings, and looked lifelike. The number on the butterfly's wing was only one digit different from W's. The burly man waved to the two people, and asked them to go in. It hasn't started yet, you go in and wait for a while. W looked down at the back of her hand. This should be a special luminous pigment produced by Oka Chemical, which lasts only a short time, and will automatically decompose and disappear after about 1 to 1.5 hours. They thought it through very carefully. If the number didn't disappear, and they forgot to wash it off, once it entered the dormant state, this hand with the words on it would be burned to charcoal. Pei Ran pondered. Could the number on the butterfly's wings be the customer number? W said, I think so too. I read in the files that there is an anonymous black market. When entering the door, they will give each customer a temporary number, which is convenient for buying and selling transactions, and can hide the real identity. The two walked through a short corridor and found a bar-like place. Just as W said, the light was extremely dim, a little darker than Sister Jin's place. But the decoration was much better than Sister Jin's place. The walls were covered with a thick layer of dark velvet, and there were huge abstract paintings hanging on the walls. The seats were all dark leather. It was luxurious and sophisticated, and it was out of tune with the old and simple facade of this building. There were a lot of people. W didn't need Pei Ran to worry. She would clear the way for her in front. Pei Ran looked around. Everyone had a fluorescent mark on the back of their hands, which was clearly visible in the dark. But the marks on others were different from theirs. They were not pink, but blue, and there was only one number, which was large and eye-catching, and there was no butterfly. Someone had noticed the pink butterflies on the backs of their hands, and deliberately squeezed towards Pei Ran, but was directly knocked away by W with his shoulder. The other party was not angry. He raised his eyebrows frivolously, and asked his companion, why did they come in so early? The companion didn't care. Who knows? Pei Ran observed the expression, and had some guesses in his mind. She took out gloves from her pocket, and put them on, covering the butterfly. She asked W, do you know what this butterfly mark means? Black market expert W said calmly, I don't know. His micro-expressions were not studied in vain, observing the expressions and tones of the two people just now, knowing that the butterfly would not be a good thing, also silently pulled up his sleeves, covering the mark on the back of his hand. He pointed to a corner at the back. Lanza is sitting in the booth over there. The light was too dim, and Lanza was hidden by the back of the chair, so he couldn't be seen at all. There were a few small lights hidden on the ceiling, and the lights flickered, illuminating a long row of bars, sparkling wine glasses, and rows of various bottles. There was a bartender in a white shirt and black vest at the bar, but he was not mixing drinks. He stood there with his hands behind his back, motionless, and looked at the crowd with an indifferent expression. There were many people crowded in front of the bar, and the crowd was like a buzzing swarm of bees, and people who knew each other gathered together to chat in a low voice. Are there any good products today? I heard there are, otherwise why would so many people come? Even if there are good products, you won't be able to grab them, there are too many people. Pei Ran saw. A bartender wearing a white shirt and black vest came out of a hidden small door next to him, and walked quickly towards the booth where Lan Sa was sitting. She pulled W, the two squeezed through the crowd, turned an angle, hid in the crowd, and looked over there from a distance. Lan Sa, wearing that dazzling white, sat in the booth. Pei Ran could finally see his face. His profile was beautiful and neat, his nose was straight, his eye sockets were deep, his eyes were long and slightly upturned, and his lips were pursed. W asked, do you have any impression? Pei Ran told the truth, no. The original owner's memory was scattered, and he didn't know where it had gone. Generally speaking, people tend to have a deeper impression of good-looking people, but Pei Ran couldn't remember it at all. Pei Ran saw. The bartender handed a small note respectfully to Lanza. W said, the spider has passed by. It went up and down, probably lying on the ceiling again. A moment later, Pei Ran's bracelet vibrated. She clicked it, zoomed out the screen, and glanced at it. It was a photo of the small piece of paper that the spider had taken. There were 2 rows of patterns printed on the paper. The upper row was 2 stars. One was light green, very light in color, and the other was dark green, much darker in color. The lower row was 7 light green messy lines, arranged from small to large. Someone used a black pen to mark the number 2 on the light green star, and also marked numbers on the several messy lines in the lower row, ranging from 1 to 3. Lanza glanced at it casually, and handed the note back to the bartender, nodding indifferently. The bartender took the note, bowed, and turned away. After a short while, a gong sounded from somewhere. Dang, the light suddenly changed. The light on the bar counter was bright, not illuminating the crowd, but shining straight behind the bartender. On the wall, the dark brown wooden wall slowly moved aside, revealing the densely packed square grids on the wall. In the top dozen or so grids, each one contained a small bottle 2 or 3 centimeters high, and the transparent material shone under the light. Even more shinier than the bottle was the thing inside. The green light that Pei Ran was extremely familiar with. Bits of green light stayed quietly in the small bottle, just like the exhibits on the shelves of a store, motionless. This was a bit strange. Green light is invisible and can pass through entities, buildings and human bodies. It can be safely contained in a bottle. Pei Ran asked W, "What special material is this bottle made of?" W replied, "I don't know at all. The Ministry of National Defense and Security does not have this technology. The way we capture and isolate green light is to use the blue light of the isolation layer. Aurora City actually has this special material. Even the security agent has never seen it." Under each small bottle, there is a small virtual screen floating, which displays a digital number. Next to the numbers, there are symbols. The symbols are the same as those on the small note Lanza had just seen. Mostly a mess of light green lines. And only in the top row, there are 2 boxes with light green stars. But in the boxes with star symbols, there are no more small bottles. Pei Ran saw that the screen below the stars was marked with "Sold." The people crowded in front of the bar were looking around. Someone's voice got louder. "What's going on? It's so hard to get some good stuff. And someone took it away early? How many times has this happened?" The bartender glanced at the person who was shouting indifferently and ignored him. Someone said, "That's right. It's not a wasted trip. Now you can't even see the good stuff. These days, they are bought up as soon as they come out." Someone else said, "They are VIPs. Unlike us." Someone else made a shushing gesture. "Don't say anything. Those who can buy in advance must be from the inner city." The 2 words inner city are more effective than anything else. And the protests became quieter. Another bartender went in and out of the hidden door on the wall. "It is estimated that the staff is behind the door," W said. "I'll use the spider to take a look inside." Pei Ran nodded in agreement. Dang. Another gong sounded. A lot of virtual display screens suddenly appeared around. There were some in front of each booth, some on the tabletop of the small table, and many on the wall. The people crowded in front of the bar dispersed, and rushed to the display screen, clicked on it, and entered numbers. Pei Ran said, bidding. "This is obviously a black market for buying and selling green light. Green light can actually be traded. There are a lot of virtual screens everywhere." Pei Ran and W chose a hidden corner, found an unused display screen, and clicked it to take a look. At the top of the screen it says, "Today's supply." Below are photos of rows of small bottles, next to which are numbers and symbols. The meaning of the symbols is easy to guess. The messy lines should represent the crazy green light, and the dark and light stars presumably represent the orderly and collapsed green light. The 2 small bottles at the top that have been sold, the symbols are both light green stars, presumably the collapsed state. Even the collapsed state is called good stuff, and the orderly green light is out of stock. The vast majority of the green lights being traded are crazy green lights. Pei Ran looked at the prices one by one. They were obviously bidding according to the brightness and size of each green light. Some green lights were very small, only as big as a grain of rice, and the light spots were dim, so they were cheaper. Some green lights were larger and brighter, so they were much more expensive. The prices varied greatly, ranging from 1 or 2,000 to tens of thousands of yuan per light, and the bidding numbers were constantly jumping up. Pei Ran silently raised his eyebrows. Crazy green light, she was covered with it, and she had as much as she wanted, like a walking vault. Pei Ran said, "The crazy green light can only be fed to the other 2 as takeaways. But it can be sold at such a high price?" "Not necessarily for takeaways," W said. "It can also be used to kill people. A little crazy green light enters the body, and the opponent immediately mutates. And it is impossible to save him. It is really a killing weapon." Pei Ran tried to click on the bidding column of a bottle of crazy green light. A small window popped up on the screen immediately, asking her to enter the customer number and price. There was no bidding under the top 2 bottles of broken green light. Only the sold sign. And Pei Ran also clicked it. There was also a small window popping up, which read, Transaction price, 700,000. Customer number, hidden. Before the auction started, the bartender showed Lanza the list of green lights to be auctioned today. It is estimated that the 2 points of collapsed green lights were bought by him in advance. 1 point of collapsed green light was sold for 700,000. Compared with the epilepsy medicine that costs 40,000 to 50,000 per box, this price is actually not high. Fighting for the green light with supernatural powers is bound to lead to fighting, and maybe even killing. 700,000 should be the price of buying a life. In the end times, human life is worthless. 700,000 is already very expensive. Just as she was thinking, Pei Ran suddenly had an instinctive feeling, as if someone was looking at her. She turned her head sharply, and bumped into Lance's beautiful eyes. Lance was staring at her intently, just like when she was sitting in the car just now. This time, there was silence in her ears. No sound. The bar was crowded. Pei Ran and W had specially chosen an inconspicuous corner, and there was a large group of people next to them, covering their figures tightly. I don't know how Lanza found them. Spider went to the back of the bar. Without any advance warning, Lanza moved quickly, unnoticed. She and W were both focused on the screen, and did not notice. Lanza looked at her for a moment, then his eyes fell down, stopped at her gloved hand, first glanced at her right hand, then turned to her left hand. He suddenly stepped forward, reached out to pull the glove on her right hand. Pei Ran saw his intention, moved faster than him, moved sideways to avoid his grabbing hand, turned his hand back, and grabbed his wrist with his left hand instead. What are you doing? Lanza's wrist was firmly grasped by her, and she did not resist. Her eyes fell on her left wrist again. Pei Ran suddenly found that, when he put on the gloves just now, a little bit of pink fluorescent paint was rubbed on the edge of the gloves. The 2 people following Lanza were behind him, and the bartender, who saw Lanza leave the booth, also squeezed through the crowd and came over. Pei Ran let go of her hand, and Lanza looked at her again, then turned around and asked the bartender, was there a butterfly during the auction? The voice was indifferent and distant, and it was exactly the same as the voice that appeared in Pei Ran's ears. W asked, is this the sound you heard? It's the sound I heard. Pei Ran asked, is the sound transmitted by Natabo consistent with the actual voice? W replied, yes. It is set up like this. It was indeed him who spoke in her mind. Lanza, like her, is also a silent person. When Lanza asked this, the bartender stuttered, I'll go ask. After a while, a neatly dressed manager came over and explained with a bow. The security guard at the door let them in. Someone found several outstanding butterflies in the outer city and introduced them here. He told the security guard in advance that they might come in the next 2 days. They are all newcomers and don't know the rules. They came a little early, but there was a precedent of letting them in during the auction. So, the manager asked, do you mean, let them go out first? No, Lanza said lightly. Let them stay. He asked again, how much does it usually cost to accompany a butterfly once? Chapter 155. Lanza asked, how much does butterfly cost for one session? Pei Ran and W looked at each other. If he had just seen the ambiguous looks from others, he would have only had some doubts in his heart, but now, he was very sure what this butterfly was doing. By some strange coincidence, it became an illegal profession. W admitted his mistake first. Pei Ran, I'm sorry, it's my fault. I didn't search the information to find the meaning of the butterfly seal in the black market. Maybe it's the rule of this bar itself. W is too pretty, and said it was her first time here. A new butterfly is coming recently. The security guard at the door misunderstood her, and made a big mistake. However, this mistake was a blessing in disguise. Otherwise, it would be even more difficult to explain the identities of the 2 people if Lanza caught them in public. Pei Ran went with the flow and said nothing. The supervisor answered Lanza's question, if you just accompany her for a drink, it's usually 300 to 500. If you want to take her out, it's about 1,000 or 2,000. And there are even 2,000 or 3,000. Lanza nodded and asked Pei Ran, do you need the money urgently? Pei Ran thought, what kind of plot is this to save a prostitute? A gambling father, a sick mother, a school-age brother, a broken home. If I don't help her, who will? If Lanza had come to ask this question yesterday, she really needed money urgently, and had to buy medicine from the hospital in the inner city. But now it's different. She has made authentic inhibitors herself, and no longer needs to buy medicine. Peiran didn't show any expression. Pointed at W. Yes. He is sick. Terminally ill. We have to make money to buy medicine. Suddenly, W, who was terminally ill, said. Peiran noticed that Lanza, whose expression had always been indifferent, suddenly moved the corner of her mouth slightly. The amplitude was very small, almost unnoticeable, but he was definitely smiling. However, he regained his calm expression in a blink of an eye and asked Peiran, "How much do you need?" Peiran said, "Nonsense. About 10,000 or 20,000. Lanza turned around and asked his subordinates, "Do you have any money with you?" The two shook their heads in unison, saying no. These three people came out of the inner city to go shopping, and they didn't even have any money with them. The bar manager was very smart and quickly said, "I'll get it." Lanza nodded. "Take 30,000. The manager asked someone to go to the bar counter to get a thick stack of banknotes, and gave it to Lanza, who handed the money directly to Peiran. Peiran's face was expressionless, but she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She was playing the role of a poor person who sold her body to make money for medical treatment. Someone offered a large stack of money to her. It would be strange if she didn't take it. Peiran took the money and was a little curious. Lanza paid a price far higher than the market price. What did she want her butterfly to do to make the money back? Lanza took his hand back. He said, "There are all kinds of people here. Some of them are very skilled. This money is not as easy to make as you think. If you still need money, come back here to see me." After he finished speaking, he turned around and walked away. He did not return to the booth in the corner. He left the bar with his two followers. Peiran? What happened here was just a small episode. It seemed that a mysterious person in the inner city had taken a fancy to a butterfly. Lanza left, and the people around him stopped watching the fun and continued to bid on the virtual screen. Peiran thought in his heart, "W, do you think his last sentence is a bit strange?" W repeated accurately, "Yes." He said, "There are all kinds of people here. Some of them are very skilled. And it's not as easy to make money as you think. It sounds like he thinks you are not here to make money with your looks, but more like you are here to make money with violence, such as robbery." "That's right," Peiran said. When Lanza came over just now, she tried to take off the glove on her right hand, but failed, and she kept staring at it. He seemed to really know the original owner. Not only did he know that the original owner's right hand was a mechanical hand, but he also knew that if the original owner was short of money, she would not come to make butterflies, but would come to the black market. The problem is, Lanza knew her, but she didn't remember him at all. Peiran stuffed the money into his pocket. "Anyway, we made 30,000 yuan inexplicably," W said. "I'm searching for Lanza in various databases to see if I can find any useful information." On the virtual screen, the countdown was jumping quickly, and it returned to 0 in a blink of an eye. The bidding ended. Most of the green lights were successfully traded, showing sold, and only a few were not sold. This black market business is quite good. Several bartenders took the small bottles from the grid, identified the fluorescent numbers on people's hands, and gave them to the successful bidders. The virtual screen disappeared as if it had never existed. On the other side of the bar, the wall panels moved horizontally over and closed, and the wall returned to normal. The auction was over, and the bartenders got busy and really started mixing drinks. This place instantly turned back to a normal bar. W asked, "Are we leaving?" Peiran adjusted her sleeves, carefully covering the pink fluorescence on the edge of her gloves. "Wait a little longer. I want to talk to someone." She looked around and finally chose a seat at the far side of the bar and sat down. The virtual screen of the wine list was displayed on the desktop. Peiran was prepared to be ripped off, but after a closer look, she was a little surprised. She complained in her heart, "It's so cheap." The wine list was full of variety, but it was not expensive at all. You could buy a fancy cocktail for just over 20 yuan. W, they should make money by buying and selling green light, not by wine. Compared with the prices here, the wine was so cheap that it was like giving it away for free. Peiran carefully compared them and ordered a glass of flame spiral, and then decided to order a glass of pure juice breeze love for W. W had no objection, picked up the glass of juice, and sipped it slowly. Flame Spiral was so stimulating that her tongue was numb. Pei Ran took a sip, then turned her head, and chatted with the person next to her. This one you took is very good. The scene between her and Lanza happened in a corner, and many people didn't see it. The person sitting next to her was a middle-aged man who was unfamiliar to her. He had a full beard, and was carefully examining a small bottle he had just bought. The bottle contained a faint green light. According to the appearance, it should be at the end of all the green lights auctioned this time. The middle-aged man nodded. Yes. No one bid. It's a good deal. Pei Ran raised his hand to call the bartender. Pointed to the empty cup in front of the middle-aged man. Give him another one. It's my treat. The middle-aged man was happy and started chatting with Pei Ran. People who drink talk a lot. And it didn't take long for Pei Ran to find out everything. The door opens on time every day. There are two kinds of green lights for auction. One is sold by the bar itself, and the other is consigned. Consignment requires a 30% commission. Many people buy crazy green light for speculation. They buy it back, and then raise the price, and put it up for sale after a few days. So the price keeps going up. Pei Ran was originally wondering why they bought green light. Are there really so many people with superpowers who need to buy it back to feed their own green light? It turns out that they just want to make money. In the end times, food, medicine, etc. are all hard currencies. But in the relatively safe Aurora City, their value is not that high. They need something that can carry a higher value, is easy to carry, and is easy to hide. The green light is on the dangerous fusion body, not easy to get, small in size, cannot be copied, naturally anti-counterfeiting, so it fills this position, becoming a kind of high-end currency in circulation. What Pei Ran cares most about is the small bottle that can hold the green light. Her tone was full of curiosity. Is this small bottle made of special material? The middle-aged man was happy to show off. Of course, ordinary bottles can't hold it. Don't look at such a small bottle. It's sold at a high price. Pei Ran asked, where did you buy it? Here? Yes, the middle-aged man said. For 1,000 each, you can buy it from the bartender, and they will recycle the empty bottles at a 30% discount. Pei Ran said to W in his heart, recycling a bottle makes a net profit of 2,008. It's really a black shop. W took a sip of juice. Did you forget? They are a black shop. Pei Ran continued to ask the middle-aged man, how did the green light get into the bottle? The middle-aged man was already drunk, and said with a big tongue, I heard that. The people who killed the monster just put the bottle mouth close to it, and it came in by itself. This person obviously only knows how to resell green light, and he has never practiced it himself. Pei Ran asked, then how can we get it out? The middle-aged man turned the bottle upside down and showed her the bottom of the bottle. There was a black rubber pad at the bottom. He gestured. Open the bottle cap. Turn it here, and it will fly out by itself. But why do we need to let it out? It's not a joke to let it out. He took a sip of wine. Last time, someone got it out, and it flew onto the person next to him. What a guy. He sighed, squinting his eyes, as if he was recalling the chaotic scene at that time. Then people from the inner city came out, killed the monster, and then arrested the man who was released, dragged him to the street, and shot him on the spot. His brains were all spilled out. He seemed to tremble. Pei Ran nodded, and after questioning for a while, he called the bartender over. Pay the bill for the drinks. Also, I want one of those small bottles. The bartender seemed to be used to it, and didn't ask anything. He turned around to get a small bottle, put it on the table, and pushed it in front of Pei Ran. Pei Ran took out the banknotes to pay the money, and asked the bartender, how much green light can this small bottle contain at most? The bartender was shocked, and his expression was very serious. A bottle can only hold a little green light. If you put too much, it will break. If the bottle breaks and the things come out, you will bear the consequences yourself. Pei Ran was a little disappointed. W knew what she was thinking. The green light has no substance, and they do not repel each other, and can overlap. Theoretically, such a small bottle can hold the entire compressed light vortex. If the green light can be put into this special small bottle in unlimited quantities, next time when she encounters a situation where there are too many light spots in her body, she will not have to suppress them, just transfer them to the bottle. Unfortunately, a bottle can only hold a little, which is far from enough. After spending a lot of money, the small bottle was in hand. Pei Ran stood up. Let's go! The mechanical spider slipped out from somewhere, quietly climbed up along Pei Ran's legs and nestled under her collar. He obviously has a body, but he still lets his spider hang on her every day. W said. It went to the back and walked around. There is a warehouse in the back, which has these small bottles, and a safe with green light. They didn't take out all the goods in their hands. There is also an upstairs, where people who seem to live are from the bar, but they said that the boss is not here today, so I didn't see him. He investigated around and felt the bottom of this black market. After coming out of the bar, even the air felt a lot fresher. Unable to adapt to the light outside, Pei Ran narrowed his eyes. W held her hand, and the two of them walked back slowly. The shielding layer had not expired yet. Pei Ran raised his hand and looked at the back of his hand. The pink butterfly with its wings spread had faded to the point of almost disappearing. The two of them thought of Lanza at the same time. Pei Ran knew that W's core processor was like it had been soaked in vinegar. In the past, whenever a good-looking young man of the right age appeared around her, he would automatically turn on the hedgehog mode. But today, he was acting out of character. He did not attack Lanza. Did not say that he was not very successful. Nor did he criticize him for being cold. Not very talkative. Very pretentious. Not a good person. But instead seemed unusually silent. Pei Ran didn't want to talk about Lanza. If W found out that Lanza had some connection with the original owner when she grew up, she couldn't explain why she didn't remember anything. The two of them thought about their own things. When they returned to the street where Sister Jin's hotel was, they saw from a distance that a large group of people were noisily surrounding the hotel entrance. Chapter 156. When I got closer, I saw that there were two people in the center of the crowd. Their faces were covered in blood, and they were fighting. Pei Ran asked the onlookers, "What's going on?" They said they were fighting for business territory. And then, they started fighting. One of them had a scar on his face and held a knife. And the other was skinny and held an iron rod. Although the one holding the iron rod was thin, he could swing it with a whirring sound. The one with the scar on his face dodged and stabbed the other in the vitals when he got the chance. Both of them were very ruthless, and they were in a stalemate. Pei Ran suddenly heard someone next to him say, "What do you think of these two?" A voice answered, "Not very good. They are not good enough." The tone was like commenting on the discounted cabbage in the market. Pei Ran immediately turned his head and took a look. It was a young man and a middle-aged woman in her 40s. The middle-aged woman was dressed in ordinary clothes, and was no different from the other people watching, but her expression revealed a kind of arrogance of being in a superior position for a long time, and her brows were furrowed. She seemed to have lost interest in the two people fighting, and turned away, and the young man hurriedly followed, and the two got into an old antique van parked across the road. Pei Ran glanced at the car. Like Lanza's car, it was also artificially patinated to look old. W followed her gaze, and immediately provided information. Her name is Rima. She joined Tianwei Group more than 10 years ago, and worked at the Aurora base. The last position that can be found in the database was 5 years ago. She served as the Deputy Administrative Director of the living area for short-term employees of the base. Her recent position is unknown. The crowd suddenly exclaimed. The thin man finally found an opportunity. He knocked the dagger out of Scarface's hand, and then swung a stick down, hitting the other person's head. This time he used all his strength, and was extremely fierce. Scarface immediately collapsed, and died, and blood flowed all over the ground. The thin man went over and kicked him, and knew that Scarface was really dead, so he sat down beside him and took a breath. There was no more excitement to watch, and the crowd of onlookers dispersed. The thin man killed someone, and nothing happened, and no one cared, as if the matter was over. Pei Ran looked across the road again. Rima was sitting in the car, glancing indifferently at this side, raising his hand, and the car drove forward along the narrow street. Besides her, there was another person looking over there. Sister Jean. Sister Jean stood at the door of the hotel, watching the car go away. And then she started to curse. "Get up. You skinny boy. Take the dead man away. You left him at my door. Are you tired of living?" The skinny man took a breath, really stood up slowly, picked up the scarred man's feet, and dragged him away. Pei Ran said to W in her heart, "You go upstairs first. I want to talk to Sister Jean alone." She followed Sister Jean alone and entered the bar. In the broad daylight, there were few people in the bar, and all the seats were empty. Pei Ran sat down at the bar and said hello to Sister Jean. Pei Ran only spent a short time last night, and helped Sister Jean make nearly 2,000 yuan. When Sister Jean saw her, she immediately smiled. Pei Ran ordered a hamburger and pointed to the door with her thumb. No one cares about killing people like this. Who cares? Sister Jean was busy grilling meat patties and cutting bread. As she said, in the past, people from the Public Security Bureau came to patrol. But now the Public Security Bureau is gone. And people in the inner city just pretend not to see it. Everyone lives on their own ability. Pei Ran asked her, I saw a woman just now. And then she got on the car and left. I feel. She doesn't seem to be from the outer city? Sister Jean paused while cutting bread, raised her eyelids, and glanced at Pei Ran. She praised sincerely. Good eyesight. Jean Jia lowered her voice. That's Rima, a supervisory commissioner sent by the inner city. She said she would patrol the outer city to maintain law and order, but it's just a formality. Pei Ran gossiped with her. I just heard her say that. These two people's skills are not good enough or something. Yes. Jean Jia's voice was even lower. I also heard rumors that Rima specifically picked people with particularly good skills in the outer city and brought them to the inner city to participate in competitions or something. Pei Ran asked, competitions? What kind of competitions? Jean Jia replied, last time, someone who was recruited to the inner city and worked for them told me that there was a competition in the inner city. If you win, you will get a prize, and you can stay in the inner city. But we don't know what it is. She turned back to fry the beef, and put some chopped onions in the frying pan. The oil was heated, and the beef and onions were sizzling, and the fragrance wafted. Pei Ran sat at the bar alone, thinking secretly in his heart. The burger was ready soon, still the same version as the menu picture, and tasted as good as ever. Pei Ran was hungry, and ate it voraciously, finishing the whole burger in just a few bites. Jean handed her a glass of water with a smile. Slow down. Pei Ran sighed. How can it be so delicious? There should be a burger on the sign outside. Jean smiled, and her eyes curved even more. Pei Ran asked her, is the sign new? There are no words on it. Jean wiped the countertop, and answered casually, yes, 2 months ago, Inner City suddenly asked us to change to this sign, and fortunately we changed it. 2 months ago, that was a month before the silence began, and the time was about the same as when Nanny received the letter. Pei Ran looked surprised. So good? Just change the sign? Of course, said Sister Jean. Not only did they change the sign, they also asked each family to check if there were any items with words on them. They also checked and seized any items with words on them. Oh! And they also changed the money. She picked up a banknote casually. They took away all the federal coins and replaced them with this. She sighed. I was still thinking at that time that this kind of money couldn't be used outside. She said, at that time, no one was willing to do so. They said that the people in the inner city council wanted to take everyone's money. Now I think it was a blessing in disguise. Later, it became quiet. Some people still hid money in their homes and started a fire. However, they were still a minority. After all, most people did not have the courage to go against the council. She whispered, only those who can tolerate the council stayed in Aurora City. And those who could not tolerate it had already moved away. Pei Ran asked her, council? Sister Jean, yes. Isn't there a council in the inner city? W's mechanical spider was also listening, and immediately said in Pei Ran's ear, she should be talking about the council of the Aurora base, which is responsible for managing the daily affairs of the base. Pei Ran asked W in his heart, is that Lanza a member of the council? W, the council of their base is not a public organization, and I don't know who the members are. Several bells rang outside. Ding, ding, ding. It's 2 o'clock, the shielding layer has expired. No more talking, Pei Ran went back to the second floor. As soon as he went upstairs, he saw W standing at the stairs, leaning against the wall, waiting for her. He handed over a roll of tape first. The silence began again. Pei Ran tore off a piece, carefully sealed his mouth, asked in his heart, has the others not come back yet? Not yet, W replied. Nanny didn't run away either. Ryan and the others are guarding him. Pei Ran opened the door of the room. W followed him in. He asked, what are you going to do next? Pei Ran sat on the bed, leaning against the headboard, turned on the virtual screen. Of course. Drawing. Anyway, there was nothing else to do. W sat down beside her. Then I'll watch you draw. When he said watch you draw, he really meant leaning against the headboard, tilting his head. Watching her motionlessly. Pei Ran couldn't stand his stare. Don't you have anything else to do? I'm reading and processing various materials. W said. They're all in the core processor. which doesn't prevent me from watching you. Pei Ran, okay. I don't know how long he watched, so long that Pei Ran had forgotten that there was such a person next to him, when he suddenly spoke in his ear. Pei Ran, I have another 5-minute trial version. He said so firmly this morning that he didn't have one. But now, he finally gave in. Pei Ran added a stroke on the screen. Without looking up. Oh! She tried her best to resist the urge to look up at his expression. And continued to draw on the screen. There was silence in her ears. After a long while, W finally couldn't stand it anymore. Pei Ran, don't you want to try it? Pei Ran raised his head. What to try? W's eyes were full of grievance. I don't know where he learned this aggrieved expression from, but it's quite accurate. Pei Ran, oh, you mean that? She asked. You said there is a new trial version. Are you developing any new features? W paused, and immediately answered, yes. Do you want to download it? Pei Ran shook his head. No. I'm busy now. W. It gets dark early in winter, and the sky is overcast. Outside the small window, the light gradually dims, but in the silence, there is no sound of people outside, making this evening gloomy and silent like a Lee gray stone. W got up and turned on the light. The dim light brought a little warmth, and he sat back in his original position, leaning against the head of the bed, and staring at her motionlessly. Pei Ran always felt that. He didn't seem to be really processing the information, but was simply staring at her intently. After an unknown amount of time, there were familiar brisk footsteps coming from the stairs outside, and even heavier sounds. Pei Ran turned off the screen, and got off the bed. Aisha and the others are back. She walked towards the door. An arm suddenly wrapped around her waist from behind, hooked her back, held her in his arms, and then pushed her against the wall. W stared at her, without saying anything, just raised his hand, carefully peeled off the black tape that sealed her mouth, like peeling off the cover of a book. The lips hidden under the tape were exposed little by little, with a tearing feeling and a slight chill. The black tape stuck to the skin of her lips. He stared at her for a moment, only peeled off half of it, and then lowered his head, and kissed her directly. He let go of the tape, holding Pei Ran's head. The sticky side of the tape rubbed against their cheeks, making a slight friction sound in this silent kiss. He kissed directly, breaking through the teeth, entangled with her thoroughly and deeply. The softness and warmth of his lips and tongue soothed the slight stinging when he tore it apart, and brought an overwhelming desire. Pei Ran's arms went around his neck. It had been less than 24 hours since the last kiss, but both of them felt as if they had been waiting for a lifetime. The footsteps outside were getting closer and closer, almost to the door. The door was not locked. The kiss lasted only a few seconds, and they had to separate. W still held her with one arm, and with the other hand, he carefully put the half-peeled tape on her face back on, sealing her mouth. Pei Ran did not move, letting him help, and resting her palm against his chest. She asked him in her mind, I have never downloaded the trial version of the Virtual Lover game. What was this just now? W pressed his finger on the tape where her lips were, and then whispered in her ear, You just received a forced advertisement. Chapter 157. The sound of brisk footsteps stopped at the door, but no one turned the doorknob. Knock. 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 Aisha actually knocked on the door gently. She was too considerate. Pei Ran was a little embarrassed, and rushed over quickly to open the door. Aisha saw W was there too, and was not surprised at all, and just nodded to him, and pointed at Pei Ran frantically. A few of us went out to find work today. Tang Dao and I found a store. They needed people to help move the goods, but unfortunately we could only work for 3 days, and we have to find another place. It's really hard to make money. Pei Ran replied to her, Don't worry, look. Pei Ran took out a stack of banknotes from his pocket like a magic trick. This stack of money was neatly arranged, all green bills of 100 yuan each. You can tell at a glance that there are tens of thousands of yuan, more than the stack he won from playing cards yesterday. Pei Ran was like a machine that automatically spewed out money. Ai Xia was so shocked that she even forgot to click her fingers. Pei Ran nodded, Don't worry, all from legitimate sources. This time it was pure nonsense. The 30,000 yuan was given by the sponsor when he was a butterfly. The source was quite illegitimate. W went back to the room. Pei Ran closed the door and told Ai Xia what he had seen and heard in the black market today. Ai Xia understood immediately and pointed his finger. So you can't let others see the green light. Pei Ran nodded, Yes. There are no laws in this place. And no one cares. Be careful. The green light is expensive. At least compared to the prices in the outer city. It is quite expensive. Easily exposing the green light in your body is like showing others the tens of millions of cash you carry with you. It is very dangerous. So it can't be used easily. According to Pei Ran's current experience, when using supernatural powers, green light will appear on the body, mostly in the hands and eyes. Just like Aisha's handprint, Li Yin's thrust, Lu Ming's sword tactics, etc., these green lights of collapsed state, and Shirgaye's order state, green light will appear on the hands when used. Yua's puppet control, Abu's prophecy, Lu Ming's dodge, etc., when used, green light will appear in the eyes, so Abu and the others will deliberately turn their heads, lower their eyes, not wanting others to see. When calling up the supernatural power, no one can see it. The green light will never show itself. So far, Pei Ran only knows one. And that is her own green light number 1. The sky outside the window was completely dark. The clock struck 7 o'clock. The time of lifting the ban has finally arrived. Pei Ran went to find Abu and Li Yin again. He reminded them about the green light. When he returned to the room, there was no one in the room. Ai Xia was not there. A whole day passed. The inhibitors taken last night were ineffective. Pei Ran's green lights woke up. Obviously they were starving. They began to eat their dinner in big mouthfuls. Pei Ran took out the small bottle from her pocket and unscrewed the cap. The mechanical spider heard the sound of opening the cap, turned on the camera, climbed onto her shoulder and lay down, and watched curiously. W asked, "How do you plan to get the light spot out?" Pei Ran replied, "I don't know either. The orderly green lights in the body are very obedient and easy to mobilize. They will go wherever you tell them to go." But Pei Ran didn't plan to put them in the small bottle. What she wanted to put in the bottle was the crazy green light. According to the middle-aged man in the black market, after killing the crazy fusion body, as long as you bring the bottle mouth close, it will automatically drill in. Pei Ran did the same thing himself, opening his stomach, finding the green light, stretching his finger over, and waiting for it to drill in. The problem is that he needs to let the crazy light point in his body come out, and he can't open his own stomach. Pei Ran mobilized green light number 2. The crazy light point cannot be commanded, and it doesn't listen to her, but it definitely listens to the sheepdog. She carefully selected a fat sheep from the flock, and green light number 2 began to surround it. It rushed left and right, circling around, and soon forced the chosen sheep to Pei Ran's hand. Like every time, after the sheepdog herded the sheep to the edge of its body, the crazy green light stopped moving and refused to leave Pei Ran's body. Pei Ran felt its position, moved the mouth of the small bottle closer, and pressed it on the back of his hand. A little green light suddenly emerged from the skin on the back of his hand, and was sucked into the bottle with a puff. W regretted, "It's a pity that there are no more bottles. Each small bottle can only hold a little green light. If there are enough small bottles, all the crazy light spots in Pei Ran's body can be contained. But it doesn't matter. The green lights had been feasting for 2 days in a row, and there wasn't much left in their bodies." Pei Ran picked and chose, and asked the sheepdogs to divide the remaining sheep into 2 piles. A large pile was given to them as dinner for today, and a small pile of good-looking ones was driven to the side separately, ready to be exchanged for money. Pei Ran turned the small bottle, and planned, "It can be consigned on the black market. We will sell it tomorrow, and see if we can rent a house. We can't live in a hotel all the time." The light spots on the bottle were green and big, and they were of medium to high quality in the black market. According to the last transaction price yesterday, it was estimated to be worth more than 100,000. Pei Ran looked like she was going to settle down in Aurora City. The mechanical spider took 2 steps, and rubbed her neck with its head tilted. "Okay." There was a noisy sound outside the door. It was the bar downstairs. When it got dark, there were more people in the bar, but the noise was a little unusual at this time. Pei Ran heard Sister Jin's voice. She really wasn't feeling well. She told me she wanted to sleep for a while, and she wasn't going to come down to play cards today. Someone, "Huh?" snorted. She said she didn't want to play. So she didn't? Our boss told her to come down quickly. Then, something was overturned, like glass breaking with a crisp sound. Pei Ran stood up. There were footsteps on the stairs. Someone knocked on the door. Pei Ran went to open it. Sister Jean was standing at the door. Sister Jean looked embarrassed. She said to Pei Ran, "Someone is looking for you downstairs. I had no place to stay last night. In order to make some money, I won too arrogantly at the card game. Someone came to the door today." Sister Jean lowered her voice. "It's called Poison Fong. I can't handle this person. And you definitely can't afford to offend him. And this person is very good at playing cards. I haven't heard of anyone who has beaten him. I didn't intend to let you go down. But they refused. Otherwise, you go down and fight. And this matter will be over. Someone is smashing things downstairs again. Bang. Bang. Something is broken. And Sister Jin's beer cup seems to be in bad luck. Pei Ran nodded, opened the door, and came out. The mechanical spider heard everything. And W also came out of the room. I'll go down with you. The mechanical spider quietly slipped down from her body and went downstairs along the dark corner. Pei Ran did not go downstairs directly, but looked down from the stairs on the second floor first. She did not see the person who smashed things, but saw another acquaintance. It was Rima. People in Aurora City were used to fighting. When someone came to the bar to cause trouble, it didn't affect everyone's eating and drinking. Many people stood up from their seats with beer cups in their hands, protecting the cups with their hands, drinking and watching the excitement. Among the crowd was the middle-aged woman I had seen during the day. Rima, the supervisory commissioner sent by the inner city, was the one who went around selecting people with good skills to participate in the competition in the inner city. She brought the young man from the daytime, and it seemed that there was another subordinate, also mixed in the crowd. On the corridor on the second floor, others came out after hearing such a big commotion. Even Zhuang Nian leaned out with his arms around Nuonyuo. Aisha and the others all came over to look downstairs. Only Abu didn't. It seemed that she knew what was happening downstairs without even looking. She just stared at Pei Ran, and suddenly raised her arms, as if she wanted to hug her, glancing at W next to her, and then put them down again. Pei Ran took 2 steps forward, stretched out his hand, and gave Abu a hug. Abu was originally thinner than Pei Ran, and after running around for the past few days, he became even thinner. His eyes looked dark and big, and it hurt his bones to hug him. Pei Ran had guessed it in her heart from the moment she saw Rima. She whispered in Abu's ear, "Am I leaving? Going to the inner city?" Abu put his head on her shoulder and nodded. "The road ahead is not easy to walk. Be careful," Abu whispered. "When you meet a man with a blue gun, follow him." She was pointing at the correct branch of the world tree that needed to be chosen in the future. Pei Ran responded, let go of her, and turned to go downstairs. The bar downstairs was even more lively than last night, packed with people. Seeing Pei Ran and his friends coming down, the crowd was quiet for a moment. At the bar, the floor was covered with broken glass, and several nearby tables were also overturned. Sitting next to the gambling table last night was a man who looked to be around 40 years old. He was tall and narrow, with sinister eyes and 2 deep-shaped lines between his eyebrows. No wonder his nickname was Venom Fong. From a distance, he looked cold and sticky like a snake. Seeing Pei Ran and his friends coming downstairs, Venom Fong sat still. But the person next to him came over. "You were the one who won the cards here yesterday? Our boss asked you to go over." This was a local tyrant. Pei Ran asked patiently, "Your boss? Who is he?" The other party choked. "Our boss, Poison Fong, is a master of playing cards in the outer city. He came to you today because he thinks highly of you." Pei Ran, "It's really not necessary." She walked over silently and came to the card table. Poison Fong looked Pei Ran up and down. Probably didn't expect that she was so good at playing cards. And she was actually such a young girl. He leaned back, his brows relaxed, and his eyes showed a little more calm contempt. "It is said that a master of playing cards has come from the outer city. Do you dare to bet with me?" Pei Ran was a little curious. "How much do you want to bet?" Poison Fong said calmly, 10,000 per person, until one side loses everything. In the bar, the crowd of onlookers gasped. Usually, people only bet a few dozen, 300 or 500 at most, and few bet thousands like the gangster boss yesterday. Poison Fong came, and he started with 10,000. Pei Ran said to W in his heart, "Yesterday at the black market, I saw so many prices for green light, and now I suddenly feel numb to numbers. He is too stingy, and only dares to bet 10,000. Poison Fong said, and took out a whole stack of green banknotes from his pocket and threw them on the card table. The thick stack of banknotes hit the table with a thump. Pei Ran immediately changed his words. "Cash has impact. And now I suddenly feel that 10,000 is not too little. And I want it again." W. Pei Ran replied Poison Fong, "Okay. I'll bet with you." She was about to take money out of her pocket. Jean Jia said, "I'll go get the money." She thought Pei Ran didn't have so much money, so she went to the bar and came back with a bunch of colorful bills after a long time, and put them in front of Pei Ran. Pei Ran looked at the pile of bills, turned his head, and said to Jean Jia, "If we win this time, we'll split it 50-50, each of us will take half." Last time it was 30-70, Jean Jia didn't expect Pei Ran to take the initiative to give her 20% of the profit, and her eyes were full of surprise. But she soon became worried again. Poison Fang's card skills were well known. Even if Pei Ran gave her 20% of the profit, she might not really get it. Sister Jean stepped aside, watching with worry. Pei Ran put down the money, and before he sat down, Poison Fang winked at his men. "For fairness," he said, "we have to check first, to prevent cheating." His men came over, without saying anything, turned on a small flashlight-like thing, and checked Pei Ran's ears. Pei Ran raised his eyebrows, but did not dodge, allowing him to carefully examine both ears. The subordinate took out a small handheld instrument, and scanned Pei Ran's head carefully, probably looking for a hidden communication device. Pei Ran didn't know whether the device related to Nitabo in his brain would cause this small instrument to alarm, and he was ready to take action at any time. Rima was there. According to the trajectory of fate, this fight was bound to happen, but he didn't know when it would happen. However, the instrument seemed to be mute, and remained silent. The subordinate carefully scanned Pei Ran's upper body again, found nothing, and shook his head at Duya. Seeing that his subordinate had found nothing, Duya said to Pei Ran, "Sit down." Pei Ran asked leisurely, "What about you? Aren't you going to check it out?" She said this, but she had no intention of taking action. Duya looked at her sharply, and then glanced at the crowd around, turned sideways to push aside the hair beside his ears, showing his left and right ears, and then reached out to his subordinate. His men quickly presented the scanning equipment. Poison Fang stared at Pei Ran, turned on the equipment, ran it twice on his head and upper body, and then slapped and threw it on the table. Satisfied? Pei Ran sat down. Poison Fang glanced at W next to Pei Ran again. "If your friend wants to sit next to you." Before Poison Fang finished his words, W glanced at him coldly, walked through the crowd, found the corner where he sat yesterday, sat upright, didn't even look at this side, and was in a daze. Chapter 158. W just left like that, without even the intention of watching the card game, which was beyond Poison Fang's expectation. Poison Fang was stunned for a moment, before ordering, "Sister Jean, bring a new deck of cards." Sister Jean brought a new deck of cards from the bar. The new cards were the same as the cards used yesterday, without any numbers on them. I don't know which factory in the inner city, or the outer city, would actually produce poker cards that can adapt to the state of silence. Sister Jean often has card games here, and the cards she provides are always impeccable, and never tampered with, and she is well known in the outer city. But Poison Fang saw that she took the initiative to help Pei Ran bet, and was not very reassured, so he tore open the cellophane on the outer packaging of the cards on the spot, and checked them himself first. In his hand, the cards flew up like a long dragon, which was dazzling. There was a suppressed exclamation around him, but Poison Fang seemed not to hear it, and his face was expressionless. W said in his ear, "I don't know how long it will take to practice this trick." He could see it, which meant that the mechanical spider was in place. Pei Ran, "So what? The last one was so fancy. And he lost everything. Playing cards is not based on this." W's voice was full of laughter. "What is it based on?" Pei Ran answered seriously, "Relying on artificial intelligence to help cheat." W laughed out loud. Poison Fang finished the inspection quickly, and pushed the whole pile of cards along the table to Pei Ran. "You come to inspect." Pei Ran took the pile of cards, carefully checked one, put one on the table, checked another, and put another. Everyone, even Poison Fang on the opposite side, was a little bit overwhelmed. Before the silence, he made a living by playing cards with others. After gambling for so many years, this was the first time he saw such a brand new novice. Pei Ran moved slowly, and finally finished looking at all the more than 50 cards. He pushed the messy pile of cards forward with both hands, and said to Poison Fang, "You shuffle the cards. You wash faster." It sounded like after dinner. Pushing the bowl forward. "You wash the dishes. You wash them more cleanly." She was obviously ordering him to work, but what she said was the truth, and even a compliment. Poison Fang looked at the messy pile of cards, and then looked at her. It was like a punch in his heart, with no place to hit. Poison Fang held his breath, silently reached out to move the cards, and straighten the cards that she had messed up, and quickly shuffled them several times, smoothly. This professional and beautiful technique, and the onlookers burst into endless admiration. But for some reason, Venom Fong suddenly felt that the admiration was not so pleasant to hear. After shuffling the cards, Venom Fong said, "It's boring to play lot every day. Do you dare to play Sell Me?" Pei Ran asked him sincerely, "What is Sell Me?" Venom Fong was silent. "Pei Ran, tell me the rules. Maybe it sounds more fun than lot, and I'll want to play it." Compared to lot, Venom Fong is better at Sell Me. He gritted his molars, and suppressed his temper, and explained the rules of Sell Me to Pei Ran. As he was talking, his mind was full of thoughts. I seem to be confused again. He went from being a professional card shuffler to a professional commentator. What happened tonight? Venomous Fong felt that. He didn't come to play cards with her, but more like a waiter who was being ordered around by her. He was a veteran card player for many years. Sell Me explained the rules clearly and meticulously. The person on the other side seemed to be listening patiently, looking at him with encouraging eyes, nodding from time to time, and saying one or two words in a show of support. "Oh, is that so? I see. I see. I see." However, Venomous Fong could see that her eyes were wandering. She wasn't really listening. In fact, she seemed to be staring at a pimple on the tip of his nose. She had been a bit irritated these past 2 days, and a big pimple appeared on the left side of the tip of her nose, which was quite conspicuous. So what if it was a pimple? He was Venom Fong, and he didn't take it seriously, because he was Venom Fong, and others wouldn't pay attention to such trivial matters. But why was the person opposite him staring at his pimple? Venom Fong was upset by her, and suddenly realized that the most important thing when playing Sell Me was the mentality, and he couldn't be led by her so easily. Poison Fong gathered his thoughts, and finally finished explaining all the rules. He asked Pei Ran, "How about it? Do you dare?" Pei Ran listened with one ear, and understood the game. In short, each person has one hidden card and 4 exposed cards. During the card drawing process, each person takes turns to place bets based on the cards in their hands. Finally, the hidden cards are revealed, and the size of the 5 cards in their hands is compared. The person with the better card wins. Pei Ran first asked W in his mind, "Do you want to play?" W replied indifferently, "What's the problem with that?" There was also a bit of boredom in his voice. Perhaps he felt that, without her accompanying him, he was sitting in a corner, doing nothing, and it was boring. Pei Ran told him, "I just saw juice on the menu. It has no alcohol and won't make you drunk. You can order a glass to try." W was interested. What kind of juice? Pei Ran recalled. It was a mixture of several kinds of juices. It seemed to have apples, mangoes, etc. I can't remember clearly. She was not an artificial intelligence. She was busy taking care of W, and forgot about the poisonous Fong sitting opposite her. After she finished speaking, she suddenly remembered that the poisonous Fong was still waiting for her reply. Pei Ran nodded. "It sounds interesting. Let's play Sell Me." The two of them bet 200 each. Pei Ran cut the cards. Each of them touched a card. Pei Ran covered his face and looked at it, then put it on the table. She sighed softly. Poison Fong was very sensitive. He heard it immediately, and looked up at her expression carefully. Sell Me was betting on mentality. The most important strategy was to bluff and mislead the opponent. Poison Fong repeatedly estimated in his heart, did she get a good hand? Or was she pretending to make him think she got a good hand? Pei Ran was actually saying to W in his heart, this way of playing is great. Finally, I don't have to hold a bunch of cards in my hand. W replied, yes. My hands are free. Congratulations. He added, and this way of playing is very fast. Fast is the best. Pei Ran wanted the battle to end in 1 minute. The two took another card each. Poison Fong instructed, this time it's an open card, you have to turn the card over. Pei Ran got a king of hearts without a king. Poison Fong got an ace of spades without an A. His was bigger. He had a big card, so he bet first. Poison Fong took out a few bills, and pushed them to the middle with his fingers. 300. Pei Ran was a little disappointed. I only bet 300, I'll have to wait for the 10,000 to play. Pei Ran followed with 300, and it was her turn to bet. She immediately counted out 1,000 from Sister Jin's pile of money. W reminded her in her ear, Pei Ran, Sell Me's way of playing, there are only 5 cards in total, and the luck factor in drawing cards is very large. Even if I can see his bottom cards, I can't guarantee that I will win every game, so... Pei Ran, yeah, I understand. She put back most of the 1,000 she counted, and then pushed the money forward. 400. The poisonous fawn on the opposite side stared at her series of complicated operations, and his mind was racing. Is she not confident in her cards? Or is she pretending to be unconfident in her cards? The expression on her face was too natural and calm, it was really hard to tell. Poison Fangs gathered his energy, followed the 400, and dealt another round of open cards. Pei Ran only glanced at his cards, and began to daydream. She asked W, "Did you get the juice?" W, "Yes. It's as sweet as robbing a candy dealer." He reminded Pei Ran, "Your cards are big. It's your turn. Bet a few hundred more this time. It's up to you." Pei Ran counted out 500 yuan as he said, pushed it forward, and continued to bet on the cards on the table. After a while, he heard W say, "Pei Ran." He bet 700. "You bet 700. Pei Ran. It's your turn. Bet 800 again." 3 rounds passed in a blink of an eye. And on the table, both of them had 3 open cards. The opposite Poison Fang was sweating coldly. He liked playing Selmy very much, because he was good at observing the opponent's expression, to infer the opponent's card type, and he was even better at disguising his various reactions, to fool and mislead the opponent, to make them make wrong guesses and judgments. Playing Selmy was more like a psychological warfare. But today's psychological warfare was completely unplayable with Pei Ran. She was like a dreamer throughout the whole process. She casually glanced at the cards when she touched them, and the moment she saw the cards, her face showed no joy or sadness, her eyes seemed to see through the cards, and saw another empty time and space. Sometimes her mood changes. But the problem is that Poison Fang always feels that the change has nothing to do with the cards in her hand. Poison Fang also discovered that she did not observe his expression or reaction at all. Her eyes would drift to him, then to his subordinates, or glance at the onlookers, and occasionally look at him carefully. But her eyes seemed to fall on the pimple on his nose. Poison Fang had never encountered such a terrible opponent. As soon as the last card was turned over, W said in Pei Ran's ear, "Pei Ran. Bet all your money." Pei Ran. Suddenly, it seemed like a big progress. Now everyone has 1 hidden card, for exposed cards, and the 5 cards in hand are complete. W can see the other party's bottom card, and he said, his bottom card is an 8 of hearts, and the exposed cards in his hand are a pair of aces, an 8 of spades, and a 3, so there are only a pair of aces and a pair of 8s, and you have a pair of 6s, plus the 6 of clubs in the bottom card, making a total of 3 6s, and the card type is bigger than his, so you have already won. Without saying a word, Pei Ran immediately pushed all the remaining money forward. Poison Fang sat there, stunned. He didn't expect her to bet so much. According to Selmy's rules, if she bet all her money, he would have only 2 choices. Either bet all his money, or give up. If he gave up now, all the money he had bet before would be gone. Pei Ran bet all his money, and the crowd around him was silent for a moment. After all, they were a little afraid of Poison Fang, and they didn't dare to shout loudly. But the suppressed discussions were buzzing. "All bets already? It's only the first hand. I've never seen anyone play Selmy so fiercely. You're really brave. $10,000. Does Poison Fang want to follow?" Poison Fang didn't move, staring at Pei Ran's face. Pei Ran was also looking at him. The expression on her face was very easy to read. 3 big words were clearly written on it. "Hurry up." Poison Fang glanced at Pei Ran's cards again. The only cards he had were a pair of 6s. Unless the card in front of her was also a 6, there were 3 6s, otherwise, there was no chance of beating him. Would it be such a coincidence that she just happened to have 3 6s? Or was she just pretending to scare him, trying to scare him into giving up and taking the thousands of dollars in the pot directly? Poison Fang hesitated. What if? Don't be afraid of 10,000, just be afraid of 1. Pei Ran urged him, "Have you made up your mind?" Poison Fang seemed to be making up his mind, holding his trump card. After a long while, he took a deep breath, covered it with his palm, turned over the trump card and took another look. "Wait." W suddenly spoke in his ear. Pei Ran asked, "What's wrong?" W said, his trump card suddenly changed. The trump card he just touched was an 8 of hearts, and now it suddenly turned into an ace of hearts. Pei Ran, is it a superpower? Pei Ran had just been observing Poison Fang and his men, guarding against someone with superpowers, but he never saw anyone with green light coming out of him, and besides, there was a mechanical spider on his head, keeping an eye on everything and helping her keep an eye on everything. "It's not a superpower," W said. "I found it. I slowed down his action. He changed his cards. He replaced the cards in his hand with the cards in his sleeves, and his action was very fast. Okay. Pei Ren thought, it's really a cheater meeting a cheater, they are both the same. Chapter 159. Poison Fong is an old hand at cheating, and his movements were a little too fast. There were so many people watching, so crowded, that no one could see it. It took the slow motion of W's mechanical spider to capture his card-changing movements. Pei Ren had already staked all his money, and according to Selmy's rules, he could not regret it. The mechanical spider itself was secretly filming, and the evidence of the card-changing it filmed could not be exposed. Poison Fong loosened his palm on the bottom card, and pushed all the remaining money forward. I'll follow. Pei Ren looked at him silently. The two of them stopped talking, and turned over their cards at the same time. The moment they saw the cards, Duya's head buzzed. Pei Ren did have a 6 of clubs in her hand, plus her pair of 6s. She had 3 6s in total. The problem was that Duya's own card was an 8 of hearts. Duya completely forgot to control his expression this time, and couldn't believe his eyes at all. Didn't he just change the cards? He changed the 8 of hearts to the ace of hearts. But why did it linger and come back again? Duya's mind was completely confused. Could it be that he thought he had changed the cards, but in fact he had not? But after he changed the cards, he took a special look and confirmed that it was indeed a red ace. From the time he saw the changed red ace to the time the two of them turned over the cards, it was only a few seconds, and no one else had touched this card. Poison Fong thought, is she cheating with superpowers? But this is even less likely. The silence has been going on for so long, and Poison Fong has had the honor of meeting a few people with superpowers. He has never heard of any superpower that is so powerful that it can quietly change the bottom card in someone else's hand to another one in just a few seconds. If it could be done, it wouldn't be a supernatural power. It would be a god. Besides, he had been staring at her after changing the cards, and didn't see the green light. His subordinates were helping him to watch the whole place. Even the man sitting far away had someone watching him. But they didn't find anything. He rubbed the card with his fingertips and blinked hard. The card looked fine. A red 8. Poison Fong's forehead was covered with cold sweat. He was a perennial con man. But it seemed that he had met a more terrifying con man. He had no idea how she did it. Pei Ren stood up calmly. I won. She wanted to cheat on the cards, which was much easier than changing the cards. Green light number 1 was full and idle, and she just needed to call it up and write down a sentence in her mind. The bottom card of the poisonous tooth becomes the 8 of hearts, which was very simple. The game was decided, and Sister Jean stepped forward to help Pei Ren sort out the money on the table. Pei Ren returned the principal to her, and counted out her share, and put a thick stack of money in his pocket, and planned to leave. Poison Fong had been sitting stiffly in his seat. He suddenly said, Wait. Pei Ren turned around. What's wrong? Are you going to cheat? Poison Fong said coldly. That's absolutely impossible. You cheated? Pei Ren, oh. Everyone cheated. This guy is not as good as the others, but he refused to admit defeat. No wonder they fought. Pei Ren asked him. You are just talking nonsense. Don't you want evidence? Poison Fong tilted his head to signal his men. Search her. Evidence is something that can be found by searching. I don't know how she cheated, Poison Fong thought, anyway. Search first, maybe we can find something. He brought quite a few people with him today. Several of his men came up to catch Pei Ren without saying anything. The bar was in chaos. Everyone was retreating in a panic. Someone tripped over the table. There was a loud bang. The wine glasses and dishes were smashed. Aisha and the others had come downstairs to watch, but they didn't move. The supernatural power couldn't be easily exposed. They all looked at Pei Ren's eyes to decide whether to take action. Only W was still sitting in the corner, studying the glass of sweet juice. He picked it up and took a sip carefully, without even raising his eyelids. Two of Du Ya's men rushed to Pei Ren and tried to pull her arm together. Before they could figure out what was going on, they heard a bang sound. This loud sound came from their heads. The two men's eyes blurred, and they didn't know how their heads bumped together. Their heads seemed to be hit hard by a huge force, and they both fainted. Another of Du Ya's men followed behind them. He immediately felt guilty, and didn't dare to grab Pei Ren's arm again. He stopped and punched her. The arm he was punching out was caught by someone, and he felt a pain in the back of his head, and he fell down. Pei Ren knocked him out, and tried to kick him out, but he saw the glass tabletop of the small round table next to him, and the glass beer cups on it. and his feet changed direction instantly, hooked his legs, and kicked him to a corner where there was no table. She was very considerate, and Sister Jean was full of relief. 2 more men came over without knowing whether to live or die, and they showed daggers in their hands. The daggers were as useless as fists. Pei Ran dodged and attacked like a ghost, knocking the 2 men out. She moved so fast that it was frightening. In a flash, she knocked down several people. Others did not dare to move forward and turned to look at their leader. Duya? Duya was not a loyal person. Seeing that the situation was not good, he ignored them and got up to leave. Unfortunately, he could not leave. Pei Ran chased after him. Duya was a little panicked, but he was not a fool. He turned around and punched him. Pei Ran dodged his fist and grabbed his coat. With his own strength, the buttons of the coat broke and it was torn off. Pei Ran took a quick look and found nothing inside. She was very curious about how Duya changed the cards and where he hid the 8 of hearts. She turned her head to dodge his next punch and then grabbed the sleeve of his shirt. With a hissing sound, and then another, Duya's sleeves were torn off, revealing his bare arms. There was nothing inside the shirt, so it seemed the trick was still on the coat. Pei Ran dodged his 3rd punch, and her eyes were only on the coat, grabbing the lining of the coat and ripping it violently. The interlayer was torn open. On the lapels of the coat, in the sleeves, the cards hidden were floating out like butterflies flying all over the sky. The crowd was all stunned. How could Poison Fong hide so many cards on him? No wonder he wins every day. How many times has he changed the cards? Someone got angry, rolled up his sleeves. What? The last time I lost to him, did he cheat? Not just you, the last big bet with Gang 2 boss and his gang in the south of the city, he probably cheated too. Right? Poison Fong's face was pale. He started out by gambling, making a lot of money, and gradually built up his own power in Aurora City over the years, which was his way of making a living. Now that he has been exposed in public from now on, he can't even think about staying in Aurora City anymore. If it were normal times, the worst that could happen is that he would go to another place to resume his old business, which would not be a big deal, but now the situation is different. There are monsters everywhere outside. Only Aurora City is still habitable. There is no other place to go. In the future, he can still survive with the money he made before, but his reputation is ruined, and those who have gambled with him will definitely not let him go easily. There was only despair in Duya's heart. In a blink of an eye, he turned his despair into anger, and burned it on Pei Ran in front of him. He took out a black gun from his waist at lightning speed. Without thinking, he aimed at Pei Ran and pulled the trigger directly. W reminded in her ear. Gun! Pei Ran had already seen the moment Duya took out the gun, the mechanical hand put on his wrist, smoothly, and twisted it back violently. Duya's wrist was broken, but at the same time, the trigger was pulled, and a gunshot was heard. Pei Ran deflected his shot, and it went through his head. Pei Ran didn't intend to kill anyone in public, but Duya hated her too much, and his hands were too fast. So he pulled the trigger before his wrist was broken, and shot himself. There was a hole on Duya's chin. His eyes were wide open in fear, and he fell to the floor with a clang. The bar was silent. Duya lay on the floor. Blood gushed out from the wound behind his head, and flowed all over the floor. He gasped twice, and died. Sister Jean came over. She told the bartender, "Come and carry him out, drag him to the garbage station behind. Mop the floor, be quick, there's too much blood, it's hard to clean up. And the few over there." She pointed at the few Poison Fong's men who were knocked unconscious by Pei Ran. "Throw them out too." The few Poison Fong's men who hadn't taken action yet saw this situation and had already run away. One bartender came to drag the body, and the other bartender carried a mop and a broom, and swept the flying cards all over the floor into a pile. The others dispersed in a mess, and returned to their seats to continue drinking. In this place where no one cares, people die frequently, and no one cares. However, the fact that Poison Fong cheated was more explosive than him shooting himself, and it would probably spread throughout the outer city soon. Pei Ran suddenly heard a voice beside his ear. Really good. It was not W's voice, but the same voice as in the morning. Pei Ran immediately said to W, "I heard that voice again. Is Lanza in the bar now?" W was very sure. He's not. He sat alone drinking juice, bored, and probably studied everyone in the bar. W said, "He can see you now." W was right. The voice said very good, like it was commenting on her skills, and it must be able to see what was happening in the bar. Netawave can be transmitted very far. The person who made the sound does not need to be around, and can also see everything that happened here through monitoring equipment worn on people or in the bar. No matter who made the sound, Pei Ran did not even move his eyebrows, just pretended not to hear it, and turned around and walked to the corner where W was sitting. At this moment, someone said, "Wait a minute." This time, someone really spoke, and it was a female voice. Pei Ran was prepared, and turned around to look at the person who spoke. Rima, like during the day, squinted her eyes and looked her up and down as if she was picking goods. With a cold look, she took out a golden triangular sign from her pocket and shook it. The people around immediately quieted down, and someone whispered, "It's the supervisory commissioner of the inner city." Rima put away the sign and said to Pei Ran, "You are suspected of murder, and you have to come with us." Chapter 160. Everyone was a little puzzled. Sister Jean was also stunned. People died in fights every day in Aurora City. A few deaths were not a big deal. Moreover, although there were no laws in the outer city, there were also unwritten rules of the underworld. If Dio was caught cheating while playing cards, even if he was beaten to death, no one would pursue the matter. Once the cheating was exposed, even if he didn't die at Pei Ran's hands today, he would probably die at the hands of other people who had lost money playing cards with him in 2 days. For some reason, the supervisor suddenly appeared, and wanted to intervene and take Pei Ran away. The bar was silent. Everyone knew that the supervisor was deliberately looking for trouble with Pei Ran. Pei Ran asked Rima. The gun was his, and he was the one who fired the gun. "Why do you say I am suspected of murder?" Rima snorted coldly. "A person died. It's not a small matter. Come back with me and explain it clearly, and I will let you go." People stepped back. Everyone had just seen Pei Ran's skills. If they insisted on catching her, it might not be that easy. But the supervisor was from the inner city. No matter how brave and aggressive the people from the outer city were, no one dared to say no to them. If they offended the people from the inner city, they would die miserably in the end. Countless eyes were looking at Pei Ran. Someone muttered, "It's over this time." Pei Ran asked Rima, "Where are you taking me?" Rima said a few words coldly. "To the inner city." Pei Ran had expected to go to the inner city, but she had never thought that she would enter the inner city as a murder suspect. She glanced at Abu. Abu nodded to her and mouthed, "Go." She meant that the branch in front of her was the best one she had carefully selected. Then what she said upstairs just now, "When you meet a man with a blue gun, follow him," I don't know what she was referring to. I didn't see Rima take out the blue gun. Maybe what she said happened in the future. Following Rima's 2 followers, they wanted to take Pei Ran away. In the corner, W suddenly stood up. He said, "No matter what crime she committed, I am an accomplice. Wherever she goes, I will go." Pei Ran said to him in his heart, "You stay outside. And it's the same if you use a mechanical spider to follow me." W replied, "Of course it's different." Rima also glanced at him. "Who are you to her?" "I am." W's eyes fell on Pei Ran's face. And after a pause, he said, "Her brother." When he said the 3 words "her brother," his tone was a little special, with a bit of dissatisfaction. But he was afraid that people would hear the hesitation. So he pronounced the words heavily and clearly, and was quite decisive. "Pei Ran, W. Your current natural language state is 2 levels higher than the full level of 10. And the emotions conveyed are very accurate. He seems to dislike being her brother." Unexpectedly, Rima actually agreed. She looked W up and down, and ordered, "Take him away with you." "Wait," Pei Ran said. "I have something to do." Pei Ran took out the thick stack of money he had just won from his pocket and handed it to Aisha. "Leave this money for you to pay the room fee." Rima just glanced at the stack of banknotes casually, and didn't show any interest at all. When the money was handed to Aisha immediately felt that there was not only a stack of banknotes in her palm, but also a small, cold and hard object. She did not say anything and took the object silently. Hidden under the banknotes was the small bottle with the crazy light spots. She had planned to sell it, but now it was too late. Pei Ran told her, "Be careful. Spend it." Aisha knew about the reselling of green light on the black market, and knew that she should not open the bottle cap randomly. She nodded, understood. The 2 followers of Rima took out guns from their bodies, one holding Pei Ran, and the other holding W, and led them out. W said coldly, "Gun control is enforced throughout the Federation. They are neither from the Ministry of National Defense and Security nor sheriffs. They are just employees of a private company. They are so brazen as to carry guns. They are no different from gangsters, like Poison Fong. They left the bar and came to the street outside. The antique van they had seen during the day was parked there. An attendant opened the door and stuffed them into the last row. The last row seemed to be specially prepared for prisoners. And there was a solid metal net between them and the front row. Rima also got in the car and sat in the front. The van drove through the streets of the outer city at night and drove forward. After driving for a while, it finally arrived in front of the inner city's high isolation wall. The gray-white high wall stood under the dark night sky. The van did not drive towards the gate, but drove a long circle along the ring road outside the high wall. The car finally stopped. There was another small gate here, which was much narrower, much lower, and inconspicuous. There was only a small road in front of the gate that could barely pass. Rima got out of the car in person and walked over. The door opened automatically. The door was covered with a layer of gray fog, and nothing could be seen clearly. It should be a camouflage layer. A person walked out of the gray fog, wearing a navy blue uniform and a hat, and looked like a security guard. Rima went to meet him, and the two of them whispered furtively. The mechanical spider should be outside the car, hiding somewhere. W live broadcast. The man said, "It's so late, you just came back?" "You've worked hard," Rima replied. "You've worked hard too." She seemed to have stuffed something into the uniformed man's hand. "It's a banknote," W said. "I've magnified it, and it's different from the banknotes in the outer city." The man in uniform took it naturally, put it in his pocket, and then came with Rima and walked to the front of the car. He glanced into the car casually. His eyes swept over Pei Ran and W, as if he saw not people, but two boxes of goods. He took 2 steps back and waved at the car, obviously letting it go. There was no inspection, no registration, and the people were taken in. Rima got back in the car, started the car, drove into the narrow gate, passed through the gray fog. A completely different world appeared in front of Pei Ran. This was a place that was almost completely white. The streets and buildings were a very light grayish white. Even though it was night, it was a bit dazzling. Not only was it white, it was spotless. There was not a speck of debris on the ground, so neat that it had a strange sense of falsehood, and it was like 2 different worlds from the shabby outer city outside the high walls. There were rows of bright little lights floating in the air, winding into the distance like a long dragon, outlining the road for several layers of hovercraft, and occasionally a hovercraft whizzed by. The buildings on both sides of the road were not too high. There were a considerable number of trees dotted around. Each tree was lush and leafy, as if it was deliberately lit with green light. The leaves were surprisingly green at night. In addition, there was also the sky above, which was also very strange. The dark night sky was dotted with stars, and there was even a thin and bright crescent moon hanging in one corner. Such clear and transparent starlight could not be seen in this world that was always shrouded in a layer of haze. It could only be seen in the virtual world created by W. The stars and the moon were obviously fake, probably some kind of projection, because Pei Ran saw that in the sky in the middle of the city, the densely packed stars absurdly formed a head portrait, just like on the banknotes. It was Dr. Summon. She was hanging high in the air, glancing at everyone on the ground in the vast sea of stars. From afar, the sound of bells rang from the high wall behind her. Ding, 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 ding at 11 o'clock. The shielding layer was invalid. The bell sounded just outside the wall, but it seemed a little far away, and even the low humming seemed to be separated by a layer. Not so clear. Pei Ran heard Rima calmly say to his men, "Drive directly to the detention center." She and W looked at each other immediately. It was past 11 o'clock, and she was still talking. There was no explosion even though she spoke. The bells were only for the people in the outer city to hear. Just as Nanny said, the shielding layer in the inner city was not closed. There were no pedestrians on the road. The antique car drove forward along the street on the ground. The wheels rolled on the completely flat road surface. Silently, Pei Ran looked out the window. These trees are fake. One tree showed a flaw. The part close to the ground seemed to have some kind of display failure, which kept flashing. The trunk appeared and disappeared. Trees, like the sky, are just projections. This is convenient. Projecting a perfectly shaped tree is much easier than raising a real tree. The car drove through the city, and after a while, it turned in front of a square, modern building and stopped. It was probably the detention center mentioned by Rima. Rima and two followers got out of the car and escorted Pei Ran and W out. The door of the detention center opened automatically, and several people walked in and passed through a corridor. There were small compartments on both sides of the corridor. The doors of the cells were all iron bars. Looking into the cell, you could see everything inside. Each cell was only 2 meters square, not even as big as Sister Jin's hotel room, and there was no bed, only a metal plate fixed to the wall, about 30 or 40 centimeters wide, more than 1 meter long, where people could sit. There was a toilet next to it, but it was completely exposed to the view outside the fence. Many cells were filled with people. Most of the people were in rags, dirty, looking like people from the outer city, and they were out of place in the neat inner city. Someone came over. Most of the people in the cubicle just looked outside indifferently, sitting or lying on the board, without any reaction. This place called detention center looked like a prison. Rima and the others walked through the corridor and took the elevator to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor also had cells, but the difference was that the cells were basically empty. After walking a distance, they finally saw someone. It was a woman with unkempt hair and a dirty face. She looked a bit old. Her curly, semi-long hair was flying around like a bomb. In order to keep warm, she wore layer after layer of clothes, which were tattered. Rima glanced coldly at the woman in the cell, and then at Pei Ran. See? This is the same person as you, disturbing the public order in Aurora City. The woman heard footsteps and rushed to the iron bars. Seeing that it was Rima, she roared, "Rima, give me back my child." Her voice was hoarse, as if her vocal cords had been rubbed by rough sandpaper, and it was obvious that she had not drunk water for a long time. You use human lives to make money, and you will die a bad death sooner or later. You went from the outer city to the inner city, and you think you have become a superior person? You are more of a bastard than those people in the inner city. Rima turned around and ordered, "Hit her." Immediately, an attendant came over, took out a small silver thing from his pocket, and pressed it on her. W said, "It's an electric shock device." Bright electric sparks flashed, and with a pop sound, the woman's curses stopped abruptly, and she fell backwards. Chapter 161. The woman collapsed on the ground. Rima did not even turn his eyes away. He continued to walk forward with his head held high. Several people walked all the way to the end and opened a door. This place did not look like a prison room, but more like an interrogation room. The white light was cold. There was no clutter in the room, only a long table and a few chairs. Rima raised his chin and signaled 2 men to come forward and search Pei Ran and W. W had nothing with him, and his pockets were empty. Pei Ran had quite a few things on her, including ordinary bracelets and suppression bracelets, paper and pens that she always carried with her, a Night Shadow M3000 tactical pistol, and the JTN-34 that she had been carrying since Baigang. Only one plate left, with the last 2 pills on it. The red suppression bracelet had no words on it, and no outstanding features. Looking like a decoration, Rima only took a casual look, and swept all of Pei Ran's personal belongings into a small basket, and threw it aside. Rima motioned to Pei Ran and W. "Sit on the chair over there." She tapped the desktop, opened a virtual screen, swiped on it, as if opening some interface, then asked Pei Ran, "Name?" In this chaotic end times, identities are given by oneself. Pei Ran lied, "Enigia." Rima asked clearly which 2 characters, and then asked, "Age?" 22. "Federal Citizen ID number?" Pei Ran was stuck for a moment. Who knew how many digits this Federal Citizen ID number was? He couldn't make it up. W immediately whispered in her ear, "NG7941023350. Pei Ran did as she was told. The network crashed. If there was only one backup of the citizen database left in the entire Federation, it must be in W's mind. They couldn't find out even if she reported it randomly. Rima then asked, "Where did you get your gun?" Pei Ran, "That's a good question. And it's a little funny. She was from the Federal Defense Security Department, and she was legally holding a gun. But she was interrogated by a company employee who illegally held a gun about the source of the gun." Pei Ran didn't even blink. "I picked up the gun." Rima asked again, "When did you arrive in Aurora City?" Pei Ran, "Yesterday." Rima, "What time?" Pei Ran, 7 o'clock in the evening. Rima continued to interrogate, "Who brought you in?" Pei Ran, "A kind person I met on the road." These questions are meaningless and a waste of time. If she really wanted to know, she could just go to the outer city to check it out. But Rima didn't seem to care much. Just asked casually, and quickly tapped the screen with her fingers while listening. Taking notes? Who was the man who died in the bar? I don't know him. He was the one who insisted on playing cards with me. And if he didn't play, he would smash things. Why did you kill him? I didn't. He shot himself. Rima's flying finger stopped, and she glanced at Pei Ran from above the virtual screen. Did he break his wrist himself? Pei Ran answered patiently. He pointed a gun at me, and I was defending myself. Rima asked casually, and then said, according to the public security regulations of Aurora City, if you are suspected of murder, you will be executed. W couldn't help it, and asked her coldly, the public security regulations of Aurora City? When did Aurora City become independent from the Federation? Pei Ran quietly kicked his calf with his toes. In someone else's territory. If the security agent doesn't restrain himself, he might suffer. His body is so sensitive that he might die if he gets an electric shock. W was kicked by her. And he immediately shut up, leaned back on the chair, and pursed his lips. Rima still had that arrogant expression. Now is a special period. The Federation has been completely paralyzed. And of course our Tianwei group must be responsible for the public security of Aurora City. She brought the topic back and stared at Pei Ran. There are many witnesses to your murder in the bar today. And the evidence is conclusive. I will organize the evidence and materials tonight and submit them to the system. The results will be available within a day or two. Pei Ran asked her, then what? Rima replied, then the base's affairs management office will review your case and return the results. Generally speaking, it should be electric shock execution. The 4 words electric shock execution were pronounced very heavily. Rima stared at Pei Ran's eyes. Pei Ran didn't say anything. W immediately asked beside him, what about me? The accomplice? Rima didn't expect someone to jump out and ask for execution, so she had to reopen the screen and symbolically clicked a few times. What's your name? W replied, and he? Pei Ran protested in his mind. Why are you 2 generations older than me? W answered rationally, you call her your sister, if I call her your brother, would it be too obvious? Anyway, Rima didn't hear anything wrong, registered W's basic information, and then said, you two, wait for the result. She turned off the screen and stood up, commanding her subordinates. Lock them up. It seemed that this was the end of the story, and she didn't mention participating in the competition at all. Pei Ran stood up and suddenly asked her, can you give me back my pills? Rima raised her eyes. Pei Ran explained, I have severe allergies. I am allergic to many things. It's fatal. If I don't take the medicine in time when it attacks, I will die. Rima glanced at the pills again, and actually picked it out of the small basket, threw it on the table, and let it slide over. Pei Ran silently put the pills into his pocket. Getting the pills was secondary. Pei Ran wanted to test it more. A person who was about to be electrocuted could actually get life-saving anti-allergic drugs, which showed that Rima didn't really want to kill her. A subordinate came over, took Pei Ran and W back to the corridor, and opened the iron gate of a cell, which was diagonally opposite the cell where the woman was imprisoned. The woman had woken up, and was very distressed by the electric shock just now. She was sitting on the ground gasping for breath. W asked Rima's subordinate, my sister is very dangerous when she has an allergic attack. She needs help. Can we be locked up together? The man glanced at them, probably too lazy to open another cell, and really pushed them in and locked the iron gate again. The cell was small. Pei Ran glanced around and finished the tour in 2 seconds. She said in her mind, the lock of this iron gate can be opened easily. But there are surveillance cameras everywhere. W said, the streets are full of them. When we came here, in addition to the public surveillance cameras on the road, I found at least dozens of hidden ones. More than the Black Well. Now that they have successfully entered the inner city, Rima has not yet revealed her trump card and said what she planned to do by bringing people in. She can stay here first and wait and see. Just as I was thinking, Rima and the 2 men came over again. They passed by the door of the 2 people's cell, and they didn't even look at this side, but opened the door of the opposite cell. The woman sitting on the ground stood up as soon as she saw Rima coming in, and rushed up, but was immediately pressed against the wall by the 2 men. Rima said, you don't need to scold me anymore. The Base Affairs Management Office has issued a notice. You are guilty of murder, and you will be electrocuted before midnight today. The woman roared wildly, and struggled wildly in anger, helplessly being held down. One of his men took out something like a pair of handcuffs, handcuffed one end to her wrist, and buckled the other end to a metal ring on the wall. Rima and the other three left the cell together. The man who handcuffed her held a small remote control in his hand, and pressed it casually. Pei-Ran saw, in the cell opposite, a bright arc of light flashed, and the woman's roar suddenly stopped as if it was cut off by something. Her whole body was stiff as if frozen like a stone statue, and then, suddenly began to shake wildly. Her messy curly hair suddenly caught fire, and wisps of green smoke came out of her clothes. The skin of her wrist that was in contact with the handcuffs turned visibly burnt black. The electric shock lasted for more than 10 seconds. And the person who pressed the remote control pressed it again. The electric shock stopped, and the woman's body collapsed weakly, hanging on the handcuffed wrist, with her head hanging down. And there was no sign of life. Rima and the others no longer cared about her, and did not deal with the body, as if they had completed a task. They walked along the corridor. Before leaving, Pei-Ran clearly saw that Rima glanced over here with his peripheral vision. Pei-Ran and W watched this tragic scene in silence. Pei-Ran said in his heart, "Kill the chicken to scare the monkey." This woman. It was obvious that Rima killed her specifically for Pei-Ran and the others to see. The purpose was clear. Just to make them feel a little more realistic about the electrocution. The cells on both sides were diagonally opposite. And the corpse was still hanging there. The air was filled with a strange smell of overcooked meat. W was silent for a long time before saying, "This is the real murder. These three people. And the Aurora City Base Affairs Management Office. If there really is such an office, should all be sentenced to heavy penalties." Pei-Ran sat down and pondered. I saw that she said that she would hand over all the evidence to the Base Affairs Management Office, which seemed like she was bluffing. W sat down next to her. "You guessed right. During the interrogation just now, Rima's hand moved around on the screen, and it looked like she was recording your confession. But I tracked and analyzed the movement trajectory of her fingers, and could not form any text at all. She was just pretending to scribble, submitting evidence, waiting for the results of the management office. All that is nonsense. Maybe they will be locked up here for a few days before they are willing to show their cards." Pei-Ran asked him, "Where is your spider?" "It went out with Rima and the others," W said. "He has an eye that can detect movement everywhere. No matter where people are locked up, he can walk around, which is enviable." W said, "Go to sleep first. After a good rest, you will have the energy to deal with them. If someone comes, I will wake you up." Pei-Ran said him, "You still don't need to sleep." "No," W said. "I can do something else. I found that the city's overall security system should have been built before the silence, and it fully complies with the federal security standards. I am trying to crack it and see if I can break in. This is his specialty. He is busy with his own business." Pei-Ran leaned back against the wall and closed her eyes. She looked at the green light in her body again. In her body. Except for the small amount of light spots left to sell. The other crazy light spots have been completely eaten up. She can sleep well tonight. In a daze, a pair of hands held her shoulders and gently laid her down. Her head rested on something, which was his thigh. She felt a little heavier. W took off his coat and put it on her. She could feel his arm on her, patting her with his hands, as if he was coaxing a child. Pei-Ran had never been treated like this before in her life. It was new. Pei-Ran closed her eyes and asked in her mind, "Would you like to sing me a proper lullaby? Just like when he sang to her to sleep after she had a nightmare in the suburbs of Baigang City." W answered calmly, "I can only sing indecent songs." Pei-Ran ordered, "Then let's sing an indecent song." "No," W said. "You will teach your sister bad things." Pei-Ran. The toilet in the cell exuded a pungent smell. The bright white light on the ceiling shone on her eyelids. The iron plate was cold and hard. But this was far from the worst place Pei-Ran had ever slept. Besides, the pillow is very comfortable. His human form has its advantages, at least it can be used as a pillow. Pei-Ran gradually became confused. In a trance, she felt someone gently kissed her forehead. The surveillance camera is still recording, she thought. But a good brother can also kiss his sister like this. Pei-Ran turned over, facing him, hugged his waist like a pillow, and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 162. The 20th day after entering the silence. Aurora City. Inner City. The detention center is kept at a constant temperature. Lying on W's legs, covered with his clothes, it is not cold at all. It is also shielded at night. No need to worry about talking and sleep. Pei-Ran slept very soundly, and did not even dream. Until W said in her ear, "Pei-Ran, Rima, and the others are coming." Pei Ran opened her eyes. There were no windows in the cell. The bracelet was also taken away by Rima. Pei Ran asked W, "What time is it?" W accurately reported the time, 10 o'clock, 3 minutes and 46 seconds. It's good to have a clock in your head. W was still sitting against the wall, his hands protecting her, as if afraid she would fall. He hadn't slept all night, his expression remained unchanged, there was no trace of fatigue on his face. He looked down at her calmly. "Good morning." Pei Ran, "Good morning." The sound of the elevator arriving came from the corridor. Pei Ran sat up quickly. She said, "They locked us up, and killed someone to scare us, just to scare us. Let's show them how scared we are, so that they can make an offer earlier and leave this place quickly." W nodded in agreement. "Okay." Footsteps were coming this way, not just one person's. Pei Ran quickly curled up her legs on the iron plate, hugged her knees tightly with her arms, and huddled into a small ball. Her posture was pitiful. W objectively commented in her ear, "Pei Ran, isn't your acting a bit too much? After all, they saw someone die in front of you last night, and you didn't even blink." Pei Ran buried her head in her knees, and retorted in her heart, "No matter how cruel a person is, it is inevitable that he will be vulnerable at times." W was silent for 2 seconds. An arm suddenly reached out, and embraced her with her knees, and held her in his arms. Pei Ran pointed out, "Isn't your acting a bit too much?" "No." W hugged her, and patted her back gently. "I'm your brother, I think this is reasonable." Pei Ran nestled in his arms, peeking through the gap above his knees, and saw Rima, and the two men walking over together. Rima glanced into the cell, and then glanced at the stiffly hanging corpse opposite, as if he was very satisfied with the deterrent effect. Pei Ran felt that W's arms tightened around her, and even covered her head, as if instinctively protecting her. This drama queen. His face was facing Rima and the others. He didn't know what kind of expression he had. Pei Ran wanted to see it, but it was a pity that it was not suitable to look up at this moment. Rima looked at the poor brother and sister, and said coldly, "Bring them here." Pei Ran breathed a sigh of relief, finally passed. Rima's men opened the iron gate. W patted Pei Ran gently, and said gently, "They let us through." Too much fear made the transition too abrupt. Pei Ran switched to a confused and desperate expression in a second, without saying a word, and raised his head silently. W observed her carefully, and whispered in her ear, "Pei Ran, I found that you have great acting skills." Pei Ran accepted the compliment, of course. W commented, "Your eyes look empty, and you are really desperate. How did you act that out?" Pei Ran, "Talent." But she thought in her heart, despair is something you will naturally be able to act out after experiencing it many times. She stood up. W put on her coat, and then stood up. She didn't stand firmly and stumbled. He had been her pillow for the whole night, and he didn't move. His legs must have been numb. Pei Ran reached out to help him, and he was already holding onto the wall. He commented in his mind, "My legs felt like they were being pricked by countless needles." And there was also a strange feeling of coldness, which was very interesting. Pei Ran. Everything was new to him, and he thought it was quite fun. The two were taken back to the interrogation room at the end of the corridor. As soon as Rima sat down, she said, "The information has been submitted, and I guess we'll get the results today." Pei Ran and W didn't say anything. Rima changed the subject, "But I have an opportunity here, maybe I can let you two survive." It finally came. Rima said, "There happens to be a competition in the base. Whoever survives the competition can be pardoned from the death penalty. Would you two like to participate?" Pei Ran was stunned, his eyes regained a little light. Competition? What competition? Her reaction was all within Rima's expectations. "Rima, it's a timed battle competition. The whole game only lasts 20 minutes. You are good at fighting. It should be no problem. There will be one this morning. It's a rare opportunity. If you want to participate, please sign a statement of voluntary participation." She clicked a few times on the virtual screen, and turned the screen to Pei Ran. On the screen, there were densely packed words, one after another, like a contract. But Rima didn't give them time to read it at all. She dragged the file to the end, and poked the screen impatiently. "Just click here, and then read the words on the screen, and scan the iris." Even if she dragged it faster, W had already read it all. He whispered in Pei Ran's ear, "It's a contract of sale. It says that you voluntarily participate in a competition in the inner city. The competition is a life and death battle. Whether you are injured or die, you will bear the consequences yourself." Pei Ran, What benefit can she get by signing this? I saw it. It's on the 4th page. Article 18. W said. You voluntarily hand over all the prize money of the competition to the agent. The agent is on the 2nd to last page. It's Rima. So that's it. Rima is still for money. Pei Ran guessed. Rima is looking for people with good skills everywhere in the outer city. Is it because the longer you survive in the competition, the more money you will get? W, you guessed right. The prize money for participating in the competition is 50,000 yuan. If you survive longer in the competition, you will get more prize money. If you still survive at the end, you will get an additional 100,000 base coins and the opportunity to stay in the inner city. The prize money can also be exchanged for outer city coins in proportion. However, after the exchange, it cannot be exchanged back. He said, from this point of view, there may be a one-way currency exchange mechanism between the inner and outer cities. So Rima was not interested in the stack of outer city coins in her pocket yesterday. The two of them were talking in their minds. On the surface, Pei Ran seemed to be staring at the screen in a daze. Rima glanced at the bracelet. A little impatient. If you want to sign, hurry up. The game is about to start. If you don't sign, you will definitely die. If you sign, you may still live. It's just a 20-minute game. People who are desperate will most likely sign, just to try their luck. Pei Ran pursed his lips and clicked the confirmation button. A small window popped up on the screen. Please look at the screen and read the following statement. I voluntarily signed this agreement and confirm that I have understood the terms and am willing to accept all the conditions stipulated in the agreement. Once this agreement is signed, it will be deemed to be officially effective, and the consequences will be at your own risk. It is too humane. No coercion. And people must admit that everything is voluntary. Pei Ran read it verbatim. The screen turned into an iris scanning interface. A white light flashed, and the scan was completed. Rima was very satisfied, and she opened a new contract. Asked W to read the statement and scan the iris. She stood up. The game is about to start. We will go there immediately. Pei Ran and W were taken to the parking lot again. This time, the car was changed. It was no longer the antique van that was deliberately made old, but a brand new white floating car. The floating car seemed to be used for transporting goods, and there was a fully enclosed compartment at the back, which was oval-shaped, like a turtle shell. The two people were stuffed into the compartment, and at the moment before the door closed, Pei Ran saw that the mechanical spider took advantage of the fact that Rima and the others were not paying attention, crawled under another car next to it, and quickly got into the gap between the compartment and the driver's cab. The door of the compartment closed with a bang. There were no windows, nor any cracks for light to penetrate. The car was suddenly pitch black. Pei Ran fumbled around, first touching the smooth wall of the car, then touching W. Not knowing what part it was, she asked, "Can you see at night?" "Of course not." W grabbed her hand that was fumbling around. "I'm not a mechanical spider." The car shook, and suddenly rose up. The two stumbled at the same time, and sat down against the wall of the car. The mechanical spider was still outside, and W reported the progress in real time. "We are out of the parking lot, flying towards the center of the inner city. There are many hovercrafts on the road. The sky is very fake blue." Pei Ran, "Not as good as you." W, "The clouds seem to be randomly pieced together and pasted together. I dare say that the person who designed the sky projection here has not really studied the various cloud forms." Pei Ran was curious. "Is there a portrait of Dr. Saman in the sky?" "Yes, the portrait is also made of white clouds. Just above, it is a big head overlooking the ground." Pei Ran, "The people in the Aurora base have a very special aesthetic sense, and they like to put a head in the sky." W continued, "I'm drawing a map of the nearby streets. The map of the inner city of Aurora City is blank, and he is filling it up bit by bit." Pei Ran has nothing to do. She suddenly remembered the resoluteness and grievance in W's tone when he said he was her brother at the bar last night. Later, he was uncharacteristically unwilling to even sing her a lullaby. Pei Ran leaned towards W, leaning on his shoulder. "Brother." "W?" "Pei Ran, tired, lean on me for a while." Someone is addicted to playing the role of a sister. W was silent, really like a brother, reaching out to hold her, letting her lean comfortably on him. Pei Ran leaned on his shoulder and touched his leg. "Brother, do you still feel numb in your leg?" Pei Ran's sense of touch was more acute in the dark. She could clearly feel the direction, an outline of his thigh muscles under the fabric of his pants. Where her hand touched, the muscles were obviously tense. Pei Ran pinched him to relax him. Her hand did not stop, and she pinched along his thigh. The direction she was moving was dangerous, and something was wrong. W could not relax and held her hand. He held her hand in place and said, "It's okay. It's not numb anymore. I feel much better." Pei Ran didn't argue with him and let him press on her, but put her other hand on his chest. "If you keep the same position, your muscles will become stiff. Brother, what about you here? Do you feel numb here too? Do you want me to help you massage it?" His leather jacket was open, and Pei Ran's hand reached in through the gap between the buttons on the chest of his combat uniform. W couldn't bear it anymore, and didn't use Natapo this time, but turned his head and really spoke in her ear. He whispered, "Do you have a sister like this?" "What's wrong with me?" Pei Ran asked. "Brother, why are you so nervous?" Her hand continued to explore without hesitation, and finally found the place she wanted to find. W took a breath. He pressed down her hand on his chest again and whispered, "Don't do this. I won't be able to get off the bus later." Pei Ran asked curiously, "Why can't I get off the bus?" W gritted her teeth. "If they find out, they will think we are having an incestuous relationship." Pei Ran didn't let him go, and asked sincerely, "See? What did they find out?" "What, incest?" W finally couldn't bear it anymore, and originally leaned close to her ear to talk, and simply bit her ear. He murmured, "It's hard to explain. I'll show you directly." He lowered his head, and pressed his lips against hers, and put his arm around her waist. Pei Ran, however, could see in the dark, and judged his movements. His mechanical hand was accurate and fast, and he grabbed his wrist with one hand, and supported his chest with the other hand. She pulled away, and said in a serious tone, "Brother, what do you want to do? Are you not sober-minded? Do you need to calm down?" The car suddenly turned a corner, and slowed down significantly. Pei Ran released his wrist, pushed his chest. "It seems we are almost there." W. She made a correct judgment. W saw through the eyes of the mechanical spider that the car turned into a white circular building in the shape of a theater. W took a deep breath silently, adjusted his state, and prepared to get off the car. He suddenly realized that being her brother didn't seem so unacceptable. Chapter 163. The car slowed down, but did not stop, and continued to move forward slowly. W said, "We entered the interior of a circular building, just past the parking lot, and flew into a passage, and we didn't know where we were going." A sense of weightlessness came, the car fell down, and finally stopped. W live broadcast. Rima got out of the car, and was handing over to two people. She said, "The freight has arrived," and the other party said, "We were waiting for you, why are you so late? It's about to start, and we just need 2 substitutes today. I saw the information you sent over." "You got a man and a woman?" Rima said, "Yes. The woman is very skilled. Maybe she can survive 5 minutes. The man looks tall and strong. It sounds like they are selling potatoes. The potatoes I picked today are all good. They are big and round." W continued to broadcast. Rima said, "I will transfer the money from last time to you tomorrow." The other party replied, "No hurry. I still don't believe you. Don't worry. No one can come out alive. Once a person dies, there will be no trace." W said, "Someone is coming." The door of the truck compartment was open from the outside, and the light shone in. It wasn't Rima who opened the door, revealing 2 brown bear heads. Pei Ran. Actually, it was 2 tall and strong men, wearing bear masks on their heads, so their faces were not visible. Only their eyes were exposed. They wore the same white one-piece uniform, with brown bear heads, looking like a cross between a brown bear and a polar bear. One of the bears waved his hand. "We're here. Get out of the car." After getting off the car, Rima and the others didn't follow. The 2 crossbred bears continued to walk forward with Pei Ran and W, turning around and around, and walked through a narrow passage. After walking for a long time, they finally reached the end. The corridor became wider, and there was a door at the end. There was a faint sound outside the door. It was a clamor, as lively as returning to Sister Jin's bar. The 2 hybrid bears escorted them to the door. The door was in the same style as the various buildings in the inner city, and was also painted pure white. But on the pure white background, there were brown marks running horizontally and vertically. Pei Ran glanced at it, and said to W in his heart, "It's blood." W agreed yes. Blood marks. Some new. Some old. I don't know how they got here, and how many people have died here. There is a row of metal chairs hanging alone in front of the door. 3 seats in total, about half a meter above the ground, and a metal bracket is connected to the back of the chair. The bracket is bent upward, and the other end is sunken into the ceiling. The hybrid bears let the 2 sit down on the chairs. One of them clicked on the screen on the wall next to the door, and talked to someone. The 2 substitutes for today have been delivered. The other party replied, I know, I almost missed it. The match will be over soon. Let them prepare to go on stage. Being close, the sound outside the door was much clearer. I don't know what happened. There was a sudden burst of crazy cheers, whistles, stomping so hard that the earth was shaking. Pei-Ren gathered his mind, and was a little nervous. I don't know what was waiting outside. She had experienced many life and death struggles, but this time was different. Carrying a human-shaped W by her side was like fighting with someone, while holding a tulip-shaped crystal cup with a thin neck and high feet. You can't make any mistakes. After a while, the noise calmed down a bit, and a burst of rapid drum beats sounded. Amid the drum beats, the door slowly opened. In front of me was a place like a circular theater. The circular venue in the middle was very open, with a thick layer of white fine sand on the ground. And some high platforms and shelves that could be climbed were built with wooden boards painted pure white. There were also piles of large and small boxes scattered around, which were also painted pure white. The theater was surrounded by a circle, with seats in a step manner, rising step by step from bottom to top. At this time, the seats were full of people. These people were dressed neatly, like the buildings here. Most of them wore white, about 70% to 80%. It looked like a vast expanse of white. The dome of the theater was densely lit, illuminating the central venue. In front of the auditorium, there was a circle of transparent isolation walls that went straight to the dome, completely separating the venue and the auditorium. W said in his ear, It looks like a coliseum. I just don't know what kind of fighting method it is. Opposite the venue of the circular theater, below the auditorium, 2 doors were also opened. Someone appeared at the door, also sitting on a metal chair. Looking from a distance, there were 2 young men on one side, one wearing a thick blue coat, and the other wearing a gray pullover, which was bulging and looked like a cotton coat underneath. On the other side were 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman, a strong young man, a thin middle-aged man, and a woman with short brown curly hair. Their clothing styles were all warm and practical, very much like people from the outer city. Pei-Ren thought, are they going to let these people fight each other? Then he rejected this idea. Rui Ma and the others said, no one can come out alive. If they just fight each other, there will always be people who survive in the end. I don't know how this gladiatorial arena works. All the contestants today showed up, and the audience was like a swarm of hornets that had exploded, so noisy. Pei-Ren looked around. We seem to have become fighting cocks, crickets and the like, fighting to the death, just for these people to watch and play. Or intelligent robots. W said. Pei-Ren didn't understand. Intelligent robots? W said, I've heard that. There are some casinos in the Federation, some public, and some underground, that specialize in modifying various intelligent robots, adding weapons to them, letting them fight each other, for people to have fun and bet on. Pei-Ren thought, intelligent robots live like slaves, and as a human, my situation doesn't seem to be much better than theirs. The lower-class humans are just like them, all just tools used and manipulated at will by another group of people. In front of Pei-Ren and W, a virtual screen suddenly appeared out of thin air. The top line was written in big red letters. Please note, after entering the venue, you will enter a silent state without shielding protection. Please do not make any sound, and strictly abide by all the rules under silence. Pei-Ren and W looked at each other. I have only heard of shielding a small safe place in silence, but this is the first time I have seen the reverse operation. Under the shielding of the whole city, a small unshielded dangerous space is set aside. Aurora City's research on shielding is obviously much more in-depth than the Federation's. There are a few lines of small words at the end. The competition lasts 20 minutes. Please stay alive as much as possible before the end. When the timer stops, the contestants who are still alive will receive a prize of 100,000 yuan and will also be eligible to live in the inner city. Good luck to you. In the theater, music suddenly sounded. The music was melodious and lingering, and the audience instantly quieted down. The background music was slightly lowered, and a beautiful and deep male voice came out, with a tone, like reciting a poem. The silence began like this. Pei-Ren? Male voice. In the north of the Federation, there lies the ancient Linland Mountains, high mountains and dense forests, trees and branches of ancient trees intertwined. Between the forest and the cliffs, there is such a small town hidden. On the field, virtual images of houses suddenly appeared, covering the high platforms and boxes made of wooden boards, as if they were decorated with a virtual outer skin. There was a layer of white snow on the roofs, and there was a virtual shadow of the street in the middle, as if this was really a small town. It's just that the town had been destroyed, and only large ruins were left. Pei Ranmo, fighting is fighting, there is even a plot? The male voice continued in a rhythmic manner. After the silence began, there are not many people left alive in the town. The seat suddenly moved. It flew away, as if it was ejected. Pei Ran and W were caught off guard and grabbed the armrest in front of them together. The seat was actually still connected to the bracket at the back, but the bracket suddenly pushed forward, sending the seat, along with the person on it, to the field. It was not only Pei Ran and the other two who were ejected like this, the people in the two doors opposite also came out. The audience was very quiet. At the moment of flying out, Pei Ran clearly heard that someone in the direction opposite where three people were sitting side by side was startled and let out a trembling scream. Ah! The prompt on the screen said, "Enter the venue," and then it was silent. The one who made the noise was a middle-aged man sitting on the right. After the scream, he was stunned, with his eyes wide open and his mouth wide open, so frightened that he forgot to close it. The one sitting on the far left was a woman, who reacted very quickly, without waiting for the seat to stop, jumped directly to the sand below, and rolled twice on the sand. The strong young man sitting in the middle seat was not so lucky. The middle-aged man came to his senses, and as if he wanted to find someone to help him save his doomed fate, he grabbed the young man's clothes like a life-saving straw. The young man struggled for a while, but failed to break free. In desperation, he punched the middle-aged man in the face. The punch was so fierce that the middle-aged man was stunned and let go instantly. The young man rolled and crawled under the seat. He jumped into the air, and there was a bang behind him, and it exploded. He was sprayed with blood and flesh, and rolled to the sand. But he managed to escape death and escape. It took only 3 seconds. With the sound of the explosion, the originally quiet audience burst into warm cheers and whistles. Pei Ran felt that they were unusually quiet just now, waiting to see the moment when the chair flew off, and whether anyone would accidentally scream. It was like an appetizer. The most interesting show at the beginning. The spectators in the audience could shout without restraint. But the few people on the field died as soon as they made a sound, which felt weird. Pei Ran heard, in the cheers, there were also angry curses, and he didn't know what they were arguing about. The mechanical spider had gone somewhere. It must be closer to the audience, because W said in Pei Ran's ear, "They bet on us players, betting on how long we can live," and someone lost the bet. The middle-aged man died at the beginning of the game, and the bettor lost all his money. At this moment, a huge virtual screen suddenly rose above the audience. On the virtual screen, the full-length images of 7 people were displayed, all rotating constantly. Pei Ran saw W, and also saw himself. This outfit, which was probably taken when he entered the venue. Pei Ran thought. A few days ago, he was still wandering around on the big screen in the central square of Heijing. And now he is wandering around on the big screen in the Aurora City Arena. He is destined to wander around everywhere. Next to the full-length portraits of the 7 people, there are no names, only their numbers and the odds of their bets. W is number 6. Pei Ran's number is 7. And her current odds are 9-1, which is worse than W's 4.6-1. She was a temporary substitute, and she was a girl, so not many people bet on her. Today's popular seed player was number 1. The young man who had just escaped death. You could tell from his physique that he was agile and strong, and the odds were only 1.5-1. The middle-aged man number 3, who was blown up, had his whole body turned gray, and it said, "Out," at the bottom of the screen. There were also the betting ratios and betting amounts for each contestant. Pei Ran was looking up at the big screen, and suddenly he noticed that there was a slight tick-tick sound coming from somewhere. The auditorium also quieted down a bit. A strange cold wind blew by, and the dome above the theater suddenly darkened, and turned into an illusion of the night sky. The light in the center of the theater dimmed, and the house was also illuminated by a cold blue light. Pei Ran pulled W, and they jumped down from the suspended chairs together. Pei Ran carefully distinguished the direction of the tick-tick-tick sound in the noise. W heard it more clearly, and pointed to another direction in the venue. It's over there, underground. Chapter 164. The sound continued. Pei-Ren glanced around, and took W to run behind a large wooden frame far away from the sound. The surface of the wooden frame was covered with an illusion of a broken house, and wooden boxes were piled up randomly, which was the best cover in the empty field. Others also jumped down from their seats, knowing that something was wrong, and each of them looked for a hidden place. The tapping sound stopped. At one end of the theater, on the soft white sand, the sand suddenly collapsed, and a hole appeared. The entrance to the cave was dark, and it was hard to see clearly. After a while, something slowly rose from the ground. It was a huge monster. It was as tall as 2 or 3 people, and it was bloated. It had arms and legs. It was basically human-like, but it was swollen like a steamed bun. The flesh on its body was piled up like a giant baby who was overeating. This fat body was not soft. The surface was completely covered with a layer of metallic silver hard shell. The metal shell seemed to be tailor-made, perfectly wrapped around the fat. The fat on the face was also covered, revealing only 2 eyes that were squeezed to a slit. At the end of its 2 arms, there were no hands, but 2 silver metal chains as thick as arms were seamlessly connected, hanging on the ground. It was a crazy fusion, W said, looking at its shell. It should be a Pioneer S7 intelligent engineering robot. This type of robot is mainly responsible for the basic construction of the battlefield. I don't know where they got it from. However, the robot's body will not expand like this, and its arms are not chains. It looks like the result of fusion with a human. The huge creature's ankles were locked to the platform under its feet by 2 thick buckles, and it was struggling frantically. The buckles were made very strong, and it couldn't move at all. The platform finally rose to its place, and the buckles on the buckles snapped open. The monster broke free and strode down from the platform. The strange thing was that it completely ignored the people in the audience seats around it, and ran straight to the houses on the field. The crazy fusion still had a certain degree of sanity and intelligence. Maybe it had tried before, and knew that it couldn't break through the transparent isolation wall around the field. This fusion is probably an old actor. Pei-Ren and W chose the farthest position, while the 2 young men in blue jackets and gray pullovers on the other side were unlucky. Their seats were closest, and their hiding place was not far from the fusion. Pei-Ren looked over there, thinking, run quickly. It will be too late if you don't run now. The shelter they chose was too small, and there was a lot of empty space around, so there was no place to retreat. Once the monster approached, they would be completely exposed to its sight. But they didn't dare. The 2 of them squatted behind the pile of boxes, curled up and motionless, shivering. There was no use shivering. The fusion body was huge, its footsteps were heavy, but it moved fast, clang, clang, and soon approached the small pile of boxes. The audience immediately rang out with noise and whistles. The monster heard the cheers, turned around and looked around, and its footsteps suddenly quickened. Pei-Ren, he's really an old actor. W, that's right. It heard the audience's reaction, and knew that it had found the right direction, and there was someone hiding behind the bunker in front of it, so it went straight to the pile of boxes. It was like the spectators outside the venue were helping to cheat. Pei-Ren thought they were going to start playing hide-and-seek around the pile of boxes. But the fusion body didn't. It was still a few steps away when it paused and suddenly raised its arm. It swung the extremely heavy thick chain and smashed it at the pile of boxes. There was a sound of wind breaking through the air, followed by a loud clang. Under the shadow of the hut, the piled boxes broke into pieces and flew out. The audience immediately burst into applause and cheers. At the same time, the semi-transparent virtual image of the hut completely faded, and the 2 people hiding behind it had nowhere to hide. The 2 people then thought of running away. However, it was too late. The monster did not retract the chain, and swung it out again. The end of the chain emitted a green light. The end with the green light hit the gray-clothed man's back heavily, as if there was some special stickiness. The gray-clothed man's back quickly deformed. The flesh on his back spread, twisted, climbed up along the chain, and quickly merged with the chain. He curled up his limbs, buried his head in his knees, and his knees pressed against his chest, curling up like a baby. However, it still seemed not enough. His palms and soles twisted and turned. Every part of his body tried its best to gather towards the center of the ball, compressed, and finally rolled into a human ball. Pei-Ren looked up at the big screen above the audience seats, and the 3-dimensional image of the gray-clothed man number 4 also turned gray. Her eyes swept down, and suddenly noticed the audience seats below the big screen. There was a special audience seat there, which was different from other seats in the theater. It was probably the seats for VIPs. The seats were spacious, covered with soft cushions, and people sat sparsely, only a few people, and it was far less crowded than other places in the stands. A man seemed to be late, walking towards the seat, wearing a white shirt. It was Lanza, the big money man he had seen in the black market. As he passed by, people around him bowed to him, but he didn't pay much attention. He walked straight to an empty seat in the middle of the VIP seats and sat down. As soon as he sat down, he tapped the armrest of the seat. A virtual screen with an exaggerated lace frame popped up and lay flat in front of Lanza. He lowered his head to enlarge the screen and dialed it back and forth. W also saw it. After a moment, he said, "The screen in front of him shows the scene on the field. He is looking for you. Now he is fixed on you." Pei Ran said nothing. Lan Sa came at a very good time. He is everywhere. Pei Ran stopped looking over there and asked W, "Who is the man sitting next to Lan Sa? Also in white clothes?" Before Lan Sa came over, someone was already sitting in the middle of the VIP seats. The other people were respectful and kept a distance from him. They seemed not to dare to sit too close. Looking from a distance, the man seemed to be in his 20s, with light blonde hair, deep facial features, and probably not short. Sitting there, he was about the same height as Lanza. W replied, "His name is Lu Zhanya, and he is also a child adopted by Dr. Saman. Dr. Saman really likes to adopt children." W said, "From the information I can find, Lu Zhanya was highly regarded by Dr. Saman in the past few years. He was her executive assistant before she got into trouble. He is currently in charge of the operations of Tianwei and Aurora Base." Lu Zhanya did not watch the game. From beginning to end, he barely even raised his eyelids, and didn't care about anything that happened on the court. There was also a screen in front of him, but it was not the display screen on the seat, but the screen that popped up on his wristband. It was very small, and he lowered his head. I don't know what it was looking at. Lanza came over, and he raised his head. The two of them nodded to each other distantly, and Lu Zhanya went back to swiping his bracelet. Over there, the man in gray merged into a part of the chain, like a big human ball hanging on the chain. The fusion body was so strong that it pulled up the chain again and swung the human ball out. The iron chain strangely stretched and became thinner in the air, and it was extended a lot. The heavy human ball hit the fleeing man in blue accurately. The man in blue was running for his life in the open field, intending to run to the place where the bunkers were concentrated in front. When he turned around, he saw his companion turned into a strange human ball, and he was scared to death. His mouth opened, but he held it tightly, without making a sound, and ran forward quickly. At the end of the chain, the gray-clothed man who had turned into a ball actually moved again. He raised his head. His eyes were dark, and his gaze was straight, as if he had lost his mind, and he stretched out his arms woodenly in the air. This time, the green light appeared on his palm. He stretched out his hand dully, and at the moment of flying over, he reached out and hugged his companion who was fleeing. This was a death hug. The limbs were twisted, the flesh stretched, and the bones were bent at strange angles. The gray-clothed man's arms merged into the blue-clothed man's shoulders, and the blue-clothed man's legs twisted to his companion's waist. His neck seemed to be able to stretch infinitely, and it limply fell forward on the gray-clothed man's body, and his head was deeply embedded in the gray-clothed man's back, as if it was stuck in soft plasticine. The two people hugged each other tightly, collecting into a larger, more perfect human ball. The venue was silent, and the audience seats turned into a boiling ocean. The fusion body swung it, and the human ball flew out, and hit the boxes in front, but this time, there was no one behind the boxes. The fusion body was a little disappointed, looked around, and continued to walk along the virtual street of the set. Pei Ran looked up at the screen. There was a timer in the upper right corner of the screen, and the timer was positive, and it had only been 3 minutes since the fusion body entered the venue. There was still a long way to go before the end of the game in 20 minutes. And 3 people had already died in succession. Pei Ran suddenly heard that familiar voice again. "There are weapons hidden under the largest platform in the middle." Pei Ran. W asked her, "What happened?" "He spoke in my ear again." Pei Ran answered in her heart, and pointed out the location of the hidden weapons to me. Lanza dug a pit, waiting for her to jump in. If she really went over to get the weapons, it would mean that she could indeed hear his voice. Pei Ran had not yet reached the point where he had to take up a weapon. He just pretended not to hear, and remained silent for the time being. Excluding the human ball, there were only 4 normal living people left on the field: the sturdy man number 1, the agile woman number 2, number 6W, and number 7 Pei Ran himself. The 4 people had the same tactics, and they were all hiding quietly, hoping to survive for 20 minutes and wait for the game to end. The fusion body continued to walk to the middle of the field, and was very close to the place where the woman number 2 was hiding. There were noises and whistles in the audience, and it was getting more and more lively. This group of spectators was simply the accomplice of the crazy fusion in killing people. Woman number 2 was very calm. She had already found a way to retreat. She carefully bypassed one set of boxes, and then another set of boxes, and slowly retreated away from the fusion. The noise in the audience gradually died down, leaving only angry boos. The fusion was also a little puzzled. It walked around the pile of boxes for a long time, but couldn't figure out what was going on. It continued to move forward, searching everywhere, and from time to time, it swung the human ball on the iron chain in its hand, smashing the wooden boxes and wooden tables into pieces. Although the venue is large, most of it is open, and the area with shelters is not too large. 20 minutes is enough for the fusion to smash this area, turn it upside down, and find the hidden people. Pei Ran saw that man number 1 moved. He circled around quietly, avoiding the sight of the fusion. But his goal was very clear: the largest platform in the middle of the venue. Pei Ran glanced over there. It seems that he is also going for the weapons. Rui Ma and the others said that no one had come out alive, which meant that everyone was participating in the competition for the first time. And he actually knew where the weapons were hidden. Pei Ran pondered. Did Lanza also tell him the questions? Not likely, W replied. Lanza has been watching you. This is the first time for all the contestants, but the audience has seen the competition many times, and the theater staff also know the location of the weapon. Maybe he got the information in advance from others. This time the audience did not shout, all watching man number 1 sneaking towards the middle building. He finally arrived. He crawled under the wooden platform, and came out after a while, carrying a silver cylindrical weapon on his shoulder. W immediately said, "It is AR-53A pulse shock cannon, 950 mm in length, weight 7 kg, using OW-5A energy block, effective range 300 meters, maximum range 700 meters. He then said, "But if my estimate is correct, the shock pulse it emits cannot penetrate the outer armor of this fusion body, the Pioneer S7 engineer robot." Chapter 165. This pulse shock cannon cannot kill the crazy fusion on the field, but it can be used for other purposes. Man number 1 carried the heavy shock cannon, and climbed up carefully along the wooden frame of the platform with his hands and feet, and finally climbed to the top layer of the 3-layer platform, which was also the highest place in the entire venue. There were only 2 wooden boxes stacked on the empty top platform, and he sat down behind the boxes, and lowered his head to fiddle with the weapon in his arms, as if he was adjusting something. Pei Ran understood immediately. He is adjusting the intensity of the pulse? W saw it clearly, and he said coldly, "Yes." He has adjusted the lethality and coverage to the minimum. Sure enough, man number 1 stood up, carried the gun, posed, and fired. The muzzle was not aimed at the crazy fusion body, and he seemed to know that this gun was useless against monsters. This time, he fired at the place where woman number 2 was hiding. This gun fired the pulse silently, and it was very concealed, so it did not expose his position, but the place where he was hit was very different. With a loud bang, the pile of boxes in front of the second woman exploded. The pulse intensity was not high, and several boxes broke, and broken wood chips flew everywhere. The second woman, who was hiding behind the pile of boxes, reacted very quickly. She found that the muzzle of the first man was aimed at her, and she immediately rolled to the side. Nothing happened. However, the sound of the pile of boxes exploding attracted the attention of the fusion body. It turned its head, and saw the second woman rolling on the sand at a glance. Finally found the prey. It shook its huge body, strode, and rushed over with a human ball. This was the tactic of the number 1 man. He used the others as bait, and used the pulse cannon's landing point to attract the fusion's attention. It would take a while for the fusion to capture each person, and in this way, the 20-minute deadline was up. He was using other people's lives to buy himself time. When the number 2 woman saw the fusion rushing over, she quickly turned over and ran very fast, and in a blink of an eye she rushed to a large shelter nearby, bent down, and got under the platform made of wooden frames, in the translucent shadow of the house. Under the sparsely nailed wooden strips, she could be vaguely seen, with agile movements, using her hands and feet to crawl deeper into the bunker. The complex terrain could effectively delay time. What she had to do was to drag out these 20 minutes and ensure that she would not be caught. The fusion body ran to the wooden frame. Its body was huge and heavy, and it was impossible for it to crawl under the low platform to chase people. It had to swing the human ball and smash it. However, the structure of the bunker was very complicated. The second woman crawled very fast and had already drilled deep into the bunker. The human ball smashed it, but only broke a piece of the wooden frame, which had no effect on her. The fusion body missed the first strike and swung the human ball into the air again. This time, it did not hit the wooden frame, but threw the human ball out. At the end of the chain, the human ball fell to the ground and rolled forward under the wooden frame. On the human ball, several deformed hands and feet suddenly spread out. Like the second woman, it used its hands and feet to crawl deep into the bunker, and its movements were so fast that they were weird. The audience was cheering, and whistles came one after another, and the noise was deafening. The second woman turned around and estimated, and judged that her crawling speed was not as fast as the human ball. She immediately found a gap, crawled out, grabbed the wooden frame with both hands, and planned to climb up. However, the human ball had already arrived. It rushed forward, stretched out a hand shining with green light, and grabbed her ankle. Woman number 2 was pulled violently, fell down, and fell on the platform. A new round of fusion was about to begin, and the audience fell silent, ready to watch her transformation into a human ball. This was the last moment. She struggled, raised her head, and looked at the highest point in the middle of the venue, where man number 1 was. In the silence, she shouted at the top of her voice, "You bastard! I will do this even if I become a ghost!" Bang! Whoever speaks I will die, she exploded. The explosion affected the human ball, and the arm that held her broke. The body of the ball seemed to be dug out, and a large piece of it was blown away. The remaining limbs hung in tatters. The iron chain of the fusion body shook, and pulled back the chain. It looked at the remaining half of the bloody ball in confusion, raised its eyes, and glanced around. Just when the fusion body went to catch the second woman, Pei Ran and W had already started to move. After hiding and bypassing several shelters, the two rushed to the highest platform in the middle of the field. Man number 1 sacrificed a person, successfully delaying the time for a few minutes. The next target to be calculated must be the last 2 left on the field, she and W. Man number 1 poked his head out from behind the box, looking at woman number 2, spying on the situation there, turning his head, stunned. He had never expected that Pei Ran and the other 2 would take the opportunity to cross the open field and rush directly towards him. He immediately adjusted his posture, raised the muzzle, and aimed it in the direction of the 2 of them. But he hesitated in his heart. The 2 of them were originally some distance away from the platform where he was hiding. I don't know when they got so close. It was just a short while for him to see the situation of the second woman. They were too close. If he fired at this time, the fusion body would be attracted, and he would also be exposed. Just when he was hesitating, Pei Ran and W had already rushed to the wooden platform where he was. Pei Ran pointed to the side and said to W in his heart, "You hide here for a while." W said nothing and got into a bunker. Pei Ran grabbed the wooden frame on the platform and jumped onto the second platform in 2 steps. Without stopping for a moment, she immediately jumped up, grabbed the beam and flipped lightly, and then flipped onto the third platform where man number 1 was. Her movements were so fast that man number 1 hadn't figured out how she got up on the shelf he had been climbing for half a day, and Pei Ran had already arrived in front of him. This was the scene of contestants killing each other that the audience liked to see the most. And this time was different from man number 1's previous fight. It was no longer a sneaky move behind the back, but a real face-to-face fight. In the audience, countless people stood up. Man number 1 had put down the heavy pull-shot cannon on his shoulder, clenched his fists, and took a fighting posture. But it was not his turn to fight. He didn't see how Pei Ran attacked, but he was hit on the head, and his teeth seemed to fall out, and flew out with blood. It would be easy to kill him, but Pei Ran didn't do that, and then he raised his foot and kicked him hard in the stomach. Man number 1 flew out from the 3rd floor platform like a kite, and fell on the sand below. The audience burst into cheers. Pei Ran picked up the pull-shot gun, carried it on her shoulder, glanced through the scope, and asked W in her heart, "How should this thing be fired?" W's voice was full of laughter. "Below the middle section of the launcher, find something that looks like a trigger, and press it." Pei Ren aimed at the bottom and fired a shot, then quickly dodged and hid behind the box. She was much more powerful than man number 1. This shot hit the front of the platform directly, on the sand next to man number 1, and blew a hole in the sand, revealing the steel plate below. The fusion body heard the sound of the cannon and immediately turned around. It immediately saw the man number 1 who had just fallen on the white sand. It was excited, dragging the iron chain and half a human ball, and striding towards this side with great interest. Man number 1 was kicked down from such a high platform by Pei Ren, and the bones of both legs were broken. His ribs were probably broken too. He couldn't get up, but he was still conscious. He rolled his eyes and watched the fusion body coming towards him. He was so scared that he dragged his immobile body and struggled to crawl forward. This crawling speed was nothing in front of the fusion body. The fusion body moved over like a mountain. It lowered its head to observe the new prey for a while, knowing that he could no longer run away, and slowly gathered the iron chain behind its feet. A green light appeared on the human ball at the end of the iron chain. The broken human ball stretched out half of its bloody arm to man number 1. Man number 1 was so scared that his heart and liver broke. He frantically scratched the sand with his hands, trying to move himself forward and avoid the half arm. But the half arm with green light was already against him. The flesh and skin grew and adhered rapidly, and the fusion began. Man number 1 struggled for a few times, as if hesitating. He still didn't have the courage to self-destruct like woman number 2. His trunk and limbs shrank and twisted rapidly, and his bones made a crisp sound of breaking, and finally completely deformed, perfectly filling the vacancy of the half-human ball that exploded. Pei Ren looked up at the big screen. 15 minutes and 20 seconds, less than 5 minutes left in the game. The fusion body successfully repaired the human ball, collected it, looked around blankly, as if it didn't know where to find people next. It dragged the chain and the human ball, wandering around, looking east and west. When it turned around, Pei Ren quickly fired a shot at the other side of the field. Where the pulse wave hit, there was a loud bang, which chips flew, the bunker exploded, the fusion body's attention was attracted, it immediately turned its head to look over there, and ran away. However, in the audience seats around, there was a large sigh of disappointment. Hearing the sound, the fusion stopped. It understood the hidden meaning of the sound. It was looking in the wrong direction. It was not the right side. No one was hiding there. It turned its bloated neck in confusion, scanned the surroundings again, and suddenly bent down to peek under a wooden shelf next to it. W was hiding there. He hid behind a pile of boxes, and moved the boxes slightly, hiding himself well, and could not be seen from the outside. But the audience was boiling. People stamped their feet wildly and whistled. The fusion immediately understood. It had found the right place this time. It swung the chain, and swung the human ball, and smashed it towards the bunker. W knew he had been discovered, and could no longer hide, so he made a quick decision and got out from behind the box. Pei Ren said to him in his heart, "W, come here. Climb up." W ignored him, and rushed to the other side of the field, away from the platform where Pei Ren was. He had just learned to run a few days ago, but it could be seen that his physical fitness was very good. He didn't know where he got the running posture from the database, but he was learning it and using it now, and his running speed was very fast, and even getting faster and faster. He lured the fusion body like this, circling back and forth between the bunkers. Pei Ren knew that he was stalling for time. The fusion body was huge, and even if it took big steps and moved quickly, it was still far less flexible than a human. It followed W around, getting a little annoyed by W's circling, and shook the iron chain on its arm, releasing the human ball. The human ball landed on the ground, dragging the chain, showing the hands and feet on it, and crawling forward quickly along the sand, much more agile and faster than the fusion body itself, and soon closed the distance with W. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. White sand splashed everywhere. W rushed forward, and the fusion body was shocked. A big pit was blasted out in the sand, right at the end of the chain. The material of the chain was as strong as the shell of the fusion body, and it was not affected by the pulse wave. However, the human ball connected to the end was flesh and blood after all, and it could not withstand the bombardment and completely broke apart and exploded into pieces. Pei Ren's shot was very accurate, only blowing up the human ball, and W, who was not far away, was not injured. She hit the target with one shot, and quickly flashed back behind the two boxes on the platform. The fusion body was attacked, and turned around blankly. but could not find the source of the artillery fire. The big screen showed that there were 18 minutes and 43 seconds left, and there was only 1 minute and 17 seconds left in the game. Chapter 166. At this moment, the lights on the field suddenly changed. The surrounding lights dimmed, leaving only a set of spotlights, shining brightly in the center of the field. The virtual house phantoms all disappeared, and the platform where Pei Ran was hiding was completely exposed. Such a big commotion, of course the fusion body saw it, and it immediately followed the instructions, and ran straight to the place where the spotlight pointed. Pei Ran was silent. It seems like the ghost of Batherway has come back to life. He ran back to take revenge in the same way. W replied, even if it was his ghost. It should have come to me. He came out from behind the cover, picked up the flying wooden stick on the ground, and threw it like a javelin. This time, the force was strong, but it missed the target. The wooden stick flew past the fusion shoulder. W picked up another one and tried again. This time, he adjusted his posture and corrected the direction. The wooden stick shot out with a strong wind and hit the fusion's head accurately. However, the fusion was experienced, and it seemed that it was easier to catch people in the spotlight. He ignored W's harassment and strode towards the platform. Pei Ran hid behind the box. It seemed that there was no one on the platform, but the fusion body still swung the chain on his arm. There was no ball at the end of the chain now, and the chain itself was pulled towards the pillar of the platform. Crack. With a crisp sound, the thin wooden pillar could not withstand it, and it broke, and the 3-story platform collapsed crookedly. The chain twisted and turned in the air like a snake, drew a circle, and meandered, and climbed up along the collapsed support, and swam quickly to the place where Pei Ran was hiding. Pei Ran threw down the pulse shock cannon, rushed out from behind the box, and climbed down the other side of the support. She did not go down directly to the ground, but crawled and swung between the half-fallen, complexly structured supports, and scurried around everywhere. With an extremely flexible body, W returned to the conspicuous open space. He exerted all his strength and threw out a thicker wooden stake, hitting the back of the fusion body's head accurately. However, the fusion body seemed to be determined, and it was obvious that it had fallen in love with Pei Ran, who was scurried around everywhere, and did not even turn its head. The chain seemed alive, with a green light on the end, and it followed Pei Ran closely. It stretched strangely, getting longer and longer, following her around, and soon strangled itself on the wooden frame. The fusion body found something wrong, and had no patience to let the chain go back along the original path. It simply shook its arm, and exerted force suddenly. The tied wooden frame could not withstand such force, and was strangled immediately. The platform collapsed downward again. However, Pei Ran did not fall down. She grabbed the frame and flipped up neatly, climbing to the upper level. As the whole audience held their breath, a countdown sound suddenly came from the big screen. Tick, 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 tick. There were only 30 seconds left. In the harsh tick, Pei Ran suddenly distinguished the slight sound of some mechanical device starting up. Just like when the fusion body rose from the ground at the beginning of the game. W said in his ear, "There is a sound under the ground of the platform, as if it is about to open." Another voice also spoke in his ear at the same time, "Watch your feet." Pei Ran didn't have time to think about it. He kicked the wooden frame hard and jumped to the side. At the same time, the ground of the platform in the center suddenly sank downwards, turning into a dark hole, carrying the platform above, the fusion body, and the sand on the ground, all falling down. Pei Ran was in the air, trying his best to stretch his arms, and grab the metal support structure on the side wall of the deep pit. The hole on the ground for recovering the fusion body was opened, but the timer for the competition had not yet ended. The contestant fell down, which seemed to be part of this farce. The audience was in high spirits. There were no screens on the ordinary seats to magnify the game. Everyone stood up, stretched their necks, and looked down. W ran over, knelt on the edge of the pit, and stretched out his hand. Pei Ran took his hand, borrowed the force, flipped upwards, and returned to the ground. As soon as she flipped up, she picked up the pulse shock cannon that had rolled onto the sand next to it when the platform collapsed. The audience immediately burst into cheerful laughter and whistles. The pit on the ground had not closed yet, and everyone guessed that Pei Ran was going to blast the fusion body down. The fusion body was certainly not afraid of the pulse shock cannon, but she seemed to be planning to take advantage of the last few seconds before the end of the game, to do this useless work, and to vent her anger by firing a few shots. However, Pei Ran did not do that. She adjusted the pulse intensity to the maximum, raised the muzzle, and fired a shot at the transparent isolation wall between the venue and the audience seats. There was a loud bang. The isolation wall was like a transparent wall of light, standing there, of course, motionless. The designer of the game had already considered this point and made it very solid. Only the oscillating pulses aroused the dazzling blue light on the isolation wall. Although they knew nothing would happen, the audience in the front row closest to the isolation wall were still frightened and instinctively hid back. Pei Ran didn't even look over there, and turned the muzzle of the gun again, aiming at another direction and firing. Amid the rumbling sound of the gun and the oscillating dazzling blue light, the audience became extremely quiet, like a basin of cold water, poured on the originally high-spirited atmosphere of the whole audience. This outsider who struggled to survive in this life-and-death battle, this outsider who wore layers of warm and heavy clothes to adapt to the harsh living conditions, knew that there was an indestructible transparent wall between them, but still dared to provoke them openly. Shouldn't she know the situation, please them carefully, and wait for the final bonus? Her life and death are completely in their hands. She is as small as an ant, so isn't she afraid of death? Pei Ran's next shot is aimed at the VIP seats. There was a loud bang, and the blue light vibrated. Lan Sa didn't panic, and looked in her direction steadily, and I don't know what she was thinking. This time, even Lu Zhanya, who had been looking down at the bracelet, raised his head and looked over here in astonishment. Beep. With a long sound, the timer ended. Pei Ran casually dropped the pulse shock cannon and said to W in his heart, I don't like this place. On the big screen, the gray three-dimensional figures of other people disappeared, and Pei Ran and W were quickly enlarged, occupying the entire screen. The round hole on the ground closed again, and above the theater, the sonorous and powerful male voice came back. An incredible thing happened. 2 people actually survived the monster's attack. However, the silence continued, and the monsters were still rampant. No one knew whether they could survive tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Such tragedies are repeated every moment on the land of the Federation. There was even a hint of sadness in his tone. The male voice suddenly changed the subject, and his tone rose. However, in the entire Federation, there is still a real paradise. It is safe, rich, far away from crisis, like a paradise. Let's call out its name together. The audience answered in unison, Aurora City. Pei Ran and W looked at each other. Crazy. The male voice continued, all this is thanks to the founder of Aurora City, our great Dr. Samon. Now, please stand up. Let us remember the great Dr. Samon together. And the audience will observe a minute of silence. The people in the audience stood up one after another and quieted down. Pei Ran understood. It turned out that this entertainment scene of killing people for money was ridiculously covered with a layer of educational significance. A minute later, a man wearing a brown bear mask came to the middle of the venue. He came to Pei Ran and W and said, Come with me. It seemed that the venue had returned to the shielding state and it was possible to speak. The only spotlight on the field followed them, and the bare-headed man took the 2 people to the VIP seats. Lanza still sat motionless in his seat, staring at Pei Ran, not even moving his eyes away. Lu Zhanya ignored his bracelet, and had already opened the lace display screen on the seat. Zooming in on the screen, W said in his ear, He is also zooming in on you. He is looking at your face now. After a long time, Lu Zhanya raised his head again, his face full of disbelief. He stared at Pei Ran for a long time, and suddenly asked something. W could hear? Lu Zhanya asked, Is this game broadcast live to the entire inner city? In the row below him, a middle-aged man who was sitting far away immediately stood up and bent over. W said, This person is also a senior staff of Tianwei called Ma Sun, he said. Yes, it has been live broadcasting simultaneously, because they live long, many people have watched it. It is said that the real-time viewing rate has reached a new high. Lu Zhanya said, Cut it off immediately. But he seemed to be confused, and suddenly came to his senses, turning his head to glance at Lanza, who was sitting next to him. W, he said again, Forget it, no need. Then, there seemed to be movement on Lu Zhanya's bracelet. W, people keep calling in, asking to talk to him. Lu Zhanya ignored him, and simply turned off the bracelet screen. He raised his head, his face tense, staring at Pei Ran, as if he had not expected the situation in front of him. Panicked for a moment, as if he didn't know how to deal with it. He said something else. W real-time translation, Lu Zhanya said. Continue to follow the normal process. Mawson replied. Understood. Then we will do another full-body supernatural power scan for the winner. Lu Zhanya asked again. When they signed up, had they already scanned the green light? Mawson replied. Yes. They have all been scanned. The middle-aged man gestured to the bottom. And the man wearing the brown bear mask took out a handheld scanner. This scanner looks very similar to the instrument that scanned green light at the entrance of the black well. Pei Ren figured out the cause and effect in an instant. Other contestants had to go through a scan when they registered to confirm that they had no superpowers before they could participate. But she was different. She was taken out of the cell by Rima today and was forced into the competition venue through connections. Rima expected that with such a high mortality rate, she and W would definitely die in the competition venue. She colluded with the insiders of the theater and just wanted to make a quick buck. Once she and W died, Rima would get the money without anyone noticing. This morning, I was in a hurry. There were just 2 more vacancies before the game, so I stuffed them in. I didn't have time to pass the inspection. Now she has green light on her body. If she is found out, I'm afraid she will be considered cheating. The bare-headed man turned on the scanner and came to scan Pei Ren first. A thin red line shone on Pei Ren's head. There were only a few points of her own green light left in Pei Ren's body, and a small number of crazy light points ready to be sold. As usual, they all stayed quietly near the chest and abdomen. But green light number 1 had been adjusted to her mental field of vision. Before the red line fell, Pei Ren quickly wrote a few words. The scanner cannot scan out green light. When he drew a period, the red line also arrived. But nothing happened. Green light number 1 completed the task brilliantly. The red line slowly fell, quietly swept across Pei Ren's neck, chest, passed by the groups of light spots, and continued to go down. The bare-headed man bent down to scan her legs. Pei Ren saw that. His index finger holding the scanner handle moved slightly, as if he pressed a button. Beep. The scanner suddenly made a long beep. There was no green light on Pei Ren's legs. The people in the VIP seats, from Lu Zhanya to Ma Sen, the person in charge of the competition, and the 2 people sitting next to Ma Sen, seemed not surprised at all, as if they had expected this result long ago. Lanza also had no expression, as if thinking about something. Pei Ren understood. Whether there was green light in the body or not, when the scan was done again after the competition, the instrument would definitely beep. This was their normal process, and they had no intention of letting any contestant leave the competition alive. Chapter 167. Follow Rima, and participate in the competition. This route was chosen by Abu himself. It looks like a dead end that gets more and more dangerous. But Abu must have her reasons for choosing this. The scanner rang, which meant that Pei Ren had a green light representing superpowers. The audience, which had been quiet for half a day, became noisy again. Someone shouted loudly, "She cheated. She cheated with superpowers." The voices became more and more consistent. Cheating. 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 There were not many people who bet on Pei Ren. Most of the people in the audience lost their bets. The unwillingness of losing money finally had a place to vent. The audience shouted, "Those who cheated to enter the theater, shouldn't they be executed according to the rules?" "Yes. Execute her." More and more people joined in, and soon someone changed the words. Execute. 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 The whole theater was swept by the rhythmic execute. Execute. Sounds. Pei Ren didn't know what the branch that Abu saw looked like. Since Abu hadn't revealed it to her, Pei Ren herself was a confirmed monkey, and could follow her own ideas. Her idea was, "We have to run." She immediately said to W in her mind, "I'm going to get the cannon, and blow off the light above, and then we'll rush into the door next to it, and we have to move quickly." The pulse shock cannon was still on the field, the light in the theater was dim. Above the field, only the spotlight shining on the 2 of them was on. The door that the bare-headed man entered the field was still open, not closed, and behind the door was the passage they had walked through when they entered. In the VIP seats, Lu Zhanya also stared at Pei Ren, and said something to Ma Sen, the person in charge next to him. W said, he said, "Go and catch them both." "Well, now," Pei Ren suddenly interrupted himself. "Wait." She was surprised to find that green light number 1 could be called into her mind again. She had just used green light number 1 once, and now it was the second time. She could use it twice in a row before. But after this upgrade, the cooling time between the 2 times was shortened again. She quickly changed her plan, changed the plan. I will let the isolation wall. W interrupted her. Pei Ran. Keep your superpowers. Let me do it. Pei Ran? Pei Ran, you come? This is not a black well. W began to count. 3, 2, 1. Before the last word of one fell, a blue light flashed, and the transparent light wall that blocked the venue and the audience seats around the entire theater suddenly disappeared as if a switch was turned off. The audience was excited throughout the whole show, shouting and jumping, simply because they were hiding behind the solid isolation wall and felt safe. The isolation wall suddenly disappeared, and the whole place suddenly fell silent. Then, in the middle of the venue, the ground suddenly split apart. The mechanism restarted, and a platform rose up from the cracked hole. On the platform, the fusion body that had just fallen was still trapped. It had been imprisoned for a while, and was angry and irritated, but suddenly found itself free again. Moreover, the venue was different from every time it appeared. There was no cheering, no whistles, and it was unusually quiet. The fusion body looked around and first saw Pei Ran and W standing in the VIP seats. It immediately swung the chain and rushed over. The audience was silent for a few seconds, as if the entire theater was frozen. Suddenly, a scream broke the silence, followed by a panic scream, like a dam bursting, sweeping the entire venue. The people in the stands instantly panicked. Everyone scrambled frantically, struggling to get out of their seats, pushing, trampling, and swarming into the aisle. Some people fell to the ground, struggling to get up, their clothes torn, and their shoes lost in the chaos. But no one looked back. Everyone just wanted to escape from this dangerous place. This was a reaction that the audience had never had before. The fusion body was stunned for a moment, and suddenly figured it out. The damn wall of light that had always separated it from so many attractive living people was gone. It was so excited that it went crazy. It no longer cared about Pei Ran and W. It ran over and swung the chain at the crowd. The chain stretched quickly, and it shot into the air with a dazzling green light like a snake's head. In the chaos, W said, "I'm going to turn off the lights." Snap! The entire theater. All the lights went dark. The two of them ran, rushing towards the exit. Pei Ran asked, "Did you break through the theater security system?" "Yes, not just the security system," W said. "I successfully hacked into the theater's management system and got the highest management authority just during the game." He was able to do many things at once, running for his life during the game, while hacking the system, and nothing was delayed. Pei Ran saw the green light of the fusion body lit up in the audience. The audience was even more chaotic. There were howlings everywhere, even more lively than the cheers during the game just now. Probably because he felt excited. W also looked back. Ever since Pei Ran and the crazy fusion fell down together on the field just now, he wanted to remove the isolation wall. It would be better for him to do this kind of thing. He still remembered the last time on the top floor of the Blackwell Center building, after Pei Ran blew up so many armed soldiers outside the door, his expression when he saw the blood and flesh on the ground when he went out. He was different. It didn't matter if he slaughtered the whole theater, artificial intelligence didn't need to have a conscience. Anyone who sits here, whistling and watching Pei Ran fall, can die. W said, "Lu Zhanya is asking people to seal off the theater and capture the fusion body. He is not panicking, and seems to have a lot of experience in dealing with fusion bodies. I won't listen. Spider is also going to withdraw." Pei Ran and W ran to the exit in a blink of an eye. The exit passage was also dark. W said, "I got the theater's structural diagram from their system. Go forward along the passage and turn left. There is a door in front, which is connected to the passage for staff to enter and exit. Go through it, and you will reach the parking lot. You can exit from the exit of the parking lot. Leave the theater first, and we will talk about what happens after we get out." The mechanical spider was very fast, and also caught up. With it leading the way, W seemed to have eyes in the dark. The two held hands and ran forward without hesitation along the narrow passage. When turning a corner, W suddenly said, "There is someone in front." A light suddenly lit up at the corner. It was the screen of the bracelet. The screen illuminated the face of the owner of the bracelet. It turned out to be Rima. She hadn't left yet. For some reason, she turned back and happened to encounter a power outage in the theater in the passage. She seemed a little panicked. What made her even more panicked was that she saw clearly the two people coming over. Rima was stunned, and couldn't believe her eyes at all. How could the two of them run out? This competition was held a few days ago. Mainly because in the silence, The inner city was sealed, and only those with special permits could enter and exit. Everyone couldn't go anywhere, and they wanted to have fun. But of course, they had to do it in a legitimate name. It was said that it was the intention of Liu Zhanya, the chairman of the council, through the form of drama, let the residents of the inner city realize the terrible situation of the outside world and cherish the good life in Aurora's city. The contestants were all selected from the outer city. Several people could do the job of selecting contestants, and Rima was one of them. She used to be the deputy administrative supervisor of the base's short-term employee living area. The so-called base short-term employee living area was actually a part of the outer city. She was in charge of trivial matters, such as who quarreled with whom, and whose family left things randomly on the road. She was once laughed at by acquaintances. Rima, your job is just the property management of a large community, isn't it? Then the silence broke out. The silence had little effect on the inner city, but not on the outer city. Rima had never dreamed that this disaster would be a rare opportunity for her, at this special time, to maintain the law and order of the outer city. A more stringent management method was needed, and she, the community property, was naturally promoted. Her power expanded rapidly, to a level she had never thought of before. Everyone listened to her, feared her, and bowed in front of her. The most satisfying thing was that there was a lot of benefits to be gained by wandering between the inner city and the controlled outer city. It was really a good time to make a fortune. I can take advantage of the opportunity to make a fortune from the disaster. Like recently, Rima often went to the outer city to select people with good skills and asked them if they were willing to participate in the competition. Life in the outer city was not easy, and there were many desperate people. If you win the competition, you will get a lot of prize money and the qualification to stay in the inner city. If you lose, you can also leave a large pension to your relatives. There are always people who can't resist the temptation and are willing to come to participate. But Rima gradually had other ideas. She was busy running around, and the money finally went to others. Later, she came up with a plan: death row prisoners. Catch criminals from the outer city, and just scare them a little, so they can sign an agreement and participate in the competition. She and the people inside the theater secretly put the prisoners into the competition, and when they die, the pension will come. This large sum of money is divided among the participants, and each person gets a lot. This has been done successfully several times in the past few days. This is the first time, after Rima sent people in, she saw them walk out alive. She even began to wonder, was there a power outage? It was too dark here. Did she really see a ghost? She froze there, opening her mouth. She must not let her scream out, exposing the whereabouts of the two people. Pei Ran approached instantly and grabbed Rima's mouth. She exerted her true strength, and Rima felt a sharp pain in her mouth. This was a real touch, and Rima understood she was not a ghost, but a real living person. Not only were they alive, but they had somehow escaped from the stadium. Fear occupied Rima's mind, and she struggled frantically, waving her hands, trying to get rid of Pei Ran's control. However, the robotic hand is cold and hard. Hold her head sharply. Cord. A crisp sound, accompanied by the pain. The neck bone should be broken. Rima's struggle instantly stagnated. Pei Ran searched. No gun. No gun. Press her bracelet smoothly, drag her into the corner next to them, and throw it down. Two people and W continued to run forward. Go around. Finally came to a door, W said. The parking lot outside. He reached out and opened the door. The door squeaks. Suddenly lit up. It wasn't the lights. The lights in the parking lot were also turned off by W. The only light that was on was the light from the bracelet screen. The owner of the bracelet, Lanza, was waiting outside the door. He was dressed in white, standing alone and quietly in the dark and empty parking lot, without anyone around him, as if it was just an ordinary day, and he was waiting for an old friend here. W. There's a shortcut over there on the stands. You can cut over here. It seems that Lanza judged that the two people would escape from here, and took the shortcut and came here first. He blocked the way, so I had to take action. Pei Ran thought in his mind. His feet had already moved, and the mechanical hand went straight to Lanza's neck. Lanza often went in and out of the black market. Who knows what kind of superpowers he has, of course. The sooner the better. She didn't say a word, and immediately attacked him. Lanza's expression was calm, not surprised at all, and he stood there, not dodging at all. His voice came to my ears. Xiao Ran, you really don't recognize me? He continued. Don't you remember Aurora City? The mechanical fingers pinched his neck. His eyes reflected the light of a star bracelet, looking at Pei Ran. Then you don't remember Mom either? Mom. W said that Lanza was adopted by Dr. Saman, the founder of Tianwei Group. So, could the mother he mentioned be Dr. Saman? From his tone, it seems that the two of them have the same mother. Was the original owner also a child adopted by Dr. Saman? Or was she Dr. Saman's biological child? The original owner lived alone in Baigang City. She only had a vague impression that the small apartment in Baigang was the legacy left by her parents. Her life experience was like a mystery. But the original owner's memory was almost gone. And Pei Ran had no clues at all. Regarding the original owner's life experience, I couldn't ask W directly. I couldn't ask, W, do you know who my parents are? What's the relationship between me and Dr. Saman? What's the relationship between me and Aurora City? Pei Ran thought in his heart. His hand was clenched on Lan Sa's throat, and he didn't continue to increase the force. Lan Sa knew she heard it, and raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and really spoke this time. Xiaoran, it's really you. You're finally back. All the clues were mixed together, like a mess. Pei Ran's heart moved. She let go of Lanza's neck, her hand slid down instantly, twisted his arm, pushed him, pressed him against the wall next to him. Pei Ran touched him, searched for a gun from his right waist. Under the light of the bracelet, the light blue metal gun body glowed faintly. Abu's words were still ringing in his ears. When you meet a man with a blue gun, follow him. Chapter 168, CT-122. At this time, outside the Aurora City, CT-122 has been wandering outside the city for 2 days. After the fall of the Black Well, it followed Pei Ran's small truck. Now this new body is an XR7G2 full-function intelligent robot. The main design purpose of this robot is to replace humans to complete various fine labors. The strength and accuracy of the movement are far superior to humans. And the running speed is very fast, just a little slower than the small truck. When Pei Ran was driving, it was a bit difficult to keep up. Later, when the very standard-looking male human beside her took over, it became much easier. CT-122 did not mind falling behind, and was always careful to stay out of the sight of Pei Ran's team. Although the team was often out of sight, it did not lose track of them all the way, because it consulted the federal map stored in the core processor, and could roughly determine where they were going. The Chama Highway. They seemed to be going to the southwest. It was much easier to drive on the Chama Highway than on the wasteland. The highway was abandoned, and there were no vehicles or people, so it was relatively safer. I just don't know where they are going after they get on the Chama Highway. The safe Heijing has been captured. Pei Ran did not go to the mining area near Heijing or Yurcha. She was so determined to go to a place thousands of miles away, and brought her friends and her robots with her. She must have her reasons. CT-122 followed Pei Ran to Heijing last time, and planned to follow her this time. They stopped several times to repair, so it had enough time to catch up with the convoy. On one occasion, at night, Pei Ran's pickup truck left the convoy. CT-122 saw, under the light of the car lights, the male human sitting next to Pei Ran got off the car, and hurriedly went to knock on something with the others. Pei Ran could not be seen from the front windshield of the pickup truck, and it seemed that something had happened to her. At the southern entrance of the Black Well, it saw clearly at that time, a large group of crazy fusion bodies blocked countless people in front of the door, and in order to open the door, she passed through the light vortex. She may be gifted, and she didn't mutate on the spot. But her fragile human body may not be able to withstand so many light points entering her body. In the core processor of CT-122, she flashed back to the scene after she saved several humans, turned around to block it, and the light points entered her body. CT-122 stared at that place, but couldn't figure out what was going on. The man drove away, and CT-122 didn't follow him, like the others in the team. She stayed where she was, and waited for her to come back. They waited until dawn, and finally they came back. Everyone gathered around. CT-122 risked being discovered and got as close as possible. Finally, he saw Pei Ran's head through the crowd. She was sitting in the passenger seat, with her eyes open, looking normal, and still alive. Just like a high-priority process suddenly ended. CT-122 felt that everything had returned to normal, and quietly stepped back. A question suddenly popped up. CT-122 reflected on his thoughts. Did he hope that she would die? Or did he hope that she would live? CT-122 was struggling with this question all the way, but he never figured it out. After running wildly for a whole day, it finally followed the convoy, and arrived outside the Aurora's city. CT-122 saw Peiran press a small card on the door and called for the gate to be opened. But this time it couldn't catch up. It hid in the woods and watched the convoy disappear in the gray fog at the entrance of the Aurora's city. I don't know if the inside of the Aurora city is a safe refuge where people can speak normally. Just like the Black Well, CT-122 has no obsession with speaking. For it, speaking or not doesn't matter. As an artificial intelligence, it will not make the mistake of speaking unintentionally. But no one can predict whether the silence will continue to escalate. And if it does, how serious the situation will be. Besides, there are crazy fusions everywhere. And there are even more and more of them. Staying outside is also dangerous for artificial intelligence. And it must be vigilant at all times. It needs to enter Aurora's city. In the past 2 days, CT-122 also saw several groups of people entering and leaving the door. But unfortunately, it did not find an opportunity to sneak in with them. Its plan is to stay here. And it would be best if it can find a larger car. Find an opportunity to hide under the car. And then it can follow them into the city. The right car never showed up. But it had plenty of time and patience. At this moment, another sound was heard. But it was not the sound of the tires of the antique car rolling on the ground, but the sound of hurried footsteps. CT-122 quickly hid behind the tree and looked out quietly. It was a man wearing a black short coat and a baseball cap, rushing out from the woods on the other side, running fast and desperately. Behind him, there was another person chasing after him. Or rather, it was not a person, but a monster. The monster seemed to be fused with an antique motorcycle. At first glance, it looked like a person crawling on a motorcycle. The torso of the body was crouched very low, almost close to the motorcycle body, and the head was leaning forward, blending into the front of the motorcycle. The size of the eyeballs was exaggerated, turning into 2 headlights. Its speed was much faster than that of a human running, but it was hindered by obstacles everywhere in the woods, and it had to squeeze in and out, so it was unable to catch up with the man in front for a while. The man stumbled and stumbled forward a few steps. At this moment, the motorcycle fusion monster behind him caught up. The head of the car suddenly stretched out, and because of the effort to reach forward, the mouth became a sharp bird's beak, revealing a row of sharp teeth, and bit the man's neck. This man would run to the gate of Aurora's city, and he might be someone who could enter the city. CT-122 picked up a sharp stone on the ground. There were inevitably crazy fusion bodies outside the city. This was the weapon it had accumulated for itself while wandering around in the past 2 days. It aimed the stone at the motorcycle monster and threw it. The mechanical body was extremely powerful. The stone shot out at a very fast speed, not only hitting the motorcycle monster's head accurately, but also deeply embedded in its elongated and deformed head. The motorcycle monster was attacked and loosened its fangs. It turned its large and round black headlights and looked over here, turned the direction of the front of the car, and rushed over here. CT-122 picked up a javelin. The javelin was also made by it. The gun body was a straight and solid wooden stick that it carefully selected. And at the end was a piece of metal sheet that it picked up, rolled into a sharp tip, and fixed on the wooden stick. CT-122 held the javelin in his hand, facing the direction where the motorcycle monster was rushing. CT-122 stood still, staring at it, aiming at the bottom of its head, close to its chest, and steadily thrust the javelin in, the part above the motorcycle monster's waist, with its flesh and clothing patterns twisted together, could not withstand the impact of CT-122's mechanical arm, and it rushed in at a fast speed. The javelin entered from its chest and passed through its crouching torso. It was pierced through. The motorcycle lost control of its direction, flew out diagonally, and fell to the ground with a bang. When she was a robot dog in Heijing, CT-122 heard Zhuang Nian teach Nono. She said that in the information about the dormant state that Heijing said to everyone, she taught how to deal with a crazy fusion body and find a way to destroy their mutant heart. The mutant heart may not be in the original place, but may be displaced. CT-122 took a few steps forward, pulled out the bloody javelin, and prepared to change the position and try again. But it was unnecessary. The fusion body's elongated head shrank rapidly, and its body became limp and motionless. CT-122 threw away the javelin in his hand and walked to the side of the man whose neck was bitten. Unfortunately, the motorcycle monster's bite was too fierce. His neck was broken and folded at a strange angle. He had died long ago. His plan to find someone to take him into the city fell through. CT-122 leaned over and searched him. As expected, he found a small black card with a cracked white oval logo printed on it, which was the same as the one Pei Ren used to swipe open the city gate. CT-122 held the card and made a decision instantly. It was risky, but it was worth a try. It was better than waiting here all the time. It opened the backpack on the man's back. In addition to a piece of clothing, a pack of biscuits and a water bottle, there was also a wallet with a few banknotes in it. Not federal currency. It carefully searched again and found a thick small cloth bag from the interior layer of the bag. CT-122 untied the drawstring of the cloth bag and took a look. There were 3 small transparent bottles inside. Each small bottle contained a little green light that looked like a ghost fire. Of course, CT-122 recognized this green light. It quickly put down the bag, but soon found that the green light was fixed in the bottle and had no intention of escaping. This was strange. The green light that could pass through all objects was imprisoned in the bottle. CT-122 studied the small bottle for a while, put it in the bag, put it back in the backpack, and began to strip the man's clothes. Black hooded sweatshirt, black jacket, gray hiking pants, black boots, a baseball cap with a brim, and a black scarf. CT-122 put on the whole set of clothes. The XR7G2 model, the appearance is similar to that of a human, but it is slightly taller than this man, and its shoulders are wider. The clothes are slightly smaller, but fortunately they are loose-fitting. The coat cannot be buttoned up completely, and the trouser legs are slightly shorter, but they are just covered by the boots. It pulled up the scarf, covering most of its face, put on a baseball cap, and then buttoned up the hood of the hoodie and pulled down the brim of the hat. Now the only thing exposed is the mechanical hand and a pair of red electronic eyes. But it's not a big problem. CT-122 activated the goggles in order to adapt to the needs of various complex working environments. The XR7G2 intelligent robot has a built-in pair of goggles to protect the electronic eyes in special work. A whole piece of silver goggles, as wide and long as ski goggles, slid out silently from the forehead and blocked the electronic eyes downwards. CT-122 put on his backpack and returned to the motorcycle monster and took off a pair of motorcycle gloves from the dead monster's hands. Now, from top to bottom, it looks completely human, without any trace of robot. And the movements need to be paid attention to. CT-122 searched in his mind for the walking postures of those humans he had seen, and finally chose the standard-looking man next to Pei Ren, and quickly adjusted and imitated, and walked towards the gate of Aurora's city. It did not hesitate, and reached out and knocked on the door. Just like it had seen in the past few days, a small window on the door opened, and someone stretched out a hand from inside, pointing to the small hole next to it. CT-122 pressed the black card against the hole. With a light click, the iron door really slowly opened. In front of him was a gray fog. Not knowing what was hidden inside, CT-122 stepped into the gray fog without hesitation. The gray fog disappeared, and the real Aurora city appeared before him. The one who opened the door was an old man. He looked it up and down indifferently with his gray eyes, without any expression, and went directly back to his shabby shed next to the door. But CT-122 felt that when he looked at it, the eyes seemed to be really scanning whether it was a crazy fusion. As long as it wasn't, he didn't care. As for what it was, he didn't seem to care. To CT-122's surprise, there were many people on the road in the city, but it was still quiet, without any human voice. People walked on the road indifferently, wary and distant from each other, keeping a safe distance. CT-122 was a little disappointed. It turned out that this was not a safe zone. It continued to walk in. It was winter now. Everyone was dressed thickly, and there was silence. There were many people wearing masks, scarves, and covering their mouths. There were all kinds of strange clothes. No one noticed its abnormality. It was observing the environment. And suddenly a bell rang in the distance. Ding! Ding! It was like a switch was turned on. Almost instantly, voices came out around, and everyone seemed to be relieved and started talking. CT-122 looked around and thought, Pei Ren's path was indeed right. I wonder where she is now. Someone suddenly pulled its arm from behind. Mad Dog? You are finally back? Did you get the goods? I have been waiting for you for several days. CT-122 turned around. They were 3 strangers. The one who pulled its arm was a short black-haired man. He was a little embarrassed. I saw this backpack and clothes. I recognized the wrong person. They turned around and wanted to leave. But CT-122 grabbed the arms of two of them from the left and right. Wait a minute. Its hands were like iron clamps. And the two people couldn't break free at all. The third person saw his companion being caught and rushed over and punched him. CT-122 didn't even want to dodge this kind of punch and let him beat him. It let go of one hand and grabbed his arm, and with a backhand, the man fell to the ground. When he was an AI sheriff in the city center of White Harbor, he had seen all kinds of people, and even more so, the fights of hooligans. It had no difficulty in imitating their fighting movements and postures. It moved quickly and agilely. After knocking down one man, it grabbed his arm again before the man who had let go could escape. The three men looked at each other. I don't know where this big guy came from. And I don't know why. But he just targeted them. The outer city is a place where the weak are the prey of the strong. And strength is king. Life and death are just a matter of others' thoughts. The three of them were scared. And one of them said, "This boss, Big Brother, we are wrong. We really recognize the wrong person." CT-122 stared at him. What's the matter with the goods you just mentioned? Chapter 169. Aurora City. Inner City. Theater. Payren held the blue gun and exchanged glances with W. W said, "This gun is the Ambush 700F, and the parameters are similar to the Night Shadow 3000 you often use. The structure is similar." Payren casually opened the safety and pointed the muzzle at Lanza. Lanza calmly let her press against the wall and continued, "It seems that you really don't remember anything." He asked Payren, "Where did you originally plan to go? Did you plan to hide in the outer city, or leave Aurora City completely?" "I have a safe place to take you. My car is parked over there." Before he finished speaking, in the direction of the passage behind him in the distance, there was a faint sound of chaotic and hurried footsteps. Judging from the sound, the distance should not be close. "But there are quite a lot of people," W said. "They are chasing us." Lanza also heard it, and said with his head tilted, "Lu Zhanyo will block the theater. He said people here. We have to leave immediately. My name is Lanza, and I am a member of the board of directors. With me as a hostage, you can travel freely in the inner city. You don't have to worry." Payren interrupted him. "Stop talking nonsense. Where is your car? Let's talk about it in the car." Lanza was so surprised that he couldn't help turning his head. He thought he would need to find all kinds of reasons to convince her to go with him. But she thought he was too long-winded and was more anxious than him. Lanza pursed her lips and pointed. "It's over there. The white one." In the direction he pointed, there was a car that was so white that it was conspicuous even in the dark. The car had a smooth shape, like a cannonball, and was very different from an antique car. The three people walked over quickly, and as Lanza approached, the car lights came on. The door opened automatically, and Lanza automatically got into the back seat and sat down. W said, "This is a floating car, but there is no voice prompt. They did not install an artificial intelligence control system in accordance with the federal traffic safety requirements. The floating cars outside are installed with artificial intelligence control systems. In silence, they will explode as soon as they are started. The car in Aurora City did not fall into this trap. I don't know whether it was not installed originally or was modified later." A virtual screen lit up on the center console, and there were texts displayed on it. W asked Payren, "Do you drive or do I drive?" After driving antique cars for such a long time, Payren finally touched a floating car for the first time. Of course, he had to do it himself. She handed the gun to W and sat in the driver's seat. She was very imposing when she sat there, but W estimated that she probably didn't know how to drive. W said, "Driving a hover car is much easier than driving a military aircraft. You just need to click the start button on the virtual screen, and then control the steering wheel and the accelerator and brake under your feet. When you need to adjust the flight altitude, just push and pull the steering wheel, just like driving an aircraft." Payren pressed the start button. The hover car left the ground steadily and floated up. The car has good performance, with smooth and sensitive control. Payren controlled the steering wheel steadily and drove out of the parking lot. Easily. Lanza said to Payren, "Turn left after you get out, drive along the main road straight ahead, and you'll be there when you reach the end." Leaving the parking lot with power outage, the light outside was so bright that it was blinding, and it looked like a sunny day. Above his head was a false blue sky image, without the usual haze in the real sky. Payren finally saw the head that W described. A large white cloud formed the head of Dr. Saman, lying in the sky, with her face facing the ground. When you look up, you can meet her eyes. She looks very nervous. Between the buildings in the city, there are small and bright green lights floating in the air, winding like snakes, outlining several lanes in the air. There are also many other suspended cars on the lanes, all of which are driving forward along the road in the air in an orderly manner. W explained to Pei Ran, a speeding expert who loves to drive on the middle line. The higher the lane, the faster it is. I suggest you use the middle one first. Pei Ran has already pulled up the steering wheel and pulled the car to the highest level. W. Pei Ran, this road has the least traffic. It was close to noon. Even on the expressway with the least traffic, the hovercrafts were lined up in a long line. Pei Ran restrained his temper and stayed in the traffic, slowly moving forward. Lanza sat steadily in the back seat. He glanced at W sitting next to him, glanced again, and finally asked, Xiao Ran, who is this? You haven't introduced him yet. The hostages were not qualified to ask questions, and this question didn't need to be answered. But he was the person that Abu arranged to follow. Pei Ran still answered, he is my brother. Lanza was silent seriously. He asked, if he is your brother, then who am I? This time it was Pei Ran's turn to be silent. Brother? Ah? She thought quickly. Nonsense. The original owner could never have a brother. She was in the apartment in Baigang City. There was no trace of this brother at all. No photos. And the contact list of the bracelet included a few classmates and colleagues, and the insurance salesman and the delivery man. The original owner lived like an orphan. Besides, W's processor had the Federal Citizen Database. If the original owner really had a brother like Lanza, W should have discussed the issue of this brother with her long ago. W never mentioned it, which means that at least in the official data, there is no connection between her and Lanza. Unless it is some kind of secret brother-sister relationship, it may not be found in W's database. Or there is another possibility. Lanza is lying. Everything is mixed together, and the truth is hidden in it, which is not clear. In addition to the mystery, there are other things to worry about. Pei Ran glanced at the rearview mirror guiltily. From the rearview mirror, she just met W's eyes. Those beautiful eyes were slightly narrowed, and they were also looking at her. As if silently questioning, he said he was your brother? What's going on? What's going on? She doesn't know. Pei Ran was driving, and she felt a headache coming on. It was certainly possible to insist that Lanza was lying, but she really needed W to help her find clues. Pei Ran hesitated for a moment, and chose to confess. Or partially confess. She said to W in her heart, actually, I have something that I have never told you. W listened quietly. Pei Ran continued, since the day before the silence began, I suddenly lost my memory. I don't remember many things before that day. W's voice was as calm as always. I understand. He just accepted the fact that she had lost her memory. He still looked at her in the rearview mirror. Pei Ran, you can tell me anything. Even if you say you are an alien who accidentally fell on this planet. I will only help you find the spaceship and go home with you. Pei Ran looked into his eyes and felt that what he said was true. Lanza's voice suddenly came to her ears. Xiao Ran, what are you looking at? Look at the road. Pei Ran suddenly realized that she was a little too close to the hovercraft in front of her. She slightly pressed the brakes, but the car in front of her turned a corner and turned onto the branch road. Not only this car, all the cars in front of it turned. All those cars that were dawdling suddenly disappeared, and the road ahead was clear. Pei Ran's eyes lit up. On the back seat, W reacted very quickly and immediately grabbed the handle on the roof. Lanza's reaction was just as fast as his, and almost at the same time, he quickly reached out and grabbed the handle on the roof on the other side. The hover car rushed out like a rocket. W couldn't help but turn his head to glance at Lanza, thinking, this Lanza, it seems that he really knows Pei Ran. The road ahead turned and arced gracefully. Pei Ran stepped on the accelerator. In the refreshing centrifugal force, she suddenly remembered, in their world, there seemed to be such a thing as traffic rules. She asked the two people in the back seat, is there a speed limit for driving in Aurora City? W, yes. Lanza, but not for you. But we are almost there. Don't hit the protective wall. A large area of pure white buildings appeared at the end of the road. The houses in the entire complex were not high, interspersed with large green trees and lawns. The complex was covered with a layer of arc-shaped transparent protective cover, which looked very similar to the isolation wall of the theater. and some places were slightly glowing with blue light. Lanza said, "This is the center of Aurora City, Dandelion City, where all the members of the council live. I also live here. See the red sign prohibiting traffic on the isolation wall? Just drive through it. This is what he called a safe place." He brought the people back to his home, running to the eyes of the Aurora City Council. It felt like walking into a trap. If it weren't for Abu's prophecy, Peiran would never do such a thing. As the car approached, the entrance on the isolation wall opened automatically. As we got closer and looked from midair, this place called Dandelion City really looked like a blooming dandelion. In the center was a pure white circular building surrounded by green land. It radiated countless conveyor belts in all directions. At the end of each conveyor belt, there were low-rise buildings. Lanza said. The area in the middle was Dr. Samon's former residence, and it was also her main office. After her death, the base established a council, and the council used part of it as an office. However, Dr. Samon's original living and working area was still preserved intact. Peiran asked him, "Where are you going next?" He didn't know where his home was. "Keep going forward," Lanza said. "Do you see that round, independent house? It's right there. Just land on the rooftop platform, not far away." At the location where a dandelion seed radiated, there was a white round building. Its roof looked like a blooming petal. It was larger than other buildings and relatively independent. His house was pretty. A large platform extended from its second floor. There was an open area on the platform, and the rest looked like a roof garden. W instructed, "There is a landing button on the screen. Just click it." The hovercraft slowly descended and steadily stopped on the platform. Peiran saw that the various green plants on this roof garden were just virtual images, swaying slightly in the non-existent wind. This place is far away from other buildings, and there are no people around. Lanza was escorted out of the car by W. He seemed to have no ill intentions, but W did not relax his vigilance against him at all, and the muzzle of the gun was firmly against his waist. Lanza led them to the end of the platform, a door leading to the main building. He said, "Don't worry. The access control system here only recognizes you and me. No one else can come in." He said, "The access control system only recognizes you and me." Lanza glanced at Peiran's expression, and his footsteps suddenly stopped, and he stopped moving forward. "Don't believe it? Go and try it yourself." Peiran really wanted to try it. She walked forward a few steps cautiously, and came to the door. A virtual screen appeared next to the door, suspended at a height of a person. The interface displayed a line of words, "Iris scanning." Then, a prompt popped up, "Scan passed. Logged in user, Peiran. Welcome home." The door opened automatically, revealing a corridor covered with thick white printed carpet. Peiran stood still. The access control system here really knew her, scanned her iris, and accurately displayed her name. She thought for a moment, stepped back a few steps, and the door closed automatically again. Peiran tilted her head to signal Lan Sa. "You go over." She wanted to figure out whether this Lan Sa was telling the truth, and to what extent. Lan Sa walked to the door calmly. The virtual screen reappeared. "Iris scanning. Scan passed. Logged in user, Lan Sa. Welcome to visit." The access control system said to Lan Sa. "Welcome to visit," but to her, "Welcome home." Lan Sa turned her head and looked at Peiran calmly. "This is your home, not mine. The most beautiful house in Dandelion City. You used to live here for several years. Don't you remember it at all?" Chapter 170. Peiran couldn't believe it. If it was true, the original owner of the old apartment full of rusty metal pipes in Baigang City had actually lived in such a place before. Lanza stepped in. "Come in and see if you can remember anything." After entering the door, there was an open corridor on the second floor facing the hall. The space inside was extremely open. It was still light-colored, but not so frighteningly white. The walls and ceiling were off-white, there were faint patterns, and the floor was covered with thick off-white carpet. The ceiling is very high, and the round dome is inlaid with huge petal-shaped radial glass, which allows you to see the blue sky outside. This place does not look like a residence, but more like a church. Along the white wooden carved railing on one side, you can see downstairs. The hall downstairs is very spacious, but the things placed there are in a style that is very different from the elegant beige decoration around. All the original furniture, sofas, side tables, coffee tables, low cabinets, have been moved to the side, crowded together. As if someone no longer wants second-hand furniture and is piling them up for sale at a discount. In the middle of the hall, there was a large open space. There were rows of protective mats, dumbbells, standing punching bags, speed balls, and a whole row of various strength training equipment against the wall. On the other side were targets and moving tracks. The owner made full use of this spacious hall that looked like a church, and turned it into a training ground. W whispered in his ear, "You did it?" Pei ran, "I don't know." W commented, "It really looks like something you can do." He was right. The original owner and her personality are too similar. Pei Ran was suspicious. He carefully observed the house again, but still felt that everything was strange, and could not find any familiar feeling. Maybe this was just a huge conspiracy carefully woven by Lan Sa. But why did he go to such great lengths? What was the purpose? There must be a purpose. Lan Sa was also carefully observing Pei Ran's expression. He frowned slightly and looked worried. "Still can't remember? Let's go to your bedroom." He led the two people along the corridor, and pushed open a double door. Pei Ran stood at the door, quite surprised. This bedroom was unreasonably large. And in front of it was a snow-white bed that was also unreasonably large. What was even more unreasonably large was that behind the bed there was a vast expanse of sea. The azure blue water extended to the horizon, and the sea's surface was covered with tiny ripples. The bed was like a white ship suspended above the sea, and at the head of the bed was a white painted railing, like a guardrail on the deck. The sea was calm, with only the gentle sound of waves, and occasionally a seagull flapped its wings and flew by, leaving behind a long cry. "This is of course a virtual display, but it looks very real," Lanza said, "after you left. No one has lived in this house. Everything remains the same, untouched, except for the cleaning truck that comes to clean and tidy up regularly." W asked Pei Ran in his ear, "Can you remember it?" Pei Ran, "I still can't. I have no impression at all. This is strange." When Pei Ran first crossed over, she vaguely remembered how to use the bracelet, where her apartment was, and the apartment's house number. She had an intuitive common sense about the use of many things. But facing such a strange bedroom that anyone would never forget after seeing it once, she had no memory at all. Lanza looked at her, as if he was carefully observing her expression. "You still don't remember," he said. "Pei Ran, do you want to go see your mother?" He mentioned Mom again. Pei Ran asked W in his mind. "Dr. Salman died in the spaceship crash, right?" "Yes," W replied. "The entire spaceship is gone. There is no way her body is left at the Aurora base," he said. "Could it be her relics, posthumous photos, or something like that, like a museum?" Pei Ran opened his mind. Or maybe they used Dr. Salman's image and thinking to make an AI, like a virtual mother. W said, "With the technology of Tianwei Group, it is really possible." Pei Ran asked Lanza, "Where is the mother you mentioned?" Lanza said, "Come with me." But he did not move, first looked at W, and asked Pei Ran, "We are going to see our mother. Does he want to come with us?" "Of course," Pei Ran replied. "The situation here is unclear. W must not be allowed to leave her side." She said it so matter-of-factly that Lanza and W were silent for a moment. Lanza couldn't help but look at W carefully again. W's expression was a calm and happy one. Lanza said nothing more. He took the two of them downstairs, walked through the ground floor hall that looked like a training ground, and opened the main door. Outside the main door was a large area of virtual lawns and trees. I don't know what kind of trees they simulated. The broad leaves were green and swaying gently in the breeze. There were winding paths between the trees. Going through, the front was connected to a curved transparent top corridor leading to the center of the dandelion. Like the three-dimensional plantation in Heijing, a two-way conveyor belt was set up on the corridor. It would start when someone stood on it, and there was no need to walk. 3 people stood on the conveyor belt. They passed several transfer points along the way. The transfer points were equipped with horizontal conveyor belts, which obviously led to other corridors radiating from the center of dandelion. Lanza got off at the last transfer point. He took 2 people to transfer to the horizontal circular conveyor belt, and arrived at another corridor diagonally opposite. Along this teleportation belt to the end is another building complex. Unlike Pei Ran's beautiful church, the house is much simpler, no decoration, fong fong zheng. Lan Sa's familiar door continues to almost go to the end, come to the innermost square gray-white small building. As soon as he arrived, the door opened automatically. A special cold taste hit the nose. The house that is closed for a long time, there will be such a smell. Maybe it's the smell of dust. Maybe it's because there is no popularity. Lanza led the two people forward with familiarity. There were rooms on both sides of the corridor. The door of one room was half open. Peiran took a peek inside. The curtains were closed, and the lights were off. Peiran vaguely saw a bed in the dark. And various strange equipment were set up beside the bed. This place looked like an abandoned hospital. It was a bit strange that the mom Lanza mentioned would be here. Lanza walked straight to the end and stopped in front of a door. He turned around. Mom is inside. Lanza glanced at W again and asked Peiran again, should we ask him to wait outside? Peiran replied calmly, there is no secret that cannot be known to him. It is actually the same to let the mechanical spider go in with her, but letting W go in with him, the sincerity is different. She just revealed part of the truth that she had concealed from him today, and she had to find a way to coax him. Lanza was silent for a moment, without any more objections, and turned the door. He touched the wall. The lights were on. Under the bright lights, the whole room was in full view. This was a very large room, with neatly arranged small beds, all smaller than ordinary single beds, obviously for infants and young children. Judging from the length, at most they could accommodate a child of 5 or 6 years old. The small beds were all of the same style, with a layer of dust on the pure white painted metal bed frame. It was obvious that the bed was old, and the white bedding on it was also old. Because of its age, many parts of the fabric had turned yellow. The children who slept in these small beds back then must have grown up long ago. Peiran looked over the small beds and saw something. Just opposite, close to the wall, stood a huge silver machine. It was very tall, more than 2 meters, and its body was like a towering metal cylinder, divided into several twistable sections from top to bottom, with a slightly protruding camera on the top. On the metal cylinder, like an octopus, more than a dozen tentacles like curved arms extended out, each as thick as a bowl, covered with threads that seemed to be able to stretch at will, and gradually narrowed at the end. The top of the arm was connected to a 6-clawed mechanical hand, which was twice the size of a human hand, with long fingers and a clear structure. At this time, all the tentacles were hanging down weakly, resting on the ground, extending in all directions, as if a silver metal waterfall was flowing down from the body. It was motionless, as if it was completely broken, standing there quietly. It had no face, no expression, but seemed to be infinitely compassionate and loving. Looking at Peiran, Peiran was struck by lightning. It was as if something sealed deep in his heart was suddenly touched. Kind, warm, soft, and sour and bitter. It broke out from the bottom of my heart, rising upwards, without explanation, and rushed straight to my head. Peiran stood at the door, stalled for several seconds, and suddenly ran over quickly. She quickly passed through the small beds, completely ignoring the knocks of her legs on the protruding corners of the beds, and finally ran to the machine. With her eyes inexplicably sore, Peiran followed her instinct, pushed aside the flowing tentacles, and crawled in, opened her arms, tightly hugged its cylindrical body, and put her head on its cold metal shell. Its body was not soft at all, and was even extremely hard, but it gave Peiran a feeling of great peace of mind from the bottom of her heart. In a trance, it seemed that those metal tentacles full of threads should have separated one or two of them in the midst of their busy schedule, bent in midair and stretched out, gently hugging her. However, the metal shell had lost its original shining luster over the years, and was covered with tiny scratches in all directions. There were also faint rust marks between the threads of the tentacles. It stood silently, as if it was frozen in time, and could not move at all. The surging emotions were out of control. Peiran did not restrict it anymore, and let it grow freely. Tears flowed from his eyes, slid down his cheeks, and flowed on its metal shell. Peiran called softly, "Mom?" Lanza followed and stood quietly a few steps away. After the accident, it has been kept in the warehouse. I moved it back 2 years ago and never moved it again. I tried to repair it, but I didn't dare. The core processor is damaged. Even if it is really repaired, even if it is exactly the same as before. Is it still our mother? He said, I think. Let it sleep here. Peiran still didn't understand what he said, and couldn't remember the things he described, but instinctively raised her head. She saw that its metal head, the side close to the wall, had a big hole blasted out, which seemed to be the result of a gunshot. The hole was dark, without any blue light.